Eternal Heart Chapter 1392 to Chapter 1441. Boom, there was a violent explosion in the void, and a destructive light wave that could devour everything swept out for thousands of feet. The blood heartburst could temporarily control the enemy's heart, devour all the blood and vitality, and then explode. The heart was located in the body, and once it exploded, it would be extremely lethal. In an ideal situation, if the heart could absorb all the energy in the body and then explode, it would be the same as controlling others to self-destruct. Not only would the body not survive, but the power of the explosion could also kill others unexpectedly. Of course, this secret technique had strict requirements. Without the ancestral bloodline, the power would be greatly reduced. Rumble, the earth trembled, and everyone could clearly feel the terrifying power from thousands of miles away. Ordinary people couldn't understand what was going on. Why did the witch god's body suddenly explode? What's the result? Xianxia scanned the area with his divine sense to observe the result. The witch god was still there, as Xianxia expected. Even if the blood heartburst was powerful, the sorcerer god wouldn't die so easily. This secret technique is not bad. It injured me. The witch god smiled with a slightly pale face. Just now, when the heart was about to explode, he used the law of time to reduce the flow of time and took the opportunity to cut the heart. Then, he used the law of space to move thousands of feet away. At that time, he also discovered that Xianxia's secret technique used the heart as a medium. In order to prevent himself from being hit a second time, he cut off his own heart. Cutting off a heart wasn't a big deal for a heavenly combination stage expert. It would be dangerous if the heart, which was filled with boundless energy, exploded in the body. The witch god remained calm and didn't make any impulsive moves. He still maintained a distance from Xianxia and used his eye technique to continuously consume energy. The witch god believed that Xianxia, who was using two god-fiend parts at the same time, would soon be exhausted. Xianxia once again felt how difficult it was to deal with the witch god. The other party was extremely strong in terms of strength, methods, and willpower. He didn't get angry because he was injured and still persisted in his plan. In fact, even if Xianxia used the power of two god-fiend parts at the same time, he could still last for a long time. After all, the energy core was the heart of eternity. However, he was using two god-fiend parts at the same time, and his control of the heart of eternity was inferior to the witch god's control of the god-fiend king's eyes. In terms of time, he might not be able to beat the sorcerer god. But even if he wanted to escape now, he couldn't. The sorcerer god had the space-time law, which was 2.5 layers. His eyes could lock onto Xianxia at all times and launch long-range attacks. It was too difficult to escape from the eyes of a god-fiend king. Xianxia had to admit that this was the most difficult enemy he had encountered so far. In a short period of time, Xianxia couldn't think of any way to win, but he wouldn't lose. Thus, he diverted a portion of his attention to study the god-fiend parts. The main reason was the heart of eternity. Being able to control the heart of eternity would increase the power of the god-fiend components, which would greatly improve his battle prowess. After a while, he focused part of his attention on the sorcerer god's space law. While defending against the sorcerer god's attacks, he also tried to comprehend it. He's actually comprehending the law of space? The sorcerer god was slightly surprised. He did not expect Xianxia to be so calm and rational. Under normal circumstances, if Xianxia was anxious and irritable, he would only lose faster if he used the god-fiend part's power with all his might. The sorcerer god was in no hurry. This battle went on for a long time. The void around Xianxia exploded one after another. Everything turned into ashes, and the ground below exploded into a pitch-black hole. The fierce storm of divine power constantly rushed in all directions. He constantly withstood the sorcerer god's eye technique attack, using his own defense to resist. I didn't expect Xianxia to be able to fight against the sorcerer god. Xianxia sighed. In that case, if it wasn't for the sorcerer god's interference, Xianxia might have already escaped. That's good. My sex experts will arrive here soon. Xianxia revealed a smirk. After 200 moves, the light in the sorcerer god's eyes narrowed as he carefully stared at Xianxia. Why is he still able to hold on? Logically speaking, Xianxia should be exhausted and unable to continue using the god-fiend parts. The result at this moment was beyond the sorcerer god's expectations. causing him to begin to question his own strategy. Was it really feasible to drag out the long-distance battle until Xianxia could no longer use the God-fiend parts? After another 100 moves, if he can still hold on, then I will directly use the true power of these eyes and end this battle. The sorcerer god made a decision in his heart. However, at the 50th move, Xianxu's space law had successfully broken through to the 2.5 level. Alright. The corner of Xianxu's mouth curled up. His space law had long broken through to the 2nd level and had been steadily improving. Moreover, Xianxu's talent in space was amazing. Coupled with the power of the God-fiend King's head, his comprehension ability had increased by 10 times. The breakthrough of the space law surprised him, but it was not too surprising. 1,000 miles away, the sorcerer god keenly sensed something strange. Xianxu's ability to resist his attacks had suddenly increased. His space law has broken through. The sorcerer god was very surprised. This speed of improvement was too fast. Is this a special talent given by the God-fiend parts? The sorcerer god thought. His talent in space and time was also given by his eyes. I have underestimated you. The sorcerer god admitted this. After Xianxu's space law improved, the pressure on him to deal with the sorcerer god's long-distance attacks was reduced. If that's the case, the sorcerer god's voice was low, and the vortex in his gold and silver eyes spun faster. A god-fiend aura surged out from his eyes. His eyes seemed to transform into the sun and moon, dazzling. At this moment, he had already decided to use the true power of the God-fiend King's eyes to end everything, but at this moment, his eyes flickered with a strange glow, before a series of strange scenes appeared in front of him. The scene in the picture did not exist anywhere in this place, but rather, it came from the future. The God-fiend King's eyes had the ability to foresee danger and predict the future. This was also the reason why the sorcerer god could escape from danger many times. Danger. At this moment, the sorcerer god's eyes once again predicted danger. He saw himself attacking Xianxu with all his strength. The true power of the God-fiend King's eyes was enough to crush a peak-second firmament, but Xianxu had used an even more powerful trump card to block the all-out attack of the God-fiend King's eyes. That was the strongest physique in the universe, the primal chaos God-fiend body. He also saw that the high-level members of the Ghost King Palace would soon arrive, including a superior god. Finally, he saw the vague figure of a winged race member. With every breath that passed, the sense of danger increased. The sorcerer god's eyes dimmed and he closed them. Shua, the sorcerer god turned around and teleported, disappearing from sight. In the God's Fall mountain range, Xianxu was stunned for a moment. Why did he leave? Such a sudden change caught him off guard. But then, Xianxu thought of some information about the sorcerer god. Although he wasn't sure, many supreme elders believed that the God-fiend King's eyes gave him the ability to predict the future. Did the sorcerer god predict that he wouldn't be able to take away my God-fiend parts? Xianxu really wanted to know how he would make the sorcerer god fail in the end. But then, he felt that something was wrong. Even if the sorcerer god predicted that he wouldn't be able to succeed, he could still change his strategy. Retreat. At this moment, Xianxu's Heart of Eternity also felt a faint sense of danger. Shua, he also used spatial teleportation and disappeared in an instant. The sudden end of a god-level battle on the God's Fall mountain range left all the spectators dumbfounded. What happened? Why did they stop fighting? As for the reason, no one knew. Gui Lianchen had just received a message from the high-level members of the Ghost King Palace that he would arrive in 30 breaths. He was still smiling when he suddenly found that the sorcerer god and Xianxu had disappeared. No one noticed that there was a figure of a winged race member in a dark corner of the God's Fall mountain range. It seems that the eyes of the primal chaos god-fiend king have discovered my existence. These eyes are really troublesome. The winged race member walked out. He was Heavenly God Flag, who had once teamed up with Patriarch Blackvine to fight against Xianxu in the territory of the Wood Race. However, he later encountered a mysterious black mist and his body was taken over, becoming someone else's vessel. He was no longer the Heavenly God Flag from before. Before, the sorcerer god had been chasing after Heavenly God Flag. He purposely lured the sorcerer god to the God's Fall mountain range so that the two possessors of the God-fiend parts would fight and he would be the one to reap the benefits. However, at the last moment, the God-fiend king's eyes saw the future and stopped the battle. Whoosh, heavenly god flag turned into an illusory black shadow and flew away. 30 breaths later, the high-level members of the Ghost King Palace arrived. Many Unity Heaven State mighty figures appeared. Among them, the leader of the Silver Soul race was shrouded in endless black mist and exuded an aura that shocked all the gods and ghosts in the world. When one looked at him, their heart would instinctively worship him. He was the Grand Elder of the Ghost King Palace, a Unity Heaven State higher god. Apart from the Ghost King Palace, many other forces in the Silver Soul race's territory also rushed over. There were even foreign forces that planned to infiltrate the Silver Soul race to gather information. Conduct a comprehensive search. If you discover the Sorcerer God and that human, immediately report to me. The Grand Elder of the Ghost King Palace left a few words and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Not long after the Sorcerer God left the God's Fall mountain range, he sensed an enemy chasing after him. This familiar feeling allowed him to immediately guess the enemy's identity. Your goal is also the God-fiend parts? The Sorcerer God asked. At this moment, he understood that the winged race member had purposely lured him to the God's Fall mountain range. Following this deduction, it was not difficult to discover the other party's true goal. Whoosh, an illusory dark beam of light chased after the Sorcerer God. The figure of a winged race member could be faintly seen within. It was the heavenly god flag. You are very smart, but unfortunately, you are not smart enough. The best choice for you is to obediently hand over the God-fiend parts. The heavenly god flag smiled. That human also has the God-fiend parts. Why didn't you attack him? The Sorcerer God was very curious. If the heavenly god flag's goal was really the God-fiend parts, then Xianxia had 3 of them. Wasn't that even more attractive? Hee, you have chased me for so long. Do you really think I don't care? The heavenly god flag sneered. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and a bone-chilling killing intent appeared. This killing intent was intense and pure, as if it had experienced endless slaughter. Dark black mist gushed out from his body and circled around him, forming a mysterious picture. The heavenly god flag's aura suddenly soared. Evil, darkness, destruction, and other terrifying auras exuded from his body. A mighty and domineering figure appeared behind him, looking down on all things in the world. Just, who are you? At this moment, the Sorcerer God's expression became extremely grave. Even his eyes were unable to see through the heavenly flag god. After Xianxia left the God's Fall mountain range, he met up with Meng Qingyun and the Blood Race ancestor at the fastest speed possible. Kaiser Blood, you're back. The Blood Tribe Patriarch said excitedly. In fact, he found it hard to believe that Xianxia had really escaped from the hands of the witch god. Xianxia did not explain further. It was better for him to leave the Silver Soul race immediately. News of the great battle at the God's Fall mountain range and the divinity and demon body parts had already spread out. The entire Silver Soul race was shaken, and even some Heaven Unity Realm masters that had been in seclusion all year round appeared. Their goal was the divinity and demon body parts. But Xianxia had 3 fiend god spare parts in his possession, enough to make high gods go crazy. So, the 3 of them immediately left this place. The Silver Soul race's territory was vast, and Xianxia and the others couldn't openly use the teleportation formation here, so they couldn't leave in a short period of time. They tried their best to travel through sparsely populated areas. In the process, they almost encountered the Silver Soul race's heavenly body integration stage experts 3 times. Although the enemy might only be at the first heaven of the Unity Heavenly Realm, given their strength, they didn't need to worry about them at all. But once his whereabouts were exposed, it would be at least 10 times more difficult to leave the Silver Soul race. One day, Xianxia's Heart of Eternity suddenly sensed something. In the distance, there were God-fiend parts. Is it the Sorcerer God? Xianxia thought to himself that there was an 80% chance of this happening. The Sorcerer God's eyes have an unimaginable vision. At the same time, he has the ability to predict danger. The route he chose should be relatively safe. Meng Qingyun said. The Sorcerer God had been assassinated many times, but he had managed to escape each time by relying on the power of the God Demon King's eyes. If we follow him, it will be easier for us to lead the Silver Soul race. Qinyu knew what Meng Qingyun meant. But correspondingly, they would have to face the dangerous existence of the sorcerer god. The reason why Meng Qingyun made this suggestion was because he saw that Qinyu had returned smoothly after his battle with the sorcerer god. He believed that Qinyu had the ability to stand up to the sorcerer god. Qinyu fell into deep thought. In fact, he was at a disadvantage in the previous battle. If he were to fight with the sorcerer god again, he would not have much confidence. However, now that they had alarmed the Silver Soul race, it was impossible for the sorcerer god to fight with Qinyu here. If both sides were injured, wouldn't the Silver Soul race benefit? At the very least, facing the sorcerer god was better than facing the gods of the Silver Soul race. Qinyu felt that he could still follow behind the sorcerer god and lead the Silver Soul race safely. Moreover, he was relying on the Heart of Eternity's senses to determine the sorcerer god's approximate location. The two of them were far apart, so the sorcerer god might not be able to detect them. Follow me. Subsequently, Qinyu relied on the weak senses of the Heart of Eternity to keep a distance from the sorcerer god and followed behind him. The process was relatively smooth, and there were no accidents or dangers along the way. This proved that following the sorcerer god was the right choice. 10 days later. We'll be able to lead the Silver Soul race in a few hours. Qinyu thought. The Blood Race Patriarch was extremely excited. This matter was too big, and danger lurked everywhere. He just wanted to return to Blood God Island as soon as possible. However, along the way, the Heart of Eternity's senses suddenly began to weaken. This proved that the sorcerer god had sped up and was leaving the range of the Heart of Eternity's senses. Qinyu and the others also sped up, but they were still shaken off by the sorcerer god in the end. However, it did not affect them much. They would be able to lead the Silver Soul race soon. It was better that the sorcerer god had left. I still let him escape. The heavenly flag god stood proudly in the void, dark light swirling around his body. He exuded an astonishing killing aura like a god of death. He fought with the sorcerer god for more than 10 days. During this process, he had the upper hand and had been chasing after the sorcerer god. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. The sorcerer god's strength could be said to be invincible at the second heaven. Even peak second heaven cultivators were no match for him, but the heavenly flag god could chase after him. Not only that, but the heavenly flag god had once forced the sorcerer god into a corner and even killed him. I miscalculated. I spent so much energy, but I failed in the end. The heavenly flag god's expression darkened, and the cold killing intent around him became even more intense. He snorted coldly and threw away one of his injured limbs, which still had the aura of the Diablo Precantator race. He had almost killed the sorcerer god and obtained the god-fiend monarch's eyes. He had failed in his first battle after his resurrection. This made the heavenly flag god extremely furious. At the same time, he had learned his lesson. He would not be careless in his next actions, and he would not fail again. Right at this moment, the heavenly flag god sensed that an outsider was approaching. Qinyu? The heavenly flag god searched through his memories and recognized the newcomer. On the other side, Qinyu's divine sense had also discovered the heavenly flag god. He was momentarily stunned. He had followed behind the sorcerer god to avoid other dangers and lead the Silver Soul race. How did he encounter the winged race's heavenly flag god? Qinyu had some impression of this second heaven cultivator. Back in the wood race, they had fought before. After Qinyu killed Patriarch Blackvine, the heavenly flag god had been scared away. Could it be that the winged race tracked me here? Qinyu scratched his head and guessed. He had killed many heaven integration stage cultivators from the evil Cloud Palace and had already become enemies with the winged race. His hatred for the heavenly flag god was even deeper. After all, the heavenly flag god was the grand elder of the evil Cloud Palace. Since I've encountered you, I'll kill you. Qinyu was decisive in his actions. Swoosh, Qinyu transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the heavenly flag god. His divine sense merged into heaven and earth, forming a vast pressure. Divine power surged out from his body, and he transformed into a white tiger that shone with golden light. This white tiger holy beast was created from divine power. With Qinyu's current cultivation level, he could easily crush second heaven cultivators. I spared your life, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. The heavenly flag god's eyes were bone-chilling. In reality, if he hadn't attacked the sorcerer god and attacked Qinyu instead, he would have had a greater chance of winning. Boom, he pointed a finger, and a black light that could shatter everything erupted from his fingertip. It was domineering, ferocious, evil, and ancient. The white tiger holy beast was directly pulverized by the power of this finger. Huh? Qinyu exclaimed in surprise. The heavenly flag god was even weaker than Patriarch Black Ting. However, the power displayed by the heavenly flag god was more than twice that of Patriarch Black Ting. The dark and evil aura emanating from his body was very familiar to Qinyu, as if he had seen it somewhere before. At the same time, a strong sense of disgust welled up in his heart. A layer of protection appeared around his body, blocking the remaining power of the heavenly flag god's attack. You're not the heavenly flag god. Who are you? Qinyu asked with furrowed brows. Aside from the fact that this person looked identical to the heavenly flag god, there was no other resemblance. Kukuku, you don't need to know that. I only have one question for you now. Are you willing to become my loyal servant? A sinister smile appeared on the heavenly flag god's face as his aura soared. There was a hint of indifference in his eyes, and he appeared to be unfathomable. His divine sense burst forth, instantly taking over heaven and earth and intimidating all living beings. What a powerful Soul Dao power! Qinyu's heart jolted with shock. The heavenly flag god's soul foundation was most likely not inferior to that of the sorcerer god. Qinyu was sure that the heavenly flag god before him was not the winged tribe being that he had once known. Instead, it had been replaced by someone else. If you become my servant, the benefits you will receive will exceed the total value of the 3 god-fiend body parts on you. The heavenly flag god continued with a haughty and arrogant attitude. Meng Qingyun and the blood tribe patriarch were both shocked. Who was this person? How did he know that Qinyu had 3 god-fiend body parts on him? From the heavenly flag god's words and the powerful Soul Dao power, they couldn't help but speculate that the heavenly flag god might have been possessed by a mighty figure and that mighty figure was most likely a higher god when it was alive. Higher gods were the paramount beings of the origin world. They ruled over entire tribes and decided the fates of billions of living beings. Becoming the servant of a higher god was definitely not something to be ashamed about. Furthermore, from the heavenly flag god's words, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Instead, he really did have that kind of confidence. Humph, you think you can fool me with just this? You're only putting up a strong front. When I kill you, I'll also receive quite a lot of benefits. Qinyu harumphed coldly. His ancestral bloodline could tell that the heavenly flag god's blood essence was extremely weak. The power of the god-fiend monarch skull had enhanced his divine sense, allowing Qinyu to see that the heavenly flag god's divine sense was also extremely weak on the inside. Just as his voice trailed off, Qinyu activated his 4 symbols divine body, and the power of the god-fiend head parts was also activated. His aura erupted forth and broke through the heavenly flag god's might. The god-fiend head projection opened its cavernous mouth and engulfed all things. All of the heavenly flag god's power was engulfed into the god-fiend head's cavernous mouth. His expression was extremely dark. After battling the sorcerer god for over 10 days, he had naturally expended a lot of energy. He could only unleash 40 to 50% of his power at most, so he was indeed no match for Qinyu. After failing to fool him, the heavenly flag god decisively retreated. You'll regret this. The heavenly flag god spread its wings and transformed into a streak of black light that flew into the distance. At this moment, it exploded forth with astonishing speed and disappeared in an instant. Qinyu didn't give chase. The heavenly flag god was simply too fast, and he might not be able to catch up. Furthermore, it was better to leave this place first. The heavenly flag god has clearly just experienced a huge battle, and his blood essence, consciousness, and divine power have all been greatly depleted. He's currently in a weakened state. Could it be that the person battling him is the sorcerer god? Qinyu's heart sank slightly, and he gradually became certain of this answer. After all, the Heart of Eternity had clearly sensed the god-fiend parts earlier. The opponent was the sorcerer god, and the heavenly flag god had actually won. Qinyu couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath. This heavenly flag god was far too terrifying. Just who was it? Qinyu and the others set aside their suspicions and flew away. They left the Silver Soul race in less than half a day, and they were slightly safer now. Where should they go next? The third Godfiend part could pretty much be eliminated. Apart from these 3 slightly reliable clues, there were still dozens of other clues, but almost all of them were unreliable. Even if they searched through all the clues, they might not find anything. Kaiser Blood, aren't you going back to Blood God Island? The Blood Race Patriarch asked. He wanted to return to Blood God Island now. Blood God Island? Ever since Xianxia became Kaiser Blood, he hadn't gone back. As a powerful race that had once dominated the world, the Blood race couldn't be underestimated even though they had fallen to such a pitiful state. Perhaps the Blood race had related clues. They could also ask the Blood race Great Prophet to help Xianxia with divination. Then let's go back to Blood God Island. Xianxia made up his mind, and the 3 of them set off. It was also a long way from the Blood God Island. Xianxia took out an ancient boat, concealed it in the void, and flew away on its own. He entered the internal space of the Darkwood Pearl and began to cultivate in seclusion. The incident with the Wood race and the Silver Soul race further exposed Xianxia. Others might not know that he had 3 Fiend God parts, but they should be able to confirm that he had more than one. In the eyes of many races, Xianxia had a weaker cultivation base than other Fiend God parts owners, and he had multiple Fiend God parts. In the entire main world, anyone who wanted to steal Fiend God parts would target Xianxia. The appearance of the Sorcerer God and the Divine Flag God also gave him a certain amount of pressure. The Sorcerer God had the eyes of the Fiend God, so he was more likely to find Xianxia than ordinary people. As for the Divine Flag God, he was mysterious, but he could not be underestimated since he could force the Sorcerer God to such an extent. I can't relax for a moment before I get the 4th Fiend God part. Xianxia shook his head and warned himself. Once he got the 4th Fiend God part, his cultivation and strength would greatly increase, even surpassing the level of the Sorcerer God. His safety would naturally be guaranteed. For now, it was far from enough. At the very least, Xianxia had to break through to the 2nd heaven. But even with his talent, the chaotic body, and cultivation resources at all costs, it was difficult for his cultivation to reach the 2nd heaven in a short time. Every step in the heavenly combination realm was too difficult, so difficult that some people could not advance even one step in their entire lives. What Xianxia could do now was to seize the time and improve his cultivation and strength as soon as possible. First, Xianxia sorted out the gains from the previous battle. This time, he did not kill any heavenly combination realm experts, so he did not gain any resources. But he gained a lot in other aspects. The battle with the Sorcerer God made him understand the use of precise control of Fiend God parts. Now that Xianxia had found the trick, he only needed to continue to familiarize himself with it. One day, he would be able to control the power of Fiend God parts at will like the Sorcerer God. By then, Xianxia would definitely be much stronger than the Sorcerer God. Next, Xianxia took out the God-suppressing seal of Magnet, which was the biggest gain of the trip. The quality of this divine artifact was above average among the 2nd grade. Due to its high grade, when Xianxia obtained it, he couldn't use its power as he wished. Even so, as strong as the Ghost King Palace Master was, he was defeated by the God-suppressing seal of Magnetic. The God-suppressing seal of Magnet combined magnetism and gravity perfectly. It could help suppress enemies and weaken attacks. In addition, the God-suppressing seal of Magnet could also apply magnetic force and gravity to itself to increase its weight. Its power was infinite when it attacked head-on. This was a very flexible 2nd grade divine artifact. If it could be used flexibly, it would be of great value. Xianxia spent some time familiarizing himself with the drill. After that, he began to cultivate in seclusion. Xianxia's comprehension of the laws had been steadily increasing, and his level was relatively high. This was especially true for the space laws, which had reached the 2.5 layer. He didn't need to spend too much time on it. Therefore, he focused all his energy on the art of the chaotic world. Now that the divine body of 4 symbols had reached its peak, the art of the chaotic world had become his main cultivation method. This cultivation method had 3 levels, and Xianxia had cultivated it to the 1st level, which was very close to the consummation. After cultivating in the Darkwood Pearl for 3 years, and consuming a huge amount of precious materials and resources, Xianxia's cultivation had improved a little, and he was one step closer to the 2nd heaven. At this time, he stopped and planned to cultivate the related combat skills in the art of the chaotic world. The power of the art of the chaotic world was beyond doubt. No one at the same level as Xianxia could compete with the divine power he had condensed. So the combat skills contained in this cultivation method must also be unparalleled. Before, Xianxia was just anxious to improve his cultivation, so he didn't dabble in it. In the first level of the art of the chaotic world, the combat skills that can be cultivated include the Divine Palm of Chaos, Divine Spirit Guardian, and other combat skills. Xianxia flipped through the relevant information. There were many secret combat skills of various sizes, and he didn't have the energy to learn them all. He could only choose the powerful combat skills that were representative. The Divine Palm of Chaos was an offensive combat skill. It could fully display the characteristics of the divine power of chaos, and its power would more than double. The Divine Spirit Guardian was a defensive combat skill, and it was of a higher level. At present, Xianxia could only start to comprehend it. If he wanted to achieve anything, he needed to reach the second level of the art of the chaotic world. But this defensive combat skill made Xianxia very much look forward to it. Once it was cultivated, it could mold the divine power of chaos into a guardian spirit, which had simple independent thinking and could block all attacks from all directions. At the same time, the Divine Spirit Guardian could also devour some specific energy and transform it to Xianxia, increasing Xianxia's strength. This was a defensive combat skill, and it also had auxiliary abilities. Next, Xianxia mainly cultivated the Divine Palm of Chaos. The power of this palm technique was overbearing, and it could destroy all things with one palm. It was not easy. The space inside the dark wood bead was narrow and not suitable for practicing combat skills, so Xianxia entered the inner world of his heart. Here, he could practice without worry. Half a year later, Xianxia had just mastered the Divine Palm of Chaos. Buzz, the five-colored divine power of chaos in Xianxia's palm fluctuated, constantly condensing in his palm, forming a sphere dozens of feet in size. Sometimes it expanded, sometimes it shrank. 5 different kinds of divine power of laws fluctuated, wreaking havoc in all directions. However, as Xianxia struck out with his palm, his vast chaos divine energy instantly transformed into a massive dark palm that covered the sky. It was 2,000 zhang in size, and it covered the sky as a violent aura swept out in all directions. Boom, the divine palm of chaos rushed out, tyrannical and disdainful, as if it wanted to crush all things, and its momentum shook the sky. This palm hit the ground, instantly stirring up waves of dust, the earth cracked, and its power covered a radius of 100 miles. When the dust dissipated, there was a huge pit thousands of feet long, bottomless, on the ground, with a blurry palm shape on the edge. What an overbearing palm technique! Xianxia felt the power of this palm and sighed in his heart. If he faced the Ghost King Palace Master again, this palm would be enough to break his Sunluo ghost prison, which surprised him. Xianxia still needed more practice to master the combat skills, and there was still room for improvement in the power of the Divine Palm of Chaos. We're almost at the Blood God Island. Xianxia left the inner world of his heart and came to the ancient boat. There was an endless sea all around, and even some figures of the Sea Clan could be seen, but the ancient boat had the ability to fly stealthily, so no one could see Xianxia. Blood Kaiser, will reach the Blood God Island in about 6 hours. The ancestor of the Blood clan walked out and said respectfully. Xianxia nodded slightly. Back then, in order to get what the Eternal Heart desired, he tried every means to sneak into the Blood God Island. In the end, he obtained the blood of the ancestor and became the leader of the Blood clan, but he did not live up to his name. But now, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the first heaven, and according to the ancestor of the Blood clan, the strongest person on the Blood God Island was the 13th generation ancestor, who was also at the peak of the first heaven. That meant that Xianxia's cultivation was already at the peak of the Blood God Island. Suddenly, Xianxia and the ancestor of the Blood clan felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a mysterious array power in front of them. This is already the territory of the Blood God Island. I don't remember there being an array here, and this array doesn't seem to be the Blood clan's, the ancestor of the Blood clan murmured. Maybe he was overthinking. After all, as the ancestor of the Blood clan, he would usually be in seclusion and would not care about such trivial matters. When the ancient boat flew past, there was a sudden fluctuation of the array in the void, and it shone with a white light, then quickly disappeared. a few thousand miles away. On the blue sea, there were a few crystal palaces floating, and there was a sudden surge of strong aura coming from them. The array is reacting, it must be the Blood Clan trying to escape. We have to stop them. Inside the crystal palaces, most of the sea clans were from the Shark Tooth race, and this was also a temporary stronghold of the Shark Tooth race. At the entrance of a majestic palace, there was an elder of the Shark Tooth race floating in midair, looking into the distance with his cold and dignified eyes. Elder Shu, according to the array's reaction, it's not the Blood Clan trying to escape, it's an intruder. A formation master stood at the side respectfully. Oh? This is already the territory of the Blood Clan, and normal people would not be able to enter. Then, the intruder must be a Blood Clan member hiding outside, trying to return to the Blood God Island. The elder of the Shark Tooth race had a confident expression. In addition, according to the fluctuations of the array, the intruder's cultivation should be extremely high. The array master said. Again. His array couldn't accurately detect the intruder's cultivation, and there was another possibility, which was that the intruder's cultivation was too high, beyond the range of the array's ability. If that's the case, then I will personally take action. The elder of the Shark Tooth race grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and a cold murderous aura spread out. The array master beside him trembled and knelt on the ground under the pressure of the Shark Tooth race elder. Men, come with me to capture the Blood Clan traitor alive. He instantly flew into the sky, stood above the heads of the ocean race, and gave the order. Seeing that Elder Shu was going to take action personally, the ocean race members all responded. A moment later, Elder Shu led a team of 10 and left. Elder Shu held an array flag in his hand that emitted a faint mist of light. There was a blood-colored dot on it, which was where the target was. So fast. Elder Shu frowned. The target's speed was very fast, almost the same as his. Could it be a demigod Blood Clan member? Elder Shu guessed. His cultivation was also a demigod, but he wasn't confident in facing a demigod Blood Clan member. However, it wasn't easy for him to take action personally. If he returned empty-handed, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Furthermore, he had brought close to 10 helpers with him, which was enough to crush a demigod Blood Clan member, after chasing with all his might for an hour. Elder Shu finally neared his target. It was an ancient boat that could fly through the void. If not for the array's power, even Elder Shu wouldn't have been able to discover it. This flying tool must be very valuable. Elder Shu's eyes flashed. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. It was only a flying tool that was fast, and the Blood Clan member inside might not be a demigod. Blood Clan traitor, where do you think you're going? Elder Shu roared. The waves below surged, and the entire world rippled. The icy water beneath Elder Shu's feet danced rapidly, causing his speed to increase explosively as he chased after the boat. Boom, without saying a word, Elder Shu struck out with his palm. Immediately, a vast and majestic turbulence of ice surged toward the small boat, covering the sky and covering the earth. Boom, the vast and majestic turbulent flow of ice covered the sky and covered the earth, causing the surrounding space to be covered in a layer of ice. The small boat that was flying through the air was attacked by the icy turbulence. In an instant, it was frozen in ice and stopped in midair. Elder Shu is indeed a demigod that has condensed divine power. The power of this attack is unparalleled under the heaven-combining realm. No matter how cunning the enemy is, they won't be able to escape from Elder Shu. The other oceanic race members that followed behind all fawned over him. Their words were a little exaggerated, but Elder Shu was very comfortable with them. Blood race thieves, you won't be able to return to Blood God Island. Surrender. Elder Shu calmly floated in the air, his demigod aura spreading in all directions. But then, Elder Shu realized that something was wrong. Although his attack had frozen the small boat, it hadn't been damaged in the slightest. It hadn't even broken the boat's defensive barrier. The boat's defensive capabilities were outstanding. Elder Shu's spiritual sense found 3 figures walking out of the small boat. One of them was an old man from the devouring blood race. 3 enemies? That wasn't a lot. Even if there was a demigod blood race member among them, they could easily deal with it. Elder Shu relaxed a little and looked ahead coldly. The 3 blood race members were all surprised. They clearly didn't know what had happened recently and didn't know how to deal with the enemy attack. "Why aren't you kneeling and begging for mercy before me?" Elder Shu's confidence soared. His aura rose, making him look majestic. But he suddenly noticed the expressions of the three people in the small boat rapidly change, especially the old man from the devouring blood race. He revealed a disdainful smile and looked at Elder Shu like he was an idiot. Courting death. Elder Shu was furious. He decided to teach these blood race members a lesson. Enormous divine power surged out from his back, causing the air to distort and the ocean to boil. It gradually turned into a torrent of ice that roared endlessly. The surrounding mysterious nether realm experts all retreated. The power of Elder Shu's all-out attack made them feel a trace of danger. Rumble, Elder Shu waved his hand, and the torrent of ice surged forward as if it wanted to swallow and bury everything. Suddenly, the old man from the blood-devouring clan took a step forward, and the ice surrounding the boat shattered. When the old man of the blood-devouring clan walked out, an extremely oppressive and terrifying aura spread out, causing all the creatures nearby to be frightened and want to worship him. How dare a mere half-deity act so presumptuously? The Blood Tribe's patriarch shouted coldly. His divine soul will shook the heavens. Elder Shu's soul consciousness was shaken by the blood race's patriarch's divine soul attack. His body swayed as he flew backward. The Blood Tribe's progenitor unleashed a shocking aura that shattered the icy current and swept the surroundings with a frosty gale. For a time, Elder Shu and the other members of the sea race were affected by the ice storm. They were all frozen into ice sculptures, the cold biting into their bones. God! Elder Shu suddenly came to his senses and shivered involuntarily. This must be a god. Otherwise, how could his full-powered attack be broken so easily? Under the power of the body, none of the members of the sea race could resist. They didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Weren't all the divine realms of the blood race staying on the Blood God Island? Why was his luck so bad? The first time he went to capture the blood race, he encountered a heaven-merging realm. The other members of the sea race all had ashen faces. They had come here to curry favor with Elder Shu, but they had encountered an enemy divine realm. A demigod of the sea race personally attacked the blood race? The blood race's patriarch asked. Although the blood race had conflicts with the surrounding sea race, it wasn't this intense. It was rare to see a mysterious dark realm expert, let alone a demigod. This? Lord, please spare me. I was just following orders. Elder Shu didn't know what to say. The blood race's patriarch didn't plan on asking anything. He floated closer and wanted to search his soul. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Everything will be clear once we return to the Blood God Island. Chen Yu spoke. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing before returning to the blood race. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he had to deal with it as soon as possible. Yes, Blood Kaiser. The blood race's patriarch nodded. Elder Shu was shocked when he heard the words Blood Kaiser. That was the title of the blood race's patriarch. He didn't expect the man in black to be the blood race's patriarch. As the patriarch of the blood race, his strength had to be at least at the heaven fusion realm. Otherwise, how could he convince the others? Those who were qualified to follow the blood race's patriarch should also be at the heaven fusion realm. In other words, the three enemies in front of him were all at the heaven fusion realm. Elder Shu was completely dumbfounded. He must have had 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. The blood race's patriarch didn't waste any time. The law of blood fluctuated, forming a blood-red whirlpool around him that engulfed all the blood race members and sucked all their blood and life force. The demigod, Elder Shu, was killed by the blood race's patriarch without any resistance. Whoosh, Chen Yu controlled the ancient boat and moved at full speed. Its speed was at the heaven fusion realm. They arrived at the Blood God Island an hour later. At this moment, the Blood God Island also activated its defensive array, and there were guards patrolling the area. Who is it? The moment Chen Yu and the others appeared, they attracted the attention of all the guards, and many blood race members quickly gathered. The blood race's patriarch didn't waste any time and directly released the aura of the devouring blood race. The devouring blood race was the royal family of the blood race, and they were above all the other blood race members. The aura of their bloodline instantly intimidated everyone. Devouring blood race. All the guards panicked for a moment. They had solemn expressions and didn't act rashly. The blood race's patriarch frowned. They were still wary of him even after he released the aura of the devouring blood race. At this moment, a dark red light flew over from afar and turned into a devouring blood race member with a dark red body. He said, "The Patriarch has personally ordered that any blood race member entering the Blood God Island must go through a strict inspection. The devouring blood race is no exception. Since you are a member of the devouring blood race, show your identity and let me identify you." "Show my identity?" The blood race's patriarch snorted disdainfully. However, he could also see that there was something wrong with the blood race. If he wanted to enter, he would have to prove his identity. Moreover, the blood race's patriarch was no longer a member of the blood race in name. Seeing the blood race's patriarch's disdainful expression, the blood race's patriarch's eyes darkened and he was about to order his capture. In the next moment, the blood race's patriarch transformed into his true form of the devouring blood race. A monster that looked like a dragon and a snake flew into the sky with a shocking aura. This. Patriarch? The blood race's patriarch was instantly dumbfounded. His voice trembled and his bloodline trembled. The other blood race members nearby knelt in midair and worshipped the blood race's patriarch. "Do we still need to check?" The blood race's patriarch asked coldly. No need. Please come in, patriarch." The blood race's patriarch wiped his cold sweat and changed his attitude greatly. He bowed. Although the inspection order was issued by the patriarch, he didn't dare to check the blood race's joint heaven realm patriarch. Humph. Snorting coldly in displeasure, the blood ancestor turned to look at Xianxia. Only then did his expression soften, and he revealed a smile. He was about to speak when Xianxia sent him a voice transmission. "There's no need to reveal my identity." The blood race's patriarch nodded and landed on the Blood God Island with Xianxia and Meng Qingyun. "Patriarch, these two." The blood race's patriarch looked at Xianxia and Meng Qingyun. He didn't need to check the blood race's patriarch, but these two were obviously humans and shouldn't be allowed on the Blood God Island. "They're my friends. Do you have a problem with that?" The blood race's patriarch's eyes flickered and a cold aura spread out. "No, I don't dare." The blood race's patriarch completely admitted defeat, but he had a higher opinion of these two humans. To be friends with the blood race's patriarch, they must be at least demigods. The Blood God Island's sacred city. When the blood race's patriarch's aura spread out, many of the upper echelons of the blood race were alarmed, including the blood race's patriarch. Soon, the blood race's patriarch and several upper echelons appeared. They were shocked when they saw the blood race's patriarch. "Isn't this the patriarch who left the Blood God Island? Why did he come back?" The blood race's patriarch was a little embarrassed when he saw the upper echelons of the blood race. He was the one who left and was no longer a member of the blood race. Now, he came back on his own. The patriarch and the other upper echelons didn't care about this. They were eager for the patriarch to return. Why would they care about what happened in the past? "Welcome back, patriarch." The patriarch and the other upper echelons bowed. The blood race's patriarch's expression softened. It seemed that the blood race still attached great importance to him. "Patriarch, may I know who these two are?" The patriarch asked. It was a difficult time for the blood race and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. They could ignore the sudden return of the blood race's patriarch, but they had to go through the procedures for these two humans. As long as there was anything suspicious, they must be expelled or even killed. "These two are this old man's friends," the blood race's patriarch said. "Progenitor, please allow us to investigate your two friends. Otherwise, please ask them to leave the Blood God Island," the patriarch said calmly. "How dare you?" the blood race's patriarch shouted. "Let them investigate," Xianxia suddenly said. However, before the upper echelons of the blood race approached, he released a weak aura of the ancestor's bloodline. In an instant, the bloodlines of all the upper echelons of the blood race trembled. They felt fear from the depths of their blood. The next moment, Xianxia retracted his bloodline. "You are," the blood race patriarch stared at Xianxia and had an answer in his mind. He ordered, "All of you, leave." Then, he said to Xianxia solemnly, "Please come in." The blood race patriarch's bloodline was extremely dense. He could sense the ancestor's aura of the blood race and guessed Xianyu's identity. He was smart. He knew that Xianyu didn't want to expose his identity, so he didn't point it out. After that, Xianyu and the others followed the upper echelons of the blood race into the sacred city. A core meeting was held in the central hall of the sacred city. The ordinary elders of the blood race couldn't participate in this meeting. Only the core members came. When they saw the blood race's patriarch, they immediately understood. The return of the blood race's patriarch was reasonable. "Greetings, patriarch. Patriarch, you're finally back." The core members all bowed to the blood race's patriarch. In an instant, it became a welcoming party for the blood race's patriarch. However, all the blood race members were observing Xianyu and Meng Qingyun. They didn't know what was going on with the two humans that the blood race's patriarch brought. The return of the blood tribe's patriarch was a joyous occasion for the blood tribe. With an additional heaven integration stage expert, the overall strength of the blood tribe would increase. "Patriarch, ever since you left, the conflict between our clan and the Shark-Tooth clan has grown more and more intense. Now, it has reached the point where war is about to break out." A high-ranking member of the blood clan who was somewhat related to the ancestor of the blood clan sighed. "I see." The vampire ancestor nodded. He understood why he had been attacked by the marine race. At the same time, he was furious. The vampire race had declined to such an extent that even a puny shark-tooth race dared to bully them. He couldn't help but glance at Xianyu. Given Xianyu's potential, he definitely had a chance of becoming a high god. But now, many immortal state warriors in the main world wanted to snatch the parts of gods and demons, and they had set Xianyu as their target. As long as Xianyu could successfully overcome this crisis and become a high god, who would dare to bully the vampires? Great Prophet. At the entrance of the hall, a few high-ranking members of the blood clan's divination lineage slowly walked in. They were led by an elderly vampire in a simple robe. He held a snake-shaped staff in his hand and had a vertical pupil on his forehead. He was none other than the Great Prophet of the blood tribe. Even the Great Prophet has come. Some of the higher-ups were shocked. The Great Prophet's status in the clan was extremely high, only below that of the clan leader. Generally speaking, the Great Prophet would not participate in such meetings. It seemed that the ancestor of the blood tribe was indeed very influential. "Welcome back, ancestor." The Great Prophet bowed slightly toward the blood tribe patriarch. Then, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and his gaze finally stopped on Xianyu. His eyes were filled with deep meaning, and he bowed respectfully once more. The Great Prophet's salutations toward the human had already surprised the vampires. Moreover, they had sensed that the Great Prophet's attitude toward this human was even more respectful than the vampire patriarch's. Does this person have a great background? No one questioned the Great Prophet's actions. They believed that everything the Great Prophet did had a reason. Suddenly, whoosh, a figure of the blood-devouring clan appeared in the majestic, blood-red hall. A faint aura of death spread from his body, making him look like a living dead. This person's appearance plunged the hall into darkness. Many of the blood race's bloodlines froze as they felt a great pressure. "Patriarch." Many of the higher-ups were shocked. Another patriarch had appeared. The blood race had declined and had yet to produce a heavenly fusion expert. Normally, a cultivator at the first level of the heaven fusion state could live up to 100,000 years, but the immortal state ancestral patriarchs of the blood race could live up to 100,000 years. Due to the special nature of vampires, they could extend their lifespans through special methods. However, they had always been sleeping underground and rarely came out. And now, even the patriarch had come out. "Greetings, ancestor." The higher-ups bowed again. Some of the higher-ups couldn't even remember which patriarch this was, but they still bowed respectfully. However, they were not done paying their respects. Whoosh, another blood tribe ancestor appeared. Something's not right. Some of the higher-ups were stunned and bewildered, but they still had to salute this ancestor who had just come out. Did this returning blood tribe ancestor really have such a great reputation to have two Heaven Confluence Realm ancestors here? Then, the blood breeds discovered something even more shocking. The immortal state warriors of the kindred greeted their patriarch and walked toward the black-robed man of the human clan. Whoosh! 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 Before the higher-ups of the blood tribe could react, 3 more blood tribe ancestors emerged from their slumber, including the 13th generation ancestor, who was the most powerful among them. This? Everyone gasped in shock. Some of the higher-ups had lived for so long, but they had never seen so many patriarchs at the same time. Greetings, ancestor. The higher-ups hurried to salute again. At the same time, they were frustrated that the patriarchs didn't come together. They felt a little numb and the scene was a little strange. At this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. All the blood tribe's patriarchs had shown up, but none of the higher-ups dared to speak. The leader of the kindred smiled and walked to Xianxia. I've gathered all of you to welcome the return of Kaiser Blood. Kaiser Blood? Kaiser Blood is back? The gazes of every vampire in the area immediately fell on Xianxia. The higher-ups who didn't know what was going on finally understood. The only person who could make the great prophet and all the immortal state warriors of the kindred come out to welcome him was Kaiser Blood. They all knew that Kaiser Blood was a human. Greetings, Kaiser Blood. At this moment, the top elites of the kindred gathered and knelt in front of Xianxia. Straightening his back, Xianxia wore a dignified expression as he looked at the bowing vampires. When he first became Kaiser Blood, none of the heavenly fusion state patriarchs of the kindred fully acknowledged Xianxia. Only one immortal state warrior came out and talked to Xianxia briefly. Now, no one objected to him being Kaiser Blood. The kindred stood up, unable to hide the excitement in their eyes. Although the kindred hid here, they had a well-developed intelligence network. The kindred had long known about Xianxia's incident. Therefore, most of the higher-ups of the kindred knew that Xianxia had reached the heavenly fusion state and had even obtained the parts of other godfiends. The scene calmed down and everyone sat down. Everyone knows about Kaiser Blood's current situation, so his identity must be kept a secret. The leader presided over the meeting. The higher-ups nodded seriously. Xianxia was indeed hiding his identity, but it was impossible for him to not tell anyone. Everyone present was the core of the kindred, so it was enough for them to know his identity. Kaiser Blood's return not only increased the overall strength of the kindred, but he was also a spiritual symbol of the kindred. Especially Xianxia's shocking speed of improvement and the potential he displayed, the kindred saw hope. Kaiser Blood's current situation is rather special, and he urgently needs to increase his strength. I suggest opening the ancestral lands treasury to help Kaiser Blood. What do you all think? The leader asked. After returning to the blood tribe, Xianxia indeed planned to use the resources here to quickly improve his cultivation. Although the kindred had declined, they were not to be underestimated. They were even more powerful than some intermediate gods. When he suggested this, the leader revealed the secret of the ancestral lands treasury. Opening the ancestral lands treasury? Some of the higher-ups were shocked. Everything is for Kaiser Blood. Kaiser Blood is the future of the kindred. Everything is for Kaiser Blood. After a simple discussion, all the higher-ups expressed their agreement. Kaiser Blood, the ancestral lands treasury, is the true foundation of the kindred. There are many treasures inside, and it is also a special place to aid in cultivation, the kindred patriarch explained to Xianxia through voice transmission. Every time the ancestral lands treasury is opened, a large price must be paid. According to the kindred patriarch, the treasures in the ancestral lands treasury were enough for the kindred to create a few heavenly combination realm experts in a short period of time. However, this didn't affect the overall situation. Not everyone was worth the kindred taking out their last trump card. The next meeting began to discuss the situation of the Shark-Tooth clan. The conflict between the Shark-Tooth clan and the kindred was so intense that it was almost at the point of war. The kindred had a deep foundation, and they could obtain fresh blood through war. They were not afraid of the Shark-Tooth clan. However, the Shark-Tooth clan had colluded with other marine race forces, and the marine race had a great advantage in the ocean. Therefore, the kindred didn't have much confidence in winning if war broke out. Xianxia didn't participate in the discussion about war. After the meeting, the patriarch and the patriarchs followed Xianxia to the ancestral lands treasury. Xianxia's previous residence was outside the ancestral lands, but he had never been there, so he didn't know that there was a treasury here. Inside the ancestral lands, everyone came to a cave with a tightly shut stone door. The stone door was carved with an ancient pattern of the devouring blood race. The 6 patriarchs of the kindred used a secret art at the same time and slowly opened the sealed stone door. It was pitch black inside, and an ancient aura rushed out. "Blood Kaiser, go in quickly," the patriarch reminded. Swoosh, Qinyu instantly moved and dashed into the stone door. He was trapped in endless darkness, and he walked for a long time before he saw a blood-colored light. Soon, Qinyu came to a vast land. The ground was reddish-purple, and there were plants everywhere. A blood moon hung in the pitch-black sky. This was the ancestral land's treasury. Before coming, Qinyu had heard the patriarch of the kindred talk about it. This was an independent small world, and it had cultivation effects similar to the heavenly quiet feather and the dark wood pearl. As for the treasures, they were scattered everywhere. Qinyu's divine sense quickly spread across the small world and grasped the situation. For example, 100 miles in front of him, there were 3 demon blood ancient trees, which were famous blood path divinity treasures. The fruits of the demon blood ancient trees contained a large amount of blood path essence. Not only could it improve the life of a god state, but it also had a chance to reactivate the bloodline and increase the purity of the bloodline. 1,200 miles to the left, there was a heavenly meteorite mine, which produced a divinity meteorite mine. 2,000 miles away, there was a ball of light floating in the air, which contained a heaven fusion state spirit pill. "So it's here," the patriarch of the ancestral bloodline said. "This place is a small secret realm that I once discovered. I then gave it to a branch as a treasure vault to store the spoils of war. I didn't expect it to exist until now. It's just that the treasures here are a bit too shabby." The patriarch of the ancestral bloodline sighed. Qinyu wasn't affected by the patriarch of the ancestral bloodline, so this treasure vault couldn't be compared to when the blood race was at its peak. For Qinyu, the treasures and cultivation resources here were extremely precious. The treasures in the interspatial dimension of Ancestor Black Vine, which he had killed, weren't even 1/5 of the treasures here. So, Qinyu turned into a streak of silver-white light and flew through the sky, searching for the treasures he needed. He planned to break through to the second heaven first. Qinyu flew 10,000 miles away, and 9 drops of dark purple liquid floated in the air, giving off a faint purple glow. Night Spirit God Dew contains the essence of heaven and earth. It can nourish the source of God and increase the cultivation speed of those at the heaven fusion realm. A joyful expression appeared on Qinyu's face. Right now, Night Spirit God Dew was an extremely rare cultivation resource. So, when the 9 drops of Night Spirit God Dew sensed Qinyu approaching, they released a powerful repulsive force that could send normal demigods flying. However, Qinyu wasn't affected at all. He quickly approached and took the 9 drops of Night Spirit God Dew with a wave of his hand. The Night Spirit God Dew was the first item. Qinyu continued to search for other treasures he needed. The treasury of the ancestral land had existed since ancient times. The treasures inside were not all from ancient times, but most of them were extremely old, and many of them were rare treasures of the present age. The divine Night Spirit Dew that Qinyu had obtained was one such treasure. He continued to search for the cultivation treasures he needed. At this time, Qinyu did not stand on ceremony. He took the best and improved his cultivation as soon as possible. It was unknown how long it had been since anyone had entered the treasury of the ancestral land. The treasures here had all developed intelligence and were wandering around. Some were hidden very well. But it was not difficult for Qinyu to search for them. He would definitely get what he fancied. Heavenly Blood Jade Dragon Fruit. Jade Crystal Spirit Source Ginseng. Qinyu consecutively obtained 2 extremely high-quality cultivation treasures and began to cultivate in seclusion. The Heavenly Blood Jade Dragon Fruit was a divine-level treasure that could improve one's life level and strengthen the body. The Jade Crystal Spirit Source Ginseng was completely focused on cultivation. These 2 treasures were close to 100,000 years old, and were cultivation treasures for middle gods. Together with the 9 drops of Divine Night Spirit Dew, these 3 divine-level treasures were enough for the time being. Now that Qinyu was the only one in the treasury of the ancestral land, he could find more if he ran out. The treasury of the ancestral land had a special ability to assist in cultivation, which was similar to the darkwood pearl. Moreover, the yuan qi here was denser, and it was a better place to cultivate than the darkwood pearl. Qinyu first took a drop of divine night spirit dew, and immediately felt a huge amount of essence of heaven and earth flow into his limbs and bones, nourishing his whole body and making it warm and cool. In the end, this energy reached the source of God through his meridians, causing the source of God, which was as vast as the sea of stars, to shine. Qinyu activated his chaotic body and the chaotic world technique, and felt that his cultivation efficiency had increased by 50 to 60%. It must be said that his current cultivation speed was already very astonishing, and it was very difficult to increase it by 10%. After using the divine night spirit dew to increase his cultivation speed, he took out the heavenly blood jade dragon fruit and the jade crystal spirit source ginseng to refine and absorb them. Half a year later, Qinyu used up these 3 treasures. He immediately got up and looked for other cultivation treasures. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. My cultivation is getting closer and closer to the second heaven. I might as well break through to the second heavenly layer in one go. Otherwise, I won't go out. Qinyu made up his mind. With such a top-notch cultivation ground, there were plenty of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He might as well go into seclusion for a long time and break through to the second heavenly layer. After breaking through to the second heaven, the biggest change was the transformation of his divine power. Qinyu cultivated the art of chaos world, and divine power was his advantage. Therefore, after breaking through, his improvement was far beyond that of ordinary people. Secondly, after a breakthrough in cultivation, there would be room for growth in other aspects. Qinyu's overall strength would increase by leaps and bounds, which would provide a greater guarantee for his safety. After making up his mind, he immediately began to make preparations to break through to the second heaven. Another 7 years passed. It failed. Qinyu opened his eyes and ended his seclusion. His cultivation was infinitely close to the second heaven, but it was difficult to take that last step. Maybe I'm too impatient and anxious to break through to the second heaven. This has become an obstacle for me. He came to a conclusion after thinking. The best way was to completely throw away this thought and let his mind rest for a period of time. When the time came, perhaps success would follow naturally and he would break through to the second heaven. Therefore, Qinyu focused his energy on other aspects. He strolled around the treasury of the ancestral land and found 2 space-type divine stones. He smiled. Just right, I can use them to improve the quality of the Void Sky Sacred Flame. The Void Sky Sacred Flame was a rare flame ranked 3rd on the True Fire Spirit Flame list. It was extremely powerful, but the requirements to improve its quality were very strict. These space-type divine stones were all materials that could be used to create spatial divine items. At this moment, Qinyu fed them to the Void Sky Sacred Flame. Following this, Qinyu's energy shifted to the cultivation of his soul, as well as the comprehension of laws and the cultivation of the battle techniques in the art of chaos world. The cultivation of the soul was the easiest way to calm the mind. The strength of Qinyu's soul had already surpassed that of an ordinary second heaven. This was all thanks to devouring the head of the God-fiend king. The soul Tao was not his forte, and Qinyu did not have high expectations. After appropriate cultivation, he turned to the study of laws. Time passed slowly. Qinyu had forgotten the time in the treasury of the ancestral land. Blood God Island. The great prophet stood quietly on a blood-red ancient tower, his eyes looking into the distance. Beside him was a middle-aged human, Meng Qingyun. During his time in the kindred, Meng Qingyun often came here to ask the great prophet some questions and learn the Fate Dao divination technique. He had stayed in the kindred for 5 years, and his Fate Dao divination technique had improved greatly. However, when he divined when Qinyu would come out of seclusion, not only did he not get any results, but he also suffered a backlash. Meng Qingyun was not surprised. After all, Qinyu had 3 God-fiend parts. Even the great prophet, who had the highest attainments in Fate Dao among the kindred, would not be able to divine it. 5 years have passed here. I wonder how long you has been in the treasury of the ancestral land. Meng Qingyun thought to himself. The flow of time in the 2 spaces was different. Great prophet, do you think you will succeed? Meng Qingyun could not help but ask. The success he was referring to was whether Qinyu would be able to protect the God-fiend parts, break through all obstacles, and become a high god. Only by becoming a high god would Qinyu not have to worry about any threats. Given his potential, he would definitely succeed. The key was whether he had the time and opportunity. This old man firmly believes that nothing can stop the Blood Kaiser. The great prophet smiled calmly. Meng Qingyun also smiled and did not ask further. Divining Qinyu's fate was extremely difficult, not to mention his future. In this universe, probably no one would know. At this moment, in the core of the holy city, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, shaking the surroundings. Enemy attack. The roar and the sound of war drums rang out. Are they here again? Meng Qingyun murmured. In the past 5 years, the conflict between the blood race and the shark tooth race had reached its peak. In the first battle, the two sides were evenly matched. In the second battle, the shark tooth race invited many reinforcements. The blood race retreated to Blood God Island and resisted stubbornly. The oceanic race attacked for 2 days and 2 nights without any results. Now, it was the third battle. In the sky, a dark red barrier suddenly spread out, covering the entire Blood God Island. The blood race has a formation like this. Even if they attack a few more times, they won't be able to break through. Meng Qingyun had some understanding of formations. The formation that covered the blood race was passed down from ancient times. Although it was broken, it was still extremely powerful. Even a mid-god would find it hard to break through. This was one of the blood race's trump cards. Even an ordinary mid-god might not have such a large-scale formation. Not necessarily. The oceanic race has already seen how powerful this formation is. If they dare to attack again, they must have some confidence. The great prophet sighed. Streaks of light flew out from the core of the holy city, along with many battleships. Facing the oceanic race, the blood race quickly gathered their forces and surrounded the entire Blood God Island. All the ancestors of the blood race also appeared. Among them, the 13th generation ancestor looked into the distance and laughed. Old monster sea shark, you will never be able to break through. Outside the barrier, there were countless figures of the oceanic race. In front of them were several oddly shaped and extraordinary battleships. On the battleship in the middle were the high-level experts of the shark tooth race. All of them wore stern expressions and surged with killing intent. Old blood ghost, come out and fight us fair and square if you can. When did the blood race become so cowardly? A thunderous roar rang out, and the sea shook violently, creating turbulent waves. The one who spoke was the patriarch of the shark tooth race, Sea Shark God. He had a head of white hair, a tall figure, and an aggressive aura. His cultivation had even reached the 2nd level of the combined heaven realm. Everyone, this is our 3rd attack on the Blood God Island. We must break through no matter what. Sea Shark God said to the other immortal realm experts beside him. These were the experts of the oceanic race that he had roped in. Listen to Sea Shark God. This time, our race has taken out the 3 furious mountain striking array. We must break through the array of the blood race. The other representatives of the oceanic race all expressed their opinions. Kill. Sea Shark's gloomy black eyes looked straight ahead as he gave the order. In an instant, the oceanic race from all directions attacked crazily. The protective array of the blood race shook and twisted, but it still held. The members of the blood race controlled the arrays to defend against the enemies. This time, the attacks of the oceanic race were even fiercer. They had taken out many trump cards. The blood race didn't dare to be careless and defended carefully. For the blood race, a successful defense was a kind of victory. They could obtain blood through battle and grow stronger through battle. So, an Emperor Lord of the Shark Tooth race flew onto the battleship and bowed to Sea Shark God. Lord, the situation doesn't look good. The power of the blood race's array is beyond our expectations. I'm afraid we won't be able to break it this time. He said respectfully. Trash. Sea Shark God's eyes darkened. The surroundings froze. The Emperor Lord of the Shark Tooth race was instantly confined on the spot, his body shivering. So, Sea Shark God's figure flickered and he instantly disappeared. Inside the battleship, inside a luxurious secret hall, a man in a yellow robe was casually lying on a throne and sipping from a cup. His other hand was holding a small purple fruit from a jade plate and tossing it into his mouth. This purple fruit was a rare treasure of the shark tooth race. It was called the deep sea divine fruit. It was very expensive and its grade was close to the divine grade. However, the man in the yellow robe ate it like it was a bean. As for the liquid in the wine cup, it was even rarer and more expensive. Swish, Sea Shark God suddenly appeared with a complicated expression. He wanted to say something but didn't. Hee hee? You still can't do anything to the blood race? The man in the yellow robe put down the wine cup and sneered. He took out 3 small flags. The flags were completely golden with a silver-gray flame pattern on them. I have a small array that can break arrays. I'll lend it to you for now. Sea Shark God took the flags and checked them with his divine consciousness. This mysterious man in the yellow robe had come here half a year ago and said he was willing to help them deal with the blood race. However, the shark tooth race had to agree to one of his requests. Sea Shark God couldn't see through him and didn't agree easily. But now, he accepted the man's help. After Sea Shark God left, the man in the yellow robe sat up straight and said gloomily, "Rumor has it that the origin of the blood race is related to the blood of the chaotic divine demon king. But why can't I sense any divine demon parts? Is the rumor false?" God Sea Shark returned to the battlefield. His appearance boosted the morale of the sea tribe experts. God Sea Shark was a middle god, the strongest expert on the sea tribe's side. Inside the formation, the 13th generation ancestral patriarch of the blood clan looked over with his murky eyes, mumbling, "What does this old shark want?" Even Sea Shark God couldn't break the blood clan's grand formation. But from Sea Shark God's expression, he saw a strong determination. Right after that, God Sea Shark waved his hand, and 3 small golden flags flew out. They formed a triangle and landed in front of the blood clan's formation. When the formation was activated, a golden aura accompanied by a powerful dragon might rose from the 3 flags, turning into a golden dragon nearly 3,000 meters long. Clouds and light surged around it. Neither the enemy nor the blood clan's side could see the formation. God Sea Shark believed that the man in the yellow robe wouldn't deceive him. He immediately urged the formation to attack. Roar! The huge golden dragon formed by the formation roared and spewed out a clump of gold and silver flames from its mouth, causing the surrounding space to distort. Puff! The gold and silver flame fell on the blood clan's formation, spreading and burning crazily. The power of the blood clan's formation was slowly devoured, and the formation twisted. Seeing this, the blood clan's members on Blood God Island immediately repaired the formation to resist the flame the golden dragon spewed. "This is the power of the Void Sky Sacred Flame," a senior member of the blood clan exclaimed. The Void Sky Sacred Flame ranked 3rd on the True Fire Spiritual Flame list. It was a special space flame that had a strong restraining effect on formations. Of course, the flame the golden dragon spewed was only a part of the Void Sky Sacred Flame's flame power. If it were the real Void Sky Sacred Flame, they wouldn't even need to repair it. I didn't expect this small formation to have the flame power of the Void Sky Sacred Flame. No wonder it can break formations. God Sea Shark also understood. "Attack! Break the blood clan's formation!" he immediately ordered. The attacking points of the sea tribe forces nearby moved toward the golden dragon's attack. The repair speed of the formation couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. Suddenly, a big hole was burned. Under the sea tribe's attack, the hole expanded dozens of times. The blood clan's formation was broken. "Ha ha ha, kill!" God Sea Shark laughed excitedly. Up until now, the marine race hadn't gained any advantage against the vampires, and this was what made him angry. But today, victory belonged to them. So, the upper echelons of the sea folk rushed in first, followed by a large force. I didn't expect the sea race to have such methods. The 13th generation ancestor lamented. It was normal. There were many treasures in this world. Although there weren't many treasures that could restrain formations, they did exist. Yan wondered where God Sea Shark had found such a method. Whoosh, he turned into a jet of blood light and soared into the sky to confront God Sea Shark. The 2 sides instantly clashed, and a layer of blue and red destructive light blasted out in all directions, causing everyone else to retreat, not daring to get close. Meng Qingyun, who was in the pagoda, sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. The blood race's grand array was actually broken. However, this was the territory of the Blood Tribe after all. The Blood Tribe had a deep foundation and many trump cards, so there was no need to worry too much. It would only cause some losses. Meng Qingyun's body flickered with silver light, and he instantly disappeared. He also planned to participate in the battle. I can't expose you's whereabouts. Meng Qingyun changed his appearance slightly, and then rushed into the battlefield. His cultivation had recovered to the peak of the first heaven, and his combat strength was extremely strong. Among the immortal state warriors of the blood race, he was second only to the 13th generation ancestor. The battle was earth-shattering. The strongest enemy was God Sea Shark, who was at the second heaven. The strongest of the blood race was the 13th generation ancestor, who was at the peak of the first heaven. Even though he had lived for countless years and relied on his ability to restrain living beings, his strength was not as strong as God Sea Shark, who was at the second heaven. Overall, the sea race had the upper hand. At this moment, the leader of the blood race, who was fighting, received a message from Kaiser Blood. Kaiser Blood has come out of seclusion? The leader of the blood race was slightly dazed. However, at least 3 heaven-combining realm patriarchs were needed to open the treasury of the ancestral land. Now that the war had broken out, the patriarchs could not spare any effort. If they failed to stop the sea race, it would be a great loss. I'd better tell the patriarchs about this. The leader of the blood race thought for a moment and made a decision. When the patriarchs received the message from the leader of the blood race, they were all shocked. Kaiser Blood's matter was naturally important. Now that the blood race was in a passive situation, once Kaiser Blood joined the battle, he would definitely be able to turn this situation around. However, the key was that Kaiser Blood was in the treasury of the ancestral land and could not come out. They also had to deal with a strong enemy and could not open the treasury of the ancestral land. This was a little frustrating. 3 patriarchs were disturbed and were taken advantage of by the enemy. Among them was the 13th generation ancestor. Old blood devil, with your age, you should not be still alive. I will send you to your death. God Sea Shark laughed and suddenly spat out a light chain that shot towards the 13th generation ancestor. There were a total of 18 sharp teeth on the light chain. They were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. This was a divine weapon that God Sea Shark had made with his own teeth. Compared to other divine weapons, it was easier to use and could exert 100% of its power. Chi-Chi, the 13th generation ancestor's body was cut by a few sharp teeth and his flesh was taken away. The wounds were black and difficult to heal. Inside the treasury of the ancestral land, Qinyu waited for a while but did not receive a reply from the leader of the blood race. He had been in seclusion here for 40 to 50 years. According to the description of the treasury of the blood race, 5 years should have passed in the outside world. 5 years was not long, but it was not short either. Qinyu waited for a while longer before the leader replied. The blood race was fighting with the Shark-Tooth clan and many other sea clans. The war has started? Qinyu was not surprised. However, he did not know how long the war would last. Did he have to wait forever? No, since no one has opened the treasury of the ancestral land, I will go out myself. Qinyu said calmly. This place was basically an independent space. As long as one broke a hole, one could return to the outside world. The difference was that the treasury of the ancestral land was reinforced by the blood race and was extremely difficult to break. There was only one entrance, but the key was in the hands of the blood race's patriarch. Kaiser Blood should know how to enter and exit, but Qinyu had always been outside and did not care much about the blood race. With my current strength, I should be able to do it. Qinyu said confidently. Whoosh, divine power fluctuated and the aura of his cultivation spread out, forming an invisible field that filled the entire treasury of the ancestral land. In an instant, all the treasures here surrendered to this aura. This was the aura of an intermediate god. A few years ago, Qinyu had successfully broken through to level 2, but he had spent some time consolidating his cultivation. Now, his strength had greatly improved. Whoosh whoosh, a silver-gray flame floated out of his hand. It was the sacred void fire. After devouring 2 space attribute god stones, its current quality could pose a fatal threat to level 2. 2.5 space laws were activated and integrated into the sacred void fire. In an instant, the silver-gray flame rose a few feet and slowly formed a crescent moon shape in Qianyu's hand. Its surface was shiny and smooth like a mirror. It was hard to tell that it was formed by flames. Go. Qianyu waved his hand and the silver-gray crescent moon flew through the air, leaving a straight crack in the void. The silver-gray crescent moon hit the border of the treasury of the ancestral land, instantly cutting open a dark and deep gap. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qianyu passed through the opening. The scene in front of him was the ancestral land of the blood race. I'm out. Qianyu glanced behind him. The gap that was neatly cut open was slowly healing. He had forced his way out, but did not cause much damage to the treasury of the ancestral land. If I hadn't broken through, it might have been difficult to leave the ancestral land's treasury with my own strength. Qianyu smiled. Otherwise, some level 2 experts who had mastered the law of space would be able to freely enter the treasury of the ancestral land. The moment he came out, Qianyu heard the earth-shaking sounds of battle and the smell of blood. His divine sense swept across, and scenes of fierce battles appeared in his mind. Qianyu's face gradually became cold. Now that he was the master of the blood race, the behavior of the sea race was equivalent to provoking him. He didn't plan to expose his identity, but he had a way to deal with the sea race. Qianyu stood on the spot, activating the ancestral bloodline in his body. His body shone with a blood-red light, and the ancient and powerful aura of the blood race spread in all directions, affecting all the blood race. This is? Some of the blood race were shocked. They suddenly felt their bloodline become active, and their strength increased by 30%. This feeling, what is going on? The other blood race felt the same, and they were shocked. Even the ancestral patriarchs felt their strength increase. Kaiser blood? The 13th generation ancestral patriarch looked towards the direction of the ancestral land. Only the ancestral bloodline could increase the strength of the blood race. But wasn't Kaiser blood in the treasury of the ancestral land? The few ancestral patriarchs were busy fighting the strong enemies, and they didn't have the time to open the treasury. How did Kaiser blood come out? Kaiser blood came out? The leader of the blood race was also shocked. Only the core members of the blood race knew about Kaiser blood's return. The others didn't know, so they couldn't guess it. Their attention was attracted by the battle, and they only wanted to defeat the enemy. Under the power of the ancestral bloodline, all the blood race's strength increased by more than 30%. That was a 30% increase in the overall strength of the blood race. Kill. In an instant, the counterattack of the blood race killed many members of the oceanic race. What's going on? God Sea Shark was shocked. The oceanic race could feel that the blood race had suddenly become more ferocious, as if they were all on drugs. The 13th generation ancestral patriarch also had the strength to fight against God Sea Shark. After the counterattack of the blood race, the oceanic race suffered heavy casualties, and the battle was even. But relatively speaking, the blood race was better at it, and a balanced battle would eventually favor the blood race. In the center of the ancestral land, Qianyu curled his lips. Maybe this was the strongest ability of the ancestral bloodline. Think about it, raising an army of the blood race could not only give them absolute control, but also increase the overall strength of the blood race. In addition, vampires could also nurture themselves through battle, becoming stronger the more they fought. No wonder the blood race almost dominated the world back then. But suddenly, Qianyu's heart of eternity stirred. Is this the reaction of the God-fiend part? When Qianyu came out, the heart of eternity didn't react, and it only reacted after a few breaths. How can the blood race hide a second God-fiend part? Then there's only the second possibility. Inside the battleship of the shark-tooth race. Are there really no God-fiend parts among the blood race? The yellow-robed man was disappointed after drinking a mouthful of wine. In this case, he had come here for nothing, and he had helped the Shark-Tooth clan for nothing. He might as well take advantage of the Shark-Tooth race before leaving. Just as the yellow-robed man was thinking about this, he suddenly sat up straight. His eyes shone with a golden light and he was pleasantly surprised. I can sense it. There are indeed traces of God-fiend parts among the blood race. I hope it's a God-fiend part and not a God-fiend part owner. The yellow-robed man smiled. He stood up and disappeared from the secret hall. It wasn't teleportation, but his speed was close to it. The blood race can't have a second God-fiend part. The second possibility is that a God-fiend part owner has come. Xianxia didn't think that it was a God-fiend part that had come to him. He immediately became cautious. There wasn't much information about the God-fiend part owner. After all, no one would expose themselves and put themselves in danger unless they had absolute confidence in their own strength. For example, the sorcerer god's identity had been exposed, but there were too few who could do anything to him. The Diablo Precantator race was a top force among the God-fiend descendants. No matter what, he couldn't be careless when dealing with a God-fiend part owner. The current situation was too chaotic, and the enemy might launch a sneak attack. The best-case scenario was to end the war. Even if the God-fiend part owner attacked, Xianxia and the entire blood race would stand together. Coupled with the boost from the primogenitor's bloodline, they would still be very powerful. And the fastest way to end the war was to kill the enemy's top forces. Swoosh, after making up his mind, Xianxia immediately took action. After all, the first to strike had the upper hand. Of course, he concealed his primogenitor's bloodline and changed his appearance slightly. He didn't want to expose his true identity. In the Heavenly Combination Realm battle zone, all the Heavenly Combination Realm experts sensed Xianxia's sudden appearance. The Blood Race's Heavenly Combination Realm experts knew Xianxia's identity, but they were curious about how Kaiser blood had come out of the treasury. There's another Heavenly Combination Realm? The Sea Race was slightly surprised. They didn't know when the Blood Race had another Heaven Merging Stage expert. However, when Xianxia released his divine power, all the Divine State warriors of the Sea Clan were shocked. This was because it was the aura of a combining heaven's second layer. How is this possible? When did the vampires have a mid-god? A Divine Realm warrior of the Sea Clan was shocked speechless. Boom, Xianxia locked onto a Sea Race heaven-fusing realm and punched. After breaking through to the second firmament, the might of his Chaos Essence divine force had increased tremendously. The dark and huge fist light was like a star that could destroy the world. It shook the sky and shocked everyone. The fist radiance was ferocious and its speed was shocking. Everywhere it passed, everything was crushed. No, don't kill me. The Sea Race's Heaven Confluence Realm expert, who was targeted by this punch, immediately begged for mercy in a panic. The divine power in his body surged out and formed a thick layer of divine power defense. He tried to resist for a moment so that he could escape. However, the surging divine power defense was unable to withstand a single blow from the fist light. Pung, in the blink of an eye, everything was blown to smithereens. The Sea Race's Heaven Confluence Realm expert was instantly smashed to the ground and turned into a pile of meat paste. The power of this punch shocked everyone. Kaiser Blood's cultivation has broken through. What a powerful punch. The Sea Race's Sea Shark God has been a mid-god for thousands of years. I'm afraid he's still slightly weaker than Kaiser Blood. The Blood Race's Heaven Confluence Realm expert was overjoyed. Die. Xianxia continued to attack the second Sea Race's Heaven Confluence Realm expert. Xianxia had to kill the enemy's top experts as soon as possible to end this battle. If the owner of the Divine Fiend part was on the side of the Sea Race, this would weaken the enemy. He threw another simple punch that contained the power to destroy the world, causing the Sea Race's Heaven Confluence Realm expert to tremble. The Shark Tooth Race's God Realm expert, who was targeted by this punch, had his teeth chattering and cold sweat dripping down his back. I can't dodge it. The Shark Tooth Race's God Realm expert felt the threat of death. He took out an ancient talisman. This was his life-saving trump card. The talisman floated in midair and instantly grew to a height of 10,000 feet. The talisman itself was crystal clear and emitted a bright blue radiance, as though it had turned into a huge blue crystal shield. Pung Ka, in the next moment, Xianxia's punch landed on the blue crystal shield. With a loud bang, cracks instantly appeared all over the blue crystal shield. Afterward, the shield shattered into countless ice shards. No, how is this possible? The Shark Tooth Race's God Realm expert screamed in fear. His talisman could even block a peak Heaven Confluence Realm expert's all-out attack. However, it didn't even last for half a breath against Xianxia's punch. Boom, the dark and violent fist light descended and smashed his body into pieces, leaving not even a corpse behind. With Xianxia's current cultivation, his powerful mixed divine power, and his physical strength, He could easily kill a Heaven Confluence Realm expert in an instant. Damn it. God Xianxia's face was gloomy and furious, but he was powerless. The sudden appearance of a second Heaven Confluence Realm expert had completely changed the situation. If they didn't have a way to stop him, they would be slaughtered and suffer heavy losses. However, after seeing Xianyu's strength, God Xianxia wasn't very confident. Moreover, he still had to deal with the 13th generation blood race's ancestor. We can only retreat, just as God Xianxia was about to give the order. He sensed that the yellow-robed man had appeared in the battleship behind him. Maybe I can borrow his strength. God Xianxia wasn't willing to retreat like this. He made up his mind and shouted at the yellow-robed man, "Please help the shark tooth race. I will agree to any conditions." The yellow-robed man ignored God Xianxia. His target was the fiend god parts. However, this place was chaotic and crowded. He couldn't determine where the fiend god parts were. On the other hand, Xianyu was sure the moment the yellow-robed man appeared. He was the owner of the fiend god parts, moreover, he was on the sea race's side. Before the yellow-robed man found him, he had to weaken the sea race's strength. Killing them one by one was too slow. Dong, the heart of eternity suddenly jumped. Xianyu used the secret technique Blood Heart Explosion. Blood Heart Explosion could temporarily control the enemy's heart. It would swallow all the blood and vitality and then explode. In an ideal situation, if the heart could absorb all the energy in the body and then explode, it would be the same as controlling others to self-destruct. Not only would the user die, but the power of the explosion could also kill the surrounding sea race members. In the current situation, Blood Heart Explosion was the best choice. Of course, this secret technique had strict requirements. If he didn't use the ancestral bloodline, its power would be greatly reduced. Without a choice, Xianyu could only use the blood race's ancestral bloodline again. This was the same as exposing himself. Boom, the ancestral bloodline was activated. Dazzling blood light burst out. The blood energy around him surged and condensed into a giant blood shadow. It was domineering and evil, intimidating all creatures. The fiend god parts are in your hands. The yellow-robed man's eyes fell on Xianyu, revealing a faint smile. Although the fiend god parts were obtained by someone else, this person seemed to have just reached level 2 not long ago. The yellow-robed man's cultivation was at the peak of level 2. I'll be able to obtain the second fiend god parts soon. Becoming a higher god isn't far from me. The yellow-robed man was extremely excited. He turned into an illusory yellow light and approached Xianyu. When Xianyu activated the ancestral bloodline, the overall strength of the blood race increased once again. On the sea race's side, the blood in their bodies trembled. It was like a mouse encountering a cat. They felt a powerful threat. This was especially so for the sea race's heavenly combination realm experts. Not only did they feel threatened, but they also felt a strong sense of crisis. This was because the hearts in their bodies were vibrating violently, absorbing all the blood and vitality in their bodies. What's going on? Not good, my heart. The sea race's heavenly combination realm experts were shocked. Under the influence of the blood race's ancestral bloodline, the sea race members couldn't suppress the blood and vitality in their bodies. They could only watch as their hearts swallowed all the energy in their bodies and doubled in size. They became extremely unstable, like a time bomb. Xianyu had killed 2 sea race's heavenly combination realm experts. There were 5 left. At this moment, his blood heart explosion was aimed at the 5 heavenly combination realm experts, including the second heaven sea shark god. In this unprecedented crisis, the 5 heavenly combination realm experts tried their best to protect their hearts. Damn it, it's not working. Sea Shark God was burning with anxiety. The one who used this secret art must be the second heaven Sea Shark God. Unable to stabilize his heart, Sea Shark God could only stay away from Xianyu. He believed that all secret arts were limited by distance. The farther the distance, the weaker the power. The other heavenly combination realm experts of the sea race immediately followed Sea Shark God and retreated far away from Xianyu. These fools, why are they retreating? The yellow-robed man didn't know what was going on and was puzzled by the scene. Logically speaking, they should be happy that he attacked Xianyu and took the opportunity to counterattack. When the yellow-robed man and the 5 heavenly combination realm experts approached. Explode. Qinyu finally detonated the secret art. In fact, if Qinyu detonated the secret art earlier, he might benefit more. As time passed, the 5 heavenly combination realm experts kept trying to stabilize their hearts. As they moved further away, the power of the secret art weakened. However, he attacked the heavenly combination realm experts to deal with the owner of the godfiend parts. Therefore, he didn't mind the weakening of the secret art. As long as he could cause some damage to the owner of the godfiend parts, it was worth it. Not good. My heart is going to explode. The 5 heavenly combination realm experts felt that something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! 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 5 earth-shattering explosions took place, forming a destructive storm that devoured everything in its surroundings. The sky turned dark and the void cracked. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flew out. They were God Xianxia and another peak first sky of the Unity Heaven realm. Their faces were pale and there was a big hole in their chests. Qinyu's secret art was indeed powerful. Even the sorcerer god was at a disadvantage because of it. However, when facing 5 heavenly combination realm experts, the power was scattered, and the 2 of them survived. This scene alarmed both enemies and allies. That terrifying storm caused everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. 3 heavenly combination realm experts of the sea race died, and Sea Shark God was seriously injured. The blood race was also surprised by Qinyu's means. Many of them thought of the blood heart race's murdering heart sutra. Are the reinforcements of the sea race dead? Some blood race divine senses probed but didn't find the yellow-robed man. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. It was the yellow-robed man. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his body was completely unscathed. His cold gaze shot towards Qinyu, and his hoarse and cold voice carried a hint of ridicule as he said, "You wanted to injure me with the explosion just now? What a fast speed." Qinyu looked at the man in the yellow robe in the sky. He did not expect the explosion of the 5 merfolk's hearts to kill the man in the yellow robe. But the other party didn't even have the slightest injury, which was surprising. Could it be the power of the divine demon parts? Only the divine demon parts could break the rules and grant the man in the yellow robe extraordinary speed. Both sides looked at the man in the yellow robe in shock. They did not know the man's identity, but the speed he displayed was unbelievable. "Are you going to hand it over or do I have to do it myself?" The man in the yellow robe sneered. If it was before, Qinyu would definitely refuse and resist. But now that he had reached the 2nd heaven and was in the blood race, he had some confidence. I should be the one saying that. Qinyu grinned and a strong desire grew in his heart. If he could get another divine demon part, his power would increase exponentially and even surpass the sorcerer god's level. Only then would his life be safe. Seems like you've forgotten yourself after getting it. The man in the yellow robe squinted his eyes and a cold light shot out. Based on what happened just now, he could tell that the divine demon part in Qinyu's hand was probably the blood of the divine demon king. And he did not think that his divine demon part would lose to the blood of the divine demon king. Moreover, his cultivation was higher than Qinyu's. Boom! The man in the yellow robe suddenly lifted his foot and golden light surged around him. As he stepped down, it was as if there was a golden pillar falling from the sky with a sharp golden aura. This strike was incomparably fast, and at the same time, it gave off a fatal threat. The blood race and the merfolk were shocked when they saw the man in the yellow robe attack. His cultivation is at the peak of the 2nd heaven. God Xianxia was shocked. Just this attack alone gave him a feeling that he could not block it. The man in the yellow robe's cultivation was extremely powerful in the 2nd heaven. What a terrifying kick. The divine state warriors of the blood race were shocked and worried about Kaiser blood. The man in the yellow robe's attack was so fast that no one could react in time. When they were still in shock, the attack had already hit Qinyu. Boom! Boundless golden light enveloped Qinyu. But at this moment, Qinyu accumulated power in his organs and increased the power of the primogenitor bloodline. His entire body fluctuated with a sparkling and translucent bloody light. When the yellow-robed man's attack landed, the surface of his body surged with bloody light, diverting the damage and using softness to overcome hardness. The ancestral bloodline could strengthen one's defense and survivability. When Qinyu upgraded his bloodline's power, his defense and survivability increased even further. His body seemed to liquefy, and the damage he received from his attacks was extremely low. However, the remaining power of the kick was still too much for Qinyu to handle. His body was slightly injured, but it quickly healed. "You only suffered minor injuries after taking a kick from me?" The yellow-robed man's expression was calm. In his eyes, it was normal for Qinyu to use the power of the godfiend parts. However, it won't just be a light injury. The corner of the yellow-robed man's mouth curled up. Divine power surged out of his body and turned into sharp and quick thunder golden footprints that shot towards Qinyu. His attacks were continuous and ferocious, as if they were going to destroy everything. Qinyu could see that the yellow-robed man's attacks contained the law of light and the law of metal. The former increased the speed of the attack, and the latter increased the power of the attack. But in a head-on battle, Qinyu had never been afraid of anyone. Under the amplification of the ancestral bloodline, he activated the four symbols' divine body, further increasing his defense and power. He swung his fists continuously, combining chaos origin divine power and physical strength. Balls of domineering fist light shot into the sky. The two sides began to exchange blows. The sharpness of their attacks caused the spectators to tremble. In less than 3 breaths, Qinyu and the yellow-robed man had attacked nearly 100 times. The destructive storm between the two continued to expand and devour everything. The yellow-robed man's cultivation was a major advantage. But Qinyu had 5 types of laws. The strength of his chaos origin divine power was stronger than the yellow-robed man's divine power. Thus, there was no clear winner in this battle. "It's a body cultivator." In the yellow-robed man's opinion, body cultivators had the advantage in close combat. Only Qinyu had the ability to fight him head-on. "Piercing cloud splitting earth," he shouted. Golden light wrapped around his right foot like dragon shadows. The light became more and more dazzling. As he stomped his foot again, a ferocious and perfectly straight golden light shot downward like a giant dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. Bang! Bang! All of Qinyu's punches were smashed into smithereens. Chaos Origin Divine Palm. Qinyu also activated his battle technique. The Chaos Origin divine power in his palm fluctuated violently as he slapped out. A giant dark palm instantly appeared in the sky. It was 2,000 feet wide and covered the sky. A violent aura spread in all directions. Boom! The Chaos Origin divine palm rushed out, domineering and disdainful. It was like the giant hand of an evil demon that wanted to crush everything. The two attacks instantly collided. Two terrifying forces crazily eroded each other. Qinyu had been in seclusion in the ancestral land's treasury for many years. Not only had his cultivation broken through, but his Chaos Origin divine palm had also become more refined and powerful. One had to know that the yellow-robed man was the owner of a godfiend part. His cultivation was also higher than Qinyu's. Qinyu even suspected that the opponent's godfiend part was the right foot. In other words, the yellow-robed man's battle technique also borrowed the power of the godfiend part. But even so, Qinyu's Chaos Origin divine palm blocked it. From this, one could see how powerful the Chaos Origin world art and this battle technique were. This kid's godfiend part shouldn't increase the power of his battle technique. How can he block my attack? The yellow-robed man's expression was cold. The godfiend part he had was the godfiend king's right foot. His attack was enhanced by the godfiend part. "It seems that I have indeed underestimated you," the yellow-robed man said in a deep voice. But such a thing would not happen next. He stopped hiding and planned to use his full strength to kill Qinyu and take the godfiend part. Boom! The yellow-robed man's right foot suddenly produced a series of explosions. A godfiend pressure spread along with a black and white airflow, creating a huge tornado that covered a radius of tens of thousands of feet. At this moment, the yellow-robed man's aura seemed to suppress the billions of creatures on Blood-Stained Island. He was high and mighty. This aura, this terrifying power. Is it the legendary godfiend part? God Sea Shark's mind was in turmoil. He had never thought that the yellow-robed man would be the owner of a godfiend part. His cultivation was at the peak of the second firmament, and he had a godfiend part. His strength was probably very close to the level of a higher god. Is this the power of other God-fiend parts? The upper echelons of the kindred were also shocked, but they were already prepared. After all, they knew that Xianxia had many God-fiend parts. There were probably many people in the origin world searching for Xianxia. Welcome death under the power of the God-fiend part. The yellow-robed man looked down and shouted indifferently. His identity had been exposed, so he had to finish the battle quickly and kill Xianxia. Boom! The yellow-robed man's right foot released a powerful God-fiend aura. It contained a shocking forbidden pressure as it suddenly stomped down. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a real primordial God-fiend stomp down with a destructive foot. Retreat! Retreat! The kindred and the oceanic race were frightened by this power and retreated madly. The battle between the two races had turned into a battle between Xianxia and the yellow-robed man. Xianxia felt the power of the God-fiend king's right foot and was also shocked. The pressure was even greater than when he had faced the sorcerer god. After all, the sorcerer god had been precisely controlling the God-fiend king's eyes and hadn't fully used the God-fiend part's power. But at this moment, the yellow-robed man completely displayed the power of the God-fiend king's right foot. The destructive aura made all living beings fear. Ordinary methods couldn't stop the God-fiend king's right foot. Xianxia activated the God-fiend king's head's power, and a forbidden power burst forth from his body. A giant head phantom formed between heaven and earth. It was domineering and majestic, and it protected Xianxia within it. The God-fiend's aura shocked the surroundings. Boom! In the next instant, a giant foot with black, white, and gold light intertwined and stomped down. The illusory skulls around Xianxia started shaking violently. Cracks rapidly appeared on the skulls and spread throughout the skulls. What a powerful attack! Xianxia felt great pressure. It could be imagined that the God-fiend king's right foot not only gave the yellow-robed man speed, but it also gave him a powerful explosive power. The power of this foot was truly terrifying. The God-fiend king's head's power was extracted by the heart of eternity. There was still a certain gap between the God-fiend king's head's power and the yellow-robed man's full power when he activated the God-fiend king's right foot. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The surrounding head phantom was crushed by this foot. The rest of the terrifying power poured into Xianxia's body. You actually have another. The yellow-robed man's face froze, and then he was immediately overjoyed. Xianxia actually had two God-fiend parts in his hand. His heart beat wildly. This was really unexpected. He didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to obtain two God-fiend parts. This way, he was confident that he could become a superior god in a short time. There was even hope that he could collect all the God-fiend parts and become a supreme god of the universe. Bang! An earth-shaking sound came from below. Xianxia was engulfed by the yellow-robed man's foot. This kid should be dead. He only has two God-fiend parts, but he's so weak. The yellow-robed man sneered. But in the next moment, in the huge explosive storm, an even more terrifying and soul-stirring power suddenly erupted. A pure and powerful God-fiend aura spread out, comparable to the aura of his God-fiend king's right foot. Break! A furious roar came out, and the dark storm was instantly torn apart. A giant God-fiend phantom suddenly appeared. Its body was simple and dark, and it was covered with mysterious white patterns. It was like a real primordial God-fiend, and it was awe-inspiring. Mixed origin divine palm. Xianxia's eyes burned, shocking people's souls. In the state of the chaotic God-fiend body, he once again used the mixed origin divine palm. When that palm struck out, the ancient dark palm covered the sky, the sun, and the moon, causing everything in the world to fall into darkness. Not good. The yellow-robed man felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He was surprised by Xianxia's current state, but he didn't have time to think too much. With the God-fiend king's right foot, his speed was unparalleled, but Xianxia had 2.5 levels of spatial laws. In addition, this palm was too terrifying. It covered a radius of 1,000 miles, and there was nowhere to hide. Faced with Xianxia's terrifying palm, the yellow-robed man could only activate the power of the God-fiend king's right foot. His right foot once again erupted with earth-shattering God-fiend power as it met Xianxia's chaos divine palm. Boom boom, a violent storm surged toward the yellow-robed man. He could sense that he was at a disadvantage in this attack. After all, he had attacked in a hurry and lacked power. But even so, the God-fiend king's right foot was extremely powerful. It contained immense explosive power and could easily crush a peak-second firmament cultivator. How could it lose to Qianyu's palm? Boom! Qianyu's dark, gigantic demonic hand shattered everything as it shot into the sky. The yellow-robed man flew tens of thousands of feet away. His robes were tattered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Qianyu in shock and gradually realized that something was amiss. This physique, could it be, the strongest physique of a Chaos God-fiend king, the Chaos God-fiend body? But the blood and head of a God-fiend king should not have been bestowed upon Qianyu the Chaos God-fiend body. For example, his God-fiend king's right foot gave him extraordinary speed, agility, and explosive power, but it did not enhance his other aspects. It had nothing to do with the Chaos God-fiend body. Qianyu was also very surprised by the power of his palm. Even the yellow-robed man, who had used the God-fiend king's right foot with all his strength, was sent flying. My Chaos God-fiend body seems to be stronger than before. Qianyu sensed his current state. According to his speculation, the Chaos God-fiend body would constantly grow stronger as the God-fiend parts and cultivation level increased. Qianyu's cultivation level breaking through to the second firmament had a certain effect on the Chaos God-fiend body. The Chaos God-fiend body was the strongest physique in the universe. This was no exaggeration. Just now, the yellow-robed man had dissipated most of the power, but he was still injured. Kill. Qianyu attacked again. The Chaos God-fiend body could not be used for too long. He had to finish off the yellow-robed man before that happened. The yellow-robed man finally looked at Qianyu with a solemn expression. The chaotic God-fiend body was definitely not easy to deal with. It was the strongest physique in the universe. It was perfect for both offense and defense. Pung, both sides clashed once more, erupting with power that caused heaven and earth, the sun and moon to lose color, and all creatures to tremble. Qianyu continuously struck out with his palms. Every single palm strike was so powerful that it covered the sky and covered an extremely large area. Even the yellow-robed man, who had the God-fiend monarch's right foot, didn't wish to clash head-on with him. Instead, he relied on his speed advantage to move around. With the Divine Demon King's right foot, his speed was extremely fast, reaching the level of a high-level deity. Speed and explosive power were the greatest advantages of his God-fiend king right leg. When he maintained a certain distance from Qianyu, even if Qianyu's attack range was large and he had 2.5 layers of space laws, it was still difficult for his attacks to hit. As for the spectators below, they couldn't even see the yellow-robed man's figure clearly. They only felt that this person's shadow was everywhere in the world. This battle shocked all the spectators. They felt as if they were mortals watching a mortal's fight. Your attack can't hit me. The yellow-robed man laughed loudly. By relying on the God-fiend monarch's right foot to increase his speed, coupled with the light laws and metal laws, his speed reached the level of a high-level deity, allowing him to dodge all of Qianyu's continuous attacks. Up until now, he had only been injured by Qianyu once. Apart from that, he hadn't suffered any other injuries. The yellow-robed man believed that as long as he was careful and relied on his advantage in speed, he would eventually win. You can't hurt me either, Qianyu said calmly. What he said was true. The yellow-robed man had speed, and he had the chaotic God-fiend body. He was flawless in both offense and defense. Unless the yellow-robed man's full-force attack hit the chaotic God-fiend body, he wouldn't be able to cause much damage to Qianyu. The yellow-robed man didn't reply. He thought viciously, let's see how long your chaotic God-fiend body can last. When that happens, I'll finish you off with one kick. At that moment, if Qianyu didn't maintain his chaotic God-fiend body, he might be crushed by the God-fiend monarch's right foot. If the yellow-robed man didn't activate the God-fiend monarch's right foot, he would also be defeated by the chaotic God-fiend body. Both sides fell into a stalemate. However, in the yellow-robed man's opinion, the chaotic God-fiend body, the strongest physique, would definitely consume a lot of energy. Qianyu wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He gradually reduced the strength of his attacks to reduce the consumption of the God-fiend monarch's right foot, reserving some strength to give Qianyu a fatal blow. However, as time passed, he realized that Qianyu's chaotic God-fiend body didn't weaken at all. In fact, with the Heart of Eternity, Qianyu could use any God-fiend parts for a longer period of time. However, Qinyu didn't intend to drag it out until the end. Swish, he suddenly took out the magnet god-suppressing seal, and the black seal instantly expanded to thousands of feet in size. The giant beast entrenched on it was surging with demonic might, domineering and disdainful. The magnet god-suppressing seal flew into the distance, releasing a massive power that could suppress all things, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of feet. The incomparably heavy gravity field caused the world to rumble, distort, and become dark and deep. The yellow-robed man, who was within this range, was affected. His body sank slightly, and his speed decreased by 30%. Then, the magnetic interference descended. The divine power in the yellow-robed man's body was affected, and his speed decreased by 20%. At this moment, Qinyu activated the magnet god-suppressing seal, and the power it exerted was far greater than before. What a powerful divine artifact! The yellow-robed man looked at the black seal in surprise. Given the grade of this divine artifact, it was reasonable for it to be in the hands of a high-level deity. However, Qinyu had such a powerful divine artifact. Chance. Qinyu pushed the law of space to the limit, and fiercely struck out with the mixed divine palm. He focused more on speed with this palm, and power was secondary. Boom, a huge black shadow instantly pierced through heaven and earth, directly hitting the yellow-robed man. Even though the yellow-robed man had the god-fiend monarch's right foot, it was too late for him to dodge at this moment. He was hit by Qinyu's mixed divine palm again. Bang, the yellow-robed man flew backward, all his bones broken, and he was in extreme pain. In the state of the chaotic god-fiend body, Qinyu's attack was extremely powerful. The yellow-robed man had the god-fiend monarch's right foot, but it did not provide him with much defense and survivability. He flew backward for tens of thousands of feet, and his momentum quickly weakened. Die. Qinyu flew forward and continued to attack. His incomparably domineering posture made the yellow-robed man's heart palpitate, and he did not dare to fight head-on. At the same time, the magnet god-suppressing seal in the sky released a layer of dark magnetic light, shrouding the yellow-robed man. The yellow-robed man had to dodge the magnet god-suppressing seal. Once he was hit, he would be hit by Qinyu's attack. Now that he was seriously injured, it would be difficult for him to escape if he was hit again. After fighting for a while, the yellow-robed man found that Qinyu's chaotic god-fiend body showed no signs of weakening. He had to admit that he had won this battle. I was careless today, or you would be the one who lost. The yellow-robed man said in a low voice. Now, he could only dodge passively, not daring to fight head-on with Qinyu. Once he made a mistake, the price would be unimaginable. You're running around after being beaten by me, and you still have the face to talk? Qinyu snorted disdainfully. The corners of the yellow-robed man's mouth twitched, but he could not refute. Since the beginning of the battle, he had indeed been running around, but that was a strategy. At this moment, the phantom of the god-fiend's head appeared around Qinyu again. It opened its dark, bottomless mouth and sucked fiercely. In the past, it was difficult to keep a clear head when he was in the state of the chaotic god-fiend body. But now, Qinyu could not only exert the power of the chaotic god-fiend body, but also activate the abilities of other god-fiend parts at the same time. Qinyu had made some progress in the use of the abilities of the god-fiend parts. Boom, boom. Boom, a terrible suction force aimed at the soul shrouded the yellow-robed man. Although he was fast, if his soul was sucked in, his speed would definitely be affected. Then, the power of the magnet god-suppressing seal shrouded him. Under the cooperation of the two, the yellow-robed man was greatly disturbed. At this moment, the yellow-robed man's hair stood on end, and he felt a crisis of death looming over him. In fact, his greatest advantage was his speed. Even if a high-level deity attacked him, the yellow-robed man was confident that he could escape. Once he lost his speed, he would be like a tiger whose sharp claws had been cut off. Seeing Qinyu's palm coming toward him, the yellow-robed man's face turned pale, and his scalp went numb. Boom, at the last moment, he activated the power of the God-Fiend King's right foot with all his strength. The aura of the God-Fiend burst out, resisting the suction of the phantom of the God-Fiend head and the suppression of the magnet God-suppressing seal. His whole body turned into a burning beam of dark golden light, shooting into the distance and instantly disappearing. At this moment, the yellow-robed man activated the power of the God-Fiend King's right foot to the limit, and used the secret skill of speed. In just 5 breaths, he fled 100,000 miles away. When he stopped, his face was old, and a few strands of white hair had appeared in his hair. His body was weak. Damn it, we both have god-fiend parts, and my cultivation is higher than his. How could I lose so miserably? The yellow-robed man's face was distorted, and he growled angrily. He still escaped. Xianxia sighed, but he was not too disappointed. Any owner of a god-fiend part was definitely not easy to deal with. Otherwise, the god-fiend part would be a jinx, and whoever got it would be targeted and killed. Moreover, the yellow-robed man had the right foot of the god-fiend king, so he was really fast. In comparison, the result of this battle was still something to be proud of. When facing the sorcerer god, Xianxia could only barely resist. Now, facing the yellow-robed man, who was at the peak of the second heaven, he had seriously injured him and forced him to flee. Retreat, retreat quickly. Senior, please spare my life, please spare my life. The battle had just ended, and the Sea clan was in a mess. Some of them fled in all directions, and some begged for mercy. With the combat strength that Xianxia had just shown, he could kill them all by himself. Submit or die, make your choice, Xianxia said indifferently. War was so cruel, and the loser became the winner. In the face of overwhelming power, the Sea clan did not think much, and all chose to surrender. 3 days later, Xianxia bid farewell to the higher-ups of the Blood clan. The battle between him and the yellow-robed man had been witnessed by too many people, and it could not be suppressed. It would soon be leaked. Leaving as soon as possible was the best choice. But before leaving, Xianxia went to the residence of the Blood clan's great prophet. Greetings, Blood Lord. The great prophet stood up and bowed slightly. Great prophet, I need you to help me deduce clues about the other godfiend parts. One of the reasons why Xianxia had returned to the blood race was to get the great prophet to help him deduce the whereabouts of the godfiend parts. It was too difficult to snatch a godfiend part from the owner of the godfiend part. For example, Xianxia had used all his trump cards against the yellow-robed man, but it was still difficult to kill him. In the end, the yellow-robed man had used all his strength to escape. Comparatively speaking, the ownerless parts were easier to find. However, no one knew where these fiend god parts were hidden, and all kinds of rumors were mixed between truth and falsehood. Even though Xianxia's Heart of Eternity could sense the parts, the origin world was vast. It would be a waste of time to search blindly without any clues. Regarding this, I have been deducing it all these years that Kaiser Blood was in seclusion. The great prophet said honestly. He had long known why Xianxia had returned to the blood race. Are there any clues? Xianxia's eyes lit up, but he did not have high hopes. After all, it was too difficult to find clues about the parts. Otherwise, all the parts would have been exposed long ago. I had no clue before. The great prophet said slowly. His pupils suddenly shrank, but just yesterday, I received a clue. There was a clue? Xianxia was surprised. The guidance of fate is in the south of the origin world, the Stone Clan's territory, the Plain of Storms. The great prophet said solemnly. Plain of Storms? That's the Stone Clan's god-level forbidden ground. It produces all sorts of rare ores, including some divine stones. That's why the Stone Clan pays close attention to it. Many large clans even fought over the Plain of Storms. Meng Qingyun had been to the Stone Clan during his travels and had heard of the Plain of Storms. It was a dangerous place. But relatively speaking, it was not too dangerous. The Plain of Storms posed a great threat to ordinary godly state warriors, but it did not affect Xianxia. But the danger of this trip might exceed your expectations. The great prophet's expression was solemn. Xianxia and Meng Qingyun thought for a while and understood what the great prophet meant. There were not many people who were good at divination in the origin world, but there were definitely many. If the great prophet could deduce these clues, then other masters of fate could also deduce some clues. From the looks of it, the danger of this trip had indeed exceeded their expectations. No matter how dangerous it is, I still have to go. Xianxu's eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, he had to get the fourth part as soon as possible. After obtaining the relevant clues, Xianxia and Meng Qingyun left. Take care, Lord Blood. The great prophet stood at the entrance of the cave, watching Xianxu's back as he left. His heart was filled with worry. The danger of this trip was beyond imagination. If Kaiser Blood died outside, the hope of the Blood Kindred would be gone. He also hoped that Qingyu could succeed, but the vampires couldn't help. Qingyu and Meng Qingyun quickly left the Blood Race's territory and headed toward the Stone Race in the southern part of the Origin World. The center of the Origin World. It was an ancient, grayish-white tower. It was unknown how many floors it had, but it seemed to extend all the way to the sky. In the dark space at the top, the sorcerer god floated in midair, surrounded by white flowing lights. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and the surrounding void became distorted and blurry, becoming extremely unstable. The sorcerer god's long robe fluttered in the wind. Only half of his legs remained. He had been severely injured during his battle with the Heavenly Flag God. That battle could be said to be the most dangerous battle in the sorcerer god's life. The Heavenly Flag God's various methods were strange, domineering, and unimaginable. The sorcerer god had activated the power of the God-Fiend King's eyes, but still ended up in such a state. The God-Fiend King's eyes enhanced his talent in the aspect of the soul and time and space. However, the strength of the Heavenly Flag God's soul had exceeded the sorcerer god's expectations. His understanding of nomological laws and attainments were also unfathomable, and it could be said that he greatly countered the sorcerer god's methods. Apart from that, the sorcerer god had also fought a battle with Qingyu before fighting the Heavenly Flag God. But no matter what, the sorcerer god had not suffered such a huge loss in a long time. The sorcerer god suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye was golden, and his right eye was silver. There was a mysterious whirlpool in it, slowly spinning as if it could see through everything in the world. Boom! A shockingly powerful aura of divine power spread from his body and filled the entire dark space. The divine power aura became brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. Meanwhile, the sorcerer god's cultivation aura suddenly rose to the peak of the second firmament. It's done. The sorcerer god's aura and light gradually dissipated. Heavenly Flag God probably did not expect that the pressure and blow he had brought upon the sorcerer god would not only not defeat him, but also allow the sorcerer god to break through the bottleneck of many years and reach the peak of the second firmament. The next time we meet, the result will be completely different. The sorcerer god's voice was calm, but it was abnormally cold. He was not a merciful person. If there was a grudge, he would definitely take revenge. Let me see where you are now. The sorcerer god waved his hand, and a piece of flesh floated in front of him. This was what he had obtained from the Heavenly Flag God. With his eyes and a medium, he could cast a special sorcery spell. As long as the target was still in the Origin World, he would definitely be able to find some traces. He made a hand seal, and the piece of flesh in front of him was enveloped by a grayish-black mist. It slowly burned and disappeared. Buzz buzz, the sorcerer god's eyes shone with gold and silver. Light, and the aura of a god-fiend emanated. His eyes lost focus, and it was as if he could see through the tall tower and the distant void. In that blurry and chaotic scene, a winged race figure suddenly appeared. I see it. The sorcerer god murmured. However, in the next instant, Heavenly Flag God seemed to have sensed something. He raised his eyes and looked at the sorcerer god for an instant. Immediately after, everything in front of him became blurry again, and Heavenly Flag God's figure disappeared. The sorcerer god's eyes darkened. From the fact that the other party was able to sense his prying and instantly isolate himself, he could tell that this person was not ordinary. However, Heavenly Flag God interrupted him in time, and he still managed to pry into other clues. The Stone Race. Why is he going to the Stone Race? Suddenly, a boundless giant figure appeared in his blurry vision. That figure was indomitable and unparalleled, and all living beings in the world were as insignificant as ants in front of it. Whoosh, the sorcerer god took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes suddenly disappeared. The scene that he had suddenly seen came from his ability to predict the future. Chaotic God-Fiend King. God-Fiend parts. The sorcerer god's expression turned solemn. It seemed that Heavenly Flag God had gone to the Stone Race for God-Fiend parts. However, Heavenly Flag God did not possess a God-Fiend part, and yet he knew that the Stone Race was hiding one. The sorcerer god found this rather strange. No matter what, he had to go to the Stone Race. Whether it was for revenge or for God-Fiend parts. In a secret dimension of the origin world, the earth was covered in densely packed metal buildings that exuded an ancient aura. This was the territory of the Heaven's Legacy race. At the center of this place was a massive mountain, completely formed from mysterious metal buildings. At the summit of the mountain, two elders with ordinary auras sat there. A chessboard was in front of them, but they were not playing. Instead, their eyes were closed as if they were divining something. At a certain moment, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. A few seconds later, a middle-aged Heaven's Legacy race man flew over. His body exuded a faint aura of divine power that seemed to freeze the world. But when the middle-aged Heaven's Legacy race man arrived, he respectfully bowed to the two elders and said, "Elders, what instructions do you have?" The two of us divined the secrets of heaven and obtained a clue to the next God-fiend part. A silver-haired old woman slowly spoke. "Please speak." The middle-aged Heaven's Legacy race man had an excited expression. "The stone race, the plains of storms." The other white-robed elder said. "We'll move out right now and obtain this God-fiend part." The middle-aged Heaven's Legacy race man immediately said and prepared to leave. "Wait." The silver-haired old woman suddenly said. "Does Elder have any other instructions?" The middle-aged Heaven's Legacy race man did not dare to be negligent. "This trip is dangerous. It's better to bring the primary god-devil body with us," the white-robed elder said. "Primary god-devil body?" The middle-aged Heaven's Legacy race man was stunned. The Heaven's Legacy race was planning to recreate a primal chaos god-fiend king, so they were collecting god-fiend parts. The primary god-devil body was an experimental body for a primal chaos god-fiend king, forged from demon god-left destruction. Although it had only just begun, the strength of the primary god-devil body was already close to that of a superior god. They actually needed to bring the primary god-devil body with them on this mission. God-fiend parts are not easy to collect. Using the primary god-devil body can increase the chances of success and ensure our safety. The silver-haired old woman explained. The Heaven's Legacy race had far too few top-class Divine Realm experts, and they were not skilled in combat. Otherwise, she would never have suggested using the primary god-devil body. "I will report this matter to the Patriarch. If he agrees, we will carry it out," the middle-aged Heaven's Legacy race man solemnly said before retreating. "I can already sense that a calamity is about to descend." The white-robed elder sighed, a look of worry in his eyes. "Our race has only obtained 2 god-devil parts. If we can obtain a third, we can use these 3 parts to sense the other god-devil parts and use our supreme strength to seize all the remaining parts," the silver-haired old woman sternly said. The silver-haired old woman sternly said. If everything went smoothly, it would not be difficult to realize what she had just said. Given the intelligence of the Heaven's Legacy race, once the primary god-devil body fused with 3 god-devil parts, its strength would surpass that of a normal superior god. Dealing with a single god-devil part would be a piece of cake. Perhaps it won't go so smoothly. Right now, he's trying to fuse the second god-devil part into the primary god-devil body, but he's already running into an obstacle. Can he really fuse all the god-devil parts? If he can't, we can just switch. As long as we get all the god-devil parts, this is a small problem. I just hope that I can make it in time. 4 years later. In the void of the stone race, a small boat stealthily passed by. Qingyu and Meng Qingyun walked out of the boat and gazed at the distant land. "We're almost at the plains of storm." Meng Qingyun had a solemn expression. "The great prophet said that the god-devil parts will appear in 5 years, let's not get too close for now." Qingyu stopped the boat. Based on what the great prophet said, if he could find this clue, other masters of the path of fate might also be able to find it. Just how many eyes were watching the plains of storm at this moment? Recklessly approaching was equivalent to exposing their identity. Qingyu and Meng Qingyun landed tens of thousands of li away from the plain of storms. Now, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at that place. To approach rashly was equivalent to exposing oneself to the enemy. "Can you sense the fiend god parts?" Meng Qingyun asked. Even if it was a divined clue, there could be mistakes or inaccuracies. "No." Qinyu shook his head. But he would not leave so easily. The great prophet's divinations were extremely accurate, and there was still 1 year left before the great prophet's prophecy. In addition, he had no other reliable clues. The two of them retreated for another few thousand miles before burrowing into the ground to hide. Qinyu entered the space of the Darkwood Pearl to cultivate, waiting for the time to come. According to the great prophet, other masters of destiny could also divinate this clue. Then the enemies they faced this time, whether in terms of numbers or cultivation, were likely to be different from those they had faced in the past. Therefore, Qinyu's cultivation of the second heaven might not be enough. But in a short period of time, it was impossible for his cultivation to increase. So he focused his energy on other aspects. His cultivation had just broken through, and there was a lot of room for improvement in other aspects, such as laws and battle techniques. He had mastered 5 kinds of laws, and if he improved each of them, his strength would increase by a lot. In terms of battle techniques, the Mixed Origin Divine Palm was a simple offensive method, but it was simple and powerful. As for the Mixed Origin Guardian, Qinyu planned to spend more time to master it and increase his survivability. Half a year later in the Darkwood Pearl, divine power surged out of Qinyu's body, fusing with the laws, forming chaotic and manic mixed origin divine power that shrouded his body. The majestic mixed origin divine power intertwined, forming a dark giant that was hundreds of zhang tall. It was burly and strong, glaring fiercely. Roar, the dark giant roared, waving its arms and stirring up a fierce storm. This was the Mixed Origin Guardian. It had simple independent thinking, and could block all attacks from all directions. It also had a certain resistance against soul attacks. At the same time, the Mixed Origin Guardian could devour some specific energy and convert it to Qinyu. This was an extremely powerful defensive combat skill. Only by cultivating it to the second level of the Art of Chaos world would one be able to display its initial power. Qinyu took out the Black Thunder Scissors and ordered the weapon spirit, "Attack me." The Black Thunder Scissors knew that Qinyu wanted to see the ability of the Primordial Spirit Guard, so it attacked without hesitation. Swoosh, the Black Lightning Scissors turned into a pitch-black beam of lightning and shot directly at Qinyu's chest. Its speed was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. Pung! In the next moment, the dark giant on Qinyu's body stretched out its strong arm and grabbed the Black Lightning Scissors. The Black Lightning Scissors was about to open, and the lightning exploded, bombarding the palm that bound it. The Black Lightning Scissors was a first-grade divine artifact. Its advantages were speed and explosive power. However, the Mixed Origin Guardian was able to react in time and grab the Black Lightning Scissors, which showed that its reaction was very fast. In addition, its strength and defensive ability were also very strong. Otherwise, it would not have been able to intercept the Black Lightning Scissors. After a few moments of stalemate, the dark giant's palm suffered too much damage and was about to collapse. At this time, Qinyu withdrew the Black Lightning Scissors. He had seen the power of the Mixed Origin Guardian. And Qinyu had just mastered it, so its power was not very strong, so he planned to continue to study and practice. Time was tight. Qinyu could improve in many aspects, so he seized every minute and second. 6 years later, the Mixed Origin Guardian was cultivated to the Xiaoqing realm. Next, Qinyu began to study the parts of the Fiend God. After all, this was the greatest treasure he had. If he could use it well, he could exert an incomparably powerful force. Now the direction of Qinyu's exploration was still to accurately control the Fiend God parts, as well as to explore the new ability of the Fiend God parts, and some methods of application that he did not know. Because he was cultivating in the space of the Darkwood Bead, he had relatively more time. In the outside world, a year's time passed quickly. Qinyu deliberately ended his seclusion and came out to investigate the situation. After waiting for a few months, there was no abnormality. The great prophet said that the Fiend God parts will appear in 5 years. 6, 7, or 8 years are all counted as 5 years later. Meng Qingyun said calmly. Qinyu nodded in agreement. He was still patient. And if the great prophet's prediction was 100% accurate, it only proved that these clues were easy to divine, and it also indicated that more people would get these clues. This would only make Qinyu feel uneasy. After waiting for half a year, Qinyu returned to the Darkwood Bead to cultivate. On this day, There were two figures of the stone race, quietly approaching the plane of storms using the method of earth escape. Meng Qingyun immediately noticed the two stone race members. The bodies of the two stone race members were one with the rocks and soil underground. If one did not look carefully, even Meng Qingyun might have missed them. Mudstone race. Meng Qingyun knew this race. It was a weak branch of the stone race. They were not strong in battle, but they were good at camouflage. These two stone race members were demigods, and could not affect him and Qinyu. Therefore, Meng Qingyun did not act rashly and only observed in secret. Big brother, is it really okay for us to do this? The plane of storms is jointly occupied by the two god-level forces of the stone race. Stealing divine stones in the territory of a god-level force of the stone race is like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. One of the mud stone race members asked with a voice transmission. He was rather worried. Don't worry about this. I've asked a fortune master to divine it. Today, there will be a strange phenomenon in the plane of storms. The storm here will be twice as fierce as usual. At that time, the perception formation will be greatly weakened. We can take the opportunity to enter and leave immediately after we get the benefits. The other mudstone race member said confidently. They stopped 5,000 miles away from the plane of storms and waited for 4 hours. As expected, the storm in the distant plane of storms suddenly intensified. Even from so far away, they could hear the roar of the wind. The two mudstone race members approached quietly. Eh? Where are the guards nearby? The leading mudstone race member asked. As far as he knew, there should be people from the two races at the border of the plane of storms. Could it be that this place is much more dangerous and they've temporarily retreated? The other mudstone race member said. That's possible. The leading mudstone race member pondered for a moment. Although he felt that it was suspicious, he was unwilling to return empty-handed. The two mudstone race members continued forward. The underground of the plane of storms was filled with hard rocks and some large mines. It was difficult for the mudstone race to move forward in stealth. Since they had entered, the chances of them being discovered were very low with the cover of the storm. Therefore, the two mudstone race members emerged from the ground and moved quickly. This way. The leading mudstone race member said. Soon, the two stone clan members stopped. That was because they had discovered a piece of divine stone in a large-scale mine. Heaven Feather Wind Spirit Stone. The big-headed mudstone race member's eyes widened in excitement. The stone race's passion for rare ores exceeded that of any other race. In the hands of other races, divine stones were raw materials for forging divine artifacts, but the stone race used divine stones to unleash power beyond their own level. Quick! The two mudstone race members quickly approached, wanting to snatch the Heaven Feather Wind Spirit Stone. As members of the stone race, they quickly determined that the Heaven Feather Wind Spirit Stone was of an extremely high grade and could be used to forge top-grade 1 divine artifacts. This far exceeded the two mudstone race members' expectations. But when they approached the Heaven Feather Wind Spirit Stone and were about to dig it out, boom, suddenly, an extremely heavy pressure descended. The ground cracked open and a storm held. The two mudstone race members were instantly exposed. What's going on? The leading mudstone race member was shocked. Had they been discovered at the last moment, they scanned with their divine senses and saw a giant foot in the dark storm. It stood on a violent whirlwind and gave off a faint god-fiend aura that suppressed everything in the world. At this moment, the two mudstone race members froze on the spot, unable to move. Even their thoughts froze. Big brother, the mudstone race member was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Facing the giant foot, all of his power was suppressed. He seemed to have turned into a mortal and couldn't resist at all. Could it be an almighty of the stone race? The leading mudstone race member revealed a look of despair. Only a god could have such power. Their divine senses only detected a blurry giant foot, and they thought it was an almighty of the stone race. After all, some powerful stone race members were extremely large. And it wasn't strange for them to be 10,000 feet tall. Sir, please spare us. We shouldn't have snuck in here and stolen the god stones. Please spare us. We'll do anything you want us to do. The leading mudstone race member knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, the giant foot didn't speak. Instead, it descended with a shocking aura. The faces of the two Mudstone race members paled. They knew that they would definitely die. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh, 3 figures descended from the sky. They all had 3 pairs of wings. They were the 6-winged evil race of the winged race. It's appeared. The 3 figures all gave off the aura of the heaven fusion realm. They instantly formed a terrifying aura that shook the world and descended. The winged race's heaven fusion realm. The 2 Mudstone race members trembled. Why did the winged race come to the stone race? What was going on? And it wasn't over yet. Thousands of miles behind him, 2 ordinary blades of grass on the ground suddenly grew crazily. Dozens of deep blue vines grew out of them, rushing over with a cold air. Winged race, get lost. The blue vines also gave off the aura of the heaven fusion realm. They were 2 Wood race's heaven fusion realm experts. The Wood race's heaven fusion realm? The 2 Mudstone race members were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the Wood races and the winged race's heaven fusion realm experts appear here? Not only that, but the 2 Mudstone race members also felt a powerful divine aura rapidly approaching. 10,000 miles away. Meng Qingyun sensed something strange and immediately woke up Qinyu, who was in seclusion. It really is a part of a fiend god. The moment Qinyu left the Darkwood Pearl, the Heart of Eternity sent him a strong reaction. Qinyu and Meng Qingyun immediately came out of the ground. At this moment, the 2 felt many waves of divine power. How many people have received the news? How many God Realm experts are waiting here? Qinyu couldn't help but sigh. Just as the great prophet had predicted, the number and strength of the enemies in this fight for the God-fiend parts were far greater than before. In fact, this was normal. A divine devil part was extremely valuable. Any heavenly combination realm expert would be invincible among those at the same level if they got one and had a high chance of becoming a higher god. If they got many divine devil parts, they would have a chance of becoming a supreme god, the most powerful supreme in the universe, and have the power to rule over everything. It would be normal for such a treasure to incite a war between races, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! He and Meng Qingyun quickly approached the Valley of Storms. Although there were many competitors and the chances of getting the divine devil part were slim, Qinyu wouldn't give up. In the Valley of Storms, the left foot of the chaotic divine devil king appeared. 3 heavenly combination realm experts of the winged race were above it, and 2 heavenly combination realm experts of the wood race were approaching from the right. In a ravine below, there were 2 Mudstone race members. They looked at the scene in front of them in a daze and shivered. They couldn't understand why so many heavenly combination realm experts would suddenly appear. They had only come to the Valley of Storms to steal something. Why would so many heavenly combination realm experts appear? The wood race wants to interfere too? If I remember correctly, a divine devil part once appeared in the territory of the wood race, but it was taken by someone else. A gray-haired old man leading the winged race group mocked with a cold expression. Humph, it's all because of the winged race. A divine realm expert of the wood race was full of killing intent. The winged race and the wood race seemed to be fighting each other. Boom, 2 heavenly combination realm experts of the wood race suddenly attacked. Layers of dark blue vine shadows appeared around the left foot of the chaotic divine devil king, emitting a coldness that could freeze everything. The 2 wood race experts were from the Ice Hellvines race, a race that stood at the top of the wood race. They were extremely powerful and had strong survivability. Especially the leader of the Hell Ice Devil Rotan clan, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the second heaven. With the God-fiend king's left foot as the center, layers of eerie blue vines instantly froze the area. The freezing effect was extremely strong, and it was difficult to break free with ordinary means. Dream on. The gray-haired old man from the winged race let out an angry roar as the 3 pairs of wings danced in the air, creating a terrifying storm. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the heaven combining stage, which was slightly lower than the leader of the demonic Icevine race. However, he had the geographical advantage in the plane of storms. The gray-haired old man turned the fierce wind of the storm plane into his own power. The storm generated by the 3 pairs of wings had reached an extremely frightening level and crashed into the huge blue ice block. Pung, the frozen god-fiend monarch's left foot was sent thousands of miles away by the whirlwind. In the next moment, even the winged race and the wood race's powerhouses chased after them, and they even fought fiercely along the way. The two Mudstone tribe members were dumbfounded. All the heavenly combination stage experts left, the two of them are okay, but suddenly, waves of earth-shattering divine power surged over again, suppressing them so much that they couldn't move. After them, the wood race and the winged race are acting. They took the god-fiend monarch's body part. An angry roar sounded. In the next instant, two pitch-black lights flew over the heads of the two Mudstone tribe members. In the distant sky void, a yellow-robed figure appeared. He was the owner of the god-fiend monarch's body part who had fought with Xianxia on the Blood God Island and escaped. You want to steal the god-fiend monarch's body part from under my nose with such a simple plan? You're too naive. The yellow-robed man's expression was cold as his figure disappeared. He was determined to get the god-fiend king's left foot. Once he gathered both feet of the god-fiend king, his speed would probably be above that of a higher god. Then, another two heavenly combination stage experts chased after him. The Mudstone tribe members lying in the ravine were dumbstruck, and their minds went blank. What happened? Why did the heavenly combination stage experts that were rarely seen in 100 years come to the Plain of Storms? Also, these heavenly combination stage experts came from different races. At this moment, the two Mudstone tribe members only knew that they had snuck into the Plain of Storms and thought that no one had noticed them. But in reality, there were many pairs of eyes watching them from all directions, and they could see their every move clearly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xianxia and Meng Qingyun also chased after them. Of course, the two of them changed their appearances slightly to avoid being recognized and attacked by other heavenly combination stage experts. The two Divine Realm experts of the Ice-Hell demonic Rotan race attacked with all their strength and froze the God-Fiend King's left foot. The three experts of the Six-Winged race also used all their strength and used a special flying secret technique to increase the speed of the entire team. I never thought that I would join forces with the Winged race. The leader of the Ice-Hell demonic Rotan race sighed. Although the Wood race and the Winged race were enemies, they knew that it wasn't easy to fight for the God-Fiend monarch's body part, and there were other competitors nearby that hadn't appeared yet. It would be too stupid for them to fight to the death first. Thus, they pretended to fight. The others would definitely be happy to see them exhaust each other first, so they weren't in a hurry to make a move. Thus, the Wood race and the Winged race took this opportunity to escape with the God-Fiend monarch's body part. The Winged race's speed was famous in the Origin world. They used a flying secret technique to amplify each other's speed, causing the entire team's speed to double. They would first get rid of the others and then decide who the God-Fiend monarch's body part would belong to. However, they had underestimated the other competitors. Whoosh, a golden and yellow light came from behind and instantly caught up with the Winged race and the Wood race. He's not a high god, but his speed is so fast. The gray-haired elder of the Winged race was shocked. Leave the God-Fiend monarch's body part behind. The golden and yellow light turned into the figure of a man in a yellow robe. He stomped down with both feet and instantly, dozens of thick golden light pillars shot down and pierced through the ground. The fierce attack caused the Wood race and the Winged race to pause slightly. Then, other heavenly combination stage experts arrived one after another. There were demons and descendants of the God-Fiend. Damn it, this guy ruined our plan. The leader of the demonic Icevine race glared at the yellow-robed man. The Wood race and the Winged race were likely to be surrounded and attacked, so they would be at a disadvantage if they continued to guard the God-Fiend parts. Everyone, wait. At this moment, the gray-haired elder of the Winged race suddenly spoke. What nonsense do you have to say? The yellow-robed man said coldly. We're all here for the God-Fiend parts. If we fight, I believe that no one will be able to obtain the God-Fiend parts. Therefore, I suggest that we use another method to determine the ownership of the God-Fiend parts and reduce casualties to the minimum. The gray-haired elder of the Winged race continued. Everyone fell into deep thought. If they fought, the situation would be extremely tragic. No one was confident that they would be able to obtain the God-Fiend parts. In comparison, using a slightly more harmonious method to determine the ownership of the God-Fiend parts was a good idea. The premise was that everyone had to agree. Okay, I agree. Someone voted. However, at this moment, boom, the sky shook and instantly became dark, forming a huge whirlpool. A figure of the winged race quietly floated beside it. It was Heavenly God Flag. He had a mocking smile on his face. He suddenly waved his hand, and a pitch-black beam of light shot out from the huge whirlpool. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It instantly struck the ground and accurately hit the frozen God-fiend king's left foot. Crack, the ice shattered, and the God-fiend king's left foot flew out. "Don't let the God-fiend parts escape," a God-fiend descendant shouted. The yellow-robed man's eyes flashed. He was considering whether to expose the God-fiend king's right foot and escape immediately after obtaining the God-fiend parts. Speed was his greatest advantage. The gray-haired elder of the winged race was only at the second firmament, so he could not catch up to him. However, suddenly, the ground shattered, and countless boulders shot into the sky. 5 stone giants as tall as mountains shot into the sky. Their bodies were majestic, and they emitted an extremely heavy pressure. "This God-fiend part is in my race's territory. You foreign races, scram!" A pitch-black stone giant with ancient golden patterns on its surface roared, causing the earth to shake and the heavens to tremble. "Scram! The God-fiend part belongs to the stone race." The other heavenly combination realm experts of the stone race also yelled. Behind them, Qinyu and Meng Qingyun, who had just arrived, couldn't help but take a deep breath when they saw the scene. The fight for the God-fiend part was too intense. Everyone originally thought that the stone race was lazy and stupid, and they might not know the clues to the God-fiend part. Unexpectedly, the 2 godly state forces of the stone race that occupied the Plain of Storms had already made arrangements. They were all hidden underground. Now that they appeared, they immediately set up a formation, as if they were planning to kill all the foreign races in one fell swoop. Rumble. The sky shook as the heavenly combination realm experts of the various races fought, and destructive storms swept in all directions. The ground instantly shattered, and a 1,000-mile-deep crater appeared. Qinyu and Meng Qingyun hesitated. This godly state battle was too chaotic. "That guy is here too." Qinyu saw the yellow-robed man. He was the owner of the God-fiend king's right foot. In the chaotic battle, a dark gust of wind flew out at an astonishing speed, making it difficult for people to see its trajectory. However, Qinyu had the heart of eternity, and he could clearly tell that it was the God-fiend king's left foot. Swish, the God-fiend king's left foot took the opportunity to escape. It turned into a dark gust of wind and quickly escaped from this place. "Not good, the God-fiend part has escaped." "After it!" everyone exclaimed. However, the God-fiend king's left foot sensed danger and was fleeing with all its might. Its speed was close to that of a higher god. As such, the gods of the stone race would find it very difficult to catch up. There were a few godly state cultivators below the second heavenly level, and they sighed when they saw the speed of the God-fiend king's left foot. On the other hand, the yellow-robed man, the winged race expert, and the leader of the demonic ice vine race immediately gave chase. It's good that the chaotic battle has ended. Next, it will be a competition of speed, and we will be able to eliminate many competitors. Qinyu said calmly as he also gave chase. Cuckoo. In the sky, the heavenly god flag cackled before his body turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. Qinyu activated the law of space and disappeared in a flash. He couldn't lose track of the divine fiend king's left foot with the heart of eternity's senses. The 2 god-state warriors of the stone race wanted to give chase, but they gave up in the end. The stone race's greatest weakness was their speed. If there was a ranking of the speed of 10,000 races, the stone race would be at the bottom. It would be great if it was the other divine fiend parts. They wouldn't be able to run so fast. A god-state warrior of the stone race sighed. The other stone race members stomped their feet in anger. The speed of the divine fiend king's left foot was close to the level of a high god. They couldn't catch up. Of course, it wasn't just the stone race that gave up. There were a few god-state warriors below the second heaven who didn't give chase either. A dark gust of wind flashed and disappeared. Behind him, many figures chased after him. The one at the front was the yellow-robed man. He was at the peak of the second heaven and had the law of light. He also had the divine fiend king's right foot. The yellow-robed man didn't even use the power of the divine fiend king's right foot to follow the divine fiend king. The yellow-robed man released his soul voice. You can't run. Why don't you submit to me instead of being caught by others? I believe you can feel that the Divine Fiend King's right foot is in my hands. You and the Divine Fiend King's right foot are like brothers in the dragon race. Isn't it good to reunite with your brother? The yellow-robed man persuaded. His true identity was the yellow dragon of the dragon clan. The dragon race was still a distance away from becoming a super race, but it was still a strong race. The strongest clans of the dragon clan were the yellow dragon clan, the crimson dragon clan, the black dragon clan, the white dragon clan, and the azure dragon sacred clan. The yellow-robed man could feel a strong resistance coming from the Divine Fiend King's left foot. I can't convince him. The yellow-robed man soon gave up. He was hesitating if he should expose the secret of the Divine Fiend King's right foot and fight for the Divine Fiend part. He could leave immediately if he got it. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed and he would become a target for other Divine Fiend parts. The three-winged race Heavenly Fusion Realm experts and the Ice Hell Demonic Vine race followed closely behind. Apart from that, there were also two Heavenly Fusion Realm experts from God Fiend descendants. Their cultivation levels were at the mid-stage of the Heavenly Fusion Realm. Behind him was Xianxia. With such a lineup of pursuers, it was only because the Fiend God parts had fled and left behind many competitors. Otherwise, the competition would have been incomparably intense. Whoosh, Xianxia quickly caught up to the two God Fiend descendants ahead of him. This human is quite fast. One of the God Fiend descendants had a head of green hair. There were ancient God Fiend patterns on his skin, and his eyes were white. They shone resplendently and emitted a faint God Fiend aura. Xianxia's cultivation was the same as his, but he was able to catch up. This surprised the green-haired middle-aged man. Get lost. The other God Fiend descendant was a sexy woman with black horns on her head and a pair of black wings on her back. Xianxia had seen this race many times before. It was the Black Demon race. The woman of the Black Demon race had a bad temper. Seeing that Xianxia had caught up, she bellowed angrily and gathered a majestic divine might, intending to stop Xianxia. In her view, Xianxia was also a competitor in the fight for the Fiend God parts, so it was better to get rid of him here. Rumble, with the woman of the Black Demon race as the center, a dark and distorted halo expanded, repelling and shattering all matter. Moreover, this dark halo contained a powerful divine soul pressure. The Black Demon race had a special talent in the Soul Tao. She expected that her powerful and noble bloodline would be enough to force this human to retreat. Get lost. Xianxia frowned and coldly rebuked, setting off an earth-shaking explosion. The dark circle of light swayed and almost became unstable. Now that Xianxia had changed his appearance, he was not afraid of being recognized. Moreover, this woman of the Black Demon race had provoked him first. Swoosh! Boom! Xianxia's speed increased abruptly, and he directly charged into the Black Demon race's domain of divinity, smashing the dark halo into pieces. He swept past her and overtook the two descendants of the God and Devil race. Bastard, how dare you be so impudent! The woman of the Black Demon race flew into a rage out of humiliation. To her, Xianxia's behavior was a blatant provocation. God Luo Lin, why don't we get rid of this person, then we will have one less competitor in the fight for the Fiend God parts. The woman of the Black Demon race looked at the green-haired middle-aged man with an inquiring tone. Do it. The green-haired middle-aged man glanced at Xianxia, a white light suddenly flashing in his eyes, and the Fiend God aura around him became denser, rising up with an earth-shattering might. Xianxia's speed slowed slightly, feeling the powerful pressure, and the blood in his body slightly trembled. Although they were both descendants of the Fiend God race, the feeling the green-haired middle-aged man gave him was completely different from the woman of the Black Demon race. Boom! A dazzling white radiance erupted from the green-haired middle-aged man's palm, illuminating everything within his field of vision. Immediately afterward, a dazzling white radiance blotted out the sky, carrying an incomparably ferocious aura as it smashed toward Xianxia. The strength of the green-haired middle-aged man was completely unlike that of an ordinary second heaven, and even made Xianxia mistakenly think that he was at the peak of the second heaven. Boom! Xianxia activated the strength of his body, fusing it with mixed divine power, and struck out a huge dark and domineering fist light, forcibly colliding with the giant hand that covered the sky. The white light and the dark light intertwined, producing bursts of rumbling sounds. Finally, all the white above his head was devoured and shattered. In the case of the same cultivation base, Qinyu's mixed divine power was tyrannical and powerful, and thus had a great advantage. This kid actually shattered God Luolin's attack? The woman of the black demon race was surprised. The reason why she did not make a move was because she had absolute confidence in God Luolin. She was afraid that within a few moves, he would be able to seriously injure Qinyu. But the result was far beyond her expectations. God Luolin was also surprised. In the race of the second heaven, if he claimed to be number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. But he did not expect to meet a human race cultivator here, who was so strong, and should be on par with him. "Let me help you," the woman of the black demon race shouted, and a giant scythe appeared in her hand. The scythe blade was alternating between black and white, and as she waved it, dozens of huge and fierce light blades were produced, enveloping Qinyu. God Luolin's body grew to 10 feet tall, and his whole body exuded a simple white light. He was domineering, sacred, and majestic, and possessed a terrifying pressure that could suppress all living beings. He struck out again, and there was not much difference from the previous attack, but its power was doubled. Ancient God race. At this moment, Qinyu recognized them. Among the myriad races of the origin world, the descendants of gods and demons almost stood at the top, and the ancient god race stood at the top of the descendants of gods and demons. It could also be said that in terms of individual talent, potential, bloodline magical abilities, and so on, the ancient god race was the strongest. In addition, Qinyu's biological mother was from the ancient god race. "Now you know fear, but it's too late," the woman of the black demon race sneered. The next moment, her and God Luolin's attack arrived in front of Qinyu, as if to kill him. Mixed origin spirit guard. No one dared to be careless in the face of the ancient god race, and Qinyu immediately displayed a defensive battle technique. A vast amount of chaos origin divine power surged out from his body, instantly forming a dark and ferocious giant. 2 thick arms punched forward, forming a defensive shield of light. The attacks of the woman of the black demon race and God Luolin were blocked by the dark giant's palms. Moreover, the dark giant could also devour some of the energy that Qinyu could use, and transform it into Qinyu's body. Just as Qinyu was about to counterattack. Boom, in the distant sky, there was suddenly another powerful fiend god aura, stronger than God Luolin's. Moreover, everyone present here was able to sense an extremely powerful and terrifying force. Not good, it's the owner of the fiend god parts. God Luolin's eyes darkened. His divine sense sensed that a yellow-robed man had activated the power of the fiend god parts and was rapidly approaching the left foot of the fiend god king at a speed comparable to a superior god. If he guessed correctly, this man was the owner of the right foot of the fiend god king, and his identity was the sun chaser god of the yellow dragon race. The sun chaser god is here. The woman of the black demon race had a solemn expression. The owner of the fiend god parts was definitely a strong competitor, not to mention that he had the left foot of the fiend god king, and the possibility of obtaining the right foot was greater than anyone else. "Let's go." God Luolin glanced at Qinyu, and decided to focus on the fiend god parts. After all, the strength that Qinyu had displayed was not something that could be dealt with in a short period of time. There was no need to give up the fiend god parts for a stranger. Qinyu also immediately chased after them. If the woman of the black demon race had not taken the initiative to provoke him, he would not have bothered to pay attention to these two. But it was also beneficial to fight. At least he had found out the details and strength of these two. Tens of thousands of miles away. The yellow-robed man was rapidly approaching the left foot of the fiend god king. In terms of speed, the yellow-robed man was faster. After all, he had attacked with all his strength and planned to immediately retreat after obtaining the left foot of the fiend god king. Although the left foot of the fiend god king was fast, it was not an object without an owner and could not exert its true power. The yellow-robed man was about to catch up with the left foot of the fiend god king. The 3-winged race experts and the experts of the ice-hell demonic vine race were all anxious and chased with all their strength. "Thief, stop!" The expert of the ice-hell demonic vine race shouted. "Damn, I didn't expect the sun chaser god to also come. As the owner of the right foot of the fiend god king, even I am far slower than him. Once the sun chaser god obtains the fiend god parts, he will be able to get rid of us." The gray-haired elder of the winged race frowned. The next moment, his eyes showed determination, as if he had made a decision. He formed a hand seal, and the 3 pairs of wings behind the gray-haired elder fluctuated astonishing wind currents. This is the forbidden secret technique of the 6-winged fiend race, evil wing light escape. At the cost of permanently damaging the wings, it can burst forth with a speed several times faster. The ice-held demonic vine race and the 6-winged fiend race were very familiar enemies, so they were more familiar with this secret technique. Swoosh, the 3 pairs of wings behind the gray-haired elder twisted like 3 chaotic air currents. As they danced, the gray-haired elder's speed was pushed to the limit. A chaotic stream of light streaked across the sky, and the gray-haired elder had already disappeared. He was approaching the yellow-robed man, the sun chaser god, at an astonishing speed. Leave the fiend god parts behind. The gray-haired elder quickly approached. Dream on. The yellow-robed man sneered. At this moment, the fiend god king's left foot was tied up by a golden dragon pattern chain. He took the fiend god parts and activated the power of his right foot to escape. The golden dragon pattern chain in the hands of the yellow-robed man, Xianxia god, was called the 8-dragon god trapping chain. He had specially prepared it to capture fiend god parts, and it had almost made him bankrupt. This divine artifact was only suitable for sealing, and it had only come in handy now. Fortunately, the result was satisfactory. The fiend god king's left foot was temporarily trapped by the 8-dragon god trapping chain. Ha ha ha. Xianxia god laughed and immediately retreated. Now that he had obtained the fiend god parts, there was no need to stay. At this moment, the gray-haired old man, who had used the evil wing light escape, quickly attacked and stabbed at Xianxia god like a sharp arrow, trying to snatch the fiend god parts. Get lost. Xianxia god's face was cold and arrogant. He swept out with his foot, and golden afterimages filled the sky, dyeing the sky golden. This attack contained the laws of light and the laws of metal. Not only was it extremely fast, but its offensive power was equally fierce. The gray-haired old man, who was rushing over, could not dodge this attack and could only take it head-on. Boom, the wings behind him stretched to a length of 1,000 feet, like a huge blade. He frantically waved it, forming a destructive storm in an instant, resisting the Xianxia god's attack. The gray-haired old man's cultivation was at the 2nd heavenly layer, a small realm lower than Xianxia god, who also had fiend god parts. But when they really fought, the gray-haired old man found that Xianxia god's strength did not seem to be as strong as the rumors said. Could it be that the fiend god parts were sealed, distracting him and preventing him from exerting his full strength? The gray-haired old man thought. His guess was right, but this was only one of the reasons. The second reason was that Xianxia god had fought with Chenyu on Blood God Island and suffered heavy injuries. His vitality was greatly damaged, and the power of the fiend god parts was also overconsumed. Now, Xianxia god did not dare to waste too much of the power of the fiend god parts, fearing that he would not be able to escape later. Therefore, his attack was not enhanced by the fiend god parts. The gray-haired old man was one of the best in the Wing clan. When he went all out, he blocked Xianxia god's attack and was not injured. He naturally did not intend to do anything to Xianxia god. He just wanted to delay him for a while and wait for the others to catch up. After the gray-haired old man broke through Xianxia god's attack, his 3 pairs of wings launched a fierce attack, trying to restrain Xianxia god for a moment. However, the sun chaser god had no intention of fighting at all. After unleashing that attack just now, he quickly fled. While escaping, he activated the full power of the God Fiend King's right leg, and his body turned into a dark golden aurora that flashed and disappeared. So fast. The gray-haired old man's attack missed. Seeing the sun-chasing god disappear in an instant, his expression changed drastically. He immediately gave chase, but even if he used the evil wing light escape, his speed was far inferior to the sun-chasing god who had the divine demon king's right foot. He could only watch the distance between them widen, helpless. In the end, he also gave up. 5 breaths later, the rest of the demonic ice vine race and winged race's conjoined heaven realm experts caught up. Where is he? The expert from the ice-held demonic vine clan shouted anxiously. He escaped. That yellow-robed man is the Xianxia god. He has the right foot of a god-fiend king. His speed is too fast. Only a high god can catch up to him. The gray-haired elder sighed. This was a competition of speed. The Stone Clan was the first to be eliminated, followed by the Six-Winged Demon Clan and the Ice-Hell Demonic Vine Clan. A few more breaths passed. Qin Yu, Luo Lin God, and the woman of the Black Demon Clan rushed over. Luo Lin God, the God-fiend parts have probably been obtained by the sun-chasing god. The woman of the Black Demon Clan transmitted her voice. The sun-chasing god's speed was famous in the origin world. He had faced many ambushes and assassinations to snatch the god-fiend parts, but the sun-chasing god had escaped. He did get the god-fiend parts, but it's not like we have no hope. Luo Lin God transmitted his voice calmly. You have a way? The woman of the Black Demon Clan was overjoyed. Luo Lin God didn't say anything and pretended to leave with the woman of the Black Demon Clan. My ancient god clan is the strongest clan among the descendants of the gods and demons. We have inherited many ancient secret techniques from the primordial era. And the chaotic god-fiend body of the chaotic god-fiend king is related to the god-fiend clan of the ancient times. Luo Lin God smiled faintly. This was discovered by the ancient god clan in the process of searching for the god-fiend parts. The Almighty of the ancient god clan speculated that the chaotic god-fiend king might be related to the god-fiend clan of the ancient times. I have mastered a secret technique. Perhaps I can use the god-fiend aura emitted by the god-fiend parts to find the traces of the sun-chasing god. Luo Lin God said the key point. Immediately after, he displayed the secret technique. In his white eyes, there was a flash of multicolored brilliance. Then his eyes could see things that ordinary people couldn't. Go! Luo Lin God shouted. The woman of the Black Demon Clan was pleasantly surprised, and immediately followed. She exclaimed in her heart, as expected of the ancient god clan, the strongest god-fiend race. Moreover, Luo Lin God was once a famous genius of the origin world. As long as we can find the sun-chasing god, he will be at his weakest after activating the power of the god-fiend parts. At that time, the god-fiend parts will be ours. The woman of the Black Demon Clan said with a smile. That's right. Luo Lin God's eyes revealed a strong determination. The feet of the god-fiend king would be his. With his physique of the ancient god clan, there shouldn't be too much rejection of the god-fiend parts. If he could successfully fuse with the feet of the god-fiend king, his overall strength would have a qualitative leap, and there would be hope for him to break through to the high god realm in a short period of time. Like Luo Lin God, Qin Yu pretended to leave the scene. But in fact, he was very happy. The sun-chasing god had escaped, and the other competitors couldn't keep up with his speed. After a long time, they would completely lose track of him. However, with the heart of eternity, Qin Yu could vaguely sense the god and demon parts even from a distance. Especially with the improvement of his cultivation, the number of god-fiend parts increased, and his sensing ability became stronger. In addition, his speed was also very fast, so he wouldn't be completely left behind by the sun-chasing god. Whoosh! After pretending to leave, Qin Yu immediately chased with all his strength based on the vague feeling. His heart accumulated power to increase his speed, and the law of space was fully activated. Qin Yu's speed exceeded that of a peak second heaven layer, and he quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. As long as the vague feeling didn't disappear completely, Qin Yu was confident that he could find the sun-chasing god. But the flight didn't last long. Qin Yu's figure suddenly stopped, and then he used teleportation, moving hundreds of miles to the right. On the other side, Luo Lin God, who was flying, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? The Black Demon Race woman asked doubtfully. Just now, I sensed a powerful divine sense power, in addition to a faint god-fiend aura. Luo Lin God's eyes were deep. But the next moment, the divine sense was retracted, and the god-fiend aura also dissipated. When his divine sense swept out, he found nothing. Could it be an expert of another god-fiend descendant race? The Black Demon Race woman guessed. Maybe. Luo Lin God murmured and continued to move forward. Perhaps he also came to snatch the god-fiend parts, and after losing track of the sun-chasing god, he wandered around. But the god-fiend aura he sensed just now contained a familiar aura, which gave him the feeling that it was from another ancient god race. Qin Yu narrowly avoided the detection of Luo Lin God's divine sense. This was all because the God-fiend king's head had strengthened his god soul and divine sense. His god soul had reached the peak of the second heavenly layer, and the range of his divine sense was wider than Luo Lin God's. Coupled with the second and a half heavenly layer of space law, he had a great advantage. Otherwise, when he sensed Luo Lin God, the other party would also be able to sense Qinyu. Looking at Luo Lin God and the others, they don't seem to be wandering aimlessly, but have a specific goal. They may also have some way to track the sun-chasing god. Qinyu guessed. In that case, I don't have to be too anxious to find the sun-chasing god. Qinyu started pondering. Let Luo Lin God find the sun-chasing god first, and the two will fight. The last time the sun-chasing god escaped from his hands, Qinyu clearly remembered it, and he didn't want this kind of thing to happen to him again. So, Qinyu slowed down a little, and became cautious to avoid being detected by Luo Lin God. The border of the Stone Clan, 100,000 zhang high in the sky. The sun-chasing god was hiding here. Still resisting? At this point, you can only follow me. The sun-chasing god said with a smile. In front of him, the left foot of the divine demon king was tightly bound by the 8-dragon god-trapping chain. It struggled hard and released power, which was absorbed by the 8-dragon god-trapping chain. In the end, it only set off some ordinary waves. The 8-dragon god-trapping chain can't trap it for too long. I must fuse with the left foot of the divine demon king as soon as possible. The sun-chasing god thought. As for how to fuse, he had already thought of this. Like refining a divine weapon, he used his own divine power to wash the parts of the divine demon king over and over again, left a divine soul mark in it, and then forcibly integrated it into his own body. As time passed, as the sun-chasing god began to refine, the struggling of the parts of the divine demon king also weakened. The sun-chasing god originally had the right foot of the divine demon king, so the difficulty of refining the left foot of the divine demon king was several times lower than that of ordinary people. Soon, he was halfway through the process. But suddenly, the sun-chasing god opened his eyes, only to see a pair of bright light palms in the distant sky, with a tremendous divine power that shook the sky and earth, descending. Whoosh, the sun-chasing god immediately got up and rushed forward. Boom, the next moment, the huge light palms descended, stirring up a monstrous destructive light wave. The sun-chasing god was affected. His robe was torn, and he retreated awkwardly, gritting his teeth and groaning. You made it hard for us to find you. If we had come a little later, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Luo Lin and the woman of the black demon race arrived. You actually caught up? The sun-chasing god looked embarrassed, very surprised. Do it. Luo Lin didn't talk nonsense, not giving the sun-chasing god a chance to recover. He and the woman of the black demon race attacked in an instant, once again displaying a fierce killing move. Both were descendants of the divine demon race, with outstanding strength. Luo Lin was an ancient god race, and his strength was comparable to the peak of the second heaven. The sun-chasing god, who had previously activated the divine demon part with all his strength, fell into a period of weakness at this moment. The second divine demon part had only been fused halfway, and his current state was very bad. After a few moves, he was once again sent flying by Luo Lin's overbearing attack, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Ancient God Clan. Sun-chasing god stared at Luo Lin with a solemn expression. Originally, he did not take these two descendants of the god-demon clan seriously. Even if he was not in his best state, his cultivation was at least at the peak of the second heaven. Unexpectedly, one of the two enemies was from the ancient god clan. The descendants of the god-demon clan originated from the ancient god-demon clan, which stood at the top of the myriad clans of the main world. And the ancient god clan was the top existence among the descendants of the god-demon clan. In short, the various rumors about the ancient god clan were not undeserved. Sun-chasing god had the intention to retreat. In his current state, he might be able to defeat an ordinary second heaven, but not the ancient god clan. Moreover, the black demon clan woman was not an ordinary person. It was just that sun-chasing god was in a weak state and could not activate the power of the god-demon component. Forcibly activating it would not only be less effective, but also had greater side effects. 9 Gem God Suppressing Pagoda. At this moment, Luo Lin made a hand seal and chanted an incantation, displaying an ancient secret technique. The god-demon characters diffused out, forming layers of halos that shrouded a radius of 10,000 zhang. It quickly turned into a white pagoda with a total of 9 floors, carved with ancient totems, solemn and dignified, suppressing all living beings. The sacred white pagoda suppressed a radius of 10,000 zhang. Sun-chasing god felt that the divine power in his body was being suppressed, and he could only exert 60 to 70% of his strength. In addition, this should be a means set up by Luo Lin to prevent him from escaping. It would not be so easy to rush out. Finish it quickly, Luo Lin said to the Black Demon Clan woman. His secret technique was to prevent Sun-chasing god from escaping. In addition, he could not give Sun-chasing god too much time to recover. If he delayed for too long, it might alarm others and leak the news. Swish, the Black Demon Clan woman held a giant scythe with black and white patterns on its blade. When she waved it, dozens of huge and fierce light blades were produced, covering a radius of 10,000 zhang around Sun-chasing god. Luo Lin's palm exploded with a bright and resplendent light, and a gigantic hand that covered the sky slammed down with a violent and domineering aura. The void shrouded by this palm seemed to be sealed, and everything would be turned into ashes under this palm. Swish, Sun-chasing god was not an ordinary person. The law of light and the law of metal erupted, and the golden dragon power surged in all directions, breaking the shackles of this palm. Then, his figure flashed to the right, evading the attacks of Luo Linshen and the Black Demon Race woman. Although he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, it wasn't that easy to deal with him. I'll stall for time and recover some Yuan Qi and the power of the God-fiend parts. When the time comes, I'll break this seal in one fell swoop. This was Sun-chasing god's current plan. He would first try his best to recover, then break through the obstacles and escape. Inside the Jiao-jin god-suppressing pagoda, the two divine devil descendants and the Sun-chasing god engaged in a fierce battle. Due to the sealing of the secret technique, the power of the battle was blocked. The light inside the tower surged in all directions, making it difficult for people to see the specific situation. They could only feel the soul-stirring collision of power. The other side. Qinyu arrived stealthily and sensed the powerful divine power fluctuations. The Heart of Eternity could also sense the God-fiend parts. Looks like Luo Lin god and Sun-chasing god have met and are fighting fiercely. Qinyu smiled. This was in line with his expectations. He slowly approached. According to Qinyu's speculation, Sun-chasing god was likely to use a speed secret technique to escape in the end, just like in the Blood God Island. Sun-chasing god's full speed was too fast. Qinyu had encountered him once before. If he encountered him again, he wouldn't have any countermeasures. Therefore, he couldn't keep waiting. When the right time came, he would act decisively. He hid in the void and slowly approached. He didn't use his divine sense to explore, lest the enemy notice. In the Jiao-jin god suppression pagoda, the fierce battle lasted for a long time. Sun-chasing god was fleeing in all directions from the beginning to the end, fighting for time to recover. It's time. Sun-chasing god's pupils shrank. Golden light flashed in his eyes. The divine devil king's right foot suddenly erupted with a powerful god-fiend aura. Black and white airflow spread in all directions. Not good, stop him. Luo Lin god's expression changed slightly. He struck out with both palms. The bright white giant palm illuminated everything and crushed forward with the god-fiend pressure. You can't stop me. The Sun-chasing god revealed a cold smile. When he successfully merged with the divine devil king's left foot and recovered from his injuries, he would kill Luo Lin god to wash away the shame. Swish, he used a speed secret art, preparing to break through the Jiao-jin god suppression pagoda and escape. But at this moment, a soul-stirring power came from afar, alarming Sun-chasing god and Luo Lin god. In the distant sky, there was a gigantic figure of a fiend god that was 100 zhang tall. Its body was simple and dark, and it was covered in mysterious white patterns. It was as if it was a fiend god from the primordial era. Boom, in the next moment, the giant god-fiend shadow waved its giant palm. Suddenly, the sky darkened as if it was the end of the world. The boundless giant palm slammed towards the Jiao-jin god suppression pagoda at an indescribable speed. Qinyu seized the opportunity. Once he attacked, he would go all out, not giving the enemy a chance to react. The divine palm of chaos divine origin was his ultimate pursuit of speed. It's that bastard. Luo Lin God didn't recognize Chen Yu, but Sun Chasing God instantly gritted his teeth and cursed. On the Blood God Island, he was defeated by Chen Yu and fled. How could Sun Chasing God forget this humiliation? He knew how powerful Chen Yu was. He decided not to stay any longer and immediately launched a secret art. Xiao, the Sunchaser God, turned into a burning beam of dark yellow light and rushed forward, instantly arriving at the edge of the Jiao God Suppression Pagoda. He crashed into it directly and felt a powerful binding force entangling him. It affected the divine power in his body and caused the effect of the Sun Chasing God's speed secret technique to decrease. Under the strong sense of crisis, the Sun Chasing God squeezed out his potential. In less than half a breath, he broke through the 9-gem God Suppression Pagoda and wanted to escape. But at this moment, Chen Yu's palm descended and bombarded the 9-jewel God Suppression Pagoda. Pung, the Jiao God Suppressing Pagoda shook violently before collapsing and disintegrating. The attacks of the chaotic God-fiend body had a restraining effect on any kind of power. The domineering chaos origin divine power also increased its offensive power. Coupled with the space laws, the attacks had a certain penetrative ability. In addition, the Jiaolong God Suppressing Pagoda had lasted for a long time and was not as stable as it was at the beginning, so it was broken by the Sunchaser God. Rumble, the destruction of the Jiao God Suppressing Pagoda set off a huge storm that engulfed Luo Lin God, Sun Chasing God, and the female black demon race. Chen Yu did not stop at all. He took the opportunity to close in and launch another attack. The punch was like a falling star, shaking heaven and earth. The Sunchaser God was blasted thousands of feet away by the explosion of the 9-gem God Suppression Pagoda. His body was in great pain and his internal organs were shattered. As soon as he recovered, he saw Chen Yu attacking him. "Damn, you bastard, you actually came." The Sunchaser God cursed angrily. This was the second time he was defeated by Chen Yu. Facing Chen Yu's earth-shaking punch, the Sunchaser God consumed too much energy and was seriously injured. Knowing that he could not resist, he could only fly forward while defending, trying to avoid this blow. Pung, there was a violent explosion behind him. The fierce and violent divine power aura, with the God-fiend pressure, once again injured the Sunchaser God and sent him flying hundreds of feet away. When the Sunchaser God stabilized his body, he found that there was a seal above his head, releasing a dark and twisted magnetic light wave, covering his whole body. At this moment, the Sunchaser God felt as if he was carrying 10 mountains on his back. His whole body was extremely heavy, sinking hundreds of feet. Moreover, the divine power in his body was strongly disturbed, making it difficult to smoothly mobilize. Just as the Sunchaser God tried his best to resist, the universal magnet God-suppressing seal above his head instantly shrank and smashed down. The universal magnet God-suppressing seal could assist in suppression, and it could also attack head-on, and its power was extremely strong. With a bang, the Sunchaser God's head was smashed directly, and red and white things splashed. Chen Yu waved his palm, forming a bright silver space palm, and grabbed the headless body of the Sunchaser God. "Got it." Chen Yu was surprised, and his heart was beating wildly. "Who are you? How dare you rob us of our spoils of war?" The woman of the Black Demon clan cursed. The explosion just now had shattered one of her wings, and her face was ruined, making her look extremely ferocious. In addition, she did not recognize Chen Yu, who was activating the chaotic fiend god body. "Don't talk nonsense, this person also has the parts of the fiend god. We must stop him." Luo Lin's face was gloomy. The strong fiend god aura on Chen Yu's body was somewhat different from that of the fiend god race, but it was very similar to the fiend god parts of the Sunchaser God, so he judged that this was the power of the fiend god parts. Moreover, the ancient and special fiend god body made Luo Lin's bloodline and physique tremble slightly, and he felt a strong sense of oppression. Boom, Luo Lin's aura skyrocketed, and his body grew tens of feet tall, majestic and domineering, sacred and transcendent. At this moment, he had fully activated the ancient god race bloodline, and this was his strongest state. But in the face of Chen Yu, Luo Lin still did not have much confidence. In order to obtain the fiend god parts, he had to go all out to fight against Chen Yu. Divine Heaven Seal. Luo Lin made a hand seal, and divine power surged all over his body, instantly forming an ancient white seal, which seemed to come from the distant ancient times, full of the vicissitudes of the fiend god pressure. The seal bloomed with a bright light, containing incredible power, and pressed down on Qinyu. Seeing Luo Lin go all out, the female black demon race also knew the strength of the enemy, and also used a secret technique to temporarily increase her strength. The giant scythe in her hand flew out, becoming thousands of feet long, and suddenly slashed out, drawing a cold light mark of death. The two fiend god descendants joined forces to attack Qinyu, vowing to take back the fiend god parts. Scram! Qinyu's eyes were dignified and indifferent, and he raised his giant palm and struck out. Sun-chasing god was forced into a dangerous situation by Luo Lin purely because he had consumed too much energy, and could not continue to activate the power of the fiend god parts. But Qinyu was at his peak state, and the chaotic fiend god body was more suitable for head-on battles, and he had once forced Sun-chasing god into a desperate situation. Boom! Rumble! The ancient fiend god mark and the light mark of death instantly suffered a fierce blow, and cracks quickly appeared, and then exploded. This was the power of the chaotic fiend god body. It was even stronger than the strongest race, the ancient god race, and instantly destroyed the attacks of the two fiend god descendants, setting off a turbulent storm of destruction. Retreat! Luo Lin's expression changed. How is he so strong? The female black demon race's face was pale, and she was extremely shocked. The next moment, the two were bombarded by the aftermath of the attack, and both flew thousands of feet away. Ahem, is this the true power of the fiend god parts? Luo Lin coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face full of awe and desire. The sun-chasing god who had just fought with them was in a weak state and could not continue to activate the fiend god parts, but the one who suddenly appeared in front of them told them the power of the fiend god parts. Luo Lin, the best of the second heaven of the ancient god clan, and a black demon race, were easily defeated. Retreat, this person's fiend god parts are good at head-on combat. Luo Lin was incomparably solemn and did not dare to attack rashly. Are we just going to watch him take away the fiend god parts? The black demon race woman was resentful. Don't be impulsive, there is a time limit to activating the power of the fiend god parts. This person does not have super speed like the sun-chasing god, he can't escape. Luo Lin continued to transmit his voice. The black demon race woman understood what Luo Lin was thinking. He intended to deal with Qinyu like he dealt with the sun-chasing god. Your Excellency is strong, we admit defeat. Luo Lin retreated with a helpless expression. Under normal circumstances, it would take some time for Qinyu to kill the ancient god clan after obtaining the fiend god parts, so he would definitely leave immediately. However, Qinyu changed his strategy because he knew that god Luo Lin had a way to track the parts of gods and demons. If he lured other experts over, then Qinyu would very likely follow in god Juri's footsteps. Die. Qinyu had made up his mind to kill. If he did not kill Luo Lin, he would not be able to leave with peace of mind. In the state of the chaotic fiend god body, his every move shook the world. His simple punches and kicks seemed to be the most simple and powerful force, overbearing and crushing everything in front of him. Retreat. Luo Lin revealed a look of surprise. Qinyu did not leave, and his strong killing intent was simply against common sense. He did not know that the process of him tracking the sun-chasing god had already been known by the enemy. In the face of Qinyu, only Luo Lin had the power to resist, while the black demon race woman could only run for her life. If she was not careful, she would die. Damn, he got the fiend god parts, but he still wants to kill us. The black demon race woman panicked and fled in all directions. Suddenly, a dark ball of light streaked across the sky and earth, setting off a shocking explosion. It was the universal magnet god-suppressing seal. Just now, the black demon race woman saw with her own eyes that this little seal had smashed the sun-chasing god's head. At this moment, when she saw the god-suppressing seal of magnet coming at her, she was so scared that her face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. But with her speed, she couldn't dodge. She could only watch the god-suppressing seal of magnetism coming at her. Pung, the chest of the female of the black demon race was directly pierced by the universal magnet-suppressing seal, and everything in her body was destroyed by the divine power. Her body exploded and turned into ashes. Sigh. Luo Lin sighed. In the face of such a strong enemy, it was difficult for him to protect the life of the black demon race female. He no longer had the will to fight, so he used his speed secret technique and retreated at full speed. However, Jinyu's speed was faster than Luo Lin of the ancient god clan. He followed closely behind Luo Lin and continued to shorten the distance between them. If it was an ordinary second heaven, they would have died in the hands of Jinyu long ago. However, God Luo Lin was from the ancient god clan and his strength was unparalleled. He had held on until now. Suddenly, Jinyu's heart of eternity throbbed with a warning. Danger! Pausing for a moment, Jinyu immediately retreated. Luo Lin was just wondering why Jinyu retreated, but then he also felt a strong sense of crisis. Swish! In the distance, there was a dark aurora that instantly streaked across the sky and went straight to where Jinyu and Luo Lin were. Rumble! The moment the black aurora arrived, it released a frightening dark light wave that eroded all matter, including spiritual illusory energy. In an instant, a dark ball of light with a radius of 10,000 feet was formed. Everything inside was destroyed and became a vacuum. Jinyu's chaotic fiend god body was also violently hit, and he felt a dark and terrifying power seeping in. Divine Flag God. Jinyu saw a figure of the winged clan in the center of the dark ball of light. When they met again, the other party's strength was even more terrifying. The attack that erupted at this moment could even penetrate the chaotic fiend god body. This was the first time Jinyu had encountered such a situation after obtaining the chaotic fiend god body. On the other side, Luo Lin was also affected. His pristine white body was stained with a layer of decaying black, and it was further eroding his body. One had to know that the constitution of the ancient god race was also extremely powerful, but it had been eroded to this extent. This made Luo Lin extremely shocked. What kind of vicious character was this? Kakik, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Divine Flag God laughed with a raspy voice. In reality, he had been watching the battle for the god-fiend parts from the back and pushing things forward. For example, the Winged Clan and the demonic Icebine Clan had planned to settle the ownership of the god-fiend parts in a peaceful manner, but they were disrupted by Divine Flag God, and in the end, it became an earth-shattering battle. Now, the enemies fell one by one, and only Jinyu and Luo Lin were left. Only then did Divine Flag God appear. Jinyu, I'll give you one last chance. Become my servant. Divine Flag God's expression was calm, but it gave off an extremely powerful sense of confidence and pride. Its eyes were dark and cold, as if it didn't care about anything. Piss off. Jinyu harumphed coldly. He didn't waste any time and immediately attacked. His massive palm gathered an enormous amount of power, and he unleashed a dark fist tens of thousands of feet in size toward Divine Flag God. You've made the most foolish choice. Divine Flag God's expression turned cold. He had already decided to kill Jinyu and take away all the god-fiend parts. In the face of Jinyu's earth-shattering fist, Divine Flag God's expression remained calm and indifferent. Dark mist surged in its hand, and it transformed into a dark arrow. Swish! This dark arrow instantly shot forth, exuding a terrifying aura, as if it had the power to pierce through everything. The dark arrow was like a bolt of pitch-black lightning, tearing through the air and piercing toward Jinyu's fist. Their attacks hadn't even clashed yet, but Jinyu could already sense that Divine Flag God's attack was more powerful. The mighty figure that possessed Divine Flag must be at least a higher god. Jinyu made a guess. Hence, it could be understood that Divine Flag God was only at the second heavenly layer, but it possessed the power and techniques of a third heavenly layer cultivator. In the face of such a terrifying opponent, Jinyu wasn't confident that he could emerge victorious. In fact, if he wasn't careful, he could very well be defeated. Furthermore, Divine Flag God was at its peak, so it would be very difficult for him to escape. Jinyu felt like this was going to be a difficult situation. However, all of a sudden, before the dark arrow and the dark fist collided, another peerlessly powerful burst of power descended from the sky. Bam! A silvery black ball of light crashed into the dark arrow, upon which it instantly exploded. The power of time and space took effect upon the dark arrow, further weakening and destroying it. Immediately afterward, Jinyu's ferocious fist descended and completely pulverized the dark arrow. Who's causing trouble? Divine Flag God's dark eyes flashed, and a piercingly cold killing intent appeared. The killing intent was pure and powerful, as if its hand had been stained with the blood of countless living beings. Boom! Qin Yu's fist descended upon the heavenly flag god with a dark expression. A powerful dark divine power erupted from its body as it clashed head-on. Explosions erupted incessantly, and dark waves of light erupted in all directions, pulverizing everything. Divine Flag God was at a disadvantage, and it was forced back over a dozen steps before it managed to dispel Qin Yu's punch. It had most likely sustained some minor internal injuries as well. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. An old and calm voice came from an unknown distant place. "It's you." Divine Flag God's expression twisted with rage. Which god? Qin Yu had also guessed who it was. Even from such a long distance away, his attack was able to accurately strike that dark arrow. Only the witch god could possess such powerful long-range attacks and an extremely accurate hit rate. Furthermore, from that attack, Qin Yu could tell that the witch god was most likely even more powerful than before. However, the witch god seemed to have some sort of vendetta against Divine Flag God. He had been hiding in the shadows this entire time, and he could have easily snatched the god-fiend parts. However, the witch god didn't do that. Instead, he exposed his identity at the crucial moment to make Divine Flag God suffer. Since that's the case, I'll borrow the witch god's power to eliminate Divine Flag God. Qin Yu made his decision. For some reason, Divine Flag God gave him a sense of disgust, and he wanted to eliminate it as soon as possible. Die. Qin Yu's killing intent surged, and he activated his divine power as he swung his fists through the air. Don't be too arrogant, brat. Divine Flag God spoke in a cold voice. Dark black mist surged out of his body and circled around him, forming a mysterious and bizarre pattern. Divine Flag God's aura soared, and an aura of annihilation exuded from his body. A dark black ball of light materialized in his hand. However, he suddenly faltered, and his body shifted to the right. Bam! A ball of dark silver light suddenly appeared where he was just a moment ago before exploding, causing the space around him to twist and warp as several spatial cracks appeared. Divine Flag God gritted his teeth with an enraged expression. Even though he had successfully dodged the witch god's attack, he was unable to deal with Qin Yu's attack. The chaotic godfiend body's powerful close-quarters combat abilities combined with the long-range attacks of the godfiend king's eyes created the perfect combination. Even Divine Flag God was unable to do anything. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, a dazzling silver battleship silently floated in the air, concealing its massive figure. Several Heaven's Legacy race members were gathered within a bright secret chamber within the battleship. There was a massive machine in front of them, and there was a screen of light on which a simple map was displayed. Sir God Mu, just as you divined, this area will become the final battleground for the Godfiend parts. All of the Godfiend parts are there. A Heaven's Legacy race member looked at the 5 red dots on the map. These were the 3 Godfiend parts on Qin Yu's body, as well as the Godfiend King's feet on the Xianxia God's body. In addition, there was another red dot in the distance. That was the witch god. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let them exhaust themselves for now, but we can't be too late. Get ready to strike at any moment and retrieve all of the Godfiend parts. A wrinkled elder sat cross-legged in the back as he issued orders in an orderly manner. Qin Yu and the sorcerer god worked together to attack Heavenly God Qi. The Heavenly Flag God was Qin Yu's enemy to begin with, and now that it had been possessed by an even more terrifying being, its threat level had increased significantly. If he didn't get rid of Qin Yu, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. In fact, the sorcerer god did not help Qin Yu because he had given up on the Godfiend parts. He wanted to kill the Heavenly God Flag. Putting aside his personal vendetta, he felt that the Heavenly God Flag's secrets were most likely not inferior to a Godfiend's parts. Aside from that, if he joined forces with Qin Yu to deal with Heavenly God Flag, he would be able to attack from afar, so he would be fine. Meanwhile, Qin Yu would be fighting Heavenly God Flag at close range, so he would have to bear a greater risk. In any case, after this battle, Qin Yu would be greatly affected, and he might even be heavily injured. At that time, the Godfiend parts would still fall into his hands. As such, helping Qin Yu deal with the Heavenly Flag God was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I had a premonition that those eyes were trouble. The Heavenly Flag God gritted its teeth and harumphed. Because of this, when he was at the God's Fall mountain range, he could have attacked Xianxia, but he had chosen to target the sorcerer god instead. Unfortunately, he was so close to killing the sorcerer god and obtaining the god-fiend king's eyes. After the first failure, not only did the sorcerer god's cultivation increase, but he was also more vigilant. It would be much more difficult to get rid of him again. For example, at this moment, the sorcerer god was maintaining a distance of 10,000 miles from him. Even if he attacked immediately, the sorcerer god would have sufficient time to prepare or retreat. Die. Xianxia punched out with both fists. The might of his fists shook the heavens and the earth, stirring up layers of light waves that surged for thousands of miles. By teaming up with the sorcerer god, Xianxia did not need to use any other trump cards. Under the state of the chaotic god-fiend body, he only needed to attack continuously. With the combination of the chaotic god-fiend body and the eyes of the god-fiend monarch, no matter how powerful the heavenly flag god was, it was bound and powerless. It was injured again and again by the attacks of Xianxia or the witch god. The heavily injured Luo Linshan couldn't help but retreat as he watched this shocking battle from afar. Before he came, he was full of confidence. But who would have thought that the competition for the fiend god parts would be so intense, and that each opponent was more powerful than the last? At this moment, when Xianxia and the sorcerer god joined forces, the heavenly god flag was still able to deal with them. Their strength was truly terrifying. God Luo Lin retreated a few thousand miles and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Suddenly, Luo Lin sensed a powerful god-fiend aura slowly approaching. The god-fiend aura was similar to the aura of god-fiend parts, but it was also similar to the aura of god-fiend descendants. Is there another strong competitor? God Luo Lin was shocked. He adjusted his position again to avoid being hit by an unknown strong competitor. At the same time, he was curious. Who would come this time? On the Heaven's Legacy race side, the wrinkled elder, God Mu, slowly led the other two members of the Heaven's Legacy race forward. Lord Mu Shen, if we can obtain all 6 parts of the Fiend God, our clan's plan will be a success. A Heaven's Legacy race member excitedly said. There were 9 God-Fiend parts in total, the left and right legs, the left and right hands, the blood, the torso, the eyes, the head, and finally the heart of eternity. The Heaven's Legacy race originally had the right arm of the God Demon King, and after capturing the left Destruction Demon God, they had 2 God-Fiend parts. Once they captured all the enemies, the number of God-Fiend parts would instantly rise to 8, with the terrifying power of 8 God-Fiend parts, obtaining the last God-Fiend part would be very easy. At that time, the Primal Chaos God-Fiend King would reappear in the world. It probably won't go so smoothly. If this god's guess is correct, that lone God-Fiend part on the device should be the sorcerer god. God Mu's eyes were deep and his expression calm. The sorcerer god was too far away from the battlefield, so there was no way he could capture all of them in one fell swoop. Not to mention the fact that the God Demon King's eyes seemed to have the ability to foresee danger. In the Heaven's Legacy race's plan, the God Demon King's eyes were the final target. The 3 slowly advanced, and it didn't take long for them to sense the fierce storm of battle. The earth trembled and the winds howled. The 3 members of the Heaven's Legacy race were in no rush and slowly approached. A few moments later, when they were about to reach the battlefield, they suddenly sped up and took in the entire situation. This kid has the chaotic God-Fiend body, so he should be Xianxia. He also captured the Sorcerer god. The sorcerer god is actually working together with Xianxia? Interesting. God Mu's eyes brightened, and he began to inspect Heavenly God flag. With just a glance, one would realize that Heavenly God flag was not simple and had to be treated seriously. The Heaven's Legacy race was also skilled in divination, so God Mu was already secretly making some calculations. In a flash, his expression turned extremely grave as he sensed a powerful threat and danger. God Mu came to a conclusion: this person had to be eliminated. Xianxia and Heavenly God Flag, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, also noticed the sudden arrival of the Heaven's Legacy race. Heaven's Legacy race? Xianxia's expression turned serious. The Heaven's Legacy race's goal was also to recover the God-Fiend parts, and they were an enemy that could not be ignored. He had 3 God-Fiend parts on him, and he had also captured the Sorcerer god. The Heaven's Legacy race would never let him go. Heaven's Legacy race. Heavenly God Flag, on the other hand, exploded with killing intent in his shock. Even Xianxia was shocked. Why would Heavenly God Flag want to kill the Heaven's Legacy race so badly? Could the Supreme Being that had possessed Heavenly God Flag be an enemy of the Heaven's Legacy race? Kill them all in one fell swoop. God Mu solemnly gave the order. The two Heaven's Legacy race members next to him were both peak First Heaven, but they had no intention of participating in the battle. Instead, they took out two Second Heaven Divine level puppets. One of the Divine level puppets was a Divine Realm insectoid, while the other was a member of the Giant God race. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two Second Heaven Divine level puppets instantly charged forward. The Divine Realm insectoid was a violet steel spider, and it instantly spat out a massive violet web that seemed to cover the entire world. The shockwaves from the battle between Xianxia and Heavenly God Flag were unable to damage the violet web in the slightest. The violet web contained a deadly poison that could corrode other energies and was extremely tough. The other Giant God race Divine level puppet was more than 100 feet tall, like a large house. But a moment later, its body swelled to 10,000 feet tall like a majestic mountain. In front of it, Xianxia and Heavenly God Flag really did seem like ants. Rumble, the Giant God race Divine level puppet had a savage expression on its face as it unleashed a massive fist of blazing scarlet flames. This fist was ferocious and heaven-shaking, and the blazing red flames crackled and popped. This was the erupting lava, ranked 22nd on the True Fire Spiritual Flame ranking. The erupting lava was a perfect match for the Giant God race, and its attack was powerful enough to threaten a peak Second Heaven. These two Divine level puppets were treasures of the Heaven's Legacy race. They had expended a great deal of effort and resources to fuse many powerful abilities and techniques into them. This was not the end. A tall figure suddenly appeared at God Mu's side. It was shrouded in a violent black vortex and exuded a thick God Devil aura. Kill them all. God Mu ordered. Kill. The tall black figure roared, and the sound of thunder rumbled in all directions. The God Devil pressure on his body suddenly soared, and his body became dark like a black sun, trying to pull everything in the world into eternal darkness. At this moment, Xianxia and Heavenly God Flag's bodies trembled as they felt a powerful pressure. This is... Xianxia stared at the black figure, and the Heart of Eternity sensed the God Devil component. Demon God left destruction. Although Demon God left destruction's appearance had changed, he still recognized him. He is no longer Demon God left destruction, but a God-fiend initial body. God Mu smiled. Demon God left destruction could only be considered a God Devil component owner, and he could not unleash the true power of the God Devil King's left arm. But the God-fiend initial body had an extremely high degree of fusion with the God Devil component. He could completely unleash the God Devil component's power, and he could also precisely control it. Any other God Devil component owner would not be able to use and understand the components as well as the God-fiend initial body. It could even be said that he was a weak chaotic God Devil King. Boom, the God-fiend initial body struck out with its claw, and the power of the God Devil component surged. A huge black arm 10,000 feet long shot out like lightning, enveloping Xianxia and Heavenly God Flag. Xianxia had seen Demon God left destruction unleash the power of the God Devil King's left arm. In comparison, the God-fiend initial body's attack was a level higher than Demon God left destruction in terms of explosiveness, speed, and lethality. So fast. Xianxia had grasped 2.5 levels of the spatial laws, but he also felt that he could not dodge. He could only use his chaotic God Devil body to take it head-on. Heavenly God Flag's eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. He also tried to block the attack. If he was hit by this attack head-on, he might also die. Bang! Xianxia blocked the God-fiend King's left arm head-on. The blood in his body boiled, and his arms felt numb. What terrifying power! In terms of offensive power, the God-fiend King's left arm was the most destructive among all the God Devil components. Xianxia was knocked back several thousand feet by this claw, and he was lightly injured. Heavenly God Flag's condition was even worse. His body was knocked back several thousand feet, and his body was covered in wounds. Blood was splattered all over the ground, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. After all, he did not have the chaotic God Devil body, so his defenses were far inferior to Xianxia's. God Luo Lin's heart thumped when he saw this from extremely far away. Both Qingyu and Heavenly God Flag had the strength to crush him, but at this moment, they had been knocked back by a claw from a mysterious expert. Just what kind of monster is this? God Luo Lin was stunned. Retreat. Qingyu used the power of this claw to retreat. Now that the Heaven's Legacy race was interfering, how could Qingyu continue to fight with Heavenly God Flag? Once he absorbed the chaotic God Devil King's feet and became much stronger, this God Fiend initial body would be nothing. Whoosh, but Heavenly God Flag retreated even faster than Qingyu. His body transformed into a black mist that flew backward. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. At the same time, Qingyu unleashed all his speed and pushed his space law to its limits as he flew backward. Stay! The God Fiend initial body coldly roared. Its massive black arm grabbed at Qingyu like a nimble whip. Qingyu and Heavenly God Flag retreated at the same time. The Heaven's Legacy race immediately chose to intercept Qingyu. Although Godmu had deduced that Heavenly God Flag had to be killed, the God Devil components were more important. However, relatively speaking, the God and Demon parts were undoubtedly more important. Not to mention, Qingyu had 3 God and Demon parts in his hands, as well as the Sunchasur God's Demon King's feet. Once the Heaven's Legacy race obtained these 5 God Devil components and fused them into the God Fiend initial body, dealing with Heavenly God Flag would be a piece of cake. The Heaven's Legacy race had chosen to stop Qingyu not because they were ignoring the Flag God. The other 2 Heaven's Legacy race members controlled their 2 God-level puppets to pursue Heaven God Flag. The Heavenly Flag God had already been injured during its battle against Qingyu and the Witch God, and it had just been severely wounded by its God Fiend initial form. The 2 powerful divine-level puppets were more than enough to handle it. Although that person is heavily injured, you must still be careful. Don't be careless. If you can't kill him, give up. Godmu reminded. The 2 Heaven's Legacy race experts nodded and began to pursue. Of the 2 God-grade puppets, the insectoid God-grade puppet had integrated a lot of tracking information and techniques, so it immediately found some clues and chased after them. Soon, they caught up to the Heavenly Flag God. The Heavenly Flag God hovered in midair with a sinister and resentful expression. Its eyes were filled with killing intent, and it was as if it were a hell filled with death. The 2 members of the Heaven's Legacy race were stunned. They didn't know why Heaven God Flag hated the Heaven's Legacy race so much. Their mission was to slay the Heavenly Flag God, so they couldn't be bothered with this. Humph, you 2 are here to die. The Heavenly Flag God harumphed coldly. He was afraid of the Fiend God beginner body, but comparatively speaking, these 2 second firmament puppets were nothing. Even if he was heavily injured, he could still deal with them. He would then torture these 2 Heaven's Legacy race members to death. Xiao! Xiao! The Heavenly Flag God raised its hands, and the dark mist writhed before condensing into 2 inky black arrows that instantly shot forth. The pitch-black arrows emitted a terrifying aura. They were like 2 pitch-black bolts of lightning that tore through the void and instantly landed on the bodies of the 2 God-level puppets. One of the spider's legs was directly destroyed. The giant God race's God-level puppet had a pitch-black, rotting hole in its shoulder, and its massive body began to sway violently. The 2 Heaven's Legacy race Unity Realm experts were stunned. This Heaven's Legacy race Unity Realm expert had such powerful combat power and sharp attacks. The 2 divine-level puppets were wounded by the Heavenly God Flag first. The 2 of them became more cautious and retreated to avoid being ambushed and killed by the Heavenly Flag God. But at this moment, puff, a dark silver ball of light appeared on the Heavenly Flag God's chest before instantly exploding. The power of time and space surged, twisting and tearing through space. The Heavenly Flag God stumbled back a few steps, and a hole had been blasted into its chest, from which blood gushed out. Which God? The Heavenly Flag God ground its teeth, and its face twisted with rage. As it turned out, the Sorcerer God had sensed danger before the Heaven's Legacy race arrived. He also didn't want to fight an early-stage God Fiend. He felt that he would most likely lose, so he gave up on the God Fiend parts and set his sights on the Heavenly Flag God. The Sorcerer God's eyes told him that the Heavenly Flag God was hiding a huge secret. This is the Sorcerer God's attack? The 2 Heaven's Legacy race members were rather surprised. He didn't expect the Sorcerer God to hate the Heavenly Flag God so much, but at the same time, he became even more cautious. With their strength, they would probably be killed by the sorcerer god in an instant. At this moment, they had the intention to retreat. However, at this moment, the sorcerer god said, "Let's put aside our grudges and deal with this winged race member together. What do you think?" On the other side, Xianxia, who was about to retreat, was intercepted by an early-stage god-fiend. The god-fiend king's arm was the most destructive of all god-fiend parts. The claw just now had pushed back Xianxia and the heavenly flag god, and that was the best proof. At this moment, the early-stage god-fiend king activated the full power of the god-fiend king's left arm, forming a giant black arm that was tens of thousands of feet long. Like a nimble whip, it waved through the air and destroyed everything. The sky was filled with a frenzied storm, and a 10,000-kilometer crater had been blasted into the ground. In terms of offensive power, Xianxia was no match for the early-stage god-fiend king in his current state. Moreover, the early-stage god-fiend king's left arm was extremely nimble and experienced. It would always attack at the crucial moment, making it very difficult for Xianxia to escape. If he was accidentally struck by the god-fiend king's left arm, he would be in deep trouble. "Xianxia, there's no need to resist. Although you've fused with 3 god-fiend parts, you can't use them as you wish. How can the power you wield compare to the early-stage god-fiend king?" God Mu advised calmly. "In fact, we don't have to be enemies. If you submit to the Heaven's Legacy race, we can make you the new early-stage god-fiend king and make you into a chaotic god-fiend king." God Mu tempted him with benefits. A chaotic god-fiend king was an invincible existence in the universe. It was the only existence that could be confirmed to be a supreme god. The ultimate goal of countless living beings in the universe was to become a chaotic god-fiend king, and what God Mu said was not false. The current early-stage god-fiend king had encountered obstacles when it wanted to perfectly fuse with the second god-fiend part. Xianxia had already fused with 3 god-fiend parts, so he might be more suitable to be a vessel for a chaotic god-fiend king than demon god left destruction. No need. Xianxia rejected decisively. The current demon god left destruction had completely lost his personality and was under the control of the Heaven's Legacy race. Although he had supreme power, he was just a puppet. If the price of obtaining supreme power was giving up on himself, he would rather not have it. He was more willing to rely on himself to overcome all difficulties and dangers to obtain that power. Mixed Origin Guardian Spirit. Xianxia released a massive amount of Origin Chaos Divine Power, which interweaved to form a dark giant on the surface of his body. Bang, the thick and violent dark arm smashed down, as if the night was collapsing. The dark giant around Xianxia raised both arms to block the attack. But in just an instant, the Mixed Origin Guardian Spirit was shattered. The terrifying power contained in the God-Fiend King's right arm could be seen. The next moment, Xianxia activated the power of the God-Fiend King's head. A phantom of a God-Fiend's head formed around him to block the dark arm. Xianxia opened his mouth and sucked. The phantom of the God-Fiend's head also opened its black hole-like mouth to devour the power of the dark arm. The power of the 2 God-Fiend parts clashed fiercely. In the end, the God-Fiend King's left arm still had the upper hand. It shattered the defense of the phantom of the God-Fiend King's head. The power of the God-Fiend King's left arm was unleashed to the extreme by the early-stage God-Fiend King. But at this moment, the attack of the early-stage God-Fiend King was weakened. Crack, Xianxia angrily threw a punch at the black arm, smashing it into pieces. Running away wasn't a solution. Attacking might give him a chance of survival. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. The Heart of Eternity entered an explosive state. Now, the Heart of Eternity didn't just enhance speed and power. It could also selectively enhance the power of other God-Fiend parts. Xianxia chose to enhance the chaotic God-Fiend body. His body grew a few centimeters taller, appearing majestic and imposing. His aura was astonishing, and every move he made affected the heavens and earth, suppressing all living beings. He turned into a shadow and approached the early-stage God-Fiend body, punching out with both fists. At this moment, the power of Xianxia's fists was close to the power of the God-Fiend King's left arm. His chaotic God-Fiend body is even stronger than before. God Mu's eyes darkened. He couldn't understand what was going on. The chaotic God-Fiend body was the strongest body in the universe. It had the power of the God-Fiend King's left arm, or maybe even stronger. It was just that Qianyu's chaotic god-fiend body wasn't perfect. But now, Qianyu's chaotic god-fiend body had become even stronger. Boom, Qianyu and the early-stage god-fiend body clashed head-on. He had launched an explosive attack, but the early-stage god-fiend body was too slow. It was at a disadvantage and took a few steps back. The power in Qianyu's fists bombarded the early-stage god-fiend body, leaving some superficial wounds. Demon god Xianxia doesn't have such a strong defensive body. Qianyu looked carefully and found that the early-stage god-fiend body's body was very similar to the chaotic god-fiend body. The early-stage god-fiend body's current body constitution could be understood as the foundation of the chaotic god-fiend body. The next step would be the embryonic form of the chaotic god-fiend body. They were indeed the most intelligent race among all the races. They actually had such means. Boom, in that instant, Qianyu activated the power of the primogenitor's blood, and his body emitted an ancient and demonic blood-red color. The early-stage god-fiend body was a half-living, half-machine state. The primogenitor's bloodline had a certain restraining effect on it. The power in its body was suppressed and even absorbed by Qianyu. The god-fiend king's blood, the god-fiend king's head, and the third god-fiend part on his body is. Godmu watched the scene in silence. The god-fiend king's blood and head were more inclined to survival and recovery, while the other was inclined to improve one's perception and soul. Normally, these two god-fiend parts were no match for the early-stage god-fiend body. But the key was the third god-fiend part on Qianyu's body. Kill. Qianyu used the primogenitor's bloodline to suppress the early-stage god-fiend body and absorb its blood and vitality. At the same time, he condensed the mixed divine power and used the mixed divine palm. A dark palm light that covered the sky came crashing down. Break! The early-stage god-fiend body roared angrily. He was the strongest, and Qianyu's actions were simply a provocation. His left arm erupted with a pitch-black god-fiend light that transformed into a giant pillar that shot up into the sky. Both sides attacked with all their strength, clashing fiercely. Bang! Rumble, the mixed divine palm was pierced by the early-stage god-fiend body's claw. The god-fiend king's left arm was too destructive. But at this moment, Qianyu's chaotic god-fiend body and primogenitor's bloodline had increased his defense, survivability, and recovery. 5 bloody wounds were left on his body after he withstood the aftershock. He ignored his injuries and continued to attack. In terms of offense, Qianyu was indeed inferior to the early-stage god-fiend body, but he could compete in defense and recovery. Boom! 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 The two incomparably tyrannical giants launched a wild storm of attacks. The power unleashed by Qianyu and the early-stage god-fiend body swept in all directions, tearing space apart and turning the area into a forbidden zone. Qianyu was continuously injured by the early-stage god-fiend body, and the wounds on his body piled up. But the early-stage god-fiend body was also injured by Qianyu. There were several dents on his body that were caused by Qianyu's attacks. Qianyu is indeed terrifying when he goes all out. If I didn't bring the early-stage god-fiend body, I probably wouldn't have any hope of winning. Godmu thought. But since he had brought out the early-stage god-fiend body, he couldn't allow himself to fail. Godmu formed a hand seal and chanted some ancient and mysterious words. Many silver tadpole-like words floated out of his mouth and surged toward Qianyu like a tidal wave. This was a secret art used to seal god-fiend parts, and Qianyu had seen it before. Now that he was fighting the early-stage god-fiend body with all his might, it would be difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. But once his god-fiend parts were weakened, the outcome would be clear. Qianyu, are you still not going to surrender? Godmu shouted coldly. You want to seal my god-fiend parts? Let's see how capable you are. Qianyu roared and activated the power of the god-fiend king's head once again. Activating the chaotic god-fiend body while activating the power of the god-fiend king's blood and head was difficult for him in the past. In fact, maintaining the chaotic god-fiend body was his limit. But as his cultivation and strength increased, his limit also expanded. At this moment, Qianyu was using the power of 3 god-fiend parts at the same time. Could Godmu seal 3 god-fiend parts alone? Back when the origin god dealt with demonic god Xianxia, he had mobilized 5 members of the Heaven's Legacy race to seal the god-fiend king's left arm. After activating the power of 3 god-fiend parts at the same time, Qinyu couldn't be bothered with God Mu and focused all his attention on the early-stage God Fiend body. How could Qinyu hold back against the Heaven's Legacy race and the God Fiend initial form? At this moment, he displayed all the results of his cultivation over the years. Although the destructive power of the three God Fiend parts couldn't compare to the God Fiend King's left arm, a stronger attack didn't determine victory in a battle. Apart from his destructive power and control over the God Fiend parts, Qinyu was superior to the God Fiend initial form in every other aspect. Between heaven and earth, two stalwart giant God Fiends unleashed a ferocious attack. The void shattered and a storm raged. This battle had reached the level of a higher god. The next moment, God Mu's secret art enveloped Qinyu. In the next moment, countless silver tadpole-like runes formed multiple rings around Qinyu. However, the three God Fiend parts were indeed difficult to seal and their effects were extremely weak. At the same time, it would place a great burden on God Mu's divine soul. It's not working. God Mu's eyes dimmed. Before coming, he didn't expect Qinyu to be able to activate three God Fiend parts at the same time. This made his sealing art completely ineffective. According to God Mu's analysis, if the battle continued, the God Fiend initial form and Qinyu would have a 50-50 chance of winning. This wasn't the result he wanted. Since three God Fiend parts are difficult to seal, I'll just seal one. God Mu's divine soul energy surged out and he precisely controlled the secret art. He focused it on Qinyu's head and sealed the God Fiend King's head. Comparatively speaking, this method was more effective. The area around Qinyu's head was instantly enveloped by hundreds of silver rings. The God Fiend King's head's power was greatly suppressed. The surrounding God Fiend heads quickly dimmed and their defenses were greatly reduced. Boom, the God Fiend initial form struck out with his claw. A violent black light flashed past, shattering the God Fiend heads and landing on Qinyu's body. This time, the God Fiend initial form's attack dealt far more damage than before. Qinyu was sent flying hundreds of feet away and 5 bloody wounds appeared on his body. And this was after Qinyu activated the chaotic God Fiend body and the kindred progenitor's bloodline. If it was an ordinary second-layer heaven, they would have already been annihilated. This old man. Qinyu gritted his teeth and grunted. Since God Mu kept a distance from him, it would be difficult for Qinyu to get past him and interrupt his secret art. At this critical moment, Qinyu could only let Meng Qingyun out of the serene wood pearl. Previously, Qinyu didn't want Meng Qingyun to take the risk, but now he had to let him take action. Whoosh, after Meng Qingyun appeared, he immediately retreated from the battle between Qinyu and the God Fiend initial form at the fastest speed possible. If he was hit by an early-stage Fiend God body attack, he would definitely die. Meng Qingyun retreated far away before circling to God Mu's side and launching an attack. He actually has a helper. God Mu's expression turned ugly. He couldn't afford to be distracted anymore since he still had to control the Fiend God primary body. With a wave of his hand, 4 small formation flags floated around him and released a pure white radiance, forming a square-shaped barrier that protected him within. Ding! Bang! Pung! Pung! Meng Qingyun's sword Dao attack was completely blocked by the small formation. He didn't hesitate and continued to attack, striving to break the formation as soon as possible. On the other side, the power of Qinyu's God Fiend King's head had been weakened, and he continued to clash with the Fiend God primary body. Previously, he had been evenly matched with the Fiend God primary body, but now he was slightly weaker. Under such circumstances, Qinyu felt a great sense of pressure. After all, the outcome of this battle would determine his life and death. Suddenly, Qinyu thought of something. God Mu could weaken the power of the God Fiend King's head, and he could also affect the Fiend God primary body parts. He didn't have a sealing secret art, but he had the Heart of Eternity. The Heart of Eternity had the ability to seal and suppress, and it was even more effective against other Fiend God primary body parts. Thinking back to the time when Qinyu had fought against the primogenitor blood monster in the Fortune Bloodland, he had absorbed the enemy's power and eventually won. Although the Heart of Eternity was slightly weaker against other Fiend God primary body parts, it was still effective. Buzz, the Heart of Eternity suddenly produced a powerful suction force, and an invisible vortex shrouded the front. At this moment, the God Fiend primary body's God Fiend left arm trembled slightly. The God Fiend King's left arm had fused perfectly with the God Fiend primary body, and the Heart of Eternity couldn't directly absorb the God-Fiend King's left arm. But under the influence of the Heart of Eternity, the God-Fiend primary body's control over the God-Fiend King's left arm was greatly disrupted. Previously, the God-Fiend primary body had been able to fully utilize the God-Fiend King's left arm, but now, it was full of loopholes. The pressure on Xianxia lessened, and he took the opportunity to counterattack. A massive fist light smashed into the God-Fiend primary body, sending it flying and leaving numerous wounds on its body. This kid can actually affect the God-Fiend King's left arm. God Mu's expression turned ugly. This battle lasted for a long time. Both sides were fighting to their limits. Meanwhile, Xianxia slowly turned the situation around. He once again suppressed the God-Fiend primary body and launched a ferocious attack, adding to its injuries. God Mu had no other plan. Now, he could only hope that Xianxia, who was activating 3 God-Fiend parts at the same time, would reach his limit first. Once the God-Fiend primary body lost the power of the God-Fiend parts, even a heavily injured God-Fiend primary body would be able to crush him in an instant. As the battle continued, God Mu's anticipation gradually faded. The Heart of Eternity's power had awakened considerably. As the God-Fiend King's energy core, Xianxia could activate the God-Fiend parts for much longer than other God-Fiend parts. If he only used the power of one God-Fiend part, Xianxia could last much longer than the Sorcerer God. The God-Fiend primary body no longer possessed the power it had at the beginning. Covered in injuries, it was completely suppressed by Xianxia. Defeat! Xianxia shouted and took out the magnet God-suppressing seal. Previously, activating 3 God-Fiend parts at the same time was his limit, so he didn't use this powerful divine artifact. Now that victory was in sight and he had the absolute advantage, the situation was different. Rumble, the magnet God-suppressing seal turned into a black mountain that was hundreds of meters in size. It floated in the sky and released an extremely heavy gravitational force that enveloped a radius of 10,000 meters. The God-Fiend primary body was immediately suppressed, and with his cultivation and physique, his strength was reduced by about 20%. However, the gravitational force was also mixed with magnetism, which could interfere with the circulation of divine power and further weaken the God-Fiend primary body. Then, Xianxia continued to attack, putting more pressure on the God-Fiend primary body. After 30 moves. Bang! Rumble, Xianxia slammed his palm on the God-Fiend primary body's chest, flattening his body and sending him crashing to the ground. The God-Fiend primary body lay in a huge pit. His body twitched a few times, but he couldn't get up. The God-Fiend primary body was defeated. On the other side, Meng Qingyun finally broke through the small formation. A sharp sword radiance pierced through God Mu's body. God Mu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. "I've lost." God Mu murmured with his head lowered. He was depressed and his eyes were blank. If he had succeeded in such a crucial step, the Heaven's Legacy race would have 7 God-Fiend parts, but he had failed. The God-Fiend aura on Xianxu's body also disappeared. He didn't know how long it had been since he had experienced such a fierce battle, and he had reached his limit. If he hadn't defeated the God-Fiend primary body within 100 moves, he would have lost. His chaotic God-Fiend body had disappeared, and his blood race bloodline had been restrained. The injuries he had suffered in the fierce battle had not completely healed, and he looked rather pathetic. But he had won, and that was enough. "Kill him," Xianxia said to Meng Qingyun. God Mu had lost, and there was no point in resisting. Meng Qingyun nodded and was about to attack. Boom, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. An incomparably dazzling white light suddenly descended, bringing with it the aura of a fiend god that could suppress all things. An ancient god landed in the pit where the God-Fiend primary body was lying. His face looked as if it had been chopped by an axe. It was angular and cold, and his black and white hair danced in the wind. The appearance of this person made Xianxia and Meng Qingyun's expressions turn serious. The other party was at the peak of the second heaven, and he was an ancient god. His combat strength must be extremely terrifying. The ancient god race wants this God-Fiend part. The ancient god race deity said coldly and scanned the others. "Second uncle, you're finally here." God Luo Lin flew over from afar. He had been watching the battle from the side, but it wasn't that he did nothing. When God Luo Lin was defeated, he sent a message to the deity realm deity closest to him. Let's go. The ancient god race deity took the god fiend primary body's corpse and left with God Luo Lin. Second uncle, that human has many god fiend parts on him. God Luo Lin said hurriedly. Let's go. The ancient god race deity's expression did not change as he said one word. God Luo Lin did not dare to disobey and could only leave. In fact, the ancient god race deity who had just arrived also wanted all the god fiend parts, but he believed that it would be difficult for him to crush Qinyu. Moreover, the battle here had lasted for a long time. Who knew if there would be other godly state mighty or even a superior god rushing over? In order to avoid any accidents, one should stop after obtaining the benefits. Greed would often push one into the abyss. The two ancient god race deities left. Qinyu, Meng Qingyun, and Godmu did not stop them. The ancient god race deity was at the peak of the second heaven. Qinyu had experienced a fierce battle and was close to his limit. He could not stop him. Moreover, he had already captured God Xianxia and obtained the god fiend king's feat. He had already gained more than he expected. There was no need for him to continue taking risks. As for God Mu, his failure was a huge blow to him. Moreover, he could not stop the ancient god race in his current state. Kill this person and let's retreat. Qinyu said again. They could not stay here any longer. Lifting his head, God Mu's eyes regained some luster as he said, Qinyu, we can cooperate. Why should I work together with the enemy? Qinyu sneered. I can guarantee that as long as you agree to work together, the Heaven's Legacy race will not harm you. This kind of cooperation will only bring you benefits. God Mu's expression was firm. He had failed his mission, and the god fiend initial body had been stolen by the ancient god race. However, after giving it some thought, he shifted his target to Qinyu. He believed that the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race would not object. But God Mu knew that it would be very difficult to convince Qinyu. Qinyu sneered and was too lazy to waste any more words. He did not believe God Mu at all. As long as you are willing to cooperate, the Heaven's Legacy race can help you collect other god-demon parts. God Mu's words stirred Qinyu's heart. Qinyu had already obtained 5 god-demon parts, surpassing his original goal. But this did not mean that he did not want to obtain all the god-demon parts and reach the level of a Chaos God-Demon King. The Heaven's Legacy race's strength could not be doubted. In the origin world, if the Heaven's Legacy race was willing to support any race, it could make that race one of the major races of the origin world, perhaps even a supreme race. If the Heaven's Legacy race was willing to help Qinyu find other god-demon parts, the difficulty and danger would be doubled. If Qinyu said that he was not tempted, it would be a lie. But he would not easily trust an enemy, and the Heaven's Legacy race was far too powerful. There was no sense of security in cooperating with them. That's a little too fake. Qinyu shook his head and sneered. The Heaven's Legacy race was collecting god-demon parts, so why would they help him collect them? They were probably just using him to turn against him at the last moment and take away all the god-demon parts. This old man is not lying. God Mu's attitude was very sincere. He took in a deep breath and said, in truth, the Heaven's Legacy race's goal of recreating a Chaos God-Demon King is not what the world thinks. This was a core secret of the Heaven's Legacy race. Not even some members of the Heaven's Legacy race knew about it, and it was strictly forbidden to spread it. Thus, God Mu could not tell Qinyu the details. This greatly reduced the chances of convincing Qinyu. Thus, he could only try to tempt him. Instead of becoming enemies with the Heaven's Legacy race, isn't it better to become friends? And if our cooperation goes smoothly, the Heaven's Legacy race is willing to give you a god-demon part as compensation. From these words, Qinyu learned that the Heaven's Legacy race had another god-demon part. And the Heaven's Legacy race was willing to give this god-demon part to Qinyu. This was far beyond Qinyu's expectations, and he found it hard to believe. But God Mu's attitude was very sincere. It did not seem like a lie made up to save his life. At this moment, whoosh, the space behind him faintly rippled. With his level 2 space law, Qinyu could clearly sense a warship stealthily approaching. It appeared to be a warship of the Heaven's Legacy race. Qinyu immediately sensed several Heaven's Fusion Realm auras approaching. They were probably the other two Heaven's Legacy race divine realm experts and the divine level puppet. Retreat. Chen Yu and Meng Qingyun immediately left. News of the earth-shattering battle near the Plain of Storms must have spread. It was unknown how many experts were rushing over at this moment. Even high gods might have been alerted. As for God Mu, Chen Yu did not kill him. He also did not want to become enemies with an opponent like the Heaven's Legacy race. If God Mu was telling the truth, there was a chance that he could cooperate with the Heaven's Legacy race. Lord Mu, how are you? Shouts could be heard from within the warship. At the same time, the two Heaven's Legacy race members who had been pursuing the flag god returned. However, 3 of the spider's legs were broken, and half of its body was rotten and black. The other giant god race puppet was covered from head to toe in a ghastly sight. Are the winged race dead? God Mu asked. According to his previous divinations, the flag god was hiding a major secret that would pose an enormous threat to the Heaven's Legacy race. It was a target that had to be eliminated. He got away. One of them lowered his head and replied in shame. The two of them, the powerful god-level golem, and the long-range cooperation of the sorcerer god, had still allowed the flag god to escape. This made them feel incredibly ashamed. But the sorcerer god is still pursuing that winged race. He might be able to kill him, the other person said. The two of them asked God Mu about the situation. The two of them then asked God Mu about the situation. The battle here had already ended, and there were no outsiders apart from God Mu. Could God Mu have succeeded? Lord Mu? Did you get the god-demon part? The two excitedly asked. We failed. God Mu shook his head and truthfully replied. This reply left the two Heaven's Legacy race members flabbergasted. God Mu and the god-demon initial body had worked together, but they had still failed. Lord Mu, there is no need to be discouraged. We still have a chance after this failure, one of them advised. Let's go back. God Mu stood up, and the 3 returned to the warship. It was only now that the other Heaven's Legacy race members realized that not only had God Mu failed, even the god-demon initial body had been stolen by the ancient god race. That was the blood and sweat of the Heaven's Legacy race, and it even contained a god-demon part. This time, the Heaven's Legacy race had suffered a double loss. The god-demon initial body had been stolen, and the Heaven's Legacy race's plan had been delayed, perhaps even impossible to complete. The mission failed and the god-demon initial body was stolen. The Patriarch will definitely blame us. The Heaven's Legacy race members on the warship began to panic. Lord Mu, what should we do? Is there any chance to salvage this? A God Realm Heaven's Legacy race member asked. I will explain this matter to the Patriarch. God Mu was rather calm. At this point, what was the point of panicking? He had truly failed, but the Heaven's Legacy race had not. There was still hope. He was confident that the other upper echelon members of the Heaven's Legacy race would agree with him and turn enemies into friends with Chen Yu. Chen Yu and Meng Qingyun left the Stone Race's territory as quickly as possible so that they wouldn't run into any of the experts who had heard the news. On the way, Chen Yu and Meng Qingyun sensed several divine power auras. The two carefully avoided them, not wanting to attract attention. On the way, Chen Yu noticed that Meng Qingyun's mood was a little off and asked, Father, what's the matter? Meng Qingyun sighed and said, the ancient god race member who stole the god-demon initial body was your uncle. It turned out that the ancient god race member who had descended from the sky was the older brother of Chen Yu's mother. Meng Qingyun had changed his appearance, so he had not been recognized. Otherwise, that ancient god race member might not have chosen to leave but to kill Meng Qingyun and Chen Yu. Ancient god race. Chen Yu had no good impression of his mother's race. Seriously speaking, the ancient god race was Chen Yu's mortal enemy. They wanted to kill Chen Yu but failed. However, Chen Yu was not thinking about revenge. After all, these things happened when he was just born. At that time, he didn't know anything and didn't remember anything. Moreover, the ancient god race was the strongest race among the descendants of the gods and demons. They were a superpower in the entire main world. It was unrealistic for Chen Yu to take revenge alone. I was worried that after the ancient god race knew that you were not dead, they would come to kill you. Meng Qingyun continued. However, this did not happen. Perhaps the ancient god race thought that Xianxia was dead, or perhaps they knew of Xianxu's existence. However, the ancient god race bloodline in Xianxu's body was no longer there, so they did not attack again. But now that they have obtained a god-demon body part, their desire for other god-demon body parts will definitely be stronger. Anyone who had seen god-demon body parts would not be able to resist such a strong force and would want to collect other god-demon body parts. Demonic god Xianxia, sorcerer god, sun-chasing god, and Xianxia were all the same. The ancient god race was extremely ambitious. They had always wanted to integrate all the descendants of the gods and demons and further rule the entire main world. They could not resist the temptation of god-demon body parts. Therefore, the ancient god race would definitely find Xianxia. If I knew this in the past, I might have been frightened. Xianxu's tone was relaxed and calm. His current strength was probably slightly stronger than the sorcerer god. At least the sorcerer god would not dare to go head-on with Xianxia. Moreover, he had captured the sun-chasing god and obtained the god-demon king's legs. Once he absorbed the power of these two god-demon body parts, his cultivation strength would definitely be greatly improved. He would not have to fear even a level 3 heaven expert. In addition, the god-demon king's legs were capable of speed and explosive power. This would greatly increase Xianxu's ability to survive. It would definitely not be easy for the ancient god race to kill him and obtain the god-demon body parts. That's true. Meng Qingyan also heaved a sigh of relief. He was amazed at Xianxu's growth. When the two first met in the main world, Xianxu was a demigod. He could only watch the battle between the gods. In the face of many enemies, the two hid their identities, fled everywhere, and searched for the god-demon body parts. In the blink of an eye, Xianxu had completed his transformation and became a true expert. He no longer had to hide carefully like before. 1 month later, Xianxu and Meng Qingyan left the Stone Clan's territory. He found a remote mountain forest and entered the space inside the Serene Wood Pearl. Bastard, the Yellow Dragon clan will never let you go. The sun-chasing god was imprisoned in the void. He could not mobilize his divine power and could not move. The moment he saw Xianxu, he cursed and vented his resentment. Originally, he was the biggest winner. After obtaining the god-demon king's legs, he had the speed of a superior god. Let me go if you dare. Let's have a fair fight. If you win, I will be convinced and willingly hand over the god-demon body parts. The sun-chasing god said, trying to find a way to survive. His head grew out again? Xianxu glanced at the sun-chasing god. He had previously smashed the sun-chasing god's head with the infinite magnetic seal. As a heavenly combination realm expert, he would not die if his head was smashed. In 1 month, the sun-chasing god's head grew out on its own. Bang! Xianxu looked at the sun-chasing god coldly and pointed a finger. A beam of mixed divine power shot out and hit the sun-chasing god's head, piercing a hole. It's much quieter. Xianxu did not kill the sun-chasing god directly because he was afraid that the death of the master would affect the god-demon body parts. He approached the sun-chasing god and slashed out with his palm. Puff, the sun-chasing god's lower body was directly cut off. The god-demon king's legs fell. Then, he slapped out with his palm and turned the sun-chasing god into ashes. The god-demon king's legs. Xianxu's eyes flickered. It was very troublesome for ordinary people to fuse with the god-demon body parts, and the fusion might even fail. For example, the sun-chasing god was interrupted during the fusion process by Luo Lin god, which led to his failure. But Xianxu was different. He directly used the Heart of Eternity to extract the power of the god-demon king's legs. One by one, Xianxu planned to absorb the god-demon king's left leg first. Buzz, the Heart of Eternity suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force, enveloping a dark and simple leg. The aura of the god-demon spread out, and clear ancient patterns gradually appeared on its surface. The god-demon king's left leg shook violently, resisting the suction force of the Heart of Eternity and even trying to escape. Xianxu immediately took out the infinite magnetic seal and floated above the god-demon king's left leg, suppressing it. The god-demon king's left leg was unable to resist, and the energy inside turned into a gray stream of light, pouring into Xianxu's body. This was the first time he had extracted the power of a god-fiend component in such a peaceful manner. No one had disturbed him. Yu carefully felt the energy of the God-fiend king's left foot slowly flow into the heart of eternity, causing it to emit a heaven-shaking throbbing sound. Every time it absorbed a God-fiend component, the power of the heart of eternity would awaken and give Yu some benefits. The most basic benefit was the increase in his cultivation level. His indestructible body and chaotic God-fiend body were all bestowed by the heart of eternity. In addition, after the heart of eternity devoured the corresponding God-fiend component, Yu could also activate the component's power. Boom, the God-fiend's aura automatically spread out. The transformation had begun. Yu's God source was like a vast universe. At this moment, there were countless stars shining brightly. New stars were being born, making this place even more dazzling. It was said that the God source of a high god didn't look like a vast universe because it was already filled up. It was more like a vast sea of starlight with an endless source of energy. The difference between Yu's God source and that of a high god was huge. This also showed the huge difference between a high god and an intermediate god. As the God source slowly circulated, Yu's cultivation level began to increase. Obtaining God-fiend components was the best way for Yu to increase his cultivation level. Obtaining a God-fiend component was equivalent to tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Apart from the change in his cultivation level, Yu felt that his left foot was boiling hot. It was filled with a mysterious power and was undergoing an unknown transformation. Moments later, the God-fiend king's left foot was completely absorbed by Yu, and the transformation was over. From the surface, one could tell that Yu's cultivation level was slightly stronger than before. My cultivation level hasn't broken through to the peak of the second heavenly layer. Yu had expected this long ago. When he was at the king level, he had obtained the God-fiend king's blood and his cultivation level had directly risen to the 9-star king level. At the first heavenly layer, he had obtained the God-fiend king's head and his cultivation level had risen to the peak of the first heavenly layer. But the step from the second heavenly layer to the third heavenly layer was extremely long and arduous. The difficulty was completely different from before. Some intermediate gods might not improve much even after cultivating their entire lives. It could be said that it was almost impossible for one to break through to the high god realm through hard work after attaining the mid-god realm. Unless one had a heaven-defying stroke of luck, one would never be able to become a high god. Although I didn't break through, I still have the God-fiend king's right foot. God-fiend king's right foot might be able to break through. However, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to first stabilize his cultivation and build a good foundation. It hadn't been long since he broke through to the second heaven realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the second heaven realm, there were bound to be hidden dangers. God-fiend King Chen God was that he would be. Given his innate talent and potential, he had an extremely high chance of becoming a high god. He couldn't be rash and ruin things at the last moment. Chen God Chen King King. Chen God. King. A year later, he came to the heart's inner world and prepared to test the God-fiend king's left foot's ability. Speed had always been his forte. Back then, the Xianxia god had relied on the power of the God-fiend king's left foot to escape from him. After activating the divine king's left foot's power, Yu flew forward. Immediately, he felt that his speed had doubled. Whoosh! Yu turned into a dark streak of light and streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown thousands of miles away. The God-fiend king's left foot. My speed should be close to that of a high god. Joy appeared on Yu's face. At this speed, even if he encountered a high god, he would be able to contend against him. Next, Yu tried the power of the God-fiend king's left foot. Based on the memories in his mind and his own understanding, he casually used a leg technique. Rumble. A dark beam of light swept out. It exploded with power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It landed on the ground in the distance. In an instant, a bottomless chasm that was over 3,000 meters long appeared on the ground. It was filled with rampaging divine power that crushed everything in the void. Even Yu was shocked. The power of the God-fiend king's left foot was beyond imagination. In the past, he was good at using his fists. But now, it seemed that the power of his feet was far greater than his fists. The God-fiend king's left foot did not give Yu many abilities. They were simple. They were speed and power. but the effect was outstanding. If I fight with an early-stage god fiend now, he can't stop me even if I want to escape. Of course, there's no need for me to escape. Qinyu smiled. With his current strength, he should be able to defeat an early-stage fiend god body cultivator rather easily. He wouldn't have to go all out like before. I wonder what will happen after I merge with the god fiend king's right foot. Qinyu was looking forward to it. At the border of the Stone Clan. Whoosh, in the void, a dark and transparent black mist flashed and disappeared. Those below the second firmament would not be able to detect this anomaly. Boom. Suddenly, a ball of silver and black light suddenly appeared 30 m behind the dark black mist, and then it exploded, forming an explosive light wave that expanded explosively in the surroundings. Moreover, it created a strong suction force that sucked in and minced everything in the surroundings. The dark mist instantly sped up, but it was still affected by the suction force. It only managed to escape after some effort. Sorcerer God, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. A bone-chilling voice came from the black mist. He was Heavenly God Flag. After escaping from the Heaven's Legacy race, he was still being pursued by the Sorcerer God. The God-fiend King's eyes were too powerful. No matter how powerful he was, he could not escape from the Sorcerer God's eyes. Under normal circumstances, Heavenly God Flag was not afraid of the Sorcerer God. He could even defeat him. However, Qinyu and the Sorcerer God had joined forces to attack him. After that, he encountered an early-stage God-fiend king and the Heaven's Legacy race's divine-level puppet. He was heavily injured and was naturally not a match for the Sorcerer God. Of course, the Sorcerer God was the reason why he was in this state. You won't have the chance. An ethereal voice came from far away. The Sorcerer God had made up his mind to kill Heavenly God Flag. This pursuit lasted for half a year. I still let him escape. The Sorcerer God floated in the air with a calm expression. He was very dissatisfied with this result. Even though he had been so close, if his eye bloodline technique had hit a few more times, he would have been able to kill Heavenly God Flag. As for the reason, it was exhaustion. Activating the God-fiend parts consumed far more energy than Heavenly God Flag. In the end, Heavenly God Flag found an opening and escaped. At this moment, the Sorcerer God felt like he had made a grave mistake. The God-fiend King's eyes sensed an unknown danger once more, and this time, it was even more intense. The Sorcerer God was unwilling to accept this result. He could only try to recover as much energy as possible and see if he could find Heavenly God Flag before it recovered from its injuries. Within a dark and damp underground cave, an ugly monster covered in wounds and blood was sitting cross-legged. He was Heavenly God Flag. Even Qinyu would find it very difficult to recognize him. Heavenly God Flag's injuries were simply too severe. There was practically no part of his body that was unharmed. Just a little bit more and I would have died under those eyes. Heavenly God Flag's face twitched as he spoke in a hoarse voice. He had a premonition that those eyes would be troublesome, but he had failed the first time he attacked the Sorcerer God, and this time, he had almost been killed. 10 years at most. I will truly awaken. Sorcerer God, human brat, and that initial God-fiend body, prepare to welcome the descent of hell in 10 years. Heavenly God Flag gave a sinister smile. His appearance combined with the environment was particularly sinister. Of course, there's also the Heaven's Legacy race. At the mention of the Heaven's Legacy race, Heavenly God Flag's pitch-black eyes shone with cold killing intent. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. By the time Qinyu fused with the God-fiend King's right foot, 3 years had passed in the outside world. Let's return to the human race. Qinyu had a satisfied smile on his face. Previously, he felt like there were 10 mountains weighing down on him, and he had to hide his identity. But now, Qinyu felt relaxed and carefree. All of this was a boost to his strength. After fusing with the God-fiend King's right foot, Xianxia's cultivation smoothly broke through to the peak of the second heaven. With a peak second heaven cultivation and 5 God-fiend body parts, there were very few existences in the origin world that could threaten Xianxia. Now, Qinyu just wanted to get away from the fighting and have some fun. Okay. Meng Qingyun also smiled from the bottom of his heart. Xianxia's life was no longer threatened, and he could live a carefree life. his wish had finally been fulfilled. 2 years later, Chen Yu and Meng Qingyun once more returned to the human race. Unlike last time, the two appeared with their true identities and did not feel any pressure or burdens. Martial God Mountain. Chen Yu returned as an elder of the celestial sect. Elder Chen, you're finally back? The guard had a fawning smile on his face. Chen Yu nodded and entered the celestial sect. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and his footsteps paused. Elder Chen, you might have forgotten, but today is an exchange event between the three divine sects and the demon race. The guard took the opportunity to say a few more words in front of Chen Yu. With his current position, as long as Chen Yu helped him a little, it would be a great opportunity for him. Exchange event for the new disciples? Chen Yu recalled that the god-level forces of the human race and the demon race did indeed have such an event. Previously, he had participated in the exchange event and defeated the new geniuses from the Xianxia sect, Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe and Green Dragon Holy Tribe with an absolute advantage. Hence, Chen Yu came to the venue for the new disciples exchange event. As the human race grew stronger, their relationship with the demon race gradually improved. Both sides had more and more contact, and the exchange event for the new disciples exchange event was held on a larger scale. This time, there were 3 demon race god tier forces participating. On the side of the human race, the celestial sect, the Xianxia sect and the night god hall were all present. With so many god tier forces gathered at the celestial sect leader personally appeared to control the situation. When Chen Yu arrived, the exchange event for the new disciples was coming to an end. Elder Chen? His appearance caused a commotion. After all, Chen Yu was once the #1 genius of the human race. Such an honor would not fade so easily without a few hundred years. You? The celestial sect leader was slightly stunned. He did not expect Chen Yu to suddenly appear. This kid did not even greet him when he returned. Immediately after, the celestial sect leader became worried and sent a message to Chen Yu, "What's going on? Why didn't you hide your identity this time? In the main world, there are still many experts searching for your traces. They want to snatch the demon god's body parts. Master, you don't need to worry about this anymore." Chen Yu smiled. There were very few things in the origin world that could threaten him now. There was no need for him to be afraid and hide because of this small number. Don't need to worry about this? The celestial sect master repeated in his heart. Could it be that the divine fiend parts on Chen Yu had already been taken away, but it was already good enough that he was still alive? He didn't need to worry about the divine fiend parts anymore. Even if you lost the divine fiend parts, it's not a bad thing. With your potential, you can still become the strongest of the human race in the near future. The celestial sect master comforted him. Chen Yu almost laughed when he heard this. Master actually thought that his divine fiend parts had been taken away, but the celestial sect master's thoughts were not wrong. Any normal person would have the same thought. After all, Chen Yu had to face too many strong enemies. There were the super races of the origin world and other divine fiend parts. Isn't he the former #1 genius of the celestial sect? An elder from the night god hall spoke up. He was dressed in a black robe and had a dignified appearance. He was middle-aged and still looked handsome. His eyes were like cold pools. I heard that after Elder Chen Yu broke through to the mysterious dark realm, he left the human race and went out to travel. Now that he has returned, he must have made some achievements. I wonder what level of cultivation he has reached. The black-robed middle-aged man asked about Chen Yu's cultivation after praising him. In fact, both the Night God Hall and the Xianxia sect thought that there was a huge problem with Chen Yu's cultivation. Otherwise, why would he not be the young sect master but an elder? In addition, Chen Yu had disappeared after becoming an elder. He might have gone out to find a solution to his problem. The Xianxia sect and the Night God Hall were very happy about Chen Yu's misfortune. Chen Yu glanced at the black-robed middle-aged man from the Night God Hall. He didn't know him, so why was he so hostile towards him? But then, he found that the feminine man beside the black-robed middle-aged man looked somewhat familiar. Wei Yan? Chen Yu recalled that when he went to the Lin family to break off the engagement, there were 2 suitors. They were Murong Sanguang of the Murong family and Wei Yan of the Night God Temple. Later on, the two of them joined forces but were easily defeated by Qinyu, causing them to lose all face. Back then, Elder Qinyu defeated me and Murong Songwang by himself. I wonder if he still has that kind of style now. Wei Yan sneered. The demons were unfamiliar with Qinyu and did not know the specifics, but when the two upper echelons of the Night God Hall mentioned it, they became interested. Do you even need to say that? Even if you and Murong Songwang join forces, you will still lose to Qinyu. However, a beautiful and tall woman walked out from the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan. Her crisp and clear voice attracted everyone's attention. After that, the woman approached Qinyu, and she opened her bloodshot eyes wide. Long time no see. Zhu Lingyu. Qinyu remembered this woman from the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan. Back then, they had carried out a mission together, encountered danger, and survived a crisis of life and death. It was also that opportunity that allowed him to obtain a treasure like the sacred void fire. Qinyu did not expect that he would be able to see an old friend of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest on his return to the Celestial Sect. Zhu Lingyu stared at Qinyu. Ever since Qinyu left the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, she found that Qinyu's figure had been constantly in her mind, and she could not get rid of it. This was also the reason why she came here this time. The black-robed middle-aged man and Wei Yan looked at Zhu Lingyu unkindly. She was the upper echelon of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan, so they could not say anything. I heard that Qinyu already has a Dao companion, the current Celestial Sect's young master, Yi Luofeng. But he still tried to snatch Lin Yuxuan from me. I just didn't expect him to have an affair with Zhu Lingyu of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan. Wei Yan was extremely jealous. Zhu Lingyu's status in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan was equivalent to Yi Luofeng of the Celestial Sect. Wei Yan was unwilling to accept this. How could a beautiful woman be charmed by Qinyu? Since Miss Lingyu says so, then I really want to give it a try. Wei Yan looked at Qinyu angrily. However, Murong Songwang is not here, so there is no way to verify it. I wonder if Elder Qinyu is willing to spar with me if it's just me. Wei Yan's attitude was very low, making it hard for others to refuse. But at the same time, everyone could see how competent Wei Yan was. Even Wei Yan and Murong Songwang had lost to Qinyu when they teamed up. What confidence did he have to challenge Qinyu alone? You might not know, but I've heard that 40 years ago, Wei Yan went out on a mission and excavated a demigod's tomb. He obtained a great opportunity. Really? That brat's luck is that good? His cultivation base has soared to the peak of the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm. He has the highest chance of inheriting Hall Master Yishan's position. Qinyu could naturally see that Wei Yan's cultivation base was at the peak of the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm. This speed was rather fast, so he must have obtained some sort of opportunity. But even so, he wasn't the slightest bit interested in this battle. He had come back this time to relax. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the second heaven stage of the heaven fusion realm. Wasn't it a joke to compete with someone at the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm? However, Wei Yan thought that Qinyu was afraid. He thought that something had gone wrong on Qinyu's path of cultivation. His confidence surged, and he wanted to compete even more urgently. So he mocked, "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient for Qinyu to fight because he's injured? Shut up. This is an exchange between the new disciples," shouted the martial celestial sect master. His divine aura spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. He knew that Qinyu was at the heaven fusion realm. How stupid was it to challenge a god? Even if Qinyu killed Wei Yan, the Night God Hall could only admit defeat. But from the martial celestial sect master's point of view, he had to stop this matter before it got any bigger. Wei Yan and the black-robed middle-aged man didn't say anything else. After all, this was the martial celestial sect's territory. No one dared to openly refute the martial celestial sect master. Qinyu and Meng Qingyun came to the side of the martial celestial sect master to watch the exchange between the new disciples. The new geniuses of the 6 great sect forces were all in a secret realm, fighting with their wits and courage. Qinyu couldn't help but think of the situation when he first participated in this event. In the blink of an eye, he went from a participant to a spectator. His status and cultivation had changed greatly. After a while, Yi Luofeng appeared. She had been practicing her sword in seclusion, but she immediately rushed over when she heard that Qinyu had returned. I've long heard that the young master of the martial celestial sect is unparalleled in beauty. Now that I've seen her, she lives up to her reputation. The archlord from the Azure Dragon's sacred clan sighed. Yi Luofeng came to Qinyu's side. Her cold face revealed a faint smile as she looked at Qinyu. There were many people around, so the two didn't do anything intimate. They just chatted casually and watched the exchange between the new disciples. But after a while, Lin Yuxuan also came. After breaking through to the mysterious dark realm, she didn't choose to become the young master. Instead, she chose to become an elder of the martial celestial sect. Lin Yuxuan, the prodigy of the Lin family. She and Yi Luofeng are the two top geniuses of the martial celestial sect. Within the Wanxiang sect, a young sovereign lord had admiration in his eyes. The appearance of the two top geniuses of the martial celestial sect made the exchange between the new disciples even more interesting. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the two women had appeared because of Qinyu. This kid is quite lucky. The archlord prodigy of the monster race said with jealousy. The exchange between the new disciples quickly ended. The disciples of the various forces were all very outstanding. The martial celestial sect even had a genius disciple. His performance since entering the sect was close to Qinyu's. This time, it was also this martial celestial sect disciple who won first place. As for the Night God Hall, they were ranked last. The upper echelons had ugly expressions. Martial celestial sect master, now that the exchange between the new disciples has ended, it won't affect my son's exchange with Qinyu, right? The black-robed middle-aged man asked. It turned out that this person was Wei Yan's father. He was also an extremely experienced core elder of the Night God Hall. The reason why he mentioned it again was because he wanted to help his son wash away the humiliation. The martial celestial sect master's face darkened. He didn't think that the Night God Hall would dare to mention the exchange. But at this time, he had no reason to object. Not only that, other forces also agreed. For this year's exchange between the new disciples, let's do something new. In the past, Qinyu and Wei Yan were the top geniuses of the younger generation. After so many years, I also want to see their growth. The monster race forces and the Wanxiang sect all wanted to see this battle. Among them, some were jealous of Qinyu's luck and deliberately targeted him. But the main reason was that the martial celestial sect had won first place consecutively. They wanted to see the martial celestial sect fail so that they would feel better. Seeing this, Wei Yan's lips curled up. He shot a cold gaze at Qinyu and provoked, Qinyu, do you dare to accept the challenge? In the past, I lost to you because I wasn't skilled enough. But today, I want to learn from you. Why are you afraid? Is it really like what the outside world said? That something went wrong in your cultivation and your strength decreased instead of increasing? Wei Yan continued to provoke Qinyu. Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a mysterious underworld realm cultivator who couldn't wait to challenge a combining heavens realm cultivator. Yi Luofeng didn't say anything. Lin Yuxuan believed in Qinyu and also wanted to see Qinyu's strength. Thus, she also didn't say anything. Many of the martial celestial sect's upper echelons looked at Qinyu. They didn't know Qinyu's true strength. An elder who was familiar with him said, Elder Chen, if you are competent, teach Wei Yan a lesson and let the Night God Hall learn from him. Seeing that Qinyu wasn't moved, Wei Yan looked at Yi Luofeng. Brother Qinyu, it's fine if you don't want to fight. Let your Dao companion spar with me. I have always wanted to see the Celestial Sect's young master's abilities. The Night God Hall would definitely support him in suppressing the Celestial Sect's young master. Even if the Celestial sect master blamed him, the Night God Hall's deity realm cultivators would take care of it. The smile on Qinyu's face finally disappeared. This Wei Yan was really unscrupulous in order to provoke him to fight. He actually set his sights on Yi Luofeng. Are you sure you want to spar with me? Qinyu's expression turned cold. Aren't you a cripple? Wei Yan said impatiently. But halfway through his words, his body suddenly trembled. His hair stood on end and the blood in his body, including his sacred energy, froze. The clamor in the surroundings came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Qinyu, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Because at this moment, Qinyu's body was emitting a supreme divine aura. The sky changed color and the wind howled. Qinyu didn't move at all, but he suddenly seemed tall and majestic. God. The leading elder of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Tribe opened his mouth and was instantly dumbfounded. Heavenly fusion stage? The expressions of the Wanxiang sect's upper echelons changed. Wei Yan, who was facing Qinyu, suddenly felt that Qinyu was a towering mountain or a vast ocean, while he was just an ant or a drop of water. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead and the danger of death enveloped his body. Are you sure you want to spar with me? Qinyu smiled and asked. Plop, Wei Yan's legs went soft and he fell to the ground. He said in a trembling voice, I don't dare, I don't dare. I was foolish just now. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Wei Yan knelt on the ground, his entire body drenched in cold sweat as he begged. I was muddle-headed just now, please don't lower yourself to my level and forgive my ignorance. Wei Yan was dumbfounded. He had never expected that Qinyu had already broken through to the heavenly fusion stage. This was completely different from the rumors of the outside world. He was actually challenging a god just now, trying to get him to spar with him. If they really fought, he wouldn't even be able to beat a single finger of his opponent. No, a single strand of hair. Silence filled the air. Those powers that had agreed with him earlier were also drenched in cold sweat as they started to hate the night god Hall. If it wasn't for this father and son duo provoking Qinyu, they wouldn't have offended a god. The celestial sect has hidden themselves so deeply. Breaking through to the heavenly fusion stage is such a huge matter, yet they kept it so secret. The various powers felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Wasn't the celestial sect trying to cheat them? But soon after, they realized that the higher-ups of the celestial sect were also dumbfounded. The various powers couldn't help but to think that the celestial sect was really good at acting. But the truth wasn't so. The geniuses who were once in the same batch as Qinyu, including the geniuses from the previous batches, were all shocked. Especially those who had interacted with Qinyu before, such as Qin Wendian, Lin Tianfeng, Sun Tianlong and Lin Yuxuan. Impossible. Heavenly fusion stage. He has already become a god. Junior sect master Guan Hongri was dumbstruck, unable to accept this. He had initially thought that when he became the sect leader, he would trample on Qinyu ruthlessly. But now that Qinyu had already broken through to the heavenly fusion stage, if Qinyu asked for the sect leader's position, the higher-ups of the celestial sect would not object. Of course, at this moment, the one who was the most afraid was Wei Yan. He kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Your cultivation level has indeed increased greatly. But from what I see, you are still not as good as you were before. Qinyu spoke. What he said was the truth. When he first met Wei Yan, he wasn't so arrogant and condescending. Perhaps it was due to a fortuitous encounter that allowed his cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds, resulting in his current state. Everyone was listening attentively. Since Qinyu was a heavenly combination stage expert, his words became wise words in the ears of everyone. Lord Chen is right. Although my cultivation has risen to the peak of the middle stage, my mind has been affected. I'm far from when I first broke through to the mysterious nether realm. Wei Yan immediately echoed Qinyu's words and sincerely admitted his mistake. Then I'll help you. Help me? Wei Yan didn't understand and didn't feel that Qinyu would help him. Boom, suddenly, Qinyu's divine soul moved slightly. The sky shook, and a boundless divine might descended. At this moment, everyone felt their saint force and blood freeze as they instinctively felt fear and respect. Even the resentment and unwillingness in Guan Hongri's heart collapsed at this moment, transforming into respect and submission. Sir, please spare my son. The black-robed middle-aged man from the night god hall panicked when he saw that Qinyu was about to attack. He pleaded for Wei Yan. Qinyu's expression didn't change at all. A peerless divine might descended along with the power of the heavenly combination stage. In that instant, Wei Yan vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Yan the black-robed middle-aged man shouted, but he found that Wei Yan wasn't dead. My cultivation. Wei Yan was also startled. He felt like he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. But then he found that his life-bound star origin had weakened, and his cultivation had fallen to the early stage of the mysterious nether realm. Qinyu hadn't killed him, but his cultivation had fallen to the early stage of the mysterious nether realm. Wei Yan's decades of hard work and opportunities had all been wasted. He had returned to when he had first met Qinyu. At that time, he had just broken through to the early stage of the mysterious nether realm. Lord Chen's methods are truly brilliant. Wei Yan provoked him time and time again. Not only did Lord Chen spare his life, but he also allowed his cultivation to return to its original state. He warned him not to bite off more than he could chew. Wei Yan, you should be grateful to Lord Chen. The other upper echelons all agreed, trying to make up for their mistake. The celestial sect now had another heavenly combination stage expert, and Qinyu was still so young. His future might be even greater. They had no choice but to treat him seriously and try to curry favor with him. Thank you for sparing my life. Wei Yan bowed his head and then left. The exchange of new disciples became Qinyu's welcoming event. The other 5 factions stayed behind. Only the black-robed middle-aged man from the Night God Hall left with his group. Yanner, don't worry. With your talent, you'll quickly return to your peak. The black-robed middle-aged man comforted Wei Yan. But only Wei Yan knew that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his foundation was unstable. Just now, he had been heavily injured by Qinyu, causing his cultivation to fall. If he didn't have any other opportunities, he might never be able to return to his peak. I didn't expect him to break through to the heavenly combination stage. The black-robed middle-aged man felt guilty. This time, he had harmed Wei Yan. Also, he might not be able to take revenge. Qinyu was once the #1 genius of the human race. Not long after, he might become the #1 expert of the human race. The exchange of new disciples came to an end. The other major factions were not in a hurry to go back. They planned to stay in the celestial sect for a few more days, but they sent the news back immediately. In an instant, the news of Qinyu's return and breakthrough to the heavenly combination stage spread among the human race and the surrounding factions. Morong family. Qinyu broke through to the heavenly combination stage? When Morong Songguang heard the news, he felt helpless and regretful. He shouldn't have offended Qinyu back then. But the other upper echelons of the Morong family had different thoughts. Hence, they held a secret meeting. Qinyu broke through to the heavenly combination stage. I speculate that he might be the mysterious expert who saved the Morong family. That's right. That mysterious expert lives in the celestial sect and has a close relationship with Yi Luofeng. That mysterious expert should be Qinyu. Some of the upper echelons of the Morong family had long guessed the identity of the mysterious expert and thought that Qinyu was the biggest suspect. Now, they were even more certain of their guess. That means that Qinyu broke through to the heavenly combination stage at that time? The demigod Jianxing said. The upper echelons could not help but take a deep breath. Qinyu was too monstrous. Everyone has underestimated Qinyu. It's not that he doesn't want to be the young master of the celestial sect, but he has a bigger goal. That's why he went out to travel. The great elder of the Morong family also participated in the meeting. No matter what, Qinyu is the savior of the Morong family. I will visit him personally. The great elder said solemnly. After the meeting, the clan leader came to the great elder's residence. Great elder, are the rumors about Qinyu true? The clan leader asked softly. The rumors said that Qinyu was the owner of the Fiend God parts and had killed the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy clan in the territory of the Stone clan. The Heaven's Legacy clan had sent people and used many connections to search for Qinyu. The human race was just a small force and ordinary cultivators would not come into contact with such things. Only a few people knew about this. No matter what, he is the savior of the Morong family. The great elder did not answer but emphasized this point. Understood. The Morong family leader bowed and left. Although he was greedy, he had seen Qinyu's strength. The Morong family could not afford to offend him and could only befriend him. However, the other powers did not share the same opinion. Night God Hall. When the black-robed middle-aged man brought the news back, the expressions of the upper echelons changed. You said. Qinyu is back? A middle-aged woman's eyes flashed with sharp light. A little while later, several extremely senior elders of Night God Hall, including Hall Master Deep Night, arrived at the black-robed middle-aged man's residence. This gave the black-robed middle-aged man a big fright, and he quickly learned the reason. You were in seclusion and did not know about this. Qinyu is the owner of the fiend god parts. He probably went out to avoid enemies. Hall Master Deep Night was a dark-skinned old man with a black crescent moon mark on his forehead. His entire body exuded a cold and gloomy aura. The black-robed middle-aged man paled at this. No wonder Qinyu's cultivation had advanced so quickly. He was the owner of the fiend god parts. Damn it, how can this kid's luck be so heaven-defying? He actually obtained the fiend god parts while my son ended up like this. The black-robed middle-aged man's heart exploded with resentment. Elder Wei, there's no need to be like this. Your son's vengeance will soon be avenged. A middle-aged woman smiled. Elder Yu, what do you mean? The black-robed middle-aged man asked. The fiend god parts are extremely important. Even if we don't take action, other factions will take them. Hall Master Deep Night said seriously. It turned out that when Hall Master Deep Night heard of this news, he had already planned to take action against Qinyu and snatch the fiend god parts. If Qinyu was allowed to grow, the future of the human race would be dominated by Celestial Sect. Night God Temple and Wanxiang Sect would have to bow down to them. But with Celestial Sect's current strength. The black-robed middle-aged man hesitated. Celestial Sect's strength was definitely stronger than Night God Temple. However, he soon found out that Hall Master Deep Night had already contacted Wanxiang Sect. Both parties were prepared to discuss an alliance to attack Celestial Sect and snatch the fiend god parts within Celestial Sect. The exchange of new disciples had ended. However, other than Night God Temple, the other 5 factions had decided to stay in Celestial Sect for a few more days. Qinyu was no longer worried about his identity being exposed and attracting strong enemies. He felt relaxed, enjoying the peaceful life that was hard to come by. The path of cultivation was filled with dangers. Occasionally stopping to relax was also a form of cultivation that could improve one's state of mind. Are you really not willing to take over my position? Celestial Sect leader asked again. Naturally, he hoped that the most outstanding disciple would inherit everything from him and lead Celestial Sect to its peak. Now that Qinyu had less pressure on him, he had nothing else to do. He could take over Celestial Sect. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. Yi Luofeng had worked hard for so many years to become Celestial Sect leader. It was better to let her have this position. The Celestial Sect leader thought that Qinyu's fiend god parts were taken away. He was disheartened and lost interest in everything. Master, my fiend god parts were not taken away. At this point, Qinyu told the truth to prevent his master from misunderstanding him further. The divine demon parts were not taken away? Then why are you being so ostentatious? The Celestial Sect leader could not understand what Qinyu was thinking. A divine demon part could even alert an upper celestial. Currently, there should be many spies of the foreign races hidden among the human race. Qinyu's appearance had most likely attracted their attention. Perhaps it would not be long before the enemies came. Master, don't worry. Things are different now. It won't be that easy to steal my divine demon parts. Qinyu smiled calmly. The Celestial Sect leader saw that Qinyu was not joking and was really confident. He was only in the early stages of level 1 and could not see how strong Qinyu was. Perhaps Qinyu had improved a lot in recent years. It's good that you know what to do. The Celestial Sect leader did not say anything more. Since Qinyu was not worried, there was no need for him to worry. 1 month later. The great elder of the Murong family and a few higher-ups came to visit. The Murong family was one of the 2 celestial forces of the human race and could not be underestimated. Moreover, they had sent out a heavenly integration stage elder. The Celestial Sect leader welcomed them personally and smiled. What brings you to my Celestial Sect? The Murong family and the Celestial Sect did not interact much. The Celestial Sect leader was surprised that the great elder of the Murong family came personally. This old man is here to thank little friend Shen for his kindness. Brother Sikong, may I know where Qinyu is? The great elder smiled. The Celestial Sect leader was stunned. Since when did the Murong family owe Qinyu such a huge favor to have a heavenly integration stage elder pay a visit personally? This was good too. The Celestial sect and the Murong family could build a good relationship. The Celestial sect was shocked again. The other 5 forces were shocked as well. Heavenly integration stage elders, who were rarely seen in 100 years, appeared one after another. In a courtyard, an elder of the Xianxia sect took out a message token and sent a message to the higher-ups of the sect. The great elder of the Murong family came to visit Xianxia personally. It seems that the Murong family and Xianxia have a close relationship. I'm afraid they will be an obstacle. It's just a heavenly fusion stage initial stage. It won't affect the overall situation. Besides, we've also invited 2 heavenly fusion stage loose cultivators in addition to the Night God Temple. Another voice came from the token. The elder felt slightly relieved. On the same day, he found the higher-ups of the Celestial sect and told them that the immortal state warriors of the Xianxia sect would pay a visit to Xianxia in a few days. At the same time, the Night God Hall publicly apologized to Xianxia for the rash actions of Wei Yan and his son. The Night God Hall Master would also personally pay a visit to Xianxia of the Celestial sect. The Celestial Martial sect leader wasn't a fool. The God State experts of the 2 God class forces were coming to visit the Celestial Martial sect. He could sense that something was fishy. However, the Celestial sect had no way of rejecting them. They even had to welcome the visit of the other 2 major powers. 10 days later, the teams from Xianxia sect and Night God Hall arrived. The upper echelons of the 3 divine sects of the human race were gathered in the reception hall. Such a grand event was rarely seen even in 1,000 years. Wei Yan, was at fault for speaking rudely to Xianxia. However, you have destroyed his decades of hard work. Isn't that a little too much? The moment the Night God Hall Master spoke, the Celestial sect leader felt that something was wrong. How was this a visit to express an apology? It was more like a punitive expedition. Night God Hall Master, the immortal state warriors are not to be insulted. Even if Xianxia killed Wei Yan, it is only natural. The Celestial sect leader said seriously. Facing the Night God Hall Master's accusation, he had no intention of compromising. Xianxia, I have heard rumors that you have obtained the legendary parts of the gods and demons. The Xianxia sect leader was an elegant old man. There were mysterious black patterns on his white robe. He went straight to the point and said, I have lived for so long, but I have never seen such a treasure. Why don't I show it to everyone here? They believed that the Celestial sect was not a fool. They must have noticed that the Xianxia sect and the Night God Hall were up to no good. Hence, there was no need for them to continue pretending. As soon as these words came out, those who did not know what was going on were shocked. Especially some of the higher-ups of the Celestial sect, they immediately felt that the day was not going to be peaceful. The visitors of the Xianxia sect and the Night God Hall all looked at Xianxia, their expressions were either cold or playful. Xianxia had indeed broken through to the immortal state. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would want to offend a combining heaven stage cultivator. However, Xianxia had the parts of the gods and demons on him. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? Today, the Xianxia sect and the Night God Hall were going to take away the parts and even suppress the Celestial sect. The father of Wei Yan of the Night God Hall was also present, his face revealing a satisfied smile. Get lost, the Celestial sect does not welcome you. Xianxia finally spoke, his cold words were unquestionable. The guest hall was suddenly silent, even the drop of a needle could be heard. The higher-ups of the Night God Hall and the Xianxia sect were stunned. They did not expect Xianxia to be so arrogant, chasing them away. Hee hee. The Xianxia sect master chuckled and said calmly, little friend Chen has already reached the combining heavens stage, but he is still so hot-tempered. This is not good, it will affect his state of mind. Since little friend Chen is not willing to take it out, then we will have to take it ourselves and see for ourselves. The Night God Hall Master smiled evilly. At this moment, the 2 forces had made their intentions clear. The asterisk starred, the Night God Hall and the Xianxia sect are going to attack my disciple. The Celestial sect master was furious. If it was the experts of the foreign races who came to steal the parts, he had nothing to say, but the ones who did it were the other 2 immortal forces of the human race. Brother Sikong, don't be so agitated. We are just here to look at the parts, not to kill Xianxia. The Night God Hall Master stood up and released his combining heavens stage aura. A dark and cold light instantly enveloped the entire hall, turning the day into night. His robe and long hair fluttered in the wind, like a supreme deity in the night. The Xianxia sect master also released his cultivation aura, mysterious runes twinkling around him, making him look unfathomable. At the same time, boom, a deafening explosion could be heard from the outside world. The entire celestial sect was in a state of chaos. From the elders to the servants, everyone was crying out in alarm. In the sky, figures with shocking auras appeared. They were the higher-ups of the Night God Hall and the Xianxia sect. Among them, the supreme elders of the two forces had appeared as well. The two supreme elders were at the peak of the first heaven. Their auras were earth-shattering, causing the entire celestial sect to be in a state of panic. Other than the two supreme elders, there were also two combining heaven stage rogue cultivators. There were also two heavenly fusion stage rogue cultivators. They had already been famous for a few thousand years. They were notorious for being vicious and merciless. The four combining heaven stage cultivators were like the sun in the night, attracting everyone's attention, inside the hall. What is the meaning of this? The celestial sect master stood up and released his aura. Although the auras of the combining heaven stage cultivators did not cause any damage, those who were below the immortal stage felt suffocated, unable to breathe. Brother Sikong, don't be impatient. Once the fight starts, how confident are the celestial sect of winning? The Night God Hall's palace master smirked. The Night God Hall and the Xianxia sect, together with the two immortal stage cultivators, had a total of 6 combining heavens stage cultivators. The celestial sect, together with Qin Yu and the Morong clan's great elder, had a total of 4 combining heaven stage cultivators. Furthermore, the Xianxia sect and the Night God Hall were stronger than those below the combining heaven stage. The celestial sect master's face turned ugly. He could sense the situation outside with his divine sense. The Xianxia sect and the Night God Hall had sent out all their forces and even invited 2 combining heaven stage cultivators. Even if Qin Yu's strength had improved greatly, the celestial sect would still be at a disadvantage if they were to fight. Qin Yu, hand over the fiend god's body parts, lest your sect suffers an unexpected disaster. The Xianxia sect master's face was cold. Hee hee. Qin Yu laughed again and said, "It seems that I have been too kind to Wei Yan. Be it the celestial sect master or the Night God Hall or the Xianxia sect, their understanding of Qin Yu had stopped a long time ago." At that time, the news that Qin Yu had broken through to the combining heaven stage and killed the heavenly legacy race's immortal realm cultivators had only spread to a small circle. Since then, Qin Yu and Meng Qingyun had been acting under different identities. They had caused a ruckus at the Three-Eyed Sea clan in the West Sea, charged into the Heavenly Windwood clan in the Wood race, fought the Sorcerer God in the Fallen God Mountain range of the Silver Soul race, defeated the Sun-Chasing God in the Blood race, and snatched the 2 fiend gods' body parts from the Stone race. No one in the human race knew about all of these. Qin Yu had thought that enemies might come to him, but he was not afraid at all. He just didn't expect that it would be the Xianxia sect and the Night God Hall. "How dare you!" The Night God Hall master's face was cold and he suddenly shouted. Qin Yu suddenly raised his head and stared at the Night God Hall master with a pair of black and bottomless eyes. The Night God Hall master's face suddenly stiffened and his eyes lost focus. His divine soul consciousness seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss, facing an invincible fiend god and trembling under his feet. In the next moment, the Night God Hall master woke up and found that his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Fear emerged in the Night God Hall master's heart. When he looked at Qin Yu again, there was deep fear in his eyes. How was it possible that a single gaze could bring such a terrifying pressure to him? Could it be that Qin Yu, who had the fiend god's body parts, had advanced by leaps and bounds and had already far surpassed him? "Scram, don't let me see you again," Qin Yu said indifferently. Every word was like a clap of thunder, echoing in the hearts of the Night God Hall master and the Xianxia sect master. The Xianxia sect master was slightly surprised and gradually realized that Qin Yu was not simple. He didn't know if he and the Night God Hall master could deal with him. The Night God Hall master also hesitated and didn't know what to choose. But at this moment, "It's so lively? How can a small celestial sect have so many god-state warriors?" A sudden voice sounded, containing the immense divine aura of a combining heaven-state warrior, shaking the heavenly void. All living beings instinctively trembled and submitted. The celestial sect master, the night god hall master, and the Xianxia sect master in the main hall couldn't help but tremble, and the divine power in their bodies became slightly unstable. The three of them changed their expressions at the same time. What a strong cultivation aura! Could it be an intermediate god? The night god hall master and the Xianxia sect master looked at each other in shock and scanned the surroundings with their divine senses. In the sky outside the war god mountain, there was an additional figure of the wood race. He was 3 feet tall and his entire body was jade green. A layer of jade green storm surrounded his body, causing all the plants around him to grow rapidly. The flat land within 1,000 miles of the war god mountain instantly turned into a lush green forest. All the plants in the sky surrounded the figure in the sky. The supreme elders of the Xianxia sect and the night god hall, as well as the 2 rogue cultivators, looked extremely serious. Wood race, Ancestor Tongguang. The supreme elder of the Xianxia sect recognized the identity of the other party. This was an old monster of the wood race who had lived for more than 100,000 years. At the same time, he was also an intermediate god. Scram, all of you. I'm here for Chenyu. Ancestor Tongguang of the wood race shouted in a domineering manner. All the plants in the sky exploded with the sound of waves, forming an earth-shattering power. All of you, scram. I am here to find Chenyu. All the plants in the area let out a wave-like sound, forming an earth-shattering aura. Ancestor Tongguang thought that the supreme elders of Night God Hall and Xianxia sect, as well as the other 2 heavenly fusion realm experts, were hired by Chenyu. However, the human race only had these heavenly fusion realm experts. Ancestor Tongguang didn't care about these 4 heavenly fusion realm experts. With his middle deity cultivation and hundreds of thousands of years of experience, he had the ability to slowly toy with these 4 heavenly fusion realm experts to death. However, if he could avoid it, he wouldn't want to fight a group of God realm experts. Why are you still here? Are you planning to die with that kid? Ancestor Tongguang's voice was deep and ancient, as if it represented the will of the heavens. From his point of view, these heavenly fusion realm experts wouldn't risk their lives to help Chenyu. They would definitely retreat in the face of such a strong threat. The supreme elders of Xianxia sect and Night God Hall looked at each other, their hearts wavering. Originally, it was difficult for the 2 forces to deal with Celestial sect, and they weren't 100% confident of obtaining the God-fiend parts. Now, Ancestor Guangtong had appeared. He was a middle deity. If the 2 forces fought with Celestial sect, even if they won, they wouldn't have the ability to stop Ancestor Guangtong. However, no one was willing to retreat just like that. The 2 forces and 6 heavenly fusion realm experts had come with great fanfare, but before the battle even started, they had to retreat in fear. It was really embarrassing. Hence, the atmosphere became awkward. Ancestor Guangtong didn't want to be enemies with all the heavenly fusion realm experts here. Night God Hall and Xianxia sect didn't want to retreat either. In the Celestial sect's guest hall, the atmosphere froze. Night God Hall leader and Xianxia sect leader wanted to retreat even more. Firstly, Chenyu gave them an unfathomable feeling, and his strength might be much stronger than a normal stage 1 deity. Secondly, Ancestor Guangtong's sudden appearance made the situation even more chaotic. Celestial sect leader was worried, and didn't know what to do. He temporarily placed his hopes on Chenyu and Meng Qingyun. Meng Qingyun was someone that even the Supreme Elder respected. His cultivation was at the peak of stage 1 deity and his strength was extraordinary. As for Chenyu, he possessed a god-fiend body part, and his strength couldn't be measured with common sense. Chenyu was the only one who didn't change his mind. To him, the 2 god-level forces and Ancestor Guangtong posed no threat. If you don't scram, I'll kill you first. Chenyu's voice was bone-chilling, causing the Xianxia sect master and the Night God Palace master to shiver. Their souls couldn't help but tremble, and a sense of danger emerged in their hearts. The 2 of them were inwardly alarmed. They hadn't even made a move yet, but they already had a premonition of danger. Should we retreat? The Myriad Appearance sect master asked. If you retreat, I'll retreat. Hall Master Night Goddess replied. Just as the 2 of them were in a dilemma. Boom, another powerful aura of divine power surged toward them. In the distance, a deep blue wave of cold air swept over. Snow and ice fell from the sky, and the surface of the martial god mountain was covered in a layer of frost. Many disciples shivered from the cold. Amidst the cold waves, there was a hazy and beautiful figure in an icy blue robe, like an ice goddess. This place is so lively. Even Ancestor Guantong of the Wood race is here. An ethereal voice sounded. It was extremely pleasant to listen to, but this voice contained a coldness that could freeze everything, causing people to shiver uncontrollably. Icicle God isn't staying in the three-eyed oceanic race, why did she come all the way here? Ancestor Guantong frowned. The three-eyed oceanic race that Icicle God was in was very far away from here, but even he, who was often in seclusion, had heard of Icicle God's reputation. Icicle God was a peerless prodigy of the three-eyed oceanic race thousands of years ago. After that, she successfully reached the godly realm. Her potential didn't decrease, and within 10,000 years, she had reached the second firmament. What was more terrifying was that Icicle God had killed a second firmament. This woman had a chance of becoming a high god. I'm here to take something. Icicle God couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. What a coincidence, I'm also here to take something. Ancestor Guantong smiled. The Grand Supreme Elders of the Xianxia sect and the Night God Palace, as well as the other two rogue immortal realm cultivators, were displeased to see the two mid-gods chatting and ignoring them, but none of them dared to show it. Sigh, we're still too slow. The Supreme Elder of Xianxia sect said. Let's retreat first. Our two great forces can't fight against these two middle gods, and we might even be wiped out. I hope that the celestial sect can cause some damage to these two middle gods. That way, we might still have a chance. The Supreme Elder of Night God Palace agreed to retreat. Whoosh, the two great forces began to retreat. In the guest hall, Night God Palace leader and Xianxia sect leader were in a dilemma on what to do. At this moment, they received the Supreme Elder's order to retreat. Qinyu, we will leave now, but you will face enemies even more terrifying than Night God Palace and Xianxia sect. Night God Palace leader said fiercely before leaving. The two great forces retreated 10,000 miles away, waiting for Ancestor Guantong, Icicle God, and Sky Marshal to start their battle. The small fries have all left. Whoever gets the treasure will have to depend on their own abilities. Ancestor Guantong's eyes darkened as his aura rose. All right. Icicle God's lips curled up. She was confident that she would be able to get the demon god's body part. But at this moment, their target walked out of the guest hall and looked at them coldly. They have all scrammed, why aren't you guys scramming? Qinyu asked coldly. Ha ha ha, you're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. Ancestor Guantong laughed out loud. This human is too funny. Can't he see the situation in front of him? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I don't know how you managed to survive until now. Ancestor Guantong mocked. He didn't care about Qinyu at all. He was only worried about his competitor, Icicle God. Therefore, Ancestor Guantong thought of an idea. Icicle God, if I can take down this kid within 10 moves, you will give me the treasure. How about it? Ancestor Guantong wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he planned to make a bet with Icicle God. He didn't want to fight with Icicle God to the point where both sides were injured. That was why he thought of this idea. I only need 8 moves. If I win, that treasure will be mine. Icicle God's expression didn't change. Her words were filled with incomparable confidence. She agreed with Ancestor Guantong's idea, but both sides were bargaining. Once they reached their expectations, the bet would be established. At this moment, the two middle gods treated Qinyu as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They were just discussing who would be the one to slaughter him. 5 moves. If I can take care of this kid within 5 moves, the treasure will be mine. This was Ancestor Guantong's biggest concession. All right. Icicle God agreed. Qinyu had the god-fiend part and his strength couldn't be measured by common sense. He might be able to last 5 moves from Ancestor Guantong. But if Qinyu could last 5 moves, the god-fiend part would be hers. Junior, cherish the last breath of air you're breathing. Ancestor Guantong's killing intent filled the air as the god power in his body surged. Rumble, an emerald green storm started and countless transparent green leaves appeared in the sky. They were as thin as cicada wings and extremely sharp. At that moment, the storm attacked. It was as if there were billions of green lights piercing towards Xianxia. At this moment, Celestial Sect leader was nervous. However, with his strength, he couldn't help Xianxia. In Celestial Sect's forbidden ground, the Grand Elder's face was solemn. He was prepared to help but was stopped by Meng Qingyun. "Brother Qingyun, are you stupid? Your son is about to be killed." The Grand Elder shouted. "Don't worry, he will be fine," Meng Qingyun said calmly. Seeing how calm Meng Qingyun was, the Grand Elder knew his temper and was suspicious. He didn't know what trump cards this father and son had. Boom! Ancestor Guangtong's attack caused everyone in Celestial Sect to scream in fear. They activated the sect's protective array. If this attack landed on Martial God Mountain, it would probably destroy the entire mountain and destroy Celestial Sect. All of a sudden, Qianyu's figure flew out at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the green storm. His unbelievably fast speed caused a terrifying storm that swept away countless transparent green leaves. At that moment, the two storms collided and dissipated. What? Ancestor Guangtong was shocked and couldn't believe it. Qianyu's speed caused a shocking storm to block his attack. How was this possible? In order to kill Qianyu within 5 moves, he had to give it his all. What's impossible? A cold and confused voice came from behind. Ancestor Guangtong broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. He then retreated hastily and stared at Qianyu in horror. When did Qianyu appear behind him? He didn't even notice it. This was too scary. Ancestor Guangtong finally realized that he had underestimated Qianyu. His opponent's cultivation level was far beyond his imagination. Boom! At this moment, Qianyu raised his leg and kicked out. A simple kick shook the heavens and earth. A dark and chaotic light wave rushed forward. The dark light wave was domineering and everything was crushed by it. Ancestor Guangtong didn't even have time to dodge and was drowned in it. When the wind dissipated, Ancestor Guangtong's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had turned into ashes, silence. At this moment, the heavens and earth were strangely silent. All the living beings in the Celestial Sect were trembling in fear after witnessing the battle between the gods. They didn't even know what had happened before Ancestor Guangtong was turned into ashes. The ones who were the most shocked were the Celestial Sect leader and elders. They saw what happened clearly. One kick and he killed Ancestor Guangtong. Not far away, the arrogant and confident Icicle God's face turned pale. Run! That was the only thought left in her mind. Whoosh, she turned into a blue stream of cold air and flew into the distance at the fastest speed she could. Muster. Ancestor Guangtong's cultivation level was slightly weaker than hers, but he was killed by Qianyu with one kick. Icicle God would only be able to withstand 2 kicks. Damn it. The information was wrong. This kid has the power to kill a stage 2 cultivator. Could his cultivation level be that of an upper celestial? Icicle God's heart was beating wildly as she panicked. He must be an upper celestial. Icicle God thought to herself. Only an upper celestial could kill a stage 2 middle celestial so easily. The funny thing was that she was betting with Ancestor Guangtong on who would kill Qianyu. The battle between gods shook the heavens, but it ended in an instant. Those below the combining heaven stage didn't even know what happened. Only the Celestial Sect leader and the Great Elder saw what happened. Ancestor Guangtong, a middle god, was killed with one kick. Brother Qingyun, is that still your son? The Great Elder murmured. Meng Qingyun was unhappy. If he's not my son, then whose son is he? The Great Elder realized that he was too surprised and said the wrong thing. He quickly apologized. At the same time, he was completely at ease. Since Qianyu was so powerful, there was nothing to worry about. 10,000 miles away. The Wanxiang sect and the Night God Hall did not retreat. Instead, they temporarily stationed themselves here with the idea of benefiting from the fight between the Sandpiper and the Clam. There were still spies in Celestial Sect. Night God Hall Master took out his communication token and asked, "How is Celestial Sect doing?" Hall Master, Ancestor Guangtong is dead. Soon, a trembling voice came from the token. Dead? Night God Hall Master was shocked. How could an exalted god die so quickly? The Wood race had average combat power, but they had strong survival abilities. God Icicle is so terrifying. He took a deep breath. God Icicle had only been in the second heaven for less than 1,000 years. How could she be so powerful that she could kill Ancestor Guantong who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years? They had just left Celestial Sect not long ago. It was obvious that God Icicle could crush Ancestor Guantong. This was terrifying. Fortunately, they didn't stay there and fight with the two middle gods. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out. With Celestial Sect's strength, it's impossible that they couldn't defend against God Icicle. How is the situation now? Night God Hall Master asked. God Icicle. She ran away. News came from the other side. The surroundings quietened down. Everyone looked at each other, unable to react. God Icicle killed Ancestor Guantong. Why did she run away? What kind of logic was this? Bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? The Night God Palace Lord was also a little angry and berated. At this moment, an elder of Night God Hall opened his eyes wide and stared into the distance, his face full of shock. Hall Master, Night God Hall Master really ran away. You're playing with me too? The Night Goddess Palace Master thought that this elder was joking. However, he quickly sensed that something was wrong. He swept out with his divine sense and discovered God Icicle, Ice Towering God was indeed fleeing. Her face was pale and her expression was flustered. She pushed her speed to the limit and flew in the direction of Wanxiang Sect and Night God Hall. What the hell happened? The Wanxiang Sect and the Night God Hall were dumbfounded. Whoosh, Icicle God fled as fast as she could. Under the pressure of death, her current speed surpassed her peak. But she still felt that she was too slow. With the speed that Qianyu had displayed when he killed Ancestor Guantong, Icicle God felt that her chances of escaping were less than 20%. Ice Towering God discovered the people from Wanxiang Sect and Night God Hall. It turned out that these people had not retreated and wanted to take advantage of the situation. But at this moment, God Icicle didn't have the time to care about this. She fled frantically, desperately trying to escape. However, she suddenly realized that Qianyu didn't seem to be chasing after her. Not going to kill me? Ice Towering God was dumbfounded. Had Qianyu let her go, Qianyu didn't chase after her at all, but she was so scared that she hurriedly fled over 10,000 kilometers away. Ice Towering God gradually calmed down and prepared to leave. However, she suddenly felt a sense of pressure behind her. Ice Towering God's divine sense swept over and discovered a massive object. This is? She looked into the distance with a shocked expression. She saw that a giant ship over 10,000 feet long had suddenly charged out of the clouds. The giant ship was silver-white, and its surface was covered in dense array inscriptions. A massive building had been constructed on it, and it also had 6 sails that looked like 6 massive silver wings. The entire ship gave off a majestic and mysterious feeling, as if it had come from another dimension and was heading somewhere unknown. Its appearance didn't just attract Ice Towering God's attention, but also the Wanxiang Sect and Night God Hall. Heaven's Legacy Race. Ice Towering God's third eye opened and shot out an icy blue beam of light that pierced through the barrier of the giant ship to see what was going on inside. She saw many members of the Heaven's Legacy Race. The Heaven's Legacy Race must have come for the god and demon parts. Ice Towering God was extremely certain. The Heaven's Legacy Race wanted to collect all the god and demon parts and recreate a primal demon king. There were a total of 9 god and demon parts, and they were extremely difficult to collect. They couldn't hide their intentions even if they wanted to. Many of the large races of the origin world knew this. Qianyu, you're finished. Ice Towering God did not flee. Instead, she turned to look at the Celestial Sect. The Heaven's Legacy Race had clearly come prepared. Not only did they have many people, but this silver ship also looked extremely extraordinary. In the origin world, even some of the super races were wary of the Heaven's Legacy Race and did not want to become enemies with them. Against such a terrifying enemy, Qianyu's death was certain. The Wanxiang Sect and Night God Hall also had the same thoughts. Qianyu was finished this time, but they also had no chance to take advantage of him. Unfortunately, the god and demon parts ended up in the hands of the Heaven's Legacy Race. Ice Towering God sighed. She did not plan to leave right now. She wanted to see the scene of Qinyu being crushed by the Heaven's Legacy race. But she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The silver ship suddenly accelerated, and its target was her. Whoosh, Ice Towering God's brow creased in displeasure, but she still moved 10,000 feet to the right, avoiding the path of the Heaven's Legacy race ship. But a moment later, the ship slightly changed directions. Only now did Ice Towering God realize that the Heaven's Legacy race was going to attack her. Boom. Kling-ling, with a thunderous roar, the heavens and the earth shook violently with the giant silver arc as the center. Immediately after, 9 thick and huge white crystal chains shot out like lightning. They were astonishingly fast, and at the same time extremely nimble. Caught off guard, Ice Towering God managed to dodge 7 of the chains, but the remaining 2 wrapped around her left foot and left hand. Ice Towering God immediately struggled free, and her entire body unleashed a frenzied cold energy to freeze the chains. The cold energy in a radius of 10,000 feet was so intense that even space itself was frozen. But Ice Towering God was shocked to discover that more than 70% of the ice divine power she unleashed had been absorbed by the white crystal chains, greatly reducing its power. Immediately after, the remaining chains flew over and pierced through the ice in the air. In an instant, the icicle god was tied up tightly. Heaven's Legacy race, what is the meaning of this? Ice Towering God's face was as cold as ice. Why would the Heaven's Legacy race attack her for no reason? She was the member of the three-eyed sea race that had the highest chance of becoming a higher god. Did the Heaven's Legacy race plan on thoroughly offending the three-eyed sea race? A Heaven's Legacy race member walked out of the silver ship. He was dressed in a pure white robe, had a long beard that reached the ground, and had a peaceful expression on his face. He only glanced at Ice Towering God before turning his gaze to the distant celestial sect. Young friend Chen, this old one is Yu Mingheng of the Heaven's Legacy race. I did not bring much with me on this visit, so I will give this woman to you as a greeting gift. A distant and ancient voice reached Martial God Mountain. What? Ice Towering God was dumbfounded by these words. The Heaven's Legacy race had not come to capture Qinyu. She found it impossible to understand why this was the case. According to the information she had obtained, Qinyu had once killed an upper echelon member of the Heaven's Legacy race, and the Heaven's Legacy race had sent people to hunt him down. Given the powerful strength of the Heaven's Legacy race, why would they put aside their grudges and take the initiative to befriend Qinyu? Moreover, Ice Towering God finally understood why Qinyu had not pursued her. So Qinyu already knew that the Heaven's Legacy race was here, so there was no need for him to chase me. The Myriad Appearance Sect and Night God Hall were also dumbfounded. The Heaven's Legacy race was in high demand in the Origin world, and all the major races wanted to befriend them. Not even the entire human race was worthy of a personal visit from the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, the human race was far too weak and unremarkable in the Origin world. But now, the Heaven's Legacy race was personally visiting Qinyu, and they seemed to be very polite. Martial God Mountain was also in shock. Brother Azure Sky, what's going on here? Isn't the Heaven's Legacy race pursuing you? Why would they come to visit? Could this be a trap? The Grand Elder kept asking questions. It had been a long time since he had been this excited. Qinyu floated in the air above Martial God Mountain. He truly had noticed the arrival of the Heaven's Legacy race long ago. After all, his cultivation was at the peak of the second heaven, and the God Demon King Head had strengthened his soul. Qinyu's divine sense was now at the third heaven level. A greeting gift? That's a bit too shabby. Qinyu had a look of disdain on his face. Upon hearing this, Ice Towering God felt an intense sense of humiliation. She could be considered the most dazzling woman of the three-eyed sea race. She had suitors from all over the world of the sea, including the powerful races of the continent. But Qinyu had so much disdain for her. But she immediately realized that something was wrong. She no longer had any value in Qinyu's eyes, which was actually a bad thing. Kill her. Qinyu calmly said. He would not show mercy to an enemy who wanted to take his life. Qinyu, Lord Chen, spare me. Ice Towering God immediately begged in panic. She had a bright future ahead of her, and there was hope for her to become a higher god. She naturally did not want to die in such a sullen manner. Lord Chen, as long as you spare this little girl's life, I will agree to anything. The three-eyed sea race is also willing to pay a certain price. For the sake of survival, Ice Towering God had thrown caution to the wind. Agree to anything? Qinyu countered. Seeing hope, Ice Towering God gritted her teeth and said in humiliation, "That's right, I will agree to any condition." Even if Qinyu wanted her body, she would do it. Die, or become my servant. Qinyu spoke again. In his view, this was Ice Towering God's only value. If she could not do it, he would kill her. A fierce light flashed through Ice Towering God's eyes. She was extremely proud. How could she be willing to become someone else's servant and be ordered around, but in the face of death, everything else seemed insignificant. As long as she lived, she still had a chance to become a higher god. She might even have a chance to break free from Qinyu's control and even take revenge. I agree. Ice Towering God made her decision. The white-robed elder of the Heaven's Legacy race faintly chuckled. The giant silver ark flew into the air, 9 chains carrying Ice Towering God to War God Mountain. 5 God Realm upper echelon members of the Heaven's Legacy race appeared on the giant ark. Among them was God Mu, who had once fought with Qinyu. The Heaven's Legacy race's silver ark was docked next to Martial God Mountain. This intelligent race that even the super races of the Origin world feared was now visiting the celestial sect of the human race. News of this instantly spread. Young friend Chen, this old man has come in person to sincerely discuss cooperation with you. The white-robed elder went straight to the point. Everyone was curious when they heard this. What kind of cooperation did the Heaven's Legacy race want to discuss with Qinyu? Wait a moment. Qinyu called a halt and walked in front of God Icicle. He decided to resolve this matter first before discussing cooperation. This caused the Celestial Sect Master, the Grand Elder, and the upper echelon of the Celestial Sect to stare with wide eyes. The Heaven's Legacy race had come in person to sincerely discuss cooperation, but Qinyu did not seem to care and treated the Heaven's Legacy race so coldly. If this angered the Heaven's Legacy race, the human race would probably no longer have Martial God Mountain. A few people from the Heaven's Legacy race also showed displeasure, but the white-robed elder's expression did not change and he said nothing. Qinyu's powerful divine soul power surged into the depths of God Icicle's divine soul and left behind a divine soul brand. With this brand, he controlled God Icicle's life and death. He could take her life with a single thought. Unless there was someone much stronger than Qinyu who could instantly erase the divine soul brand, God Icicle would obey all of Qinyu's orders under the threat of death. I'll give you a mission. Qinyu said to God Icicle. Please tell me, Moss. Master. God Icicle slowly accepted her current identity. I can't be bothered to deal with Myriad Appearance Sect and Night God Hall. You deal with them. After Qinyu gave the order, God Icicle quickly left. Okay, we can talk now. Qinyu looked at the white-robed elder again. This person was the leader of the Heaven's Legacy race and had a peak second heaven cultivation. One had to know that the Heaven's Legacy race was not skilled in combat and their cultivation did not increase quickly. A peak second heaven cultivation definitely had an extremely high status in the Heaven's Legacy race and had great authority. 10,000 kilometers away from Martial God Mountain. The experts of Night God Hall and Myriad Appearance Sect were still in place. What should we do now? The Wanxiang Sect Master frowned and muttered. Palace Master Night God's expression was also incomparably deep and complicated. Now, the two god-level forces were faced with a difficult choice. Should they retreat immediately? Or apologize to the Celestial Sect? No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Ancestor Guantong wasn't killed by Icicle God. It was very likely that he was killed by Qinyu. Qinyu's strength was definitely not as simple as they thought. Secondly, even the Heaven's Legacy race had personally visited Qinyu and helped Qinyu capture Ice Peak God. The most dazzling woman of the Three-Eyed Sea tribe finally submitted to Qinyu and became his slave. Everything that had just happened left the Night God Hall and the Wanxiang sect completely dumbfounded. They didn't know what to do. Humph, why did you two father and son provoke him for no reason? Palace Master Yishan berated Wei Yan and his son with extreme dissatisfaction. Palace Master, please forgive us. You can't blame us for this. If we knew that Qinyu had broken through to the heavenly fusion realm, we wouldn't have dared to provoke him no matter how bold we were. Elder Wei Yan said with grievance. In his heart, he felt that this had nothing to do with him. Even if they didn't offend Xianxia, Palace Master Night God would still attack Xianxia because of the Fiend God's body parts. Boom! Suddenly, an icy wave appeared in the distance and snow fell from the sky. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius was covered in a layer of frost. The upper echelons of the Xianxia sect and the Night God Hall instantly felt cold and shivered. Icicle God. The God Realm experts of the two forces spread out their divine senses and their faces turned solemn. My master will give you two choices. Either die or submit to the Celestial sect. Which will you choose? Icicle God said coldly. What? Submit to the Celestial sect? Dream on. The upper echelons of the two forces were instantly in an uproar. The three divine sects of the human race had always been on the same level. No one could accept suddenly submitting to the Celestial sect. The Night God Hall Master and the Xianxia sect Master were also furious and wanted to join forces to resist. This has nothing to do with me. Goodbye. A rogue cultivator of the diabolical path was preparing to leave. He was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have agreed to the Night God Hall and gotten involved in this mess. I've said it before. Either die or submit. There is no third choice. Icicle God's words were bone-chilling. She was already in a bad mood, so how could she have a good expression on her face? She couldn't wait to vent the hatred in her heart. Blue ice surged in front of Icicle God and instantly formed a 1,000-foot-long icicle, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Swoosh, the 1,000-foot-long icicle turned into a huge cold light and pierced through the sky. Poof, the escaping rogue cultivator felt the danger of death. Majestic divine power surged out of his body and formed a layer of gray defensive light. But before the icicle could pierce through, the gray defensive light was completely frozen and cracks appeared. Boom, in the next instant, the defensive light was pierced through and turned into countless pieces of ice. The huge icicle pierced through the rogue cultivator. His body was frozen, his vitality dissipated, and his divine soul perished. With a single move, a First Heaven rogue cultivator had died. The upper echelon members of the Night God Hall and Myriad Form sect saw this and instantly shivered, their bodies freezing. After seeing Icicle God flee in panic and then being easily captured by the Heaven's Legacy race, their respect for Icicle God had lessened, and they didn't even think much of her. But when Icicle God actually attacked and instantly killed a First Heaven, they regained their respect and fear. There was no doubt that Icicle God was strong. After all, she had killed a second heaven. The Grand Elders of the Myriad Form sect and Night God Hall weren't confident in dealing with such a powerful foe, and behind Icicle God was the even more terrifying and mysterious Xianxia. What's your choice? Icicle God spoke once more. The world turned cold and snow howled. The upper echelon members of the two divine-level factions could clearly feel Icicle God's restlessness. Her killing intent was erupting as if she couldn't wait to attack. Seeing this, the few heavenly combination realm experts present swallowed their saliva and felt their hair stand on end. Even if we work together, Icicle God has the ability to slowly exhaust us to death, and we have nowhere to run. The Myriad Form sect's Grand Elder sighed inwardly. After discussing with the Myriad Form sect master, they made a decision. The Myriad Form sect is willing to submit. The Myriad Form sect master said helplessly. What about you? Icicle God's gaze swept toward the Night God Hall, her eyes even sharper and colder. The Night God Hall, also submit. After saying these words, the Night God Hall master seemed to use up all his strength, and his entire body went limp. How boring. Icicle God's expression darkened. The upper echelon members of the two factions couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. It seemed like Icicle God didn't want them to submit, and she wanted to fight and kill to vent the hatred in her heart. In a secret hall in the Celestial sect, Xianxia, Meng Qingyun, and the Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon members gathered. In the eyes of the Heaven's Legacy race, only Xianxia was a partner. No one else had the right to know anything. Speak, how do you want to cooperate? Xianxia asked. The white-robed elder did not beat around the bush, bluntly saying, my race is willing to help you collect the remaining god-demon parts, and even help you become a superior god. Xianxia's expression did not change, but he was inwardly surprised. What Godmu had said was almost identical to what the white-robed elder had said. Was the Heaven's Legacy race really willing to help him collect all the god-demon parts? Or was there some other scheme? My race's ultimate goal is to make you a new Chaos God-Demon King. The white-robed elder continued. Anyone would be tempted by this kind of temptation, find it difficult to refuse, and would even give up everything. What are your conditions? Chenyu asked. You need to obey the orders of my race to a certain extent and complete one task, the white-robed elder said. Chenyu's eyes focused. The Heaven's Legacy race's conditions were not simple. Just the first condition was extremely binding on him. And the second condition was almost impossible to refuse. He had to complete it. Of course, Chenyu did not feel that the Heaven's Legacy race's conditions were unreasonable. In fact, he felt that the higher the conditions, the more realistic the cooperation would be. After all, through this cooperation, Chenyu might be able to obtain all the god-demon parts and become a new Chaos God-Demon King. I'll obtain all the god-demon parts and become a superior god, but I'll still have to listen to the orders of your Heaven's Legacy race. That's far too boring. Chenyu did not hastily agree. As he haggled, he probed the Heaven's Legacy race and dug out more information. If we don't restrict you, young friend, once you obtain all the god-demon parts, the ones in danger will be our Heaven's Legacy race. Thus, this is for our own safety. The white-robed elder was quite eloquent. In addition, our race's reputation in the origin world is not that bad. Young friend Chen is worrying too much. Chenyu only half believed the first half of the elder's words, but the latter half was true. In the origin world, the Heaven's Legacy race had a rather good reputation, and it had dealings with many races. If we confirm our cooperation, we can sign a contract, and we can slowly discuss the details when the time comes. At that time, you will understand that our race does not place too many restrictions on you. It is mostly to prevent you from doing as you please once you obtain too much power. The white-robed elder chuckled. Okay, then let's not discuss this for now. Chenyu nodded. How confident are you that I can fuse with all the god-demon parts and obtain the power of a Chaos God-Demon King? Chenyu asked about the Heaven's Legacy race's plan. He had once seen the initial god-demon body, which had been modified using Demon God Left Destruction as the foundation. However, Demon God Left Destruction had completely lost his personality and was under the control of the Heaven's Legacy race, becoming nothing more than a puppet. If he ended up like this, Chenyu would immediately refuse. If this old man's guess is correct, the Heart of Eternity is in your hands. The white-robed elder smiled. Chenyu did not retort. Based on the information the Heaven's Legacy race had and the god-demon parts that had appeared so far, it was not hard to guess that the Heart of Eternity was in Chenyu's hands. The Heart of Eternity is the core of a Chaos God-Demon King. With it, the difficulty of recreating a Chaos God-Demon King will be reduced by 50%. In truth, the most difficult problem lies with you. If you can perfectly fuse with and control the Heart of Eternity, you will be able to suppress all the god-demon parts, and you will become the new Chaos God-Demon King. If you cannot control this power, then please let my race control it for you. At that time, you will be just like the initial god-demon body, under the powerful restrictions of the Heaven's Legacy race so that you will not lose control. The white-robed elder continued. This time, Chenyu frowned and fell silent. This meant that if he could control the power of all the god-demon parts, he would still be himself. If he could not control it, the Heaven's Legacy race would control Chenyu, and in turn, control this power. At that time, Chenyu would no longer be himself. Chenyu was momentarily unable to make a decision. Why do you want to recreate a Chaos God-Demon King? Just what do you want me to do? He solemnly asked. What was it that required the power of a Chaos God-Demon King to complete? I can't tell you that now unless you cooperate with my race. Godmu sighed, unwilling to reveal the truth. Since that was the case, Chenyu could not be bothered to continue asking. He was rather concerned about this question. If he did not get an answer, it would affect his final answer. I need time to think about it. Chenyu said in a deep voice. Although this cooperation was very tempting, there were many risks. The Heaven's Legacy race was still hiding some key information, and Chenyu could not completely trust them. Alright, I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. The white-robed elder sighed. The meeting ended just like that. Neither side obtained a satisfactory result. The Heaven's Legacy race temporarily stayed in the celestial sect, waiting for Qinyu's reply. Swoosh, Ice-Side God returned to the celestial sect and came to Qinyu's side, saying calmly, Master, Night God Hall and Wanxiang sect have chosen to submit. Hearing this, the celestial sect master was shocked and overjoyed. With two god-level forces submitting, the celestial sect would become unprecedentedly powerful. With the combined strength of the other two forces, it would definitely be much stronger than the three individual forces. However, the prerequisite was that the celestial sect successfully devoured Night God Hall and Wanxiang sect. If the arrangements were not done well, the sect would become even more chaotic, and there would be hidden dangers. Once it erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the following days, the entire celestial sect was extremely busy. The only leisurely ones were probably the Heaven's Legacy race and Qinyu. As an elder of the celestial sect, Qinyu's status was higher than everyone else in the sect. Half a year passed quickly. Have you thought about it? On this day, Meng Qingyun asked. He was present at the time and knew everything, but he did not know if Qinyu would agree to the Heaven's Legacy race. I probably won't agree to it. Qinyu said casually. With the help of the Heaven's Legacy race, my efficiency in collecting the God-Fiend parts will greatly increase, and the danger will greatly decrease. However, working with the Heaven's Legacy race is not very reassuring. With my current strength, I can rely on my own abilities to slowly collect the God-Fiend parts. I'm not in a hurry. Qinyu explained his thoughts. Moreover, his life was now guaranteed, so he didn't have to collect all the God-Fiend parts. This was precisely why Qinyu was unwilling to take the risk of working with the Heaven's Legacy race. Since you've already made your decision, why don't you refuse the Heaven's Legacy race? Meng Qingyun asked. If they refuse to cooperate, then I'm enemies with the Heaven's Legacy race, so there's no need to tell them. Qinyu said matter-of-factly. The Heaven's Legacy race's goal was to recreate a primal chaos god-demon king, and since half of the god-demon parts were in Qinyu's hands, he was certain to become an enemy. If he refused the Heaven's Legacy race now, they might start fighting with Qinyu. It would be better to stall for time and take advantage of this time to increase his cultivation and strength in order to deal with the upcoming dangers. During this period, Qinyu focused most of his energy on the God-Fiend components. He learned how to control them precisely and unearthed the potential of the God-Fiend components, especially the Heart of Eternity. Based on his conversation with the Heaven's Legacy race, the Eternal Heart was the key. This was indeed the case. Without the Eternal Heart, Qinyu would never have been able to obtain so many God-Fiend components and easily fuse them into his body. Moreover, the Eternal Heart's true power had already begun to awaken, but Qinyu had yet to use it. Time passed, and soon, 3 years had gone by. 3 years was truly a short period of time for a Heaven Integration Realm expert. Qinyu had only just begun his first seclusion after returning to the human race. But the Heaven's Legacy race could no longer sit still. In a quiet courtyard, several Heaven's Legacy race members arrived at the white-robed elder's residence. Elder, there's not much time left. We can't wait any longer. Godmu was worried. Although 3 years was not a long time, they did not have much time to wait. From Qinyu's performance in the last few years, it was obvious that the chances of him agreeing were not very high. Qinyu probably won't cooperate with us, so waiting is pointless. We might as well take action and seize the God-Fiend components, another Heaven Integration Realm expert said. A Heaven Integration Realm expert suggested. The white-robed elder was seated cross-legged on the ground, apparently divining something. He tossed out 3 simple turtle shells, all of them covered in extremely complex patterns. The moment the 3 turtle shells landed on the ground, the white-robed elder's expression shifted, and he immediately stood up. Not good. He has awakened. In another part of the origin world, this was a poisonous miasma ancient forest filled with a primitive aura. Inside a hidden cave. The heavenly flag god was seated cross-legged, circulating a technique to heal his wounds. His face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. Old wounds had not yet healed, but new ones had appeared. Damn, that guy still won't give up. The heavenly flag god was enraged. He had thought that he would be safe after escaping last time, but the sorcerer god had come again. Another gruesome pursuit had been going on for half a year. If the heavenly flag god hadn't come out of seclusion after recovering 70 to 80% of his wounds, he might have already died at the sorcerer god's hands. The heavenly flag god could sense that the sorcerer god's strength was still slowly rising during this pursuit. In other words, some of the heavenly flag god's previous techniques were no longer as effective. If this continued, the heavenly flag god would eventually be hunted down by the sorcerer god. All of a sudden, the space around the heavenly flag god congealed, and a pair of divine eyes seemed to be observing this place from afar. "I've been discovered." The heavenly flag god panicked, and he immediately got up to flee. However, he had only just escaped from the cave when he discovered a pair of divine eyes of heaven in the sky. The left eye was golden, while the right eye was silver. There was a mysterious and complex vortex slowly revolving within them. The surrounding space was locked onto by this pair of golden and silver eyes, forming a separate space. Everything within this space suddenly became still, as if it had been frozen. The heavenly flag god was also the same. His movements became extremely slow, and he was unable to escape. "Die!" An ethereal and ancient voice resounded. Boom! In the sky, the pair of eyes shifted toward the center and instantly overlapped. A golden and silver pillar of light imbued with the aura of a god-fiend tore open a straight spatial rift before striking the heavenly flag god. A golden and silver spatial storm erupted forth, pulverizing everything in its path. "Is it dead?" The sorcerer god's voice sounded again. Under normal circumstances, the heavenly flag god should have already died. The reason why he had asked this question was because his eyes had detected that the heavenly flag god's aura had suddenly become stronger at the very last moment. Boom! Within the golden and silver storm, a burst of dark and frosty power suddenly burst forth, instantly tearing apart the storm. The heavenly flag god was revealed. At this moment, his entire body was riddled with ghastly wounds, but his aura was climbing relentlessly. His eyes were deep and bottomless, and they burned with a faint black flame aura. An expression of shock appeared on the pair of eyes in the sky. That was the sorcerer god's killing blow just then, but it was still unable to kill the heavenly flag god. Furthermore, his aura had strangely increased. What was going on? Has it awakened? Has it awakened prematurely? The heavenly flag god murmured as a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. These detestable eyes. Shatter. The heavenly flag god abruptly raised its head and looked up into the sky. 5 shimmering black arrows materialized around its palm, and like destructive lightning, they instantly shot forth into the sky. Rumble, black lightning proliferated in all directions, and a forbidden destructive power spread forth, transforming into a black pool of lightning that destroyed everything. The pair of golden and silver eyes also instantly shattered and disappeared. 20,000 kilometers away. The sorcerer god, who was floating in the sky, suddenly closed his eyes, and faint tears of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. What's going on? His power suddenly increased to the level of a higher god. The sorcerer god murmured in shock. How could this happen? The universe was vast and boundless. Suddenly, a crack was torn open in a dark and distorted area of chaos, and a huge black shadow instantly sprang out, transforming into a pitch-black figure that was as tall as the shore, exuding a supreme aura that made all things submit to it. How long have I been asleep? The pitch-black figure murmured to itself. I can't believe that the sliver of power I left in this world has fallen to such a state. My current power is so weak. Power. I need power. It let out a low roar that made one's heart palpitate. Whoosh, the pitch-black figure rapidly traversed through the void, and moments later, it was already unable to resist as it barged into a realm. This realm was known as the Xianxia realm, and it was the most powerful realm among the surrounding realms. On this day, a nightmare descended. Within 3 days, 5 3-star forces and 1 4-star force in this realm were massacred. No one survived. The entire Xianxia realm was shaken. The fear of death spread everywhere. The 9-star palace, the ruling force of the Xianxia realm. At this moment, the upper echelons of various forces in the realm had gathered here to ask the 9-star palace to kill the demons. Who is it? How could they be so cruel and merciless? How many forces have been massacred? I heard that the people who were killed died in a horrible way. Their life force was sucked dry, leaving only a skeleton that turned into dust with a light touch. Could it be a god from another higher realm? Impossible. Even a god would suffer a backlash if he barged into a lower realm. He would also cause a huge commotion. It's impossible that we didn't notice. Outside the 9-star palace, the upper echelons of various forces discussed among themselves. The North Star god has come out of seclusion. At this moment, an upper echelon of the 9-star palace walked over and shouted. The entire place fell silent as everyone looked outside the palace. Boom, boundless starlight sprinkled down. A handsome man with a fair face wearing a silver robe slowly descended. His divine aura shook the world. All living beings instinctively bowed down to him. Greetings, North Star God. Inside the palace, the upper echelons of various forces in the Tiantang realm and some famous big shots bowed respectfully. The 9-star palace was the strongest force in the Tiantang realm, and the North Star God was the strongest person in the Tiantang realm, the only god. I've heard about what happened in the Tiantang realm recently. Don't worry, I'll hang the head of that demon outside the 9-star palace in 3 days. The handsome man's expression was dignified and extraordinary as he said calmly. All of a sudden. He, an ant that has just reached the realm of God dares to talk big. A voice that sounded like it came from hell echoed in the palace. Whoosh, a pitch-black figure appeared out of nowhere and dashed across the palace. Ah! Save me! Screams of agony arose wherever the black figure went. Corpses fell to the ground. Death filled the air. Stop. The North Star God's expression changed dramatically. Vast God power surged out and turned into 7 blinding stars. Die. The black figure spat out one word. The North Star God was enveloped by a layer of black light. His face turned pale, and his body withered quickly. In a breath's time, he turned into a withered skeleton. The wind blew, and his ashes disappeared. After a while, the 9-star palace was completely gone. Only the black figure lingered in the air and disappeared. 1 day later, the Tiantang realm turned into a true hell. All living beings were wiped out. Not even a blade of grass grew. There's too little killing. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The pitch-black figure laughed evilly as if he wanted to continue. On this day, an elder of the celestial sect received a distress message from a low-level human world. Their overall strength was slightly weaker than the great cosmos realm. I haven't returned to my hometown in a long time. Let's take this opportunity to go back. The elder decided to bring some people back to his hometown to deal with the demons mentioned in the distress message. However, when the elder tried to contact the major forces in his hometown, he couldn't get in touch with them. Strange, Elder Su was rather puzzled. With his current status, all the major forces in his hometown had to receive him with reverence. How could they dare to ignore Elder Su's message? After waiting for a few days, Elder Su reported the matter and decided to leave the sect for a while to visit his hometown. Due to the long distance, the low-level realm couldn't directly teleport without setting up a receiving array. Thus, the elder traversed the outer realm and embarked on his journey. Half a year later, the elder who returned to his hometown sent back a message: bad news. All living beings in the fish spiritual realm have been massacred. Not a single one survived. Generally speaking, matters of low-level realms wouldn't alarm the 3 divine sects. Moreover, there was only one celestial sect in the human race, and its status was even higher. However, the higher-ups of the celestial sect were shocked when they learned that a realm had been massacred. The entire celestial sect was discussing this matter. On the other side, the Heaven's Legacy clan was still residing in Martial God Mountain, waiting for Qin Yu's answer. In a quiet courtyard, the higher-ups of the Heaven's Legacy clan were all gathered in the residence of the white-robed elder. Elder, the clan has sent some relevant information. God Mu's expression was solemn. In the past half a year, many forces of the origin world have received distress messages from low-level realms. Low-level realms had always sent people to the origin world to develop. If the origin world was the trunk of a large tree, then the thousands of low-level realms were the branches and leaves that were inextricably linked to the origin world. Forces that received distress messages would usually send people to low-level realms to deal with the problem. However, when the major forces of the origin world contacted the low-level realms and asked them to set up a receiving array, most of them couldn't get in touch. Some forces, like the Celestial Sect, sent people through the outer realm to understand the situation. According to the information our clan has received, 6 low-level realms have been massacred. Not a single living being has survived. This is only what we know so far. As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent. A few days ago, the white-robed elder divined that the calamity would descend ahead of time. At the time, the Heaven's Legacy race panicked for a period of time. But now, the information they received proved that a calamity had already descended. This was too fast. Go. The white-robed elder stood up and left with the other 4 Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon members. Outside Xianyu's cave residence, the Heaven's Legacy race members hurried over. Whoosh, a dark blue stream of ice surged through the clouds. God Ice Towering stood in front of the Heaven's Legacy race group and coldly said, "Master is in seclusion. What business do you have?" "I have something to discuss with him." "Ask him to come out." The white-robed old man stepped forward and released his divine might. His cultivation was at the peak of level 2. Under the divine might of the white-robed elder, Icicle God's aura had completely dissipated. She even felt an intense pressure. Before Master went into seclusion, he instructed us not to let anyone disturb him. "If you have anything to say, please wait until Master comes out of seclusion." Icicle God coldly smiled. She had no good impression of the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, it was the Heaven's Legacy race that had captured her and given her to Xianxia. At the same time, she had not willingly submitted to Xianxia. She was now using Xianyu's tiger skin to oppose the Heaven's Legacy race, greatly delighting her. "Since that's the case, this old man will personally invite your master out." The white-robed elder had a calm and indifferent expression. He could tell that Icicle God was purposefully making things difficult for him. Normally, he might have been able to slowly negotiate, but he did not have the patience. Icicle God immediately realized that something was wrong. Why was the Heaven's Legacy race acting so aggressively this time? Had the cooperation talks failed and the Heaven's Legacy race decided to directly attack Xianxia? At this moment, Icicle God sensed danger. Once the Heaven's Legacy race attacked, how could she possibly be a match? Swish, right at this moment, a figure flew out from the cave, directly passing through the barrier without causing any effect, appearing in the sky. "What does the Heaven's Legacy race want?" Xianxia coldly asked, a calm expression on his face. The members of the Heaven's Legacy race stared at Xianxia in the sky. At this moment, they all sensed that Xianxia had gotten even stronger than the last time they met, making him even more unfathomable. He can ignore arrays and barriers. His space law has advanced further, and he's not far from level 3. God Mu's eyes flashed. This rate of progress was truly mind-boggling. Once Xianxia comprehended the space law to level 3, coupled with the feat of a god-demon king, he would be able to show disdain for superior gods. "Young friend Chen, have you thought it over?" The white-robed elder asked. "For now, I do not wish to cooperate with the Heaven's Legacy race." Xianxia gave a clear answer. The white-robed elder was not surprised and continued, "Then what if my race is willing to make some concessions?" Xianxu's eyes flashed as he asked, "What concessions?" "Let's go inside and slowly talk." The white-robed elder smiled. The group entered Xianyu's cave residence while Icicle God continued to stand guard outside. Within the hall, the white-robed elder said, "Young friend Shen, didn't you want to know what my race wants you to do last time?" "Oh? You plan to tell me now?" Xianxia raised an eyebrow. He now felt that even if he knew this, the chances of him agreeing to cooperate with the Heaven's Legacy race were not high. "My race has always hoped that a primal chaos god-fiend king will appear again, but what my race wants is not invincible power. Rather, we need this invincible power to deal with a terrifying enemy." The white-robed elder had a solemn expression. Xianxia slightly raised his eyebrows. Just what kind of enemy was it? Did it need the power of a primal chaos god-fiend king? According to what he knew, primal chaos god-fiend kings were the only known gods, invincible existences. Could it be that the enemy was a god that no one knew of? No wonder the Heaven's Legacy race was unwilling to say anything at the start. There was still a certain degree of difficulty to this matter. Make an enemy of a god? A normal person probably wouldn't have the guts. Even if one obtained all the god-fiend parts, they might not reach the level of a primal chaos god-fiend king. Thus, there was still a certain degree of danger in dealing with such an enemy. Now that you say this, the chances of me agreeing to cooperate are indeed even lower. Xianxia smiled. First of all, whether or not this god was real. Even if there really was one, it would be an enemy of the Heaven's legacy race. Xianxia did not want to provoke such a terrifying existence for no reason. Xianxia, let us finish first before making a decision. This is just my race answering your last question. My race's concession is that, although you will be restricted to a certain degree by my race, you will have the right to object 5 times, the white-robed elder said. The white-robed elder said. This meant that if they cooperated, the Heaven's legacy race would place on Xianxia would be able to ignore some of its restrictions, as long as there were a few times. I still don't want to cooperate. Xianxia's expression did not change. He felt that it was better for him to slowly gather the god-fiend parts. If he really couldn't, he wouldn't force the issue. Besides that, there is also some information that I need to tell you. The white-robed elder solemnly recounted the information that the Heaven's legacy race had sent to God Mu. Xianxia frowned and said, "What do you mean by telling me this?" He had slaughtered at least tens of billions of living beings in the 6 lower realms, and this was only what they currently knew. Just who would do such a heartless thing? He is the goal of our race's cooperation with you, as well as the enemy you need to face. The white-robed elder solemnly said. This time, Xianxia did not immediately refuse. This person should be a sovereign god. Why would he do such a thing? Xianxia asked, his mind filled with questions. What was the point of a sovereign god slaughtering ants? No, he's still not a sovereign god, but he can kill to recover from his injuries, and through destruction, he can increase his strength, the white-robed elder said. These words alarmed Xianxia. If this was really the case, then this kind of existence was far too terrifying. It was practically an existence that existed to destroy the world. He had to stop it, or else the Kunyan realm and Great Cosmos realm would suffer a calamity. In other words, he's still not a sovereign god? Then with the strength of the origin world, he can be killed ahead of time. Xianxia's tone was certain. That's true, but the factions of the origin world currently do not know this information. Moreover, any single race will find it difficult to kill him, and the ancient god race is no exception. And the origin world is filled with countless races and factions, but they all have their own camps. Getting them to ally together is easier said than done. The white-robed elder shook his head and sighed. Of course, if we're lucky, we might be able to make it in time. Cooperating with you is just to prevent the worst possible outcome. If the factions of the origin world can work together and kill him before the calamity truly descends, we can nullify our cooperation, but the Heaven's legacy race agrees to owe you a favor. Last time, the Heaven's legacy race had concealed a lot of information. In this conversation, the Heaven's legacy race had thrown out a lot of important information. I can agree to cooperate, but you must tell me everything you know. Xianxia could tell that the Heaven's legacy race was still concealing something. Of course. The white-robed elder nodded. The cooperation was reached. The Heaven's legacy race took out an ancient contract scroll. A god-devil contract? Xianxia knew of this item. Rumor had it that the god-devil contract had been passed down from the ancient era and was extremely rare. It was worth no less than a demigod artifact. This contract would only be used under certain special circumstances. Once it was signed, not even a higher god would be able to violate the terms of the contract. The contract was quickly signed, and Xianxia and the Heaven's legacy race reached an agreement. Now, tell me everything you know about the enemy. Xianxia sternly said. In truth, this calamity is also related to the Heaven's legacy race. The white-robed elder sighed, and then said, Young friend Xian should know that my race does not come from this universe, but from the beyond heaven world. Xianxia nodded. The Heaven's legacy race was a race that had suddenly descended into this world during the Middle Era. In truth, it wasn't just the Heaven's legacy race that came to this universe. There was also him, the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor. The white-robed elder's eyes darkened, and his breathing became more serious. That fellow was brought here by your Heaven's Legacy race? Xianyu's brows furrowed, and his peerlessly powerful aura swept out in all directions like a tsunami. The 5 upper echelon members of the Heaven's Legacy race felt a heavy pressure from Xianyu's aura, and their minds couldn't help but tremble. As expected of someone with 5 god-fiend parts. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress all 5 of them. The Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor was indeed brought here by my race. This is undeniable. The white-robed old man admitted frankly. Xianyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. That evil demon that had slaughtered 6 worlds had actually been caused by the Heaven's Legacy race. Everything the Heaven's Legacy race had done seemed like they were trying to stop the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, exuding a sense of selflessness and justice. But in the end, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had been brought here by the Heaven's Legacy race. It was no wonder that the Heaven's Legacy race had not divulged this information and taken the initiative to unite the various races of the origin world to kill the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. If this matter was revealed, the Heaven's Legacy race would be ostracized by the many races and factions of the origin world, and the consequences would be even more severe. The universe civilization that the Heaven's Legacy race once belonged to was destroyed by the powerful heavenly demon god race. The survivors split into several groups and fled in all directions. Our branch came to this universe during our escape, preparing to take root again. Who would have thought that when my race entered this universe, the Sky Demon God race's Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor would chase after us and enter this world as well? The white-robed elder explained slowly. The Heaven's Legacy race had used a special method to cleverly escape into this universe. However, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had forcefully barged in and suffered a powerful backlash. The Heaven's Legacy race that had fled to this world had seized this opportunity to counterattack the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, forcing him into desperate straits. They had almost succeeded in killing him, but in the end, they had failed. That time, we were heavily injured because the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was overconfident and forced his way through space. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to fight him at all. My race is well aware that once the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor recovers, not only will the Heaven's Legacy race perish, this universe will also be targeted by the Empyrean Demon God race. It will suffer the same fate as my race's home. Therefore, we sacrificed everything to create the Chaos God Fiend King. At this point, Xianyu was startled once more. You guys created the chaotic divine demon kings? One had to realize that the primal Chaos God Fiend King was the only known supreme god, an invincible existence in this universe, but it had actually been created by the Heaven's Legacy race that had fled here. The creativity of the Heaven's Legacy race left one speechless. And the Heaven Demon God race that had destroyed the civilization of the Heaven's Legacy race was even more frightening. Once the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor recovered, no one would be able to stop him. Xianyu realized that the Heaven's Legacy race had hidden itself very deeply, far more unfathomable than the world had imagined. However, he quickly realized that the Heaven's Legacy race was hiding this fact. Once the races of the origin world learned that the Heaven's Legacy race had the ability to create gods, they would definitely feel threatened and might even join forces to eliminate the Heaven's Legacy race. Besides, he had created the Chaos God Fiend Kings to deal with the Chaos Extermination Demon Lord, so he could not leak the news. However, just as the Chaotic Divine Demon King was about to be completed, the Chaotic Destruction Demon Lord appeared and ruined the plan, the white-robed elder continued. Following that, the Chaotic God Fiend King disintegrated, and the God Fiend parts scattered throughout the universe. The Heaven's Legacy race's hidden depths and creativity left Xianyu in awe, but even so, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had forced him into this state. Xianyu's evaluation of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor rose to an extremely high level. What's your plan now? Xianyu asked. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had already awakened and had slaughtered several worlds. Gather the God Fiend parts and recreate the Chaos God Fiend King, the white-robed elder firmly said. The white-robed elder firmly said. Although the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor is currently weak and will need a long time to recover, we cannot underestimate him. The universe is vast, and he is far from the origin world. It will be too difficult for us to find him, and we might just be wasting our time. Only by recreating the Chaos God Fiend King and having the strength of a god can we easily capture him. Xianyu thought about it and inwardly agreed. The search for the chaos destruction demon ancestor would be carried out by the major races of the origin world. If they could find the chaos destruction demon ancestor and kill him, that would naturally be a good thing. Even if they did not succeed, as long as Xianxia could gather all the god-fiend parts and obtain the power of a god, he would be able to salvage the situation. Thus, we do not have much time. We need to act quickly. The meeting ended, and the upper echelon members of the Heaven's Legacy race left. Xianxia's divine sense covered the celestial sect and discovered that this number one divine sect of the human race was still discussing the massacre of the fish spiritual world. They did not know any deeper information. This also showed how powerful the Heaven's Legacy race was. They were so well informed that even the ancient god race could not compare. Originally, after obtaining the 5 god-fiend parts, Xianxia was finally able to relax for a period of time. But today, too much information was poured into his mind at once, making him feel that it was unreal. Whoosh, an azure beam of light shot over. Meng Qingyun came to Xianxia's side and asked, did you agree to the Heaven's Legacy race? Xianxia nodded. Next, he chose a portion of the information he obtained from the Heaven's Legacy race and told Meng Qingyun so that he knew why the Heaven's Legacy race wanted to recreate the Chaos God Fiend King. As for why they agreed to cooperate, Xianxia had originally collected the God Fiend parts to save his life. But the God Fiend parts were related to the Heaven's Legacy race's grand plan. They wanted to correct their mistake and stop the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Only the God Fiend parts could create a supreme god that could stop the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. If Xianxia, who had 5 God Fiend parts, was unwilling to hand over all the parts, he could only accept this heavy responsibility. Next, we will go to the ancient god race. Xianxia could not help but sigh. He did not want to have anything to do with the ancient god race, but now he had no choice but to go and snatch the God Fiend King's left arm from the ancient god race. I will go as well. Meng Qingyun had a determined look. Half a month later, Xianxia and Meng Qingyun left the human race with the Heaven's Legacy race. The ancient god race was located in the center of the origin world and was the strongest race among the descendants of the god fiends. Even the Heaven's Legacy race did not have much confidence in this trip, but they had to go. Young friend Chen has 5 god fiend parts. They are the God Fiend King's left and right leg, head, blood, and heart of eternity. The God Fiend King's right arm is sealed in the Heaven's Legacy race, so we are only missing 3 God Fiend parts. The God Fiend King's eyes are in the Sorcerer God's hands, but his whereabouts are unknown. The God Fiend King's torso is currently unknown. The God Fiend King's left arm is in the hands of the ancient god race. As for the remaining 3 God Fiend parts, the Sorcerer God's whereabouts were unknown, and the God Fiend King's torso was unknown. They could only go to the ancient god race to collect the God Fiend King's left arm, half a year later. The Heaven's Legacy race's silver ship stopped midway. A few figures flew over from afar. They were also from the Heaven's Legacy race, and their leader was a silver-haired old woman at the peak of the second heaven. Welcome, Second Elder. Some of the Heaven's Legacy race members on the ship bowed. Only the white-robed elder smiled and walked out to welcome them. The white-robed elder was the Heaven's Legacy race's grand elder. These 2 people were the ones with the highest authority under the Heaven's Legacy race patriarch. On this trip to the ancient god race, the Heaven's Legacy race's grand elder and second elder, as well as some other god realm cultivators, were dispatched. From this, one could see how cautious the Heaven's Legacy race was. Even they themselves did not have much confidence. 3 days later, the silver ship arrived at the ancient god race. The arrival of the Heaven's Legacy race naturally attracted the attention of the ancient god race. Before they even reached the core territory, Xianxia already sensed 7 or 8 heaven-merging realm divine senses along the way. Soon, they arrived at the core territory of the ancient god race. This was a continuous expanse of lofty and enormous mountains. Every single mountain peak was a few tens of thousands of meters tall, and they were majestic, magnificent, and emanated the aura of an ancient fiend god. If one looked closely, they would discover that the 2 mountains in front of them were like 2 stone giants tens of thousands of feet tall. They were like mighty god fiends of the ancient era, towering over the heavens and earth. The giant god fiend on the left had eyes like the sun. They were so bright that it was difficult to look directly at them and submit to their gaze. The giant god fiend on the right had eyes like moons, calm and mysterious. If one looked at them, they would feel as if the world had turned pitch black and their five senses had been stolen, plunging them into a world of silence and darkness. The ancient god race had a long history, and they were mysterious and powerful. Whoosh, a streak of white light appeared between the two giant god fiends. It flew over and turned into a tall and muscular male of the ancient god race. Isn't that the first elder and second elder of the Heaven's Legacy race? What are you doing here in the ancient god race? The muscular male smiled and said. Not long ago, the heavenly sun god of the ancient god race took something from our race, so we're here to demand it back. The first elder slowly flew out. Heavenly sun god? Xianxia remembered this person. He was his mother's older brother. Oh, why don't I remember this? The muscular male rubbed his chin. We've come from afar, but the ancient god race doesn't welcome us? The first elder asked with a smile. Then please. It's just that your race has been frightened by the large number of people you brought. We thought that the Heaven's Legacy race was going to attack the ancient god race. The muscular male laughed. He did not seem scared at all. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his voice. On the surface, the ancient god race was the strongest race among the descendants of god fiends. They were very arrogant and did not fear the Heaven's Legacy race, which was not skilled in combat. I wonder if your race's heavenly sun god is here? If he is willing to hand over our race's treasure, we can forget about this matter. The Heaven's Legacy race will owe the ancient god race a favor. The first elder pointed at the heavenly sun god. The heavenly sun god is in seclusion. You might have to wait for a while, the muscular male said. Deep within the mountains of the ancient god race, a gray-skinned elder with a straight nose and a square mouth suddenly opened his eyes. Eh? What is this weak bloodline reaction? The elder softly exclaimed. Swish, the moment he stood up, he vanished. A moment later, he appeared in front of the Heaven's Legacy race group. The muscular male was leading the way with an indifferent expression, but when he saw the elder, he grimaced and hurriedly bowed. Patriarch. Boom, the elder calmly floated in the air, but he exuded a surging pressure that suppressed the world. The many members of the Heaven's Legacy race found it hard to breathe and had to bend their backs. Xianxia sensed this aura and pressure. It was fundamentally different from the enemies he had faced before, as if they weren't even on the same level. Superior God. Xianxia was able to determine this person's cultivation. The ancient god patriarch's sudden appearance took the Heaven's Legacy race by surprise. The patriarch's indifferent eyes swept over the group before ultimately resting on Xianxia. The ancient god clan patriarch's gaze swept over the Heaven's Legacy race and landed on Xianxia. Xianxia. The ancient god clan patriarch calmly called out Xianxia's name. Xianxia and Meng Qingyun had caused such a big commotion, and they even had the body parts of a demon god. How could they not attract the ancient god clan's attention? But now, Xianxia and Meng Qingyun were no longer hiding their identities. The ancient god clan patriarch recognized them at a glance. Meng Qingyun. Immediately after, the ancient god clan master looked at Meng Qingyun and said coldly with a hint of murderous intent. Meng Qingyun's heart skipped a beat as if he was in a world of ice and snow. Xianxia knew that the ancient god clan did not like him and his father, but he did not expect them to be so hostile that they attracted the ancient god clan patriarch as soon as they arrived. What are you doing here? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The ancient god clan patriarch said in a low voice. In 5 days, it will be Xianxia's death anniversary. I wanted to come and pay my respects. Meng Qingyun looked sad. Scram. The ancient god clan patriarch raised his eyebrows and growled. His divine might was like a rolling wave that covered the sky. This divine might was aimed at Meng Qingyun. With the ancient god clan patriarch's cultivation, Meng Qingyun was like an ant in front of him. Meng Qingyun was instantly unable to stabilize himself and was forced to retreat. If this continued, the ancient god clan patriarch could use this divine might to throw Meng Qingyun out of the ancient god clan's territory. At this moment, Xianxia stood in front of Meng Qingyun. His body did not move as he blocked most of the power. But the divine might released by the ancient god clan patriarch suddenly increased by 50%. Rumble, the world shook, and the space around Xianxia twisted. It was clear how much pressure he was under. But Xianxia did not move at all. He stood where he was. The Heaven's Legacy race looked at him in a new light. Even the ancient God clan patriarch was surprised. Normally speaking, no one below the high-level deity stage could remain unaffected by the might of the ancient God clan patriarch. Ancient God clan leader. The Heaven's Legacy race Grand Elder suddenly spoke, interrupting this invisible clash. He was afraid that if they continued to fight, they would not be able to retrieve the God-fiend parts, and they might even die here. My race has no other intentions in visiting you this time. We only hope that your race's heavenly young god will return the item to the Heaven's Legacy race. The Great Elder said. Fellows of the Heaven's Legacy race, are you mistaken? My son won't take other people's things for no reason. Everything he takes belongs to him. The patriarch of the ancient god clan looked calm but intimidating. His whole body was filled with solemnity and majesty. As the leader of a clan, he knew about the god-fiend parts. At this moment, the patriarch's attitude was naturally to take the demon god king's left arm for himself. If it were anyone else, they might have already been destroyed by the ancient god race, but the ancient god race was rather polite to the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, the ancient god race had some dealings with the Heaven's Legacy race, and the Heaven's Legacy race had far too many connections in the origin world, so there was no need to become enemies with the Heaven's Legacy race right now. Once the ancient god race grew stronger and the time was ripe, things would be different. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, other upper echelon members of the ancient god race arrived. Among them was Luo Lin God, who had once fought with Xianxia. Fellows of the Heaven's Legacy race, please return. The heavenly young god is in seclusion. Everything can wait until he comes out. Xianxia was stunned by the sight of the ancient god race's heavenly fusion realm experts. The ancient god race truly was worthy of being called the strongest race among the descendants of the god fiends. There were more than 5 middle gods and 10 lesser gods present. And this was not all of the ancient god race. They had only come because they had heard the commotion. In comparison, the human race was far too weak. Other than Xianxia, they didn't even have a single middle god. Now that they were in the ancient god race's territory, the Heaven's Legacy race was forced into a passive position. It's better to have the heavenly young god come out and confront them. The Great Elder calmly said in the face of the ancient god race's pressure. Did your excellency not understand? The heavenly young god is in seclusion. An upper echelon said impatiently. This old man has divined that the heavenly young god will come out of seclusion in 5 days due to some unexpected circumstances, so this old man can wait a few days. The first elder chuckled and continued. The upper echelon of the ancient god race paled at these words. The upper echelon frowned in thought or looked at each other. Could it be that the heavenly young god is unable to fuse with the god-fiend parts and something will happen? The ancient god race patriarch thought to himself. The Heaven's Legacy race was skilled in divination and was usually more accurate. There were records of fusing god-fiend parts in the origin world. If the fusion failed, there were cases where the god-fiend parts escaped, and there were also cases where the god-fiend parts backfired and died. Whoosh, the ancient god race patriarch was worried about the heavenly young god's safety and quickly left. The heavenly young god was his most outstanding son and was now a peak middle god, not far from becoming a higher god. Once the heavenly young god fused with the god-fiend parts, he would be able to surpass himself and strengthen the ancient god race, even unifying the descendants of the god-fiends. The ancient god race patriarch would not allow anything to happen to the heavenly young god. On an ancient and barren mountain, there was a stone door that was 10 feet tall. This was actually a special seclusion ground of the ancient god race. It had its own dimension and was completely isolated from the outside world. Without a key, even a higher god would find it difficult to force their way in. The ancient god race patriarch did not directly open the entrance for fear of affecting the heavenly young god. He was currently using a secret art that allowed him to see inside and communicate with the heavenly young god. Bzzz, in front of the stone door, a gray-white screen of light slowly unfurled, revealing a magnificent landscape. On a cliff, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. His face was firm and angular, and his entire body exuded a cold and dignified aura. His black and white hair fluttered in the wind. He sensed that someone was spying on him from the outside. Frowning, he opened his eyes and calmly said, "Father, what's the matter?" "Heavenly Yang, what's the situation?" the ancient god race patriarch asked. He felt that he needed to tell his son about the Heaven's Legacy race's divination to avoid any accidents. The left arm of the God-fiend king taken from the Heaven's Legacy race has been successfully fused. The Heavenly Yang god's eyes glowed and his aura soared. The left arm swayed as he sensed the power within, in the outside world. The ancient god race patriarch and the upper echelon were stunned when they heard this. The fusion was successful. This was originally something worthy of celebration for the ancient god race, but this was not the focus of their attention. Didn't the Heaven's Legacy race just say that the Heavenly Young God would end his seclusion in 5 days due to an accident? The Heaven's Legacy race slowly walked over and stood behind him. When the Grand Elder saw this, he maintained a smile and said, "Nothing." It was obvious that the Grand Elder's divination had been a deliberate lie. However, he had not explicitly said that the Heavenly Young God would encounter an accident. The ancient god race only thought that the Heavenly Young God had encountered an accident while fusing with the God-fiend parts. They had been deceived. The ancient god race and the others slowly came to their senses. However, they could not blame the Heaven's Legacy race. The future had not yet happened, so who could say for sure? Even if the Grand Elder's divination was proven to be inaccurate 5 days later, there did not seem to be any consequences. The Grand Elder could just say that the divination had gone awry. Of course, that was not the most important thing. It was that the Heavenly Young God did not know that the Heaven's Legacy race had come. His words had put the ancient god race in a passive position. He, ancient god race patriarch, it seems that there is no need for a confrontation. The Heavenly Young God has already admitted it. The Grand Elder smiled faintly. This turn of events made Xianxia admire the sly old Grand Elder. "Ancient god race, please return the God-fiend king's left arm," the Grand Elder continued. The scene was calm. The Heavenly Young God, who was in seclusion, still did not know what was happening outside. After a few breaths, the ancient god race patriarch said indifferently, "If I'm not wrong, the God-fiend king's left arm was in the hands of the black demon race's demon gods with destruction. It doesn't seem to belong to your Heaven's Legacy race." The other upper echelons also smiled, admiring the patriarch's wit. Just now, the black demon race sent a message saying that they want to settle a debt with the Heaven's Legacy race. "Please wait here for a few days." After saying this, the ancient god race patriarch quickly left. The black demon race did not send a message, but the Heaven's Legacy race could not refute it. Moreover, the black demon race and the ancient god race were on the same side, so there was no need to argue. The Heaven's Legacy race temporarily settled with the ancient god race. "Little friend Chen, don't panic. Although this trip was not smooth, there is still hope for us to obtain the God-fiend parts." On the way, the Grand Elder said, "I believe that the Grand Elder has a plan." Xianxia was not too worried. He would leave the planning to the Heaven's Legacy race. After staying with the ancient god race for a few days, Xianxia did not deliberately investigate anything, but he still heard some news. The matter of the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor had already spread throughout the origin world. The evil demon had awakened. He had slaughtered 20 worlds, only then did the origin world feel the danger. The winged race, wood race, insect race, oceanic race, and other super races all sent experts to encircle the god-fiend. God Ling Long of the Cold Moon Palace had encountered an evil demon and died. This was what he had heard from the ancient god race in recent days. The origin world had already sent many heaven-merging experts to encircle the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor. But so far, there was no good news, only bad news. The races and factions of the origin world had yet to unite. At most, they would exchange some information. Xianxia no longer thought about this. What he needed to do now was to collect the God-fiend parts. 2 months later. The upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race, Black Demon race, and Ancient God race gathered in an ancient hall. Heaven's Legacy race, when did the God-fiend king's left arm become yours? A God realm expert of the Black Demon race spoke first with obvious hostility. The God-fiend king's left arm had fallen into the hands of the Ancient God race. Even if the two races had a good relationship, the Black Demon race would not help the Ancient God race. It was obvious that the two races had a secret deal. demonic gods with destruction entrusted it to our race before he died. The Great Elder made up stories without batting an eyelid when he told lies. Nonsense, wasn't demonic gods with destruction killed by your Heaven's Legacy race? Another upper echelon of the Black Demon race stood up and scolded. Everyone of the Heaven's Legacy race, please leave. There's nothing you want here. The ancient god race patriarch spoke at the right time. Normally, the Heaven's Legacy race should have retreated. After all, they were completely unreasonable against the Black Demon race. How about this? We can't talk about the god-fiend parts no matter how much we fight. Let's talk with strength. My race is willing to send someone to spar with the experts of the two races. If we win, the god-fiend king's left arm will be ours. If we lose, the Heaven's Legacy race is willing to give the god-fiend king's right arm as compensation. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke. These words caught the ancient god race and Black Demon race off guard, and their breathing became ragged. Okay, are you serious? The Black Demon race patriarch said. The Heaven's Legacy race was not skilled in battle, so it was truly foolish for them to make such a proposal. However, the ancient god race patriarch's gaze fell on Xianxia and he silently cursed the Black Demon race for their stupidity. The Heaven's Legacy race did not say that they could not ask for outside help. Given the strength of Xianxia, who had fused with many god-fiend parts, who could be his match in a spar of the same level? Who will the Heaven's Legacy race send? The ancient god clan master asked. Xianxia. The first elder smiled at Xianxia. The upper echelon of the Black Demon race darkened. They had heard of Xianxia's reputation. It was said that the fiend god body that the Sky Sun god had taken back was defeated by Xianxia. In any case, it was already confirmed that Xianxia had many fiend god parts. The power of a fiend god's body part was terrifying. In a spar of the same level, there really wasn't anyone who could match it. The ancient god clan master also glanced at Xianxia. He didn't know how this person who was bound to die had lived until now and grown to such an extent. If he agreed to the Heaven's Legacy race's spar, even the ancient god clan would feel troubled. At this moment, the ancient god clan master suddenly felt a trace of regret. If he hadn't made that decision to destroy Xianxia's bloodline, his grandson would now be a member of the ancient god clan. No, the noble bloodline of the ancient god clan must not flow into the hands of that lowly human. The ancient god clan master suddenly changed his mind. He snorted inwardly and looked at Xianxia coldly. Let Xianxia fight. Haha, then are we sparring or competing to see who has more fiend god parts? The ancient god clan master sneered. Would the ancient god clan be afraid of a normal sparring? But the influence of fiend god parts was too great, not to mention that Xianxia had many fiend god parts. Apart from this, the ancient god clan master was very much in favor of this proposal. This person who had been abandoned by the ancient god clan was now standing in front of them, and even made the ancient god clan feel troubled. This was very embarrassing. By sparring with Xianxia, they would have a chance to step on him and prove that the ancient god clan's decision was not wrong. They could even use this opportunity to get rid of Xianxia. Then what do you think? The first elder asked. The Black Demon clan master frowned in thought. As long as they won, the Heaven's Legacy race would have to hand over the Fiend God King's right arm. The ancient god race had already obtained the left arm of the Divine Demon King, and the Black Demon race had hopes of obtaining the right arm. Therefore, the Black Demon Patriarch very much wanted to accept this proposal, but if the enemy was Xianxia, it would be very difficult to win. At this time, the ancient god clan leader said, I don't need to say much about the power of the Divine Devil parts. With the Divine Devil parts, you are almost invincible among your peers. You can even challenge experts of a higher realm. What's more, Xianxia has multiple god-fiend parts. I wonder if you have the guts to challenge a higher god. The patriarch of the ancient god clan looked at Xianxia and smiled coldly. His meaning was clear. Sparring was fine, but not at the same level. Instead, it was to challenge a high god of a higher level. This is a good suggestion. The Black Demon Patriarch thought to himself. Impossible. The third layer is the highest realm in the origin world. It represents supreme authority. Everyone knows how frightening its strength is. What's more, if you send an ancient high god like the Black Demon clan's patriarch, is there a need to compete? Grand Elder immediately denied it. The ancient god clan leader had changed the rules of the challenge beyond recognition. The Heaven's Legacy race had no chance of winning. I believe that Xianxia can spar with a higher god, but this higher god can't stay in this realm for more than 100,000 years. Grand Elder put forward his opinion and began to bargain, but he could not be too ruthless in order to avoid missing out on an opportunity. We cannot agree to this. The ancient god clan leader also rejected it. Xianxia had multiple god-fiend parts. A higher god with a shallow foundation did not have absolute confidence. In truth, both the ancient god race and the black demon race were extremely supportive of this proposal. What they needed to discuss next was the specific rules. Any minor rule could affect the outcome of the bet. The three factions did everything in their power to fight for favorable conditions. In order to guarantee their chances of victory, the ancient god race agreed to challenge a higher god who had stayed in the third layer for no more than 100,000 years. But in order to guarantee their chances of victory, they added 2 peak second heavens, and their attitude was extremely firm, unwilling to lower the conditions. The Heaven's Legacy race could only agree. After all, they were more interested in the god-fiend parts. Thus, the three factions moved outside the ancient god race's territory. Xianxia, you are about to face a high god, and there are 2 other invincible existences at the peak of the second heavenly layer. Do your best in the first 2 matches and go all out in the third match. Only then will you have a chance of defeating a higher god. The first elder instructed via voice transmission. I know what I'm doing. Fighting over god-fiend parts was no easy task, not to mention stealing from the ancient god race. After 3 matches, he would finally challenge a higher god. After cultivating in the human race for so many years, he would have to face this situation for the first time. There was no room for carelessness. High in the sky outside the ancient god race's territory, the 3 factions gathered. The first match, Illusion Demon God. The black demon race leader smiled. Swish, a figure shrouded in purple mist appeared from the black demon race's crowd. Begin. The Illusion Demon God let out a nightmarish laugh. He could tell that it was a woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the Illusion Demon God's body turned transparent and dissipated like mist. A faint purple mist rose between heaven and earth, and the figures of the Heaven's Legacy race, Ancient God race, and Black Demon race disappeared. Xianxia seemed to be in another spacetime, and the mist around him thickened, turning dark and deep purple. Roar! 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 Suddenly, behemoths rushed out of the purple mist, some with green faces and fangs, some covered in barbs, and each exuded a godfiend aura that shook the world. Ancient godfiend beasts. Xianxia recognized the origin of these monsters. At present, there were a total of 10 giant godfiend beasts charging out from all directions. Each of them had the strength of a peak second heavenly layer. Such a lineup could even make a high god avoid them. Was the Illusion Demon God a beast tamer? Did he have so many terrifying spiritual pets? Or did the Black Demon race, in order to win, use up all their resources and gave the Illusion Demon God so many godfiend beasts? Of course, it was impossible. Boom! Xianxia activated the power of the godfiend king's head, forming a faint phantom head around him. Now, he could more finely control the power of the godfiend king's parts. Activating the power of the godfiend king's head not only formed a layer of protection, but Xianxia's divine soul was also more condensed and focused, and his defensive ability increased. Xianxia's divine soul had now reached the third heaven, and in this state, a powerful divine power was released, striking in all directions. An invisible soul storm shook the world. Not bad, it's a soul-down method. The Great Elder revealed a faint smile. In fact, from the beginning, Xianxia and the Illusion Demon God stood in the same place, both motionless, but the onlookers knew that Xianxia and the Illusion Demon God had already begun a confrontation at the soul level. Large clans such as the Ancient God race and the Black Demon race had a strong intelligence network, and they knew everything about Xianxia. The Soul Dao could be considered to be more restrained against Xianxia. Moreover, the Phantom Demon God did not need to defeat Xianxia. He only needed to exhaust Xianxia and drag him out for as long as he could. He just needed to exhaust Xianxia's divine soul and cause his condition to deteriorate. This child's divine soul has reached the third heaven level? The Black Demon Patriarch snorted. This was not reported in the intelligence. But, so what if he's at the third heaven level? His divine soul is powerful, but he knows nothing about the soul Tao and doesn't know any techniques. It won't be so easy to crack the illusion demon god's secret technique. The ancient god patriarch was relatively calm. The black demon patriarch nodded in agreement. But the next moment, the god-fiend king's head phantom around Xianxia opened its mouth, which was dark and gloomy. Rumble, the giant mouth of the skull phantom erupted with a powerful suction force, not only targeting everything around it, but also the soul level. Xianxia watched the 10 giant god-fiend beasts in front of him gradually dissipate, swallowed by the god-fiend king's head phantom. Then, the purple mist was also swallowed. Shua, his figure suddenly disappeared, turning into an afterimage of a flowing light and disappearing. The moment the illusion was broken, his speed completely erupted. His current speed was so fast that it was difficult for the illusion demon god to lock onto Xianxia and use the Soul Dao secret technique again. Not only that, but the illusion demon god also felt a strong sense of danger. Whoosh, Xianxia appeared behind her at some point. The illusion demon god immediately took out a blue water bead. This bead gushed out layers of water, forming a huge whirlpool between heaven and earth. This was a second-grade defensive divine artifact, enough to withstand Xianxu's attack for a while. But suddenly, the feet of Xianxia in front of her emitted black and white flowing light, and his figure flickered and disappeared. Shua, Xianxia once again appeared behind the illusion demon god and kicked out. A dark and fierce beam of light burst out, heading straight for the illusion demon god. After integrating the feet of the god-fiend king, even if he didn't activate the god-fiend parts, his speed and attack had a certain increase. At this moment, Xianxu's simple kick was infinitely close to the attack of a superior god. The illusion demon god didn't expect Xianxia to be so fast, making it difficult for her to react. The defensive trump card she had taken out did not play the slightest role. Bang, the illusion demon god was violently kicked by Xianxia, flying out and falling into the clouds, all the bones in his body shattered. Trash. The black demon patriarch's face was ashen, gritting his teeth. If the illusion demon god could cause great consumption to Xianxia, the black demon race would have the confidence to ask for the right arm of the god-fiend king. But in the end, the appearance of the illusion demon god, besides embarrassing himself, did it achieve anything? The main reason why the illusion demon god was defeated so easily was that the Soul Dao method she was so proud of had lost its effect. She suddenly lost her confidence and didn't know what to do. Of course, Xianxia had used the power of the god-fiend parts at the beginning, but under his fine control, it had little effect on his body. Haha, the first battle is over, who will fight next? The Grand Elder laughed. But immediately after, he had a bad premonition. Me. A slightly familiar voice came. Whoosh, in the territory of the ancient god race, a shining white light shot out, its momentum shaking the world. A middle-aged man with a straight figure and a cold face appeared in front of Xianxia. His long black and white hair danced wildly in the wind, and his whole body exuded a surging momentum. It was the heavenly sun god. Xianxia could feel the god-fiend parts on the other party. Compared to the previous enemy, Xianxia looked at the heavenly sun god a little. The other party was his biological mother's brother, his uncle. But at this moment, the heavenly sun god looked at Xianxia with cold eyes, full of disdain, disgust, and hatred. I didn't recognize you last time, otherwise you wouldn't be standing in front of me today. The heavenly sun god spoke indifferently, his killing intent fluctuating. He was the descendant of the ancient god patriarch, had a strong bloodline, and was invincible in the race. After fusing with the god-fiend parts, his cultivation had advanced further, and he was only one step away from becoming a superior god, and the ancient god race was the strongest race among the descendants of the god-fiends. Their combat power was unparalleled, and with the god-fiend parts, they could even fight a superior god. The heavenly sun god? The black demon patriarch relaxed a little. In the eyes of the god and demon descendants, the heavenly sun god was the future leader of the ancient god race. Among the most dazzling geniuses of 10,000 years ago, the heavenly sun god was number one. When he had just broken through to the peak second heaven, he was already invincible among his peers, not to mention that the heavenly sun god had been at this level for 20,000 years. He actually sent the heavenly sun god. Many members of the Heaven's Legacy race looked worried. In terms of intelligence network, the Heaven's Legacy race could be said to be number one in the origin world. By cooperating with Qinyu, they had naturally investigated Qinyu's background and learned about the relationship between the ancient god patriarch, the heavenly sun god, and Qinyu. They didn't know if Qinyu's condition would be affected by his uncle. In addition, the Heaven's Legacy race was well aware of the heavenly sun god's intelligence and knew that he would be a troublesome enemy. Moreover, the heavenly sun god had fused with the god and demon parts, and its cultivation was infinitely close to the third heaven. Its overall strength had greatly increased. The Heaven's Legacy race could only hope that the heavenly sun god had fused with the god and demon parts for a short time and that the degree of fusion was not high enough to fully display the god and demon parts' power. Let's begin. The ancient god patriarch indifferently said. He was confident in the heavenly sun god. It would definitely be able to test out Qinyu's trump cards and exhaust Qinyu. There was even a chance of defeating Qinyu. Boom! The heavenly sun god's body exploded with a brilliant light that illuminated the sky. Its body rapidly grew several dozen feet tall, and it exuded a simple and ancient aura. God and demon runes appeared, tyrannical, sacred, and dignified, suppressing all living beings. The heavenly sun god knew of Qinyu's strength and would not be careless. It activated its ancient god race bloodline before even attacking. At this moment, in the bright and clean world, a dark light suddenly attacked, its momentum like a rainbow. Qinyu took the initiative and launched a thunderous attack. The god and demon king's feat gave his attack astonishing explosive power and speed that was difficult to react to. At the very least, the onlookers only realized that Qinyu had already attacked when they saw the attack. Heavenly Sun God Sun. The heavenly young god pinched his hands together and divine power surged out of his body. Instantly, a huge white sun that was 1,000 feet wide condensed behind him. Rumble, the white sun blossomed with resplendent light and shot forward, colliding with Qinyu's attack. Immediately, black and white interweaved and radiance shot out in all directions, piercing through everything and reaching tens of thousands of miles away. As the two clashed, the white sun behind the heavenly sun god continued to condense and expand. In the blink of an eye, the sun reached a height of 10,000 feet. The heavenly sun god seemed to have merged with the sun, and everything else paled in comparison. This is an ancient cultivation method of the ancient god clan, the divine sun skill from the primeval age. This move, the divine sun skill, is known to be a flawless, perfect combat skill. The Heaven's Legacy race second elder, the silver-haired old woman, whispered. No one had expected the heavenly sun god to be so decisive. He had directly activated the ancient god bloodline and used the powerful battle skill, Heavenly Sun God Sunday. If it had been a normal, steady start and gradually intense battle, Qinyu would have had time to familiarize himself with his opponent and would have been able to defeat him more easily. At this moment, Qinyu was about to face the Heavenly Sun Spirit with all its might. He had to come up with a powerful technique, or he would suffer. Xiao! 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 The sun behind the heavenly sun god shot out balls of burning white light that hurtled toward Qinyu like a group of meteors. Swish! Swish! Qinyu used his superior speed to dodge the heavenly sun god's fierce attacks. But the sun behind him seemed to have no end to its attacks. The blazing white light constantly shuttled through the world, chasing after Qinyu in a dazzling display. At this moment, there were at least several thousand balls of blazing white light in the air. If they struck Qinyu, even his defenses would not be able to withstand it and he would be heavily injured. The heavenly sun god, on the other hand, stood motionless. The sun behind it quietly burned, absorbing the divine power in its body and the energy of the world. It seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of energy. If this continued, the heavenly sun god would consume even more energy, but Qinyu had fought many battles in a row. How could he waste so much divine power here? Counterattack! Qinyu seized an opportunity to close in on the heavenly sun god. He stepped forward, and a dark and violent pillar of light shot out. The heavenly sun god's expression did not change. The sun behind it spewed out majestic and blazing light, blocking Qinyu's attack. Heavenly Sun God. It was known as the perfect battle technique in the sun god heaven skill. It was both offensive and defensive, and it also took into account speed. Kill. The heavenly sun god took the opportunity to attack. The surrounding blazing balls of light surged toward Qinyu like moths to a flame, the light gathered, forming a new sun that wanted to burn Qinyu to ashes. This attack was enough to threaten a superior god. Mixed Origin Guardian. Qinyu activated the Mixed Origin battle technique. Dark and violent divine power spewed out from his body, forming a dark giant that was hundreds of feet tall. It was burly and strong, and its eyes were glaring. Unlike before, this dark giant had 2 heads and 4 arms. Over the years, Qinyu had become more and more proficient in this battle technique and had cultivated it to the greater mastery realm. The 2-headed and 4-armed Mixed Origin Guardian greatly increased its reaction and defense. Bang! 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 White blazing balls of light rushed over from all directions, but before they could get close to Qinyu, they were grabbed by a thick, dark giant palm and shattered. The dark giant attacked continuously, waving its 4 arms wildly. Every time it attacked, it shattered a blazing ball of light. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 blazing balls of light were shattered, but Qinyu was unharmed. After using the defensive battle technique, Qinyu no longer had to worry about the Heavenly Sun God's attacks. His body moved quickly, and his feet attacked from time to time. Each kick was quick like thunder, and his momentum was fierce and lethal. The situation was evenly matched, and both sides launched fierce attacks. The Heavenly Sun God finally could not hold on. After all, in terms of defensive ability, how could its Heavenly Sun God compare to the pure defensive battle technique Mixed Origin Guardian? Swoosh! Swoosh! The Heavenly Sun God also began to dodge and wander, transforming into a 1,000-foot sun. Not only did its speed not weaken, but it also increased. Boom! The Heavenly Sun God slammed into Qinyu, and the 1,000-foot sun's momentum soared into the sky, as if it wanted to destroy the world. However, Qinyu was faster. He dodged in advance and launched an attack. Swish! Black lightning bloomed, and the black lightning scissors flew out at the right time. With the support of the spatial laws, it ignored the shackles of the void and landed behind the Heavenly Sun God. The explosive power of the black lightning scissors was extremely astonishing. Coupled with the spatial laws that were close to the 3rd level, this attack could not be underestimated. At the critical moment, the Heavenly Sun God did not hesitate to activate the power of the Divine Demon King's left arm. Boom! Black and white streams of light spread out as the Divine Demon King's aura spread in all directions. A giant dark arm condensed and grabbed the black lightning scissors behind him. Clamped by the power of the Divine Demon King's left arm, the black lightning scissors could not break free. The surface of the scissors was dented and damaged by the giant dark arm. With the sound of metal cracking, the black lightning scissors was bent by the giant dark arm. This divine artifact was completely scrapped. Of course, the black lightning scissors was not of a high grade for the current Qinyu, and it was not very useful. However, this scene made Qinyu understand that although the Heavenly Sun God had fused with the divine demon parts for a short time, the degree of compatibility was very high, and the control of power was very smooth. Is it because of the ancient god constitution? The first elder murmured. It was impossible for an ordinary person to control the fusion of the divine demon parts in a short period of time. Die, you brat! The Heavenly Sun God roared, his eyes blazing like torches. With a wave of his left arm, the sky darkened, and a violent giant arm smashed toward Qinyu. The current Yu is only slightly stronger than the initial divine demon body. Qinyu's expression remained calm. In the past, the initial divine demon body was defeated by him, but that was many years ago. Now that he had fused with 2 more divine demon parts, his cultivation and other aspects had improved. Moreover, he was very familiar with the ability of the Divine Demon King's left arm and knew how to deal with it. The next moment, Qinyu activated the power of the Divine Demon King's left leg. A wave of divine demon pressure accompanied by black and white airflow set off a vast storm tornado, covering a radius of tens of thousands of feet. The aura that erupted from his body was stronger than that of the Heavenly Sun God. Boom! The Heavenly Sun God's attack descended and hit Qinyu, but unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. Behind me! The Heavenly Sun God sensed the danger and immediately turned around to control the divine demon parts to attack. Behind him, Qinyu's left foot stomped out. The huge divine demon giant foot had an invincible momentum that could destroy everything. The giant dark arm hurried over and collided with the full force of Qinyu's divine demon king's left leg. In terms of offensive power, the Divine Demon King's left arm was undoubtedly stronger, and it barely blocked Qianyu's attack. But this was only the beginning. The next moment, Qianyu's attacks descended from all directions, like a torrential storm. His speed was too fast for the Heavenly Sun God to deal with, and it could only passively defend. However, the Divine Demon King's left arm was better at attacking, so it was a waste to use it for defense. The Heavenly Sun God was completely suppressed, and it could not find a chance to turn the situation around. If it paused for even a moment, Qianyu's attack would be fierce, and the consequences would be dire. We won. The second elder of the Heavenly Legacy race smiled. On the ancient god race's side, everyone was silent, their expressions extremely ugly. Qianyu's strength was far beyond their expectations. In terms of defense, the Heavenly Sun God was inferior, and in terms of attack, the difference was not big. However, Qianyu's speed suppressed the Heavenly Sun God by too much. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Sun God would find it difficult to win. It had been constantly suppressed by Qianyu and was passively beaten. Heavenly Sun, try to stall for a while and exhaust this kid's divine power and energy. The ancient god clan master transmitted his voice. The result of this battle was still within expectations. The key was the third battle. If Qianyu was in perfect condition, the ancient god race would not have absolute confidence, and there might be an accident. But as long as Qianyu exhausted a great deal of divine power and energy, the third battle would be won. The Heavenly Sun God also understood this and struggled to hold on, trying to stall for as long as possible. In the end, he even used a secret technique at all costs, greatly increasing the power of the Heavenly Sun God. Its attack, defense, and speed all increased by 40 to 50%, almost turning the tide of the battle. But Qianyu still stabilized the situation and quickly suppressed the Heavenly Sun God. The Heavenly Sun God's injuries continued to accumulate, and Qianyu seized the opportunity to explode with all his strength. The God Demon King's left foot unleashed a dark and violent shadow that struck the Heavenly Sun God's chest. PFFF, the Heavenly Sun God vomited blood, and his body instantly reverted to its original form. His face was pale as he fell. Heavenly Sunday, the ancient god clan master flew down and supported the Heavenly Sun God. He checked his injuries and found that the Heavenly Sun God was covered in injuries, and his foundation was even showing signs of instability. In this battle, he had done his best to exhaust Qianyu, so his injuries were unimaginable. Just focus on recuperating. The third battle will be when he falls. The ancient god clan master's expression was cold, as if victory was in his grasp. The Black Demon race and ancient god race were already mentally prepared for the result of the second match. Since the Heaven's Legacy race dared to let Qianyu spar with a higher god, there was no way he would lose in the second match. In truth, the Heavenly Sun God's defeat was completely reasonable. Excluding the factor of god and demon parts, Qianyu was superior to the Heavenly Sun God in every aspect. Adding on the god and demon parts, Qianyu was a veteran owner of god and demon parts. His experience and use of god and demon parts were not something a novice like the Heavenly Sun God could compare to. Who will the two races send out for the third match? The Grand Elder asked with a smile. The first two matches had gone well. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a middle god to challenge a higher god, but Qianyu had many god and demon parts, making the impossible possible, so he had a chance of winning. But the specifics still depended on who the other side sent out. As far as the Grand Elder knew, the Black Demon race only had one higher god, the Patriarch, but he had been stuck at this level for more than 200,000 years and did not meet the rules. And the ancient god race did not seem to meet the requirements. From this, one could see how difficult it was to become a higher god. The Black Demon race and the ancient god race, both of which were descendants of god and demon, had not produced a higher god in the past 100,000 years. Let this god join in the fun. A heavenly voice resounded, causing the weather to change. Mountains, cliffs, waterfalls, rivers, and other phenomena appeared all around them. Everyone seemed to be pulled into another space-time. Whoosh, a woman with skin as white as jade slowly flew over on a rainbow cloud. She was as beautiful as a goddess, and her hair was as white as snow. Fairy god sound? The Heaven's Legacy race's second elder's eyes flashed as he recognized the newcomer. Fairy god sound was not from the ancient god race, but she had flown over from their territory. This was rather strange. That's right. For the third match, neither my race nor the Black Demon race has met the requirements, so this old man invited Fairy God Sound of the God Sound race to fight. The ancient God race patriarch smiled. The Divine Sound race was also a race descended from gods and demons, but they had always been at the bottom. 90,000 years ago, the Divine Sound race produced a genius who rose like a blazing sun and led the Divine Sound race to become a great race in the main world. This person was Goddess Divine Sound. When the rules were first drawn up, the ancient god patriarch had already thought of the best candidate to restrain Xianxia, Goddess Sound. She had just become a superior deity less than 50,000 years ago and was an expert in soul doctrine. It was already difficult to challenge a high god, let alone a high god that could restrain him. The ancient god clan patriarch couldn't help but snicker. Your time has come. Goddess Divine Sound slowly landed in front of Xianxia, her demeanor elegant. Xianxia had a grave look on his face as he sized up the high god of the Divine Sound race before him. Finally, he looked into her green eyes. Suddenly, he felt a great pressure. This was a fundamental difference. It was as if Goddess Xianxia was a cut above Xianxia, and he instinctively lowered his head to look up to her. All kinds of distracting thoughts appeared in Xianxia's mind. The scenery around him changed, and there was only him and Goddess Divine Sound left. He seemed to have turned into a mortal, worshipping an inviolable statue of a god. His level 3 divine soul power surged out, and suddenly everything dissipated. Goddess Divine Sound was still standing in front of him. Challenging a superior deity is courageous, but are you prepared to die in battle? Goddess Divine Sound sighed. She had no enmity with Xianxia, but she had promised the ancient god race that she would kill Xianxia. As soon as her voice fell, Goddess Divine Sound's eyes suddenly turned cold. Her green eyes were filled with a cold murderous intent. Pop, Goddess Divine Sound stretched out her hand and gently flicked her jade-like finger in the void, playing a beautiful divine sound. Boom, where her jade-like finger flicked, blue waves surged and instantly formed a giant ball of water light hundreds of feet wide. Its surface was surging, spinning, and stirring, forming a cold wind storm that covered a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, Xianxia felt that he was surrounded by enemies. The giant ball of water light hundreds of feet wide brought a water storm that covered all directions, crashing down on Xianxia. Xianxia activated the defensive battle skill Mixed Element Guardian Spirit, forming a dark giant with 2 heads and 4 arms. The 4 arms pushed up to block the giant ball of water light. The Mixed Element Guardian Spirit and Goddess Divine Sound's attacks clashed fiercely. One defended, the other eroded. Just as Goddess Divine Sound's attack was about to dissipate, 2 of the Mixed Element Guardian Spirit's arms were shattered. But at this moment, Goddess Divine Sound stretched out her hands and plucked repeatedly in the void. It was as if there was an invisible guzheng there, playing a beautiful but murderous tune. Boom! Boom! Green water light surged in all directions, instantly forming 3 giant balls of water light. They cooperated with each other, blocking off Xianxia's path of retreat and attacking. Boom! 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 The 3 giant balls of water light collided, and the Mixed Element Guardian Spirit that Xianxia had formed was instantly shattered. The chaotic whirlpool of water light frantically strangled him. Xianxia was attacked from head to toe, leaving bloody marks on his body as he flew backward. So strong! Xianxia exclaimed. He thought that Goddess Divine Sound had used her full strength at the beginning, but it seemed that she had deliberately misled Xianxia and then launched a fierce attack, causing Xianxia to suffer at the beginning. Of course, Goddess Divine Sound's methods were indeed terrifying. She had easily displayed such a powerful attack, injuring Xianxia. Haha, as expected of Goddess Divine Sound, this funeral song is not bad. The Black Demon clan leader laughed. Sound Dao was a relatively unpopular cultivation path because it was too difficult, and it was mostly used as a support in battle. But those who were truly proficient in the Sound Dao were extremely terrifying. Goddess Divine Sound belonged to the latter category. She closed her eyes slightly, her fingers fiddling in the void. She did not even look at Xianxia as she silently immersed herself in the world of music. Boom boom. Whoosh whoosh, water surged wildly between heaven and earth, crisscrossing in all directions. Suddenly, a giant ball of water light flew over, and suddenly, a strange fish monster attacked Xianxia. All kinds of killing moves emerged from all directions without warning, catching people off guard. The slightest carelessness could lead to death here. To outsiders, the entire world seemed to be playing an incredible and fantastical image of the ocean, so immersed that people could not help but completely forget that it was a battle. The ancient god clan leader and the black demon clan leader remained clear-headed. What they saw was that Xianxia was being toyed with by goddess divine sound's divine song, gradually approaching death. Xianxia also felt great pressure and a sense of crisis. This could not go on, he had to break goddess divine sound's rhythm. Boom, the aura of the divine demon emanated from Xianxia's head, forming an extremely solid divine demon head that was hundreds of feet tall around him. Facing a superior god, Xianxia naturally activated the power of the divine demon parts with all his might. The divine demon head opened its black hole-like mouth and suddenly inhaled, swallowing everything in front of it. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, Xianxia activated the divine demon king's feet and the law of space, rushing out through the gap created by the divine demon head, escaping from the cage that goddess divine sound had woven. You can't escape. Goddess divine sound murmured softly, her fingers changing the rhythm slightly. Roar! Deafening dragon roars rang out one after another. In the next moment, the boundless water behind him turned into hundreds of ferocious water dragons that gave off cold killing intent as they chased after Xianxia. Goddess divine sound was still playing, and the attacks between heaven and earth increased. In addition to the dragons, there were also some divine beasts of the sea, such as the water qilin, flying between heaven and earth. There was killing intent everywhere, and Xianxia had to activate the divine demon king's feet with all his strength, doubling his speed. His figure gradually blurred, as if he no longer existed. At this moment, the speed advantage of the divine demon king's feet was fully displayed. If it were an ordinary peak-second firmament cultivator, there was no way they could escape the cage that goddess divine sound had woven, and they would have died hundreds of times over. However, the speed that the divine demon king's feet gave Xianxia allowed him to remain unscathed in this dangerous place. But Xianxia wanted victory, and this was far from enough. As he fled, Xianxia's feet attacked from time to time. At this moment, he was fully activating the divine demon king's feet, and his attacks could already threaten a superior god. Boom! A dark and domineering beam of light pierced through the sky, heading for goddess divine sound. Bang! Goddess divine sound's body flowed with water, stirring up a green splash, just in time to block the attack. Next, Xianxia's other attacks were also easily blocked by goddess divine sound. From the beginning to the end, she had been quietly floating in the sky, playing the music without moving a single step. However, her attacks and defenses were flawless, turning the battle into an artistic performance. It seems that I have underestimated a superior god. Xianxia sighed. He was indeed fast, and the attacks of the divine demon parts were also strong, but in terms of techniques, there was still a gap between him and a superior god, let alone a superior god who was proficient in sound. At this moment, it was difficult even to break through Goddess Divine Sound's defenses. At this moment, Goddess Divine Sound's tune suddenly changed, becoming cold and desolate, making people feel sad, and all kinds of painful memories that they did not want to recall surfaced in their minds. Whoosh whoosh, a dark ghostly wind blew between heaven and earth, like thousands of pitch-black blades, slashing toward Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his soul, as if it was about to split open. He gritted his teeth and condensed his divine soul will before he regained consciousness. However, at this time, the ferocious and terrifying aqua holy beasts charged at Xianxia from all directions, opening their bloody mouths in an attempt to devour him. In fact, Xianxia had been guarding against soul attacks from the beginning, but in the early stages of the battle, Goddess Divine Sound did not use any soul techniques at all, which made him lower his guard. Now that she suddenly played a soul path divine song, he was caught off guard. Xianxia once again used the mixed origin guardian, forming a two-headed, four-armed dark giant. At the same time, his heart accumulated power, increasing the power of the divine demon king's head. The divine demon king's head around him became more solid, its defense greatly increased, and its devouring power also increased. Boom! 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 Xianxia swung his fists wildly, the divine demon king's head weakened the approaching enemies, and the mixed origin guardian went all out to defend. But this wave of attacks still left him in an extremely sorry state. Mixed origin divine palm. Qinyu condensed the chaos divine energy in his palm and swung out a huge dark palm that blotted out the sky. It enveloped the entire world and sent hundreds of water-light holy beast phantoms flying. Clang, Goddess Divine Sound played a soul path divine song again, gathering dark ghostly winds and blowing fiercely at Qinyu. This time, Qinyu was already prepared. He gathered his divine soul will, and the power of the divine demon king's head was enhanced by the heart of eternity, increasing its defense against soul attacks. His divine soul had reached the third firmament level, and he only suffered minor injuries after taking a soul path divine song from Goddess Divine Sound. Go! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinyu released the God-suppressing seal of magnet. The palm-sized black seal released a layer of dark magnetic light, shattering everything that came close to it. Qinyu then threw it at Goddess God Sound. The magnet God-suppressing seal was a superior second-grade divine artifact, and with Qinyu's current cultivation level, it was enough to threaten Goddess Divine Sound's life. Goddess, are you reluctant to use that treasure? The ancient god clan leader asked. Since the beginning of the battle, Goddess Divine Sound had put Qinyu in danger several times, but other than that, there was nothing to be happy about. The ancient god clan wanted Goddess Divine Sound to kill Qinyu. Goddess Divine Sound's expression froze, then she waved her hand, and a pitch-black ancient zither appeared in front of her. It was engraved with evil and strange patterns, and a powerful demonic aura surged out. The moment the zither appeared, dark figures appeared behind Goddess Divine Sound, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws like a group of demons. This is the third-grade sound divine artifact, the fallen god. The Grand Elder's expression changed as he blurted out. Didn't this divine artifact belong to the ancient god clan? How did it fall into Goddess Divine Sound's hands? Needless to say, the ancient god clan had lent this terrifying third-grade divine artifact to Goddess Divine Sound to win and even kill Qinyu. The appearance of the fallen god shocked everyone present. Third-grade divine artifacts were simply too rare. With the fallen god in her hand, how powerful would Goddess Divine Sound be? Boom! Goddess Divine Sound's hand brushed over the fallen god, and a dark sound wave swept out. The minds of the onlookers were shaken. Jealousy, greed, lust, and many other evil thoughts surfaced. Fortunately, they were far away, so they were not affected too much. As expected of the fallen god, this divine artifact once set off a bloodbath in the main world. The second elder of the heavenly legacy race said. 1,000,000 years ago, the nine-fingered zither demon wielded the fallen god, causing countless experts to fall into darkness and become his captives. He established the famous demonic sound palace and became famous for a time. Later, the nine-fingered zither demon was killed by many enemies, and the fallen god fell into the hands of the ancient god clan. However, no one expected that the ancient god clan would lend this divine artifact to Goddess Divine Sound. This was not good. Bang! The dark light wave from the fallen god condensed into a sinister demonic light and collided with the god-suppressing magnet seal. The god-suppressing magnet seal shook violently and was sent flying backward. Under normal circumstances, the god-suppressing magnet seal contained the power of gravity and was extremely powerful in frontal attacks. Even when facing a slightly higher quality divine artifact, it had a slight advantage. However, the fallen god was a third-grade divine artifact. Even though it was a divine artifact of the Tao of Entertainment, it was not a frontal attack, so the god-suppressing magnet seal was still defeated. Swish! Qinyu exerted strength in his legs and disappeared in a flash, avoiding the aftermath of Goddess Divine Sound's attack. A higher god could control the attack of a third-grade divine artifact and even have the ability to kill Qinyu. What kind of agreement did you make with Goddess Divine Sound? How did the divine artifact, fallen god, end up in her hands? The Black Demon Clan Master asked. If you win the third battle, the fallen god will be lent to the Divine Sound clan for 20,000 years. If you kill Qinyu, it will be lent to the Divine Sound clan for 100,000 years. The ancient god clan master smiled. The Divine Sound clan had just risen, and only Goddess Divine Sound was extremely powerful. Their foundation was not stable, and it would be difficult for them to maintain it for long. However, a third-grade divine artifact was enough to elevate Goddess Divine Sound's strength to a whole new level and intimidate many powerful enemies. 100,000 years was enough for the Divine Sound tribe to slowly grow stronger and gain a firm foothold. At that time, the Divine Sonar clan would not forget the ancient God clan's kindness. They would even bring greater benefits to the ancient God clan. This was killing two birds with one stone. Boom! In the space between heaven and earth, devilish light flashed. Numerous devilish silhouettes twisted and contorted. This place seemed to have become the fallen devil region. With the fallen god in her hand, the goddess Sound Fairy also exuded a sense of evil, arrogant, and coquettish, which made Qinyu want to take off her clothes and press her under his body. Not good, Soul Dao Divine Song. Qinyu's expression was solemn as he closed his eyes. With Fallen God, Goddess Divine Sound's Soul Dao attacks would be greatly enhanced, enough to threaten Qinyu's life. Now, Qinyu had unknowingly fallen into the trap. Cracks appeared on the demon god's skull around Qinyu, and it was on the verge of shattering. In his divine soul, negative emotions erupted like a volcano, and his divine soul swelled as if it was about to be torn apart. Under the power of Fallen God, self-destruct. Goddess Divine Sound murmured, like the whisper of a demon. The upper echelons of the ancient God clan and the Black Demon clan all laughed. As expected of a third-grade divine weapon. After Goddess Divine Sound activated it, she instantly took control of the situation. Qinyu was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, about to lose his life at any time. Get lost! Qinyu roared, his power shaking the sky. Is he crazy? A Black Demon clan member sneered. But the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. He saw Qinyu's body rapidly expand, black and white light shining in all directions, and an indescribably powerful god-fiend pressure spread out. Qinyu's appearance changed drastically, turning into a gigantic god-fiend that was hundreds of meters tall. His body was simple and dark, and mysterious white patterns were carved all over his body. He looked like a god-fiend from the primordial era, and the primordial aura that looked down on the world shook all living things. The upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy clan, the Ancient God clan, and the Black Demon clan instinctively felt fear in their bodies and souls, wanting to submit to this god-fiend pressure. He's finally using this trump card. The Grand Elder sighed. Otherwise, when facing Goddess Divine Sound, who had the Fallen God, Qinyu would not be able to resist. But now, the Grand Elder was still nervous, feeling that Qinyu's chances of winning were extremely low. It seems that the Heaven's Legacy clan also gave Qinyu a trump card and helped him forge the chaotic god-fiend body. The ancient god clan elder thought to himself. Fortunately, he had given Goddess Divine Sound the third-grade divine weapon, Fallen God, otherwise there might have been an accident in the third battle. Qinyu activated the chaotic god-fiend body, merging his divine soul and divine body into one, greatly increasing his soul's defenses. All kinds of distracting thoughts were expelled from his body, and the tearing pain of his soul was also shared by his body. The damage of Goddess Divine Sound's soul attacks was minimized. But if it were to happen a few more times, even the chaotic god-fiend body would not be able to withstand it. Kill! Qinyu seized this opportunity to launch a fierce attack, determined to end the battle as soon as possible. Boom! He stomped down with all his might. His God-fiend king's right foot, enhanced by the chaotic God-fiend body, was so powerful that it seemed as if it was going to destroy the earth as it headed straight for Goddess Shanine. Goddess Divine Sound's playing speed increased, and layers of dark light rushed out of the fallen god. This was a purely physical attack, and it met Qinyu's foot head-on. Bang bang bang! At first, Qinyu's foot was extremely domineering, shattering the fallen god's attack. But as the fallen god continued to attack, the two sides were evenly matched. In addition, the fallen god suddenly sounded a soul-level divine song, transmitted into Qinyu's mind, trying to overcome him on the soul level. At this moment, Goddess Divine Sound's left and right hands played two divine songs at the same time, targeting both the physical and the soul level. She had also used all her means. Qinyu felt a strong threat and once again activated the power of the God-fiend king's head. A layer of God-fiend head phantom condensed around him, weakening the influence of the soul path divine song. He also went all out, activating the chaotic God-fiend body state, as well as the power of the God-fiend king's feet and head. After all, Goddess Divine Sound was the bane of Qinyu's strength, and she also had the third-grade divine artifact, Fallen God, which greatly increased the threat. If he was not careful, he would die. Rumble, the two clashed fiercely, and the battle was earth-shattering. The God-fiend aura and the soul path divine song spread in all directions, forcing the onlookers to retreat again and again. His cultivation was only at the first firmament, and if he watched the battle too closely, he might even be seriously injured. Father, I will return to the clan to heal first. The heavenly young god's face was pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been too heavily injured just now, and now that he was watching the battle, he felt the suppression of the God-fiend aura and the influence of the divine song. He felt extremely uncomfortable, so he decided to retreat first. Go. The ancient god clan leader replied, his eyes still fixed on the battle. He originally thought that Xianxia had no chance of making a comeback, but he did not expect the other party to explode with such powerful combat strength. Xianxia combined offense and defense. While blocking Goddess Divine Sound's attack, the God-fiend King's feet launched a fierce attack. Goddess Divine Sound's defense and attack were also watertight. She played two divine songs at the same time, blocking Xianxia's attack while attacking his soul. Against the soul path attack, Xianxia could not dodge it no matter how fast his feet were. At this moment, the two sides were evenly matched. An intermediate god could match a superior god. It was simply unimaginable. The Black Demon clan leader also had a solemn expression, feeling that the outcome was difficult to determine. But normally speaking, Goddess Divine Sound had a higher chance of winning. Although she was playing two divine songs at the same time and using a grade 3 divine artifact, the one who had expended the most energy was definitely Xianxia, who was using his chaotic god-fiend body and several god-fiend parts. Grand Elder, if this continues, the situation won't be good. The Heaven's Legacy Race's second elder messaged. The Heaven's Legacy Race also thought the same. As long as Xianxia did not have the absolute advantage, as long as he could not defeat Goddess Divine Sound, Xianxia would definitely be the first to collapse. We can't interfere. We can only resign ourselves to fate. The Grand Elder shook his head. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura erupted from the battlefield. The God-fiend aura on Xianxia's body increased, and his black body became even more serene, the white patterns on his body flashing with light. After enduring several soul attacks in a row, Xianxia's chaotic god-fiend body could no longer hold on. His soul began to give birth to all sorts of evil thoughts and became extremely frenzied. Surprisingly, in this state, the power of the Heart of Eternity was being excavated further. Xianxia's chaotic god-fiend body had evolved during this battle. Is this a blessing in disguise? Xianxia inwardly chuckled. The power of the Heart of Eternity had long since awakened. He had been exploring it, thinking of ways to excavate it, and he had already gotten the hang of it. Unexpectedly, in this battle, the demonic music played by the fallen god drove Xianxia's divine soul and consciousness into a frenzy, producing intense emotions such as bloodlust and greed. This stimulated the power of the Heart of Eternity and enhanced his chaotic god-fiend body, making it even stronger. Boom, he stomped down, causing the void to tremble and spatial cracks to spread out for hundreds of feet like a spider web. This stomp broke through the shackles of space and descended upon Goddess Divine Sound with peerless power. How could this be? Goddess Divine Sound was extremely surprised, her face slightly pale. The divine music played by the fallen god had an additional effect, which was to cause the enemy's evil thoughts to explode, plunging them into darkness and madness. Unexpectedly, Xianxia had coincidentally stimulated the hidden power within his body. Goddess Divine Sound hurriedly waved the fallen god to block Xianxia's attack. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and the void collapsed into the shape of a foot. Goddess Divine Sound's clothes were torn and tattered, and she flew backward in a flurry. Since the beginning of the battle, Xianxia had injured Goddess Divine Sound for the first time. However, Xianxia's attacks were too fierce. For Goddess Divine Sound, who was not good at defense, even a single injury could not be underestimated, and it would greatly affect her condition. At this moment, the God-suppressing seal of magnet floated above Goddess Divine Sound, shrouding her with black magnetic light waves. Gravity and magnetic forces twisted space and time. At this moment, Xianxia used the God-suppressing seal of magnet to suppress and assist Goddess Divine Sound, weakening her. Combined with the strengthened chaotic god-fiend body, the effect was excellent. Boom! Boom, Qinyu's god-fiend king's right foot attacked again, and at the same time, he used the mixed divine palm, each blow threatening the power of a superior god. As the battle went on, Goddess Divine Sound was at a disadvantage, and she was suppressed by Qinyu. Oh no, the effect of the divine song of the soul path has been greatly reduced. Goddess Divine Sound's expression was ugly. Qinyu had the defense of the God-Fiend King's head and the chaotic God-Fiend body, and as God's soul had reached the third heaven, so Goddess Divine Sound's soul attacks were no longer effective. For a short time, Qinyu ignored Goddess Divine Sound's soul attacks and launched a storm of attacks. The chaotic God-Fiend body was the strongest body in the world, and when it was at a disadvantage, who could withstand the crazy attacks of the chaotic God-Fiend body? Even the initial God-Fiend body had been defeated by Qinyu, not to mention Goddess Divine Sound, whose defensive and frontal combat abilities were not strong. How could this be? Goddess Divine Sound is going to lose. The Black Demon Clan leader's face was stiff, and he exclaimed in his heart. The ancient God Clan leader's expression was even more ugly. The onlookers were all heaven fusion experts of the three races, so they could see that Goddess Divine Sound was about to lose. This was a battle between an intermediate god and a higher god, and the latter was about to lose. Such a thing was unprecedented in the history of the Origin world. I hope the ancient god patriarch will keep his promise. The Heaven's Legacy race's Grand Elder smiled. Goddess Divine Sound, you are a higher god. You have a grade 3 divine artifact. If you lose to this kid, your reputation will be ruined. The ancient god clan's Grand Elder growled. On the battlefield, Goddess Divine Sound smiled bitterly. Her pure white clothes were stained with blood, and her injuries were quite serious. It was extremely rare for a higher god to lose to an intermediate god. Even with the grade 3 divine artifact, the fallen god, it would be difficult to turn the situation around. The chaotic god-fiend body is indeed terrifying. Goddess Divine Sound sighed. Of course, she also had a trump card. The power of a grade 3 divine artifact was enough to easily crush anyone below the third firmament. However, the fallen god was not a divine artifact suitable for Goddess Divine Sound. Moreover, she had just obtained this divine artifact and was not familiar with it, so the power it could exert was limited. I'm going to lose. Goddess Divine Sound sighed inwardly. She was also unwilling, but there was nothing she could do now. In today's battle, she would become a stepping stone for Qinyu to become famous in the Origin world. Goddess Divine Sound was ready to admit defeat. But at that moment, boom, in the distance, near the ancient god clan's territory, there was a shocking fluctuation of divine power, reaching the third firmament level. Was there another third firmament spectating the battle? Clearly not. It was more likely caused by the battle. Oh no, the heavenly sun. The ancient god clan's patriarch's expression changed as he growled. Just now, the heavenly sun god could not withstand the aftermath of the battle, so he told the ancient god clan's patriarch and returned to the clan alone to heal. Whoosh, the ancient god clan's patriarch turned into a flash of white light and rushed over. He was also a veteran at the third sky of the immortal state and was extremely powerful. He was far from being comparable to a new third sky like Goddess Divine Sound. The ancient god clan's patriarch saw a winged race member standing in the dark, standing in front of the heavenly sun god and chopping off his left arm. Kakik, the godfiend part is in hand. This winged tribe being was none other than heavenly god Flag. He was truly audacious. He dared to attack the ancient god clan leader's son, the celestial sun god, in the territory of the ancient god clan and snatch the left arm of the divine demon king. Courting death. The ancient god clan master flew into a rage. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled, as if they couldn't endure this divine might. The void began to distort. The clan leader of the ancient god clan looked majestic and angry. He was like a supreme god from ancient times. His whole body was filled with endless terrifying power, which made people feel intimidated. He was filled with resentment and rage, and he was planning to vent all of it on the heavenly flag god. Rumble, the patriarch of the ancient god clan struck out with his palm. The dazzling palm was like the sun that could devour and destroy everything. In the face of this power, everything in the world seemed weak and insignificant, and they were annihilated. What terrifying strength! The Heaven's Legacy race's second elder sighed in shock. This was the strength of the strongest god-fiend descendants, a veteran third firmament, even goddess Sound, who wielded the fallen god, seemed insignificant in comparison. The next instant, the ancient god clan leader's palm enveloped the heavenly flag god, and a destructive power descended. Everyone could sense that the heavenly flag god was only at the peak second firmament. Facing this attack from the ancient god clan leader, he would undoubtedly die. But in this world, there were always some unexpected things that happened. The light dissipated. Where the palm struck, the void collapsed, and spatial turbulence spread. The heavenly flag god's body was in tatters, and one of his arms was broken, but he didn't die. His other hand was holding the divine demon king's left arm, which he held in front of him. One could clearly see that the divine demon king's left arm was slightly damaged. He used the godfiend part to block the attack just now. A Heaven's Legacy race member exclaimed. The godfiend part was a part of the divine demon king's body. It was not indestructible, or else the divine demon king's body would not have disintegrated. The divine demon king's finger that Xianxia had obtained had also fallen from the divine demon king's arm. Normally speaking, once the power of a godfiend part was activated, it would be extremely difficult for a higher god to damage it. But the heavenly flag god did not activate it, nor could he. If he used the most ordinary godfiend part to block the full power of a third firmament, it would naturally be damaged. But when the average person obtained a godfiend part, they would be extremely careful, fearing that an accident would occur. No one would be like the heavenly flag god, using the godfiend part as a shield without hesitation. Whoosh, the heavenly flag god sneered disdainfully and vanished in a streak of light. The ancient god clan leader was just about to give chase when he realized that there was something wrong with the heavenly sun god's condition. The heavenly sun god's face was as white as paper, and his body was rapidly withering. According to the ancient god clan leader's judgment, the heavenly sun god would die within 10 seconds if no one tried to save him. Damn it! The ancient god clan leader's most beloved son was the heavenly sun god, so how could he ignore his son's life? But this meant that he had no way of chasing after the heavenly sun god. I owe whoever kills this person a favor, the ancient god clan leader declared. Instantly, the ancient god race and black demon race all gave chase. The battle between Xianxia and the divine sound fairy was already meaningless. The godfiend part had been taken by the heavenly flag god. Moreover, the divine sound fairy still wanted to kill the heavenly god flag to make up for her mistake. Whoosh, the divine sound fairy left Xianxia behind and turned to leave. After him. We've won this battle. The godfiend part will be ours if we take it back, the Grand Elder also said. However, the Heaven's Legacy race was not skilled in battle. This was reflected in their overall defense, offense, and speed, which were all lower than those of the same cultivation level. Thus, only Xianxia alone could chase after the heavenly flag god. Before leaving, the Grand Elder solemnly took out 3 ancient mirrors and handed them to Xianxia. These treasures contain the power of time. Perhaps they will come in handy. Xianxia put the 3 ancient mirrors into his bag and immediately gave chase. He was well aware of the heavenly flag god's strength and methods. He could not afford to let down his guard. Back when Xianxia and the sorcerer god worked together, the heavenly flag god had been able to withstand their attacks. It was said that after the battle for the stone race godfiend part, the sorcerer god had been chasing after the heavenly flag god, but the heavenly flag god was still alive and well, while the sorcerer god's whereabouts were unknown. All these events showed that the heavenly flag god could not be underestimated. Moreover, it was already rather strange that the heavenly flag god would dare to attack the heavenly sun god here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, beams of divine light streaked across the sky, leaving behind breathtaking images of godly might. These were all Heaven Fusion Realm cultivators chasing after the heavenly flag god. The black demon race patriarch was at the 3rd heaven, and he was leading the charge. This winged race sure has guts to attack the heavenly sun god in the ancient god race's territory. They must be tired of living. The black demon race patriarch laughed. He did not care about the heavenly sun god's life. Killing the heavenly flag god would earn him a favor from the ancient god race patriarch, so why not? However, he soon realized that things were not that simple. Even though the winged race was heavily injured, its speed was still extremely fast, reaching the 3rd heaven level. When did the winged race have someone like this? The Black Demon Race Patriarch was puzzled. If he had not intervened this time, the Heavenly Flag God would have been able to escape. Immediately afterward, Xianxia and Goddess God Sound caught up and closed in on the Black Demon Race Patriarch. As for the other Heaven Fusion Realm cultivators, they were gradually left behind. "I want his life," the Black Demon Race Patriarch shouted, signaling Xianxia and Goddess God Sound not to interfere. "Very well, his life is yours, but the God-fiend parts are mine." Xianxia agreed decisively. This surprised Goddess God Sound. Xianxia had the combat strength of the third heaven, so there was no need for him to be so afraid of the Black Demon Race Patriarch. The ancient God Race Patriarch's favor was still very valuable, but Xianxia was not interested. Goddess God Sound originally thought that no matter how strong the Black Demon Race Patriarch was, he could not suppress her and Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Xianxia had given in, so she could not openly oppose the Black Demon Race Patriarch. The Divine Sound race had just risen, so they could not make too many enemies. Seeing that Xianxia and Goddess God Sound were so tactful, the Black Demon Race Patriarch could not help but smile. Boom, a pair of pitch-black wings spread out behind him, and his speed suddenly increased by 40%, setting off a vast storm of darkness as he closed in on the Heavenly Flag God. "Give me your life," the Black Demon Race Patriarch shouted. The mighty Black Demon Race Patriarch is a dog of the ancient God race? You bite whoever the ancient God race tells you to bite? The Heavenly Flag God's face was full of mockery. According to his plan, if the Black Demon Race Patriarch was not here, the battle would have been perfect. Thus, the Heavenly Flag God was very dissatisfied with the Black Demon Race Patriarch's interference. Die. The Black Demon Race Patriarch's eyebrows rose as dark black light gathered around him, turning into a giant ball of darkness 30,000 feet in size, which crushed forward. The giant ball rapidly expanded, instantly becoming 100,000 feet in size, making it impossible for the Heavenly Flag God to dodge. Boom, the giant ball of darkness exploded, and darkness spread in all directions. At the critical moment, the Heavenly Flag God defended with all its might while using the God-fiend King's left arm to block most of the damage. The darkness dissipated. The Heavenly Flag God's injuries were even more severe, and the damage to the God-fiend part had also worsened. Even the Black Demon Race Patriarch was very distressed. The Heavenly Flag God was using the God-fiend part like that. However, he could not let the Heavenly Flag God leave, so he launched a frenzied attack. The Heavenly Flag God defended with all its might while using the God-fiend King's left arm to block the Black Demon Race Patriarch's attacks. His injuries became more and more severe, and he was on the verge of death. Goddess Divine Sound had an urge to steal the God-fiend part. Xianxia stared at the God-fiend part. He gritted his teeth as he watched the Heavenly Flag God use the God-fiend King's left arm to block the attacks of a third firmament immortal state cultivator. However, the Heavenly Flag God's actions also made him very confused. He was not admitting defeat because he was afraid of the Black Demon Race Patriarch, but because he had his doubts. Furthermore, he knew the Heavenly Flag God well. If the Black Demon Race Patriarch had really died, his counterattack would definitely not be simple. Xianxia did not want to take the risk, so he did not make a move and let the Black Demon Race Patriarch deal with it. After the Black Demon Race Patriarch bombarded the God-fiend part. "All of you, die!" The Heavenly Flag God roared as all the power in its body boiled, and a terrifying aura spread out. "He's going to self-destruct." Goddess Divine Sound's expression changed drastically. The Heavenly Flag God's actions really looked like he was courting death. It was unbelievable. The Heavenly Flag God's combat strength was extraordinary. To be able to withstand the Black Demon Race Patriarch's attacks for so long, his self-destruction was probably not much weaker than a higher god's. If they were at the center of the explosion, Goddess Divine Sound and the Black Demon Race Patriarch might die. In addition, the God-fiend part was in the Heavenly Flag God's hands, so it would also be greatly damaged, or even destroyed. Swoosh, as the Heavenly Flag God prepared to self-destruct, it also lunged at Xianxia. Everyone could feel an ancient forbidden power surging within the Heavenly Flag God's body. That aura made the Black Demon Race Patriarch's heart palpitate slightly. Not good, this person has a mysterious and unknown power in his body. The power of his self-destruction is beyond imagination. The Black Demon Race Patriarch felt an intense threat. When Qinyu saw the heavenly flag god approaching him, he finally understood the heavenly flag god's true goal. The heavenly flag god did not want to snatch the god-fiend part, but to destroy it. Not only did he want to destroy the god-fiend king's left arm, but he also wanted to destroy the god-fiend part on Qinyu's body. The heavenly flag god's goal had always been to destroy the god-fiend parts. Back at the fallen god mountain range, he had the chance to attack Qinyu, who had many god-fiend parts, but he still targeted the sorcerer god. This was also one of the reasons. He did not want the power of the god-fiend parts. He only wanted to destroy them. This time, the heavenly flag god was indeed digging his own grave. His perfect plan was to take the heavenly sun god's left arm and lure Qinyu over. Qinyu's god-fiend legs were faster than most higher gods. Qinyu should be the first to catch up to him. Only then would his self-detonation be of the greatest value. Even if he could not destroy Qinyu's god-fiend parts, it would be worth it if he could cause some damage. Whoosh, the heavenly flag god quickly approached Qinyu. The terrifying power gathered in its body could explode at any time. Even the black demon patriarch was frightened and quickly retreated. The heavily injured Zither Note Fairy was even more so. She did not want to be affected by the heavenly flag god's self-detonation. Goddess Divine Sound looked at Qinyu with pity in her eyes, but it turned into shock in the next instant. What is he doing? Goddess Divine Sound blurted out. Not only did Qinyu not avoid the heavenly flag god, but he also approached it. Whoosh, Qinyu activated the power of the god-fiend legs and approached the heavenly flag god at an unparalleled speed. Even the heavenly flag god was stunned. It did not understand what Qinyu was doing. Was there something wrong with this kid's head? He was digging his own grave. The next moment, Qinyu took out the 3 gray mirrors that the Grand Elder had given him. The 3 mirrors were arranged in a straight line, and ancient divine light shone out from them. It was as if they came from different distant times and finally gathered at one point, illuminating the heavenly flag god's body. This was a treasure that the Grand Elder had given to Qinyu. The 3 mirrors contained the profound mysteries of array formations, and they were even more powerful when used together. The heavenly flag god suddenly froze in midair. Its every move became slow, and it looked a little funny. Good treasure. Qinyu had already learned about the use of this treasure from the Great Elder, but it was only when he actually used it that he had a deeper understanding of it. The array formation formed by the 3 mirrors contained formidable time law power. Furthermore, it was a single target attack, so the effect was very obvious. Whoosh, Qinyu seized the opportunity. In that instant, the Heart of Eternity entered a berserk state, fully strengthening the God-Fiend King's feat. He also pushed his space laws to the limit. At this moment, he actually touched the threshold of the 3rd level. At this moment, Jinyu's speed had exploded to the limit. Even the patriarch of the Black Demon clan was shocked. His body disappeared into thin air like a phantom, and he appeared before the heavenly flag god in the blink of an eye before snatching the God-Fiend monarch's left arm. No, the heavenly flag god slowly opened its mouth and roared in shock. The enormous power within its body instantly exploded. He wanted to blow up Qinyu and destroy the Godfiend's body parts with him. Qinyu could sense that the power of time gathering around the heavenly flag god's body was becoming chaotic, as if it were about to collapse. A dangerous aura was about to erupt. Bam! Qinyu stomped his foot into the heavenly flag god's chest before flying back in retreat. The patriarch of the Black Demon clan was waiting to watch a good show, but his eyes instantly widened when he saw the heavenly flag god hurtling toward him. Scoundrel, you want to kill me? All of the hairs on his body stood on end. He could sense the threat of death, but he didn't stop. The inky black wings on his back flapped violently as he hurtled back in retreat. It was also at this moment that the heavenly flag god self-detonated. Boom, a pitch-black explosion of destruction spread out for thousands of kilometers, causing everything in the world to turn into ash and space to crack inch by inch. Heaven and earth were trembling, and all living beings were struck by fear. All of the living beings within 50,000 kilometers could sense that terrifying aura, and their hearts jolted with fear as they hurriedly retreated. The power of the heavenly flag god's self-detonation was unimaginable. If the Godfiend monarch's left arm really was in his hands, it would have most likely been completely destroyed by the self-detonation. Whoosh, an inky black figure quickly retreated from the explosion. It was none other than the patriarch of the Black Demon clan. His entire body was riddled with wounds, and one of his wings had been destroyed. Chen Yu. The patriarch of the Black Demon clan glared at Chen Yu with a pair of ferocious, pitch-black eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive. Patriarch of the Black Demon clan, the heavenly flag god is about to self-detonate. Why are you standing behind him? A mischievous smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. He was doing this on purpose. The Black Demon race and the ancient god race were on the same side, so they were naturally his enemies. Furthermore, he didn't dare to guarantee that the patriarch of the Black Demon clan wouldn't come to snatch the God-fiend monarch's left arm after the heavenly flag god's death, so he took this opportunity to injure him. Yu, the patriarch of the Black Demon clan, was fuming with rage. Chen Yu was intentionally trying to harm him, but he was blaming him for standing behind the heavenly flag god. This was outrageous. In the vast universe, in the divine cloud realm. This realm was relatively close to the main world, and it was considered a relatively powerful low-level realm. The number of heaven integration stage cultivators in this realm had always been maintained at a count of one hand. Furthermore, the divine cloud realm was a realm controlled by the descendants of the gods and demons. It was inextricably linked to the descendants of the gods and demons in the main world, and it could be said to be the absolute overlord of some of the nearby realms. But now, the entire divine cloud realm had turned into a dark hell, and there were no living beings left. There was only an illusory black figure floating in the sky. I've recovered some of my strength, but the slaughter and blood I've spilled are far from enough. His voice revealed a strong desire, as well as a bone-chilling intent to kill. Swoosh, the black figure flashed and passed through the realm barrier of the divine cloud realm, arriving in the outer realm. Demon, die. You've actually slaughtered another realm. Today, I will kill you here. The voices of a man and a woman shook the void. Both of them were at the peak of the first level of the heaven integration stage, and they joined forces to attack the pitch-black figure. Kakik, with just the two of you? The pitch-black figure laughed disdainfully. The two heaven integration stage cultivators were enraged. In the main world, the two of them were extremely famous. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The man from the winged race took out a feather scimitar and slashed it at the black figure, creating a dazzling feather radiance. The other woman from the insect race surged out with her divine power, forming a black-purple poisonous needle in front of her. A putrid smoke wafted from it, and one look at it would make one feel dizzy and nauseous. Swoosh, the holy feather radiance slash and the putrid black-purple poisonous needle attacked the black figure at the same time. However, the black figure had a faint smile on his face, and he didn't move at all, as if he didn't see anything. This caused the man and woman to be slightly shocked. What kind of trick was this demon that had slaughtered dozens of realms trying to play? In the next instant, their killing moves hit the pitch-black figure. Instantly, the two of them widened their eyes in shock. The feather radiance slash and the putrid black-purple poisonous needle passed through the body of the black figure. It was as if the two of them didn't exist in the same time and space, and they didn't affect each other at all. No matter what you do, you won't be able to harm a single hair of mine. The black figure laughed disdainfully. Die. His expression suddenly turned cold, and it was filled with endless killing intent. This was especially so for his deep, dark eyes. They were completely different from those of normal people. They were vertical on his face, and it was as if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood within them. The black figure didn't attack, but the man and woman were enveloped by the black light and fell into the abyss of death. Their bodies quickly withered, and their divine power was exhausted. Their divine souls were weakened, and it was useless no matter how they resisted. They could only watch as they walked toward death. The two of them turned into two corpses in the blink of an eye and disappeared with a gust of wind. The black figure's expression was cold and emotionless. Suddenly, he sensed something. Has the pawn I left in the origin world reached its end? The black figure murmured. Then, it's time for me to descend upon the origin world. His body started to boil, and the putrid black-purple smoke around him formed a huge ancient diagram, releasing an astonishing aura of energy. The black figure's body slowly merged into the ancient diagram and disappeared. Heavenly God Chi is dead. I'll be taking my leave. Chen Yu put the God-fiend king's left arm into his interspatial dimension and planned to leave. The purpose of this trip had been achieved, and staying any longer might cause trouble. Patriarch Black Demon stared at Qinyu with resentment. The divine power in his body fluctuated, and he was about to attack. But in the end, he didn't attack. Of the previous 3 bets, although the third battle had not truly ended, everyone could see that Goddess Xianxia was bound to lose. Even Goddess Xianxia herself was about to admit defeat. Secondly, the speed that Qinyu had just displayed made Patriarch Black Demon a little wary. In his injured state, he was not as fast as Qinyu. If he made a move and failed, what was the point, at this moment? There was a mysterious and forbidden energy fluctuation at the place where the heavenly god Qi self-destructed. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the 3 heavenly combination state cultivators present. They were shocked and wary. The heavenly god Qi's actions left a deep impression on them. This madman who ended his life by self-destructing had an unknown origin and was clearly dead. What was going on? Buzz buzz, a pitch-black mist suddenly rose from the place where the heavenly god Qi self-destructed, outlining a circular pattern in the void. It was filled with an ancient charm, as if it contained infinite majesty and deterrence. Even the patriarch of the Black Demon clan felt uneasy when he saw the ancient pattern. Boom, a large amount of black mist seeped out from the circular pattern, forming a pitch-black shadow. This person was 50 feet tall, with a dark face with several mysterious white patterns. His ears drooped, and his eyes were vertical. He wore a long black robe and stood quietly in the void. He was solemn, like a statue of a god, but he exuded a chilling darkness and murderous aura. The 3 heavenly combination state cultivators suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. "Who are you?" The patriarch of the Black Demon clan asked in a deep voice. This mysterious mighty being who had suddenly appeared must be related to the heavenly god Qi clan. This person gave the patriarch of the Black Demon clan a feeling that he was even more powerful and terrifying than the patriarch of the ancient god clan. When did such a person exist in the origin world? Why had he never heard of him? This person doesn't seem to belong to any race recorded in the origin world. Goddess Divine Sound's eyes drooped as she felt uneasy. She looked at the black-robed figure. His drooped ears were usually a symbol of Buddha and were also called Buddha's ears. However, this person had a pair of vertical eyes, which gave off an ominous feeling. Qinyu did not know who this person was, but for some reason, the moment he saw this person, he thought of the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor that the Heaven's Legacy race had mentioned. The Chaos Demon ancestor sized up the 3 people in front of him. According to the language of this universe, there should be 2 high gods and 1 middle god. But interestingly, the fiend god parts were all in the hands of that middle god. "You have 5 fiend god parts?" The Chaos Demon ancestor looked at Qinyu. He naturally knew all the fiend god parts. Back then, the Chaos God King had been ambushed by him and broken down. But in reality, Qinyu had 6 fiend god parts, and the God King's left arm was in his interspatial dimension. "He can tell I have fiend god parts at a glance. This person is without a doubt the Chaos Demon ancestor." Qinyu was even more certain of his guess. Of everyone present, only he knew the identity of this mysterious person. Because of this, he was under the greatest pressure. The Chaos Demon ancestor and the Heaven's Legacy race were enemies, and he also knew that fiend god parts could threaten him. So, would the Chaos Demon ancestor deal with this problem now? Attack Qinyu. Once the Chaos Demon ancestor attacked, would he be able to resist? As long as he met this person's eyes, Qinyu couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If they really fought, the chances of him dying would be even greater. Patriarch Black Demon and Fairy Divine Sound were also growing more and more uneasy. This made them even more cautious. In the origin world, high gods stood at the peak of billions of living beings. They were existences that could not be offended or blasphemed. Only others had to be on edge in front of them. But at this moment, the 2 of them had been here for a long time, and they felt inexplicably uneasy. They even felt a faint sense of danger. As high gods, they could naturally tell from the various details that this mysterious person who had suddenly appeared was no ordinary person, at this moment. The 2 high gods and Qinyu were all extremely cautious in front of the Chaos Demon ancestor, not daring to breathe too loudly. At this moment, the Chaos Demon ancestor moved, and his actions also caught the attention of Patriarch Black Demon and the others. Whoosh, the Chaos Demon ancestor turned and floated away. This scene stunned the three present, and they couldn't react in time. Xianxia was surprised that the Chaos Demon ancestor did not attack him. Patriarch Black Demon and Fairy Divine Sound were a little baffled. The Heavenly Flag God had suddenly appeared, snatched the Godfiend's body parts, and then self-detonated. Then, another mysterious person jumped out and said a few words before turning around and leaving. Although there were many questions in their hearts, the two of them did not dare to chase after him and ask. Ever since they had become high gods, this was the first time they had discovered that their courage had shrunk. Humph. Old Ancestor Black Demon snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Goddess Divine Sound also sighed and left. Xianxia left alone and sent a message to the Heaven's Legacy race. The Fiend God parts are in hand. Let's go. After a while. At this time, a giant silver ship approached Xianxia. Wonderful, I've obtained the 6th God Fiend part. That's not right. Including the right arm of our race's God Demon King, this is the 7th God Demon part. There was a joyous atmosphere on the giant silver ark. Right now, I'm only missing the God Fiend King's eyes and torso. The Great Elder smiled. However, these 2 Fiend God parts are not easy to find. The Second Elder sighed. The Sorcerer God's whereabouts were unknown. As for the God Fiend King's torso, even with the Heaven's Legacy race's intelligence network, there were no clues. From this, one could see how deeply this Fiend God part was hidden, or rather, how deeply the owner of the Fiend God part was hidden. There's no rush. There are only 2 left. When the time is right, they will naturally appear. The Great Elder was more optimistic. You too, I have something to tell you. Xianxia said solemnly. Speak. The 2 elders were curious when they saw Xianxia's expression. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor has already arrived in the origin world. When I was fighting for the Fiend God parts, I encountered him. Xianxia said truthfully. Hearing this, the 2 elders froze on the spot and their faces turned pale. How are you so sure that person is the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor? The Great Elder asked solemnly. In truth, he did not want to believe that the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor had arrived in the origin world so quickly. After Xianxia gave a rough description of that person, both the First Elder and the Second Elder froze in place in a daze. It's him. The Great Elder sighed helplessly. I didn't expect that he'd already arrived in the origin world. The Second Elder's voice was solemn. From the looks of it, they didn't have much time. They had to find the remaining 2 Fiend God parts as soon as possible. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor has just awakened. In a short period of time, recovering to the 3rd heavenly layer is his limit. This is the reason why he hasn't acted yet. He isn't confident in being able to deal with you and the other 2 high gods. The Great Elder analyzed. Xianxia, who had 5 Fiend God parts, was comparable to a high god. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor had yet to recover his strength, and he had used a secret art to directly descend into the origin world. He was not in a good state, and facing 3 high gods at the same time was rather risky. In addition, the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor had an even greater goal. He could not afford to make any mistakes, so he did not act rashly. The Second Elder couldn't help but rejoice. If the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor was just a bit stronger, he probably would have attacked and destroyed Xianxia's Fiend God parts. They would have lost all hope. There's still hope. No matter what, we have to hurry. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor's strength grows with each passing day. Once he reaches a certain level of strength, he will no longer have to worry about anything. That will be the day disaster descends on the origin world. The Great Elder had a determined expression. Right now, this was a battle of life and death. Would the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor recover his peak strength, or would they first collect the Fiend God parts so that Xianxia could obtain Supreme God level strength? The answer was still unknown, but if they relaxed in the slightest, they would probably lose. Let's return to the clan and organize the information. When the Silver Ark flew at full speed, it could reach the speed of a middle god. Half a year later, the giant silver ship arrived at a demon clan's territory in the east and stopped in a barren land. The Heaven's Legacy race's main camp is here? Xianxia was rather confused. The Heaven's Legacy race was one of the major races of the origin world that could not be ignored, but very few people knew where the Heaven's Legacy race was hiding. On the Ark, the Heaven's Legacy race laid down an array and activated it. What followed was a long wait. At a certain moment, Xianxia sensed an intense spatial ripple. After images began to appear in the air, and a different scene began to appear around him. Suddenly, a white hole of light several thousand feet long appeared at the top of the Silver Ark. The Silver Ark activated, flew into the white hole, and arrived in another dimension. As it turned out, the Heaven's Legacy race's territory was within a world, and this dimension was constantly moving, making it very difficult for outsiders to find it. This is the Heaven's Legacy race? Xianxia looked into the distance. The blue sky was clear, and the ground was covered in dense metal buildings. They were all strangely shaped and exuded an ancient aura that inexplicably left one stunned. In the Heaven's Legacy race, unless the Patriarch was present, the First Elder and Second Elder held the highest authority. Thus, Xianxia had no need to regard them as outsiders. "Friend Chen, this is your first time here. Feel free to look around. We will first go and organize the information." With these hurried words, the First Elder left. It seemed like the news of the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestors' arrival in the Origin world had a major impact on the Heaven's Legacy race. "Lord Chen, Lord Meng, this way, please." An ordinary Heaven's Legacy race member led the way for Xianxia and Meng Qingyun. After arranging a place for them to stay, he asked, "Sirs, where would you like to go? I can take you around." "There's no need. I'll walk around by myself." Xianxia refused. Although this place was completely unfamiliar and was surrounded by strangely shaped metal buildings, as a middle god, he could at least find his way around. Thus, father and son began to tour the Heaven's Legacy race. This mysterious race from beyond the heavens possessed extraordinary intelligence and memories, and the people of the world probably only knew a very small part of it. On the way, Xianxia saw many inconceivable things. For example, the automatons. The Heaven's Legacy race had an astonishing number of automatons, and the entire world was maintained by these automatons. They constructed buildings, planted precious plants, and some of the higher-level automatons could even refine pills and artifacts. There weren't many members of the Heaven's Legacy race here, only around a few thousand, but they managed to maintain order in this world. What they relied on the most was the automatons, which were absolutely obedient and meticulous in their work. After strolling around for half a day, Xianxia gained a much better understanding of the Heaven's Legacy race. He returned to his residence, intending to fuse with the next god-demon part. At this moment, the Heaven's Legacy race member who had led the way said, "Lord Chen, the First Elder has instructed that if you wish to fuse with the next god-demon part, please go to him. Lead the way." Xianxia did not think too much about it and casually replied. A few moments later, Xianxia arrived in a massive secret chamber. There were many Heaven's Legacy race members and automatons here. "Friend Chen, when you are fusing with the next god-demon part, please allow us to observe and gather relevant information. This is also a form of insurance." The First Elder had a questioning tone. Xianxia did not refuse. Since the Heaven's Legacy race had created this primal chaos god-demon king, it was the Heaven's Legacy race that understood these god-demon parts the most. Thus, Xianxia entered a sealed, transparent space. He took out the god-demon king's left arm and began to fuse with it. Bzzz. The Heart of Eternity unleashed a powerful suction force that enveloped the pitch-black arm. The aura of a god-demon seeped out, and ancient patterns appeared on its surface, releasing a powerful energy that surged in all directions. The god-demon king's left arm tried to break free and escape, but Xianxia easily suppressed it with his current strength and began to absorb it. At the border of the ancient god race's territory, the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor suddenly stopped. "This world is called the Origin world? What a vast and dazzling world. I can't help but want to personally destroy it all." The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor chuckled as if he was looking down on all things in the world. He suddenly spread open his arms, which were pitch black and covered in faint gray-white patterns. A dark mist of light seeped out of his body and spread to both sides, turning into 9 dark balls of light. At this moment, the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor's aura weakened, dropping to the middle god level. But the 9 balls of light twisted and expanded, turning into 9 black-robed figures that looked 70 to 80% similar to the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor. What was even more shocking was that the cultivation of these 9 black figures were all around the peak of the first heaven to the second heaven. Destroy and slaughter. The chaos destruction demon ancestor's eyes exploded with black light. The 9 figures respectfully bowed and scattered. In the sealed space, Xianxia used the Heart of Eternity to absorb the power of the God-fiend monarch's left arm. Outside, the Heaven's Legacy race members were stunned by Xianxu's actions. He's actually using this method to fuse fiend god parts. Then how did he obtain the power of the god-fiend parts? The Heaven's Legacy race members outside were flabbergasted. Generally speaking, other people would fuse the god-fiend parts with a certain part of their body. After a long time, they would fuse together. In fact, Xianxu's Heart of Eternity was fused in this way. But after that, Xianxia used the Eternal Heart to directly absorb the other god and demon parts. He hadn't expected the Heaven's Legacy race to be so shocked at this sight. The Heart of Eternity has many unknown possibilities. Perhaps the Heart of Eternity absorbed the energy of other god and devil parts, and also absorbed the related abilities and gifted them to him. The first elder's eyes were deep as he guessed. This possibility is indeed very high. The other Heaven's Legacy race members agreed. Primal Chaos God Demon Kings were created by the Heaven's Legacy race using the precious treasures of their previous universe as well as the treasures they found in this universe. The Heaven's Legacy race had a greater understanding of Primal Chaos God Fiend Kings than anyone else, but of all the parts of a Primal Chaos God Fiend King, the Heaven's Legacy race knew the least about the Eternal Heart. There were many things about this treasure that the Heaven's Legacy race had yet to discover. Now came the question. Could he reproduce the power of a chaotic god-fiend king using this method of absorption? The Heaven's Legacy race's initial plan was to perfectly fuse all the god-demon parts into a single vessel so that it could display the power of a chaos god-demon king. However, Xianxu's fusion method was completely different from their plans. Xianxu's god-fiend king's feet, blood, and had all used the Heart of Eternity to absorb all the energy and obtain the relevant abilities of the god-fiend parts. As a result, the Heaven's Legacy race was forced to change their plan and study the feasibility of Xianxu's method. The Heaven's Legacy race members were engaged in an intense discussion, but Xianxu could not hear them in the sealed space. The Heart of Eternity continued to absorb the power of the god-fiend king's left arm. Eh? Xianxu was surprised. This time, there seemed to be an accident during the absorption process. He discovered that the rate at which the Heart of Eternity absorbed the God-Fiend King's left arm had suddenly decreased. As time passed, the suction force emitted by the Heart of Eternity showed signs of dissipating. This made Xianxu very surprised. What was the problem, at this moment? The door to the sealed and transparent space opened. Little friend Chen, you can stop for a while. After the Grand Elder spoke, other members of the Heaven's Legacy race came to examine Xianxu. The final conclusion was out. In the past, the Heart of Eternity was in a weak state, so it fell into a deep slumber. It needed to replenish itself through other fiend god components. But now, the Heart of Eternity's power has awakened. In other words, the Heart of Eternity doesn't need the energy of other god and demon parts to replenish itself. The First Elder explained to Xianxu. Based on his own experience and feelings, Xianxu believed that the First Elder's analysis should be correct. Because of this, the Everlasting Heart's ability to absorb the god and devil parts will be greatly reduced. In the end, it might not even be able to absorb them at all, because the Everlasting Heart will be completely awake and full of energy. The First Elder continued. Xianxu frowned. Directly absorbing the energy of the god and devil parts for his own use wasn't going to work. He needed to think of another way to fuse the god and devil parts. Then this god and devil parts, Xianxu looked at the god and devil king's left arm. Half of the god and devil king's energy had already been absorbed by the Heart of Eternity. As for the remaining half, the absorption rate was extremely low. Perhaps, as the First Elder said, it would be impossible to absorb it in the end. Right now, we can only change the method and fuse the god and devil parts with your body. The First Elder had already thought of a solution. This process won't be easy, but it's only relatively speaking. If you directly absorbed the energy of the god and devil parts before, it would probably be over in a short while. Xianxu nodded and accepted the new method. Comparatively speaking, both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. For example, the sorcerer god had a high degree of fusion with the god and devil parts, allowing him to fully utilize the power of the god and devil king's eyes. At the time, Qingyu didn't know how to precisely control the god and devil parts, so the power he could use was limited. Only by using multiple god and devil parts did he barely manage to resist. Qingyu's previous method of absorbing the energy of the god and devil parts was relatively simple and fast. Thus, Qingyu accepted the Heaven's Legacy race's arrangement and fused the god and devil king's left arm with his own. This process was rather long. North Sea, mermaid race whoosh, a black-cloaked figure descended. His face was cold and indifferent, and his eyes were dark and murderous. At this moment, a blue crystal palace floated on the water and flew toward them. It was filled with mermaids. A human? A female mermaid noticed the black-cloaked figure in the distant sky. This human is quite bold. He dares to barge into the mermaid race's territory alone. A tall mermaid covered in blue scales laughed. Imperial Lord Cloudwater, why don't we capture him and play with him? The other mermaid said with a smile. Okay. The blue-scaled mermaid nodded. Thus, the mermaid who made the suggestion immediately raised a massive wave and charged at the black-cloaked figure. His face was full of disdain as his sacred power surged in his hands. However, this mermaid hadn't even made a move. The black-cloaked figure's vertical pupils suddenly focused. It was like a hell of death, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A powerful divine soul intent blasted into the world, shaking the heavens. In the soul dimension, this mermaid suffered a destructive blow. Her star soul instantly exploded, and her body fell. Inside the crystal palace, many mermaids and the black-cloaked figure were thousands of li away, but their souls also seemed to suffer a destructive blow. All of them collapsed to the ground. Senior, please spare us. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us for offending you. The mermaids were terrified and kowtowed and begged for mercy. The black-cloaked figure's face was cold, and his expression was full of disdain as he flew over the crystal palace. Bang, the crystal palace exploded into dust. None of the living beings inside survived. This is just the beginning. The black-cloaked figure hoarsely said, his voice trembling with irrepressible excitement. His mission was to kill without restraint in the North Sea. When faced with an enemy he could not defeat, he would think of every possible way to provoke and start a war. Splash, he flew into the sea. At the same time, in various parts of the origin world, there were existences like him doing the same thing. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's 9 clones were all operating on the edge of the origin world. The first to suffer were the sea race, and at the start, the majority of the sea race believed that it was the work of the land races. In short, all the major races living on the edge of the origin world were thrown into chaos, death, and war raging. 1 year later, at the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters, while the Heaven's Legacy race was forging a supreme god, they were also paying attention to the situation in the outside world. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor has already begun. According to our intelligence, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor has 9 clones operating in the origin world. Right now, the borders of the origin world are already in chaos, but it's still not the time for us to take action. After all, it's just a few doppelgangers. If we expose our hiding place and the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor comes to kill us, everything will be over. The upper echelon members of the Heaven's Legacy race were discussing in the conference hall. Right now, all we need to do is restore the power of a primal chaos god demon king as quickly as possible and forge Qingyu into a supreme god. As long as we reach this step before the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, victory will be ours. The Grand Elder solemnly said. As for the 9 clones of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, we'll leave them to the major races of the origin world to deal with. We can't underestimate them. The Second Elder added. The discussion about the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor came to an end for now. Next was the discussion about the God and Devil parts. This was the most important part. There is still no information on the remaining 2 God and Devil parts. Just where is the Sorcerer God hiding, and where is the God and Devil King's torso? The atmosphere in the hall was rather heavy. There was no progress on the 2 God and Devil parts. How is the fusion between Qingyu and the God and Devil King's left arm? The Grand Elder asked. Reporting to Grand Elder, the fusion is going very smoothly. In another 2 or 3 months, it will be complete. Lord Qinyu is very compatible with the God and Devil parts. Perhaps it's because the Heart of Eternity absorbed a portion of the God and Devil King's left arm's energy. An upper echelon member in charge of this matter replied. Once the fusion is successful, immediately arrange for the next God and Devil part to be fused. The Grand Elder decisively said. The Heaven's Legacy race still had the right arm of the God and Devil King. Before Qinyu fuses with the God and Devil King's right arm, we have to find clues about the other God and Devil parts. The Grand Elder said in a heavy tone. The upper echelon members of the Heaven's Legacy race all nodded. With the meeting over, the Heaven's Legacy race began to get busy once more. In terms of leisure, Qinyu was the only one. He was lying in a pool of God and Devil liquid that the Heaven's Legacy race had concocted. The God and Devil liquid could strengthen the chaotic God-fiend body and increase the compatibility of the God and Devil parts with the body. At the same time, it could also nourish the God and Devil parts. In addition, the God and Devil liquid contained rich Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, which was also beneficial to Qinyu's cultivation. One could say that each drop of God and Devil liquid was worth no less than a high-level God crystal. Right now, Qinyu was lying in a pool of God and Devil liquid. It was said that in ancient times, when the chaotic God-fiend king was broken apart, the Heaven's Legacy race had been planning to recreate the chaotic God-fiend king. It was also at that time that they began to concoct the God and Devil liquid. This was the result of countless years of accumulation, the accumulation of endless resources and wealth. 2 months later, the God and Devil King's left arm was successfully fused. Qinyu sensed that his cultivation was only a step away from the third heaven. Lord Qinyu, you can first get used to your current state. We will arrange for you to fuse with the God and Devil King's right arm as soon as possible. A member of the Heaven's Legacy race respectfully said. In the center of the origin world, in the territory of the Diablo Precantator race, there was a forbidden ground called the Void Demonic Flame Zone. This was a space of shattered nothingness, and destructive demonic flames burned everywhere. It was rumored that in all of history, no more than 100 people had entered this forbidden ground, and the number of people who had returned alive could be counted on one hand. Some people even called the Void Demonic Flame Zone the most dangerous forbidden ground in the origin world. Even a higher god would most likely die if they entered, but the reason people constantly went there was a rumor that the Void Demonic Flame Zone hid the demon Sky Divine Flame, ranked first on the True Fire Spirit ranking. On this day, outside the Void Demonic Flame Zone, a 50-foot-tall black figure stood, his black robes fluttering in the wind and his expression cold and aloof. He stared into the distance at a dark forbidden space, and black flames pulsed within it. Broom, suddenly, the entire Void Demonic Flame Zone began to tremble, and then it exploded with terrifying demonic flames. The abnormal activity of this dangerous forbidden ground alarmed all living beings within a million li whoosh. Within the Void Demonic Flame Zone, black flames gathered. In the depths of the darkness, there was a 50-foot-long pitch-black lotus that burned with faint black flames. The Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus, you really did leave it here. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor indifferently said. The Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus flew to the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's feet and took him away. This was his life-bound divine artifact. When he was heavily injured, he had left it in the origin world, and now the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had retrieved it. With the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus in hand, his strength would greatly increase. In addition to that, his 9 clones were constantly slaughtering and destroying, constantly healing his injuries and increasing his strength. It won't be long before the entire origin world will tremble beneath my feet. After the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus was taken away, the demonic flame realm became restless. Space turbulence raged, and the entire Forbidden Land expanded further. The strange phenomenon here had already alarmed many experts of the Diablo Precantator clan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, cultivators of the Diablo Precantator clan arrived. What happened in the demonic flame realm? The change in this Forbidden Land might lead to the birth of an opportunity. The legendary demonic Sky Divine Flame may appear. The demonic Sky Divine Flame was the strongest True Fire Spiritual Flame ranked first on the True Fire Spiritual Flame list. It had the power to burn and destroy everything. Before long, the core members of the Diablo Precantator clan arrived. The two heavenly unity experts shocked everyone present. The Diablo Precantator clan had a long history, second only to the ancient god clan. The two heavenly unity experts of the Diablo Precantator clan looked at the demonic flame realm with dark eyes and performed a secret technique at the same time. A day later, one of the heavenly unity experts opened his eyes and said in horror, "Crisis, great crisis." He never expected that his deduction of the changes in the demonic flame realm would lead to such a result. Could it be that the changes in the demonic flame realm would lead to a great change? Not only that, but when he opened his eyes, he found that the demonic flame realm in the distance had calmed down and gradually shrunk. This forbidden land seems to be disappearing. Another Diablo Precantator clan elder said. Your attainments in Fate Tao are slightly higher than mine. What did you deduce? The result of my deduction is that it's a world-ending crisis. When these words were spoken, the other elder's body trembled with disbelief. 10 days later, the demonic flame realm completely disappeared. A rumor was born, a God-stayed Almighty had sneaked into the demonic flame realm and obtained the demonic sky divine flame, which ranked first on the true fire spiritual flame list. This person might become a supreme god of the main world in the future. The return of the two high-level members of the Diablo Precantator clan alarmed the clan. After many divination masters, they all came to the conclusion that a world-ending crisis was coming. The entire Diablo Precantator clan panicked. The Diablo Precantator clan was a descendant of gods and demons, second only to the ancient god clan and one of the super forces. All the high-level members of the Diablo Precantator clan deduced day and night. Finally, a senior member deduced that the world-ending crisis was related to the war at the edge of the main world. Therefore, almost half of the experts of the Diablo Precantator Tao were dispatched to investigate and spread the news. In the Heaven Race. The process of fusing with the right arm of the demonic god. After all, Xianxia had already fused with 6 god parts, and the God King's right arm would be the 7th. Before fusing with the God King's arms, Xianxia already possessed the strength to contend against a high god. Now that he had fused with the God King's arms, his offensive power and cultivation base had improved tremendously. Among high gods, his strength was at least above average. This was Tao Demon Ancestor, Demon Ancestor. Ancestor Tao. Tao, and Tao God. Tao God. He had never asked about the situation in the outside world, but he guessed that it wasn't too good. At this moment, the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor might already be stirring up trouble. In fact, that was indeed the case. Demon Ancestor Tao Demon Ancestor's 9 clones were all powerful. They were constantly killing and stirring up conflict. Moreover, these clones had room to grow, and their cultivation and strength could be increased. A year passed. The major races of the main world naturally sensed that something was wrong. In fact, all the major races and forces had masters who cultivated the path of fate. With their abilities, they could divine the path of fate. If not for the fact that Demon Ancestor Tao of Chaos had such an extraordinary background that the divination of these Fate Tao masters was greatly disrupted, the main world would have been on guard and killed the Demon Ancestor as soon as he descended. At this moment, the Heaven's Legacy race's Grand Elder stepped forward. The world-ending crisis, Demon Ancestor Tao Demon, must end everything in 5 years. As a super-intelligent race, the Heaven's Legacy race had an extremely deep understanding of the Fate Tao. Given the current circumstances, the Grand Elder's words received the approval of almost everyone. The Grand Elder began to make preparations to unite the major races to fight against Demon Ancestor Tao Demon. This was not easy, but someone had to do it. At first, the Grand Elder's proposal was not ideal. Only a small portion of the races responded. This was within the Heaven's Legacy race's expectations. The major races of the main world, including the super races, had been at peace for far too long and did not feel that anything could threaten them. The major races set up their own camps and carried out related extermination operations. However, Demon Ancestor Tao Demon's clones were too powerful and crafty. They would often counterattack and escape before danger arrived. 2 years later, Demon Ancestor Tao Demon appeared for the first time and personally slaughtered an entire race. This race had 7 Divine Realm experts, 3 of whom were Peak First Heaven experts, but they were completely powerless against Demon Ancestor Tao Demon. In just half a day, the entire race was mercilessly slaughtered, with not a single survivor. The main world was completely shaken. The experts of the various races all took action, but demon ancestor Dao Demon was nowhere to be found. However, the experts of the various races found the traces left behind by the demon sky divine flame where demon ancestor Dao Demon had slaughtered, the chaos of the main world, the appearance of a mysterious expert, and the demon sky divine flame ranked first on the true fire spiritual flame ranking, made the divine realm experts of the super races feel a powerful threat. Many divine realm experts that had lived for countless years judged that if the current situation continued, demon ancestor Dao Demon would possess the strength of a supreme god. At present, no one in the main world had the strength of a supreme god. Then, who would be able to fight against demon ancestor Dao Demon? More large races, including the super races, responded to the Heaven's Legacy race's joint plan. On this day, Xianxia came out of seclusion. The God Demon King's right arm has been successfully fused. It's finally the 7th God Demon part. A nearby Heaven's Legacy race member said. The amount of God Demon liquid in the pool had been reduced by more than half. Xianxia slowly stood up. His body was tall and straight, and his skin was covered in faint ancient patterns. Every inch of him seemed to be filled with terrifying power. Lord Xianxia, the God Demon King's right arm has been fused. How do you feel? The Heaven's Legacy race member asked. Very good. Xianxia replied indifferently. Swish, the next moment, he used his 3rd-level spatial laws and teleported away. Lord Chen? The Heaven's Legacy race members hurriedly called out as they looked around, but they discovered that Xianxia was no longer around. It had to be said that this was a secret research facility, protected by multiple arrays. Even a higher god would need to expend a great deal of effort to break in, but Xianxia had silently and easily left. It wasn't as if Xianxia had done nothing during the process of fusing with the God Demon part. His space law had reached level 3, and his wood, metal, water, and fire laws had all reached level 2.5. Besides that, when he fused with the God Demon King's right arm, his cultivation broke through level 3 and became a higher god. After leaving the research facility, Xianxia sent out his divine sense and discovered that the Grand Elder was at the summit of a massive mountain, playing chess with the Second Elder. Swish, with another instant movement, he appeared next to the Grand Elder. How does it feel to be a higher god? The Grand Elder seemed to have expected this and asked with a faint smile. It's not as joyous as I imagined. Xianxia honestly replied. That's because you still have a burden on your shoulders. The Grand Elder sighed. Thinking back to the time when Xianxia won in the Plain of Storms and obtained the God Demon King's feat, he no longer had to live in fear and worry all day long. His joy back then was probably even greater than now. What's the situation with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor now? Xianxia asked solemnly. He rarely makes a move, but according to our speculations, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's cultivation should have reached level 3. The Second Elder said in a low voice. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Compared to the first time he met the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, his strength did not seem to have improved much. But then he realized that things were not so simple. His strength is close to level 3, and he has also retrieved the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus, a great killing weapon. I'm afraid no one in level 3 can kill him. In addition, his 9 doppelgangers are all stronger than ordinary second heavens. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression immediately darkened. So he once split into 9 doppelgangers, causing his strength to decline. But in just a few years, he has not only recovered his original strength, but even surpassed it. This speed is too fast. His strength was almost invincible at level 3, and he had 9 second heavens doppelgangers. The overall strength of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was already very terrifying. Is there still no news of the Sorcerer God and the God Demon King's torso? Xianxia asked again. According to the Heaven's Legacy race, if the Origin World's mighty figures could not eliminate the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, they could only rely on the God Demon parts. But now, there was still no news of the last 2 God Demon parts. The 2 elders shook their heads and sighed, not answering. Since that's the case, there's no point in me staying here. Let me participate in the killing operation. Although Xianxia asked a question, his attitude was clear. That's not good. The Second Elder shook her head. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor definitely knew of the Heaven's Legacy race's plan. Would he not be prepared? The second elder was worried that the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor would target Xianxia after he left. She did not believe that Xianxia could fight the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor with his current strength. With my current strength, even if I can't defeat the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Xianxia analyzed rationally. The feet of a god demon king were excellent tools for escaping. Go. The strength of a chaos god demon king needs to be improved in battle. The Grand Elder thought for a few moments before agreeing with Xianxu's idea. In truth, he also thought that Xianxia, who had the heart of eternity and had fused with 7 god demon parts, might have a chance of finding clues to the other god demon parts. Right now, as long as he fused with all the god demon parts and obtained the power of a supreme god, he could completely eliminate the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor. After bidding farewell, Xianxia prepared to return to the human race. There were many races and factions near the human race, but none of them were very strong. There was a high chance that they would become targets for the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor's clone. Xianxu's goal was to kill the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor's clone, weaken the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor's strength, and buy some time. Not long after Xianxia left, Grand Elder, there's news of the Sorcerer God. An upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race hurried over. Where is he? The Grand Elder was slightly excited. After so many years, there was finally news of the Sorcerer God. As long as he obtained the Sorcerer God's God Demon King's eyes, together with the Heart of Eternity, the possibility of finding the last God Demon part would greatly increase. It is said that someone found traces of the Sorcerer God near the southern Jade Territory. The Heaven's Legacy race immediately reported. The human race is also in the south, not too far from the Jade Territory. Perhaps Xianxia will come into contact with the Sorcerer God on this trip. This kid is really fated with the God Demon parts. Looks like we still have hope. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder's eyes flashed. As soon as he left the Heaven's Legacy race, Xianxia received a message from the Grand Elder, saying that there were traces of the Sorcerer God in the southern region of the Origin World. There's finally a clue? Xianxia faintly smiled. This was indeed good news. According to the Heaven's Legacy race's speculations, the God Demon King's eyes combined with the Heart of Eternity would be extremely helpful in finding the last God Demon part. This meant that as long as he obtained the God Demon King's eyes, the last God Demon part would not be far away. Xianxia would have a high chance of obtaining Supreme God-level power before the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor. Then victory would be in their hands. As for the Sorcerer God, in the past, he was indeed powerful. Xianxia could only barely keep himself alive, let alone snatch the God Demon King's eyes. But the present was different. Xianxia had already fused with 7 God Demon parts. His control over the God Demon parts was no less than the Sorcerer God's. One had to know that the Sorcerer God only controlled the eyes of a God Demon King, but Xianxia could control 7 God Demon parts to this level. How strong was Xianxia now? He did not know. Because he had been in seclusion for too long, he had improved too much. Half a year later, on the road, Xianxia once again received a message from the Heaven's Legacy race's Grand Elder. Young friend Chen, through some clues and fate Dao divination, it seems that several clones of the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor are heading to the southern region of the Origin World. The Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's clones are about to make a big move. Or perhaps your information has been leaked, and the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor will attack you. The latter is unlikely. If the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor dares to show himself, the Origin World's power is enough to defeat him. After listening to the Grand Elder's message, Xianxia fell into deep thought. At present, the major factions of the Origin World had the advantage. Once the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's tracks were exposed, the major race's experts would mobilize in full force, and they would have a high chance of defeating him. Moreover, there were already many God Realm experts paying attention to the southern region of the Origin World. If Xianxia encountered danger, they would immediately come to his aid. This means that the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's clones are about to make a big move. Xianxia murmured. If that was the case, then it was very likely that the human race would be in danger. Xianxia couldn't help but speed up. A month later, he successfully arrived at the human race. After returning to the human race and ensuring that there was no danger here, Xianxia would then search for the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor's clone. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had a total of 9 clones, and none of them had reached the level of a higher god. Killing his clones was also an effective way to weaken the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. It looks very peaceful. Xianxia's divine sense swept out in all directions, observing the current situation of the human race. Among the humans, the celestial sect was the only god-class force. With all the top forces of the human race gathered together, the human race would definitely be stronger than before. In addition, Xianxia's existence also intimidated some of the human race's external enemies. Almost all the races and factions of the origin world knew that the Heaven's Legacy race was working with Xianxia, and now that Xianxia had obtained even more god-demon body parts, his strength was immeasurable. As a result, the Silver Soul race and the Ancient Alliance, which had occupied the human race's Dead Soul Desert, restrained themselves and did not dare to actively provoke the human race. But most people thought that the Heaven's Legacy race wanted to obtain the power of a chaotic god-demon king. They did not know that the Heaven's Legacy race's true goal was to deal with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. On this day, Xianxia returned to the Celestial Sect. Only a few people in the sect who were on good terms with him knew of Xianxia's return, such as Xianxia's senior brother, Yi Luofeng, Master, and the Celestial Sect's Grand Elder. Why are you so low-key this time? The Celestial Sect Master was overjoyed to see Xianxia return to the human race and asked with a smile. He remembered that the first 2 times Xianxia returned to the Celestial Sect, he had also been low-key, concealing his identity, and no one knew of his existence. However, the second time he returned, he was very flamboyant. He directly appeared at the exchange event of the new disciples, shocking many major factions of the human race and the demon race. Later, he killed Patriarch Guangtong and took Goddess Icicle as his follower. Icicle God was currently overseeing the Celestial Sect. I'm just back to take a look. Maybe I'll leave immediately, Xianxia said briefly. Compared to the major factions of the origin world, the human race was not strong enough. Their intelligence was lacking, and they did not have a clear understanding of the crisis. Over the past few days, Xianxia had stayed in the Celestial Sect, mainly to accompany Yi Luofeng. Under his guidance, Yi Luofeng had successfully broken through a bottleneck and reached the late-stage mysterious Nether Realm. This speed could already be considered one of the best in the entire origin world. Only, compared to Xianxia, this speed was not even worth mentioning. Of course, if Xianxia cultivated normally, his cultivation would not be much higher than Yi Luofeng's. The key was that every time he obtained a divine demon body part, his cultivation would soar. It was equivalent to tens of thousands of years in seclusion. Is there something you're not telling me? Yi Luofeng's sharp senses sensed that something was wrong with Xianxia. The human race is doing well, but in reality, a crisis is descending on the origin world. My cooperation with the Heaven's Legacy race isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Xianxia told Yi Luofeng the truth. Yi Luofeng was given quite a fright after learning the truth, and it took her a long time to react. She had only heard that a divine realm almighty had slaughtered many low-level realms and had come to the origin world to start a massacre. He was provoking everyone, and many of the major races of the origin world had joined forces to deal with him. Only now did she realize how serious the situation was. There was actually such a terrifying enemy that was rapidly rising and threatening the survival of the origin world. Although the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor was still in hiding and had not truly interacted with the origin world, once he appeared, he would definitely have a high chance of overturning everything. So, you've shouldered so much. Yi Luofeng leaned against Xianxia's chest and caressed him, as if she couldn't bear it. I believe in you. You'll definitely succeed, she said softly. Xianxia kissed Yi Luofeng's forehead, picked her up, and placed her on the bed. After a few rounds, Xianxia finally let it go. After staying in the Celestial Sect for a few days, he planned to leave. Xianxia had to search for the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's clone and the Witch God. But when he flew out of Martial God Mountain, his divine sense detected a black-robed figure 10,000 miles away. This black-robed figure's target seemed to be the Celestial Sect, but after 10,000 miles, he seemed to sense something. His expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Qingyu had come into contact with Heavenly God Flag and even met the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor. At this moment, this black-robed figure gave Qingyu a feeling that was extremely similar to Heavenly God Flag, the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's clone. Qingyu immediately burst forth with intense killing intent. He slightly activated the God King's legs, and his figure instantly disappeared into the sky. In less than 10 breaths, Qingyu saw the black-robed figure fleeing in front of him. He was extremely fast, comparable to a level 3 heaven. After all, this was the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's clone. This black-robed figure's strength was definitely invincible. He came to the human race to attack the celestial sect just now. Qinyu's expression was cold. If he had not returned, would the human race have already been slaughtered by the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's clone? He could not let him off so easily. Qingyu activated the spatial laws to the fullest, instantly traversing tens of thousands of miles of the void and intercepting the black-robed figure. "Where do you think you're going?" he shouted coldly. The heavens shook and the earth rumbled. The wind howled in all directions, and a heavy and mighty divine might descended on this part of the world. In a radius of tens of thousands of miles, Qingyu became the absolute ruler. Not far away, the black-robed figure seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. He was bound to the spot and could not break free. "Qingyu." His expression was ashen, and he was extremely embarrassed. Qingyu and the black-robed figure had never met before, but the other party knew Qinyu's name. It was clear that the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor was not a madman who only knew how to kill. He was very smart and cautious, and he knew the Heaven's Legacy race's plan. Boom! The black-robed figure's body erupted with a torrential darkness divine power that surged in all directions, breaking free from the suppression of Qinyu's divine might. His cultivation was at peak second heaven, but with his powerful divine power and strange techniques, his strength approached that of a superior god. And the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor had 9 such clones. This clone is stronger than the intelligence reports said. It seems that the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's current strength cannot be measured by the intelligence reports. Qingyu observed his doppelganger. The moment the other party broke free from the suppression of the divine might and attempted to escape, Qingyu suddenly attacked. Rumble, black and white light surged out of his right arm. Ancient patterns appeared, and the aura of a god-fiend shook the heavens. A simple punch contained boundless god-fiend power that shattered the void. The power of this punch was daunting, as if it could not be blocked. "Is this the power of a god-fiend king's right arm?" the black-robed figure exclaimed in shock when he faced this attack. Buzz, he formed a hand seal, and divine power surged out. An ancient and evil totem gradually formed in front of him. This totem had a smooth surface, and it was like a giant shield in front of him. Boom! But the moment Qinyu's punch landed, the totem shield shattered. A ferocious fist beam smashed through the black-robed figure's chest, leaving a huge hole. A simple strike had severely injured the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's clone. One had to know that this clone's strength was infinitely close to that of a superior god. Yet, it was unable to resist the current Qingyu. As expected of an existence with the potential to fight against Master. The black-robed figure did not struggle anymore and revealed a faint smile. "Where are the other clones?" Qinyu's expression was cold as he questioned. He did not expect the black-robed figure to answer. He rapidly approached and activated the power of the God-Fiend King's head. As long as he completely devoured the black-robed figure, he would naturally be able to learn everything in his memories. Boom! Black and white light gathered around Qingyu, and a ferocious God-Fiend head appeared. It opened its bottomless black hole-like mouth and arrived in front of the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was very calm in the face of death. He did not panic at all. Devour. Qingyu quickly activated the power of the God-Fiend King's head and devoured the black-robed figure to prevent him from self-destructing. The black-robed figure was quickly devoured by the God-Fiend King's head. Soon, a memory surfaced in Qinyu's mind. There are 2 more clones nearby. Qingyu obtained the relevant information according to the black-robed figure's memory. However, Qingyu discovered that the black-robed figure's memory was not complete. It was as if it had been deliberately erased. This was definitely done by the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor. He just did not know what part of the memory that had been erased was. Jinyu did not have time to think about this. He needed to hurry up and kill the other two clones as soon as possible. Half a month later. In the territory of a foreign race near the human race. Jinyu flew rapidly, his divine sense covering the surroundings as he searched for traces of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's avatar. Found it. Jinyu discovered an aura similar to heavenly god flags in a mountain valley. Bang, he kicked out, and a massive dark kick aura smashed into the ground, destroying the entire valley and creating a crater nearly 10,000 feet wide. He showed no mercy against the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's avatar. Not dead? Jinyu sensed the violent fluctuations of that aura. His divine sense penetrated and saw two of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's avatars. Moreover, these two avatars were in the process of fusing. Currently, half of their bodies had fused. Whoosh, the two avatars that had not completely fused fled into the distance. Run. Hurry up. With his current strength, he can easily kill us. The two heads on the deformed body shouted in panic. They had already fused halfway, and their speed had truly reached the third heaven level. However, this speed was still meaningless in front of Jinyu. He used a bit of the power of the God Demon King's feet and chased after them at twice the speed. Boom, with a sweep of his foot, the world instantly darkened. The two avatars had no way to dodge and were struck by Jinyu's attack. The two avatars flew backward and smashed into the ground, their faces pale and their bodies broken. But at this moment, the two avatars successfully fused, turning into a black-robed man. His cultivation also broke through to the third heaven. It's finally done. The black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. That's perfect. I'll kill both of you so that I don't have to search for you one by one. Jinyu's expression was the same as ever. The black-robed man who had just broken through to the third heaven was slightly stronger than Fairy Divine Sound. And Jinyu had grown the fastest in the past few years in the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, Jinyu was the Heaven's Legacy race's secret weapon against the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Whoosh, after the fusion, the Avatar's cultivation broke through to the third celestial layer, but he did not fight with Jinyu. Instead, he continued to flee. At this moment, his speed was much faster than before, and his ability to deal with Jinyu had also greatly improved. Jinyu's killing intent towards the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's clone was intense. He didn't have the patience to continue chasing after it. He activated the power of the God-Fiend King's right leg and right arm, and his speed instantly increased explosively. Die. Jinyu waved his right arm, causing the sky to change color and the void to shatter. The arms of the demonic God King possessed incomparably terrifying destructive power. They could simply and directly crush everything. Rumble, the giant black arm pierced through the void and struck the black-robed man who was thousands of miles away, causing a shocking explosion. The dark storm continued to expand, and everything within a radius of several tens of thousands of feet was reduced to ashes. This attack is already capable of easily heavily injuring ordinary high gods. Jinyu felt the power of the God-Fiend Monarch's right arm and marveled inwardly. This was the first time he had used the God-Fiend King's right arm with all his might. The black-robed man's tattered body flew out of the storm. His face was scorched black and completely disfigured, giving him a savage appearance. But the black-robed man strangely chuckled. Cough, cough, Jinyu, I underestimated you, but you've already lost. What do you mean? Jinyu suddenly had an ill foreboding. The alliance to resist the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was established in the territory of the Winged Race. The race with the largest territory in the origin world was unquestionably the Winged Race. At present, half of the factions in the origin world had joined this alliance. The Heaven's Legacy race's main camp was here, and the majority of the experts of the other factions that had joined the alliance had also been transferred here. However, this organization was currently in chaos, primarily because it was a leaderless group. Not even the Heaven's Legacy race could do anything about this. Once Jinyu has the strength of an invincible high god, our race will have the confidence to sit on the position of commander of the alliance. The Grand Elder began to plan for the future. If the Heaven's Legacy race could command the strength of the entire origin world, everything would be much easier. Alas, this was a world where strength spoke, and there were far too many powerful races in the origin world. The Heaven's Legacy race could only hope that Xianxia could quickly grow stronger. Suddenly, the Grand Elder and Second Elder, who were playing chess, sensed danger and immediately began to calculate. 3 seconds later, the Grand Elder and Second Elder stared at each other in shock as they blurted out, "Not good." Rumble. At this moment, there was a deafening boom, and the entire dimension around the Heaven's Legacy race seemed to sway. Outside the secret realm, a 50-foot-tall figure stood atop a lotus platform blazing with black flames. His face was dignified and solemn, and his lips curled into a faint smile. "Destroy the Heaven's Legacy race," the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor ordered. Behind him, the divine power of his 6 clones surged out, instantly dyeing the sky black and obscuring the sun and moon. "Not good. We're under attack. The little world is under attack. Immediately counterattack. Reporting. The automatons and large warships have been completely wiped out." A series of hurried voices rang out. "Focus on defense. Retreat." The Grand Elder anxiously barked the order. I really didn't think that the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor would attack so quickly." The Second Elder shook his head and sighed. The Grand Elder thought for a few moments before saying, "We've fallen for his trap." The Heaven's Legacy race speculated that the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor would return to the origin world after regaining the strength of a paramount god. It wasn't just the Heaven's Legacy race. The experts of the other races also thought the same. After all, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor rarely appeared, always moving around with his clones. He gave off an extremely cautious aura. But in reality, this was just a facade that the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had put on. He truly was cautious, but he was also decisive, and he could also go crazy. Suddenly attacking the Heaven's Legacy race when the time was not ripe was actually a method that could produce surprising results. Whoosh, a white-haired elder slowly walked out from the depths of the Heaven's Legacy race's forbidden ground. His hair was white, and his eyebrows and beard were so thick that they covered almost 2/3 of his face. "Patriarch." The First Elder and the Second Elder bowed to the old man. "It seems like he's learned his lesson. He doesn't play by the rules and has schemed against us." The Patriarch's raspy voice resounded. He was nearing the end of his lifespan and had used a special method to survive until now. Under normal circumstances, he would never appear. But in the face of extermination, the Patriarch had no choice but to appear and preside over the situation. "Lord Patriarch is correct. We all believed that the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor would care more about the God-Demon parts. We didn't think that he would skip over the God-Demon parts and attack our race." The Grand Elder shook his head and sighed as he reflected on his mistake. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor naturally cared about the God-Demon parts. These were things that could threaten him, but the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor knew that it would be very difficult for him to obtain them again. In ancient times, when the Chaos God Demon Kings were first created, they had been destroyed by him. This time, it would not be so easy. Even if the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor could win against Xianxia now, the chances of him killing Xianxia were very small. Since that was the case, why should he continue to worry about this? His plan to attack the Heaven's Legacy race and recreate the Chaos God Demon King would definitely be affected. And the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor would grow stronger through this battle and recover the power of a supreme god even faster. In the outside world, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's lips curled up. "As long as I obtain the power of a supreme god faster than that human brat, everything will be settled." It was precisely because of this that the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor did not continue to focus on the god-demon parts. Instead, he used his 3 clones to hold down Xianxia. After all, the current Xianxia was extremely powerful, and the Chaos God Demon body was one of the methods that could counter his power. Kaboom! In front of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, streams of black light swirled, faintly forming the shape of a lotus. However, it was a lotus of destruction, brimming with frenzied and murderous energy. Boom! Bang! This chaotic lotus of destruction rotated as it floated out, shattering the void and leaving behind dozens of spatial cracks. In the end, this lotus of destruction crashed into the dimension where the Heaven's Legacy race was located. All the energy contained within it exploded, transforming into a black sun that could devour all things. When the darkness dissipated, the dimension where the Heaven's Legacy race was located had been blasted open. Let's go see, an old friend. The evil smile on the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's face deepened. When the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor and his 6 clones entered the spatial gap, ahead of them were 5 massive warships gleaming with cold metallic light. They had countless metal holes that were aimed at the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Kaboom, the metal holes flashed and suddenly spat out dazzling beams of light. In an instant, thousands of beams of destruction shot toward the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. An old friend's hospitality is still so warm. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor smiled, the killing intent in his eyes intensifying. In his carelessness, the Heaven's Legacy race had seized the opportunity to nearly kill him. This grudge could finally be avenged, on the other side, in a massive pit in the desert. The black-robed man only had half his body left, and he lay on the ground on his last breaths. "What did you mean by what you said before?" Xinyu coldly asked. His divine might turned into a massive mountain that crushed down, causing the black-robed man to vomit blood. "Even if you don't say, I'll know soon enough." Xinyu immediately activated the power of the God Demon King's head, preparing to devour the black-robed man's soul and pry into his memories. Cough, cough, cough. "Kiki, forget it. I'm dead for sure. I have no other way to delay you, so there's no harm in telling you." The black-robed man smiled wickedly in the face of death. "The 3 of us clones were just bait. We lured you here and delayed you. However, your strength exceeded our expectations. Even with the fusion of 2 clones and their 3rd heaven cultivation, they couldn't last more than half a day against you. You do have the potential to fight against Master, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance," the black-robed man slowly said. His expression became increasingly smug, and his smile became more savage. And Xinyu finally understood, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's target was not him but the Heaven's Legacy race. At this moment, Master has officially declared war on the origin world. The Heaven's Legacy race is the first sacrifice. Who will be the second? Master's slaughter will not stop. He will not stop killing until he becomes a supreme god, ha ha ha. If Xinyu rushed back now, he would definitely not make it in time. Moreover, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's strength would continue to rise through the slaughter, and he would eventually become a supreme god. If Xinyu could not gather the God Demon King's body parts, obtain the power of a Chaos God Demon King, and become a supreme god, how could he resist the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor? The words of the black-robed man before his death had a considerable impact on Xinyu. He and the Heaven's Legacy race believed that they still had time to prepare, but the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had already attacked the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters. Right now, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was not in peak condition. Logically speaking, this was not the best time to strike. But the Heaven's Legacy race's plan had not been completed, and the origin world was not united. In comparison, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's bold attack was actually the best decision. Ha ha ha, Xinyu, when Master possesses the power of a supreme god, he will crush you like an ant. The black-robed man laughed. Die. Xinyu's eyes were piercingly cold. He activated the power of the God-fiend King's head, opened his bottomless black hole mouth, and swallowed the black-robed man. After the God-fiend King's head devoured the soul, Xinyu obtained the black-robed man's memories and confirmed that he wasn't deliberately lying to him. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had indeed made his move. The 3 doppelgangers were there to lure Xinyu. What should we do now? Xinyu was at a loss. At his current stage, even if he fused with 7 fiend god parts, he would still not be a match for the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Moreover, he needed time to rush back. By that time, how strong would the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor be? If the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was strong enough to kill Xinyu, he would definitely eliminate Xinyu as soon as possible. Xinyu could only hope that the high gods of the origin world would be able to stop the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. What he needed to do now was to search for the remaining 2 god-fiend parts. He might even be able to fight for a chance of survival. Within the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor and his 6 clones clashed with the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race was not skilled in battle, but they were able to maintain a transcendent status in the origin world because they naturally had something to rely on. The Heaven's Legacy race had been stockpiling automatons and god-level automatons for countless years. They did not fear death and possessed supreme combat power. In addition, there were many special weapons, including large warships, as well as many defensive measures. For this reason, the Heaven's Legacy race was able to deal with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestors' attacks. However, the situation was still one-sided. Against the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor and his 6 clones, the Heaven's Legacy race's methods were broken one by one, resulting in heavy losses. It didn't take long for the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor to reach the core territory of the Heaven's Legacy race. At that time, the shockwaves of the battle would be enough to raze this place to the ground, destroying the countless years of the Heaven's Legacy race's efforts. Activate the destroyer battleship. The Patriarch's face was grim as he gave the order. The strongest power the Heaven's Legacy race had researched was the primal Chaos God Fiend King, and they had used up almost all of their precious treasures. Other than that, there was the destroyer battleship. Rumble, the metal buildings on the ground shook, and a few cracks appeared on the ground, revealing 3 ferocious-looking black giant warships. It could be seen that the destruction battleship was covered in densely packed metal holes. It was practically fully armed, with a more aggressive and destructive nature. The Heaven's Legacy race members all boarded the destroyer warship. Boom, the first destroyer battleship suddenly moved. The entire battleship flashed with a brilliant light, and all of its weapons were activated as it launched an attack. A dark pillar of light several hundred feet thick stirred up a frenzied storm that pierced through the world, causing all things to lose their color. The Heaven's Legacy race's destruction battleship could instantly unleash a power that could threaten a third heaven. Of course, each attack consumed an enormous amount of energy, and the destruction battleship could only unleash attacks at the higher god level. In terms of overall strength, it was inferior to a true higher god. Rumble, the full power attack of the destruction battleship pierced through space, blasting a hole in the spatial barrier. I've taken apart quite a few of these things in the past. After so many years, besides the primal Chaos God Fiend Kings, your Heaven's Legacy race doesn't seem to have anything new. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's voice came from the other side. He quietly stood on the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus. This powerful divine artifact possessed the Demon Sky Divine Flame for offense, and it was ranked first on the True Fire Spirit Flame ranking. In addition, the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus was also extremely outstanding in terms of defense and speed. Just now, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had used the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus to instantly retreat, causing the destruction battleship's attack to miss. Attack! The Patriarch ordered again. The weapons of the other 2 destructive battleships were fully charged. They launched their attacks instantly. 2 beams of light that were hundreds of meters thick shot out. This time, the Heaven's Legacy race did not attack the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. After all, the other party was simply too strong, and he also possessed the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus. Unless he did not dodge, the destroyer warship would not be able to hit him. Thus, the Heaven's Legacy race set their sights on the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's clone. The strength of the doppelgangers was around the 2nd heavenly layer to the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer. One blow from the destroyer battleship could severely injure or even destroy it. Destroying the doppelgangers is also weakening the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's strength. The 2nd Elder said solemnly. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was a member of the Devil Sky God race. Just like the Heaven's Legacy race, he was an extraterrestrial race. He was even more terrifying than the Heaven's Legacy race, having destroyed many vast universes. The Heaven's Legacy race's original universe had been destroyed by the Devil Sky God race. The Devil Sky God race's various strange methods were unfathomable. These avatars could also be of great use. If one only focused on the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor and ignored these clones, it would be a huge mistake. Rumble, a dark pillar of light several thousand feet thick shot toward one of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's avatars. Under the threat of absolute power, this avatar could not resist and could only retreat in panic. However, how could his speed be faster than the destroyer battleship's attack? The dark pillar of light descended and was about to shatter his body. In the next moment, This avatar's aura suddenly changed, becoming ancient and boundlessly domineering. He calmly raised his hand. Darkness divine power surged out like water, spinning and expanding, forming a dark destructive storm that collided with the destroyer battleship's attack. Rumble, the two terrifying powers crazily rampaged, creating a massive explosion that spread out in all directions. In this clash, the avatar actually had the upper hand. "My avatar is very precious," he said with a cold expression. How could this be? How did his avatar suddenly become so strong? Some of the Heaven's Legacy race members exclaimed in shock. Because his avatar suddenly became the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. This is a secret art of the Devil Sky God race. He can instantly switch between his main body and avatar. The Heaven's Legacy race patriarch had a grave expression. He had heard of this secret art from the previous patriarch, and now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was even more shocked. With such a method, the Heaven Demon God race's survivability and difficulty could be imagined. That's right. There are such records in the ancient texts. This is the Devil Sky God race's Devil Sky Undying Avatar. Only those who reach the God realm can cultivate it. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor has already cultivated it to the 9th level and can create 9 such avatars. The Grand Elder recalled the contents, and his expression became increasingly ugly. It was already extremely difficult to deal with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Now that he had such a divine ability, the difficulty of killing him had multiplied. It could be understood that the 6 avatars present could transform into the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor at any time. Only by killing the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor and all his avatars could they truly eliminate him. Kill. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's killing intent was intense. His eyes flashed with a cold black light that made one shudder. The Heaven's Legacy race members felt that the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had suddenly been angered. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor and his 6 avatars flew in the sky and attacked the destroyer battleship. The attacks of the destroyer battleship were truly terrifying and could threaten a third heaven, but their flaws were very obvious. They were too clumsy, and there was a gap between attacks. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor and his 6 avatars relied on their advantage of agility. After a few attacks, one of the destroyer battleships was reduced to a pile of scrap metal and crashed to the ground. My other 3 avatars died so quickly. It seems like that human strength has surpassed my expectations. However, victory is still mine. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor felt a hint of urgency, and his killing intent intensified. He would not allow another failure. He would take into account any unfavorable factor. Jinyu had immense potential and was a threat. Thus, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor would kill and destroy with even greater fervor. He would recover from his injuries even faster and increase his strength until this unfavorable factor no longer existed. Kill. Destroy the Heaven's Legacy race. The avatars continued to attack. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's avatars could also increase their strength through destruction. Bang! The second destroyer battleship suffered another heavy blow and crashed to the ground. The last remaining destroyer battleship of the Heaven's Legacy race flashed with resplendent light as if it was about to attack. But the moment this light shot out, it did not seem to have much destructive power. Instead, it increased the destroyer battleship's speed. We're no match for him at all. In less than an hour, our race was defeated. The Patriarch gave a deep sigh. Fortunately, the Heaven's Legacy race was prepared. One of the destroyer battleships had been specially modified. The destroyer battleship they were riding on not only possessed powerful offensive capabilities, but its weapons could also be instantly converted into propulsion devices for escape. Bang! The battleship seemed to transform into a thick bolt of pitch-black lightning. With a flash, it smashed through the barrier between realms and fled. Whoosh! The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor stood on the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus as he pursued. 4 of his avatars followed behind while the other 2 remained behind. They planned on exterminating all living beings in the Heaven's Legacy race's main camp and completely obliterating this place. On the other side, I don't know where the God Demon King's body is hidden, but according to the Heaven's Legacy race's intelligence, the Sorcerer God might be nearby. Let's search for the Sorcerer God first. Time was of the essence, so Qinyu immediately took to the air and prepared to move. But at this moment, a black-cloaked figure appeared in the distance. A robed figure slowly emerged, his entire body shrouded in a robe. Bzzz. Bzzz, a pair of gold and silver eyes appeared within the hood, seemingly able to see through all things. Chen Yu. The sorcerer god said in a hoarse voice. The sorcerer god. Chen Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected the sorcerer god to come looking for him. This was perfect. There was no time left. He was determined to obtain the sorcerer god's god-demon king's eyes, but when he thought about it, the god-demon king's eyes had the ability to sense danger and foresee the future. If there really was danger, why would the sorcerer god walk right into the trap? Did the sorcerer god have something to rely on? Qinyu couldn't help but be wary. Although he had grown enormously, the sorcerer god could not be underestimated. The Heaven's Legacy race rode the destroyer warship and fled the secret dimension, vanishing into the horizon like a thick bolt of pitch-black lightning. Quick, look for the encampment of the major forces nearby. Seek reinforcements from the insectoid base. Ask the winged race for help. Inside the warship, it was a mess. It was simply too dangerous and terrifying. Under the threat of death, who could remain calm, the clan leader unleashed his immense divine might, instantly suppressing everyone present. Then, he said, "Southeast." Buzz, suddenly, a huge light screen unfolded in front of everyone, displaying a map of a radius of over 100,000 kilometers. On the map, 2 dots of light, one black and one white, were faintly flashing as they approached the Heaven's Legacy race. The white specks of light in the southeast should be the High God reinforcements. The black speck of light chasing after him represented the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. By the looks of it, High Gods have come to reinforce us. The Grand Elder let out a long breath. The moment the Heaven's Legacy race encountered a powerful foe, they immediately sent out a distress signal. Furthermore, it was impossible for no one to notice the earth-shattering battle here. The white specks of light drawing closer were the High Gods who had come to reinforce them. In addition, the alliance against the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor was established in the winged race's territory. Many experts from each race were stationed there. The Heaven's Legacy race only needed to delay until the experts of the other races arrived to stop the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Reporting to the Great Elder, "We don't have much energy left to destroy the battleship," a Heaven's Legacy race member reported. The destroyer battleship attacked several times before and consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, a warship is an offensive weapon after all. If it's used to escape, it'll consume more energy and won't last long. Several upper echelon members of the Heaven's Legacy race appeared worried. On the other hand, the black dot of light that represented the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was rapidly approaching. The power of the Primordial Destruction Demon Ancestor made him invincible amongst those at the same level. Given the Supreme Divine Artifact, the Primordial Destruction Demon Lotus, his speed was virtually at the pinnacle of High Gods. The destroyer battleship was a weapon built for destruction. It was useless to use it to escape. Not only did it consume more energy, but it was also not perfect in terms of speed. Rumble, suddenly, heaven and earth shook. The sky behind him was filled with dark clouds. Black light surged within the clouds, forming a deep black hole. Hundreds of pitch-black balls of light suddenly shot out from the black hole, and with the will to destroy everything, they smashed towards the battleship. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's attack can still reach this place from a distance of 50,000 kilometers. A Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon member took in a deep breath. Massive black asteroids rained down from the sky, and the Heaven's Legacy race could only control the destroyer warship to dodge. Bang! 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 Black meteors continued to crash into the ground, causing the earth to crack and dust to fill the sky. Everything in the world seemed extremely weak under the attacks of the Chaos Destruction Demon Lord. Suddenly, the destructive battleship began to shake, and a series of hurried noises were heard. Not good, the left side of the battleship has been damaged. The speed of the destroyer battleship will be affected and will decrease by 20%. 20% might seem like a small amount, but in a life-and-death situation, it was so much that it was hard to accept. A few breaths later. Boom! The destructive warship suffered another attack from the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor. It shook violently, and cracks extended as its speed decreased. Heaven's Legacy Race, die. A voice filled with killing intent resounded through the heavens and earth. In ancient times, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor chased after the Heaven's Legacy Race and came to this universe. In his carelessness, he was heavily injured and had been in a deep slumber ever since. Finally, he had his revenge. Rumble. In the sky, a pitch-black ball of divine power descended like a black sun and smashed into the destructive warship. There was an explosion, and the destructive warship was deformed. In the end, it shattered into several pieces that fell to the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, less than 100 people of the Heaven's Legacy race managed to escape alive. Nearly 60% of the Heaven's Legacy race had died. Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, how dare you? The origin world is not a place for you to act so impudently. Suddenly, a dignified roar came from the distance. In the next instant, the sea of fire turned into a scarlet dragon that was 10,000 feet long. It pierced through the void and struck the distant Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Bang! Flames exploded, and waves of fire surged in all directions. A figure had appeared out of nowhere. He was 10 feet tall, covered in scarlet scales, and wore a long robe embroidered with fire. He had a pair of dragon horns on his head. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. The Grand Elder recognized him. The strongest races of the dragon race were the Yellow Dragon race, the Scarlet Dragon race, the Black Dragon race, the White Dragon race, and the Azure Dragon Sacred race. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch had been a superior god for 150,000 years and was extremely powerful. TSK, someone like you dares to stop me? The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor laughed sinisterly. The surging flames were quickly extinguished, revealing a huge pitch-black lotus platform. The lotus leaves around it were raised high, forming layers of protection. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor stood within, completely unharmed. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch frowned. Of the 5 strongest races of the dragon race, the Scarlet Dragon race and the Black Dragon race were known for their ferocity and dominance. His attack just now had not caused any damage to the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Of course, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was not very surprised. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was an existence that could bring destruction to the universe. Many of the major races of the origin world, including the super races, felt threatened. Die. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's killing intent surged as he instantly launched an attack. With him as the center, darkness spread across the world. Boundless divine power transformed into an attack that covered the sky and attacked the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. The moment he attacked, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch felt pressure and danger. I'm not his match. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was alarmed. But he did not need to defeat the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. He only needed to delay for a while and wait for reinforcements. Moreover, if he fled, the Heaven's Legacy race would definitely be destroyed, and he might not succeed. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded as the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch revealed his true form. He transformed into a 10,000-foot-long dragon that exuded a scorching divine might that could roast all things. He clashed with the pitch-black Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. The Heaven's Legacy race and the others immediately retreated to avoid being affected by the battle. Most of the Heaven's Legacy race had already been injured and immediately began to heal. Should we reinforce the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch? Someone asked. There's no chance. The Patriarch's tone was grave. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's 6 clones rapidly arrived. 3 of them attacked the Heaven's Legacy race, while the other 3 attacked the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. What? There are more clones? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was extremely surprised. He did not know about this when he received the Heaven's Legacy race's request for help. He was already at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. The addition of the 3 clones tilted the scales even more in his favor. Moreover, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was completely unaware of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's methods. As a result, he was repeatedly injured by the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. 7 or 8 bloody wounds had already appeared on his body. The difference is so great. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was alarmed and already had thoughts of retreating. He believed that even if he were to face a top-class higher god, he would be able to last for a long time without being defeated. But the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had already put his life in danger. Reinforcements arrived one after another, most of them from the Scarlet Dragon race, but none of them could interfere in the battle between higher gods. Suddenly, one of the second heaven clones of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor exploded with terrifying power. A black lotus flickered in and out of the pitch-black light, and it smashed into the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch's back. Ah! The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch screamed. A large hole had been blasted in his back, and he had almost been cut in two. His flesh and bones had been pulverized. That's not a clone? How could it be? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch paled in disbelief. But he had no time to think about this. Heavily injured, he could not fight back against the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Without another word, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch fled immediately. How could the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor let the heavily injured Scarlet Dragon Patriarch go? He immediately chased after him, and powerful attacks engulfed him. This chase lasted for 20 breaths of time. The fleeing Scarlet Dragon Patriarch felt a wave of divine power approaching. He was delighted. Reinforcements are here. But at the same time, he felt a sense of death. The Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus under the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's feet rapidly descended, releasing the Demon Sky Divine Flame. The space was burned and collapsed, and the Divine Flame quickly caught up to the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. No. I don't want to die. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch struggled with all his might. But the Demon Sky Divine Flame, ranked first on the True Fire Spirit Flame list, was extremely domineering. It burned everything in its path. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch's tail was instantly incinerated, followed by his body. In the end, the Divine Flame reached the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch's head. The screams came to an abrupt end. A higher god had fallen. Damn it, I'm too late. An angry voice rang out. A winged race figure appeared in the distance. The winged race was a super race in the origin world. They were extremely powerful. The winged race person who had arrived was also a higher god. Kikik. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor stared at the winged race higher god, his lips curling up. Everything was developing according to his expectations. The news of the sudden attack on the Heaven's Legacy race would definitely be exposed, and reinforcements would arrive. But reinforcements would not arrive at the same time. Some would arrive first. Then, he could defeat them one by one, killing them one by one, increasing his strength through slaughter. He could kill them one by one until no one could stop him. It seemed very risky, but the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor actually enjoyed this sense of urgency and excitement. On the other side, Xianxia was prepared to act. No matter what the sorcerer god was relying on, he had to obtain the god demon king's eyes as soon as possible. You want my eyes, right? The sorcerer god suddenly said, his tone very calm. That's right. Xianxia had a firm expression. I can give them to you. The sorcerer god's words greatly surprised Xianxia. You're willing to give them to me? Xianxia asked in response, not knowing what the sorcerer god was thinking. I'm ashamed to face these eyes. The sorcerer god sighed. The god demon king's eyes have the ability to sense danger and foresee the future. I actually received its instructions a long time ago. But I failed repeatedly and failed to kill the heavenly god flag, causing things to develop to this point. The sorcerer god slowly said, if I had killed the heavenly god flag from the start, the situation would be much better. It seems that your eyes have seen many things that ordinary people do not know. Xianxia was very curious as to what the sorcerer god's eyes had seen to cause him to make this decision. Giving away the body parts of a god demon king required immense courage. The sorcerer god nodded, acknowledging Xianxia's words. The Heaven's Legacy race created the Chaos God Demon Kings to deal with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Now that things had developed to this point, the God Demon King's eyes had naturally seen many future scenes. But the sorcerer god, who had obtained the God Demon King's eyes, had done nothing. He was also powerless now. The only way to remedy this was to give away the eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh, the sound of flesh tearing came from within the hood. A pair of gold and silver eyeballs floated in front of Xianxia. Xianxia could no longer absorb the godfiend parts directly. He needed to fuse them with his body parts. This process was rather slow and required some time. Xianxia did not have much time, so he immediately began refining. Fortunately, the owner of the godfiend king's eyes was still the sorcerer god. With the sorcerer god deliberately suppressing the godfiend king's eyes and cooperating with Xianxia, the fusion went rather smoothly. In just half a day, Xianxia had completed the fusion with the godfiend king's eyes. He slowly stood up. His left eye was golden and translucent, while his right eye was silver and deep, giving off an unfathomable sense of mystery. These are the godfiend king's eyes? Xianxia felt the brand new eyes. Everything in front of him had become completely different, brighter and more dazzling. Without the use of divine sense, his eyes could easily see through some things and see more fundamental existences. He looked into the distance and could see things 100,000 miles away. And these were just the minor abilities of the godfiend king's eyes. The biggest change was in his divine soul. It had become stronger and purer. Even some veteran superior gods had divine souls that were inferior to Xianxia's. At this moment, Xianxia's divine soul no longer had any shortcomings. As expected of the godfiend king's eyes. Among the godfiend parts, its value was second only to the heart of eternity. Of course, Xianxia could not fully use the godfiend king's eyes. Because he pursued efficiency, the fusion was average. He needed time to slowly adjust and adapt. Thank you. Xianxia admired the sorcerer god's willingness to offer the godfiend parts. What should I do next? The sorcerer god asked Xianxia. All the godfiend parts are now missing the godfiend king's torso. As long as I can obtain the godfiend king's torso, my strength will greatly increase, and my chaotic godfiend body will be close to perfection. According to the Heaven's Legacy race's speculation, my overall combat strength will reach the level of a supreme god, and I will be able to defeat the chaos destruction demon ancestor. Xianxia's eyes were brimming with vigor as he perked up. He regained some fighting spirit after obtaining the godfiend king's eyes so easily. Where is the godfiend king's torso? The sorcerer god asked. In his previous understanding, the heart of eternity and the demon king's torso were the most deeply hidden and mysterious. However, after meeting Xianxia, the godfiend king's torso was the most deeply hidden thing. Even with the Heaven's Legacy race's vast intelligence network, they couldn't find anything on the god-demon king's body. It's very good at hiding. But now I have an idea. We can try it. Xianxia smiled. The god-demon king's eyes, coupled with the heart of eternity, had a high chance of discovering the god-demon king's torso. But before that, he needed to familiarize himself with the godfiend king's eyes. In addition, his fusion with the godfiend monarch's eyes wasn't high, so the success rate would probably decrease. In the territory of the winged race, the battle continued. The heavily injured Heaven's Legacy race members were being pursued by the 3 Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor clones. Even after using all their methods, they could only barely hold on. On the other side, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had killed the Crimson Dragon Patriarch and encountered a winged race high god. The strength of the Crimson Dragon Patriarch is on par with mine. The winged race high god was extremely cautious and did not act rashly. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch's death was a living example. If he made the slightest mistake, he would probably suffer the same fate. Of course, if this winged race high god knew how quickly the Crimson Dragon Patriarch would die, he would probably have retreated already. Kakik, why aren't you running after seeing me kill the Crimson Dragon Patriarch? Your guts aren't bad. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor gave a sinister laugh. The winged race high god inwardly snorted. As a high god, one of the highest authorities in the origin world, being praised for having guts was actually an insult. Before he could speak, the divine power in the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's body began to seethe. Dark clouds of smoke roiled out of his body, instantly enveloping an area of 10,000 li and plunging the world into a pitch-black hell. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's taunt just now was just to provoke the winged race high god and then launch a sudden attack. The moment he attacked the Heaven's Legacy race, he had no path of retreat. He could only continue to advance, trampling over mountains of corpses and seas of blood to reach the summit. He was also very pressed for time, so he didn't really have the time to chat with the winged race high god. Bang! 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 In the darkness, 10 some indistinguishable balls of dark light condensed and attacked the winged race high god with lightning-fast speed. The winged race high god spread out his divine sense, relying on his incredible speed to dodge again and again the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's attacks. Although he wasn't injured, he was still shocked and under enormous pressure. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's attacks were simply too terrifying. If he was hit, he would pay a heavy price. Moreover, even with his speed, he couldn't fight back. This was even more shocking. ZZZT, the high god of the winged race fluttered his pitch-black wings. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of black feathers that resembled incomparably sharp blades gave rise to a mighty storm that swept in all directions. The winged race high god broke through the domain of darkness that enveloped the world, and the suppression he suffered disappeared. But at this moment, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's 3 clones caught up and joined the battle. Retreat! Without another word, the winged race high god chose to retreat, no longer fighting the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor head-on. Of course, he wouldn't let the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor kill wantonly. He only needed to maintain a distance and keep an eye on the other party. This kind of fighting style was indeed difficult for the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. Although he still had the absolute upper hand, this was meaningless to him. What he wanted was to kill the enemy. In a short while, a huge energy fluctuation came from afar. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's vertical eyes spun and contracted. After infusing his divine sense, he could see the situation within 100,000 kilometers in an extremely short time. He saw 4 huge warships sailing over. This was the reinforcements of the winged race. The winged race high god had arrived first, and they were about to arrive as well. To the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, the combat power of these warships was nothing. But this was a dangerous warning. The winged race's main force had arrived. Would the reinforcements of the other races be far behind? Kill! The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's expression was cold as he shouted, his killing intent penetrating to the bone. Whoosh! The Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus rushed out, releasing boundless Demon Sky Divine Flames as it spun. This is the Demon Sky Divine Flame? The winged race high god revealed a look of shock. The Demon Sky Divine Flame, ranked first on the True Fire Spiritual Flame list, had always been a legend in the main world. At this moment, he discovered that the Demon Sky Divine Flame was actually a divine weapons attack method. What kind of treasure was that Black Lotus platform? The grade of this treasure was definitely the highest among grade 3 god artifacts. It might even surpass grade 3 god artifacts. Rumble! The Demon Sky Divine Flame released by the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus transformed into a huge Black Lotus of Destruction in the void. The Black Lotus of Destruction broke free and burned everything in the world. Every lotus leaf on the lotus was so real. It slowly floated and gradually unfolded, like a ferocious beast that was about to bare its fangs and attack the winged race high god. Facing this Black Lotus of Destruction, the winged race high god couldn't think of any way to deal with it, so he could only retreat. At this moment, the 3 winged race warships arrived. There were many winged race experts on them, including weapons and offensive formations. Chief, we're here to help you. A shout came from the winged race warship. The winged race high god heaved a sigh of relief. With reinforcements, his pressure would be slightly reduced. But he still warned, be careful. Don't get too close to the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. This person's strength has reached the level of an invincible higher god. Unless many higher gods worked together, it would be difficult to kill him. Rumble! The winged race high god and reinforcements started a chaotic battle with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor and his clone. The void shattered, and a Black Lotus of Destruction flew everywhere, forcing the winged race high god to flee. Something's wrong. The winged race high god suddenly felt a sense of danger. This sense of danger came from the Black Lotus of Destruction. Although he wasn't hurt by it, he found that the Black Lotus of Destruction was slowly growing in size, and its petals were gradually opening as if danger was brewing. Your reaction is a bit slow. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's lips curled up as he said softly, explode. The black lotus of destruction instantly bloomed completely, and its size doubled. The huge divine power and the demon sky divine flame hidden deep inside suddenly exploded. This was one of the killing moves of the chaos destruction demon lotus. It consumed a lot of energy and couldn't be used continuously. But in order to kill as quickly as possible, the chaos destruction demon ancestor didn't hesitate to expose it. If he didn't solve the problem in front of him, when more reinforcements arrived, he would be the one defeated. Boom, the black lotus exploded, and the destructive storm formed by the demon sky divine flame expanded rapidly. The winged race high god's face was pale. He used a secret technique and quickly retreated, but the destructive black flames still caught up. The 3 warships of the winged race were also engulfed, and there was a loud explosion and miserable screams. Xianxia spent some time and used the witch god to familiarize himself with the eyes of the demon king. It's about time. He didn't have much time. Thump. Thump. Thump, the heart of eternity slowly beat with a strange rhythm, emitting a formless vibration that spread out and hid in the void. He was using the heart of eternity to sense the last part of the demon king. There was no reaction after a few breaths, which meant that the demon king's body was not nearby. Buzz, mysterious vortexes spun in Xianxu's eyes, and his eyes shone with gold and silver light, shining into the distance. At this time, Xianxu's eyes lost focus, and his vision seemed to penetrate everything in front of him, going to an unknown distance. He was also nervous, not knowing if this method could find the demon king's body. Suddenly, Xianxu's heart of eternity beat faster, and his eyes saw a blurry and distorted image. Found it! Xianxu shouted. The witch god beside him was also excited. As long as he obtained one more demon king's body part, Xianxu would have the power of a supreme god, and he would be able to save the situation. Xianxu was also excited. The image in his eyes gradually became clear, and some buildings appeared. Then, he saw a Zerg. In the next instant, the Zerg seemed to sense something, and he suddenly raised his head, releasing his divine power. The image in front of Xianxu's eyes instantly disappeared, and so did the heart of eternity. Where is the last demon king's body part? Let's go find it immediately. The witch god immediately asked. It's on the body of a Zerg, and this Zerg should be in the winged race's territory. Xianxu frowned, his voice low. If he was not wrong, the last demon king's body part was where Xianxu had left. And the chaos destruction demon ancestor was there, ignoring how long it would take to rush back. Once the owner of the demon king's body part appeared, or was discovered by the chaos destruction demon ancestor, he would definitely die. If this demon king's body part was destroyed, the plan to recreate the power of a chaotic demon king would fail. The joy of obtaining the godfiend king's eyes was immediately diluted. Xianxu had imagined the best-case scenario, which was that the godfiend king's torso wasn't far from him, and he could quickly obtain it. Now that they knew the whereabouts of the divine devil king's torso, it wasn't too far from Xianxu, but it was in the battlefield, near the chaos extermination demon ancestor. This made them extremely anxious. If the chaos destruction demon ancestor discovered the godfiend king's torso, he would definitely destroy it immediately. Let's go back to the battlefield. Xianxu couldn't stay here any longer. He had to return as soon as possible. Whether it was to obtain the godfiend king's torso, or to support the battlefield and prevent the godfiend king's torso from being destroyed by the chaos extermination demon ancestor. The sorcerer god nodded. He was also willing to participate. Xianxu let the sorcerer god enter the space inside the Darkwood Pearl. After all, his current speed was much faster than the sorcerer god's. Boom, he activated the godfiend king's feat, and his godfiend aura spread out. His speed instantly increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, Xianxu disappeared. You must make it in time. Xianxu thought. The journey was long, and he had just fused with the godfiend king's eyes. Therefore, Xianxu diverted most of his energy to adjust to the godfiend king's eyes and improve his fusion. Whoosh, he turned into a dark streak of light and flew across the void of space. As long as he confirmed his bearings and flew in a straight line without any mistakes, he could shift most of his attention to the godfiend king's eyes. After fusing with the pair of eyes, Xianxu's cultivation had improved. He was now close to the standard of a veteran high god. His divine soul had also improved tremendously. His soul was condensed, strengthened, pure, and transparent. But apart from that, the God-fiend king's eyes had also improved in other aspects. That was the innate talent of space and time. Back when Xianxia fought with the sorcerer god's space law was higher than Xianxu's, and his time law was even more difficult to deal with. Xianxia planned to take advantage of this time to comprehend a little and improve his spatial laws and time laws. However, splitting one's concentration to comprehend these things would be very inefficient, and it would even affect one's speed. However, the laws of space and the laws of time could increase Xianxu's speed, allowing him to return to the battlefield faster. In addition, it could also increase his combat strength. On the battlefield, the Soul Destroyer forefather detonated the Black Lotus, forming a dark destructive light wave. In just a few breaths of time, the three-winged race warships were reduced to ashes. All the people on them were killed. Whoosh, amidst the explosion, a ball of light that flickered with countless dark specks of light flew out. Not dead? The eyes of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor turned cold. Just now, his attack had the power to annihilate a high god. The high god of the winged race happened to have a trump card that could save his life. He used it at the critical moment. But even so, his divine body was destroyed, and only his injured divine soul managed to escape. It's too scary. His strength is too strong. The winged race's high god panicked and fled for his life. With only his soul left, his speed was several times faster than normal. He would definitely be able to escape, find a new body, and be reborn. The person I want to kill must die. The killing intent of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor intensified. Boom, his divine soul will burst out, turning into a giant dark shadow that was thousands of feet tall. It was majestic, ferocious, and terrifying. The fleeing winged race's divine soul was attacked by the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's divine soul will. His soul was in extreme pain. In the next moment, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's divine soul controlled heaven and earth, forming a powerful suction force that targeted the soul. His divine soul was like a black hole that devoured all souls within tens of thousands of miles. The winged race's high god's divine soul was violently sucked in, and his speed immediately slowed down. No, he roared. In this life and death crisis, a strong desire to live erupted, and he began a soul contest with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. As long as he could break through this domain, he could escape. Otherwise, he would be devoured by the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's divine soul. This contest continued to be in a stalemate. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor did not slack off and attacked with all his strength. His current cultivation strength did not give him a huge advantage. It was purely his cultivation foundation, strange and powerful techniques, and the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus that gave him some advantages. Therefore, it was still difficult to kill a higher god of the same level in this kind of contest. He could not kill them quickly. For example, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch had suffered from his demonic Sky Undying clone. However, the winged race's higher god had seen him kill the Crimson Dragon Patriarch with his own eyes and was extremely wary, so it was harder to deal with him. Die. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor growled. The contest that had been in a stalemate for a long time finally had a clear winner. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's divine soul foundation was more profound and powerful, and the winged race's higher god could not compare. As his divine soul power was gradually consumed, he began to show signs of weakness. No, the winged race's higher god's divine soul let out a miserable cry. His divine soul quickly flew towards the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor and was finally devoured. The second higher god. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's eyes shone with excitement and madness. When he was in hibernation, he did not dare to be so bold as to hunt a higher god. The demonic sky god race was extremely special. Once they were injured, ordinary methods could not heal them. They could only recover by killing their enemies and plundering their vitality. When he was close to death, he had fallen into a deep slumber. When he first woke up, he was actually very weak. But now that he had killed 2 higher gods and some other small fries, he had recovered somewhat from his injuries. The slaughter has only just begun. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor sinisterly smiled. But suddenly, he sensed danger. A pair of strange vertical eyes narrowed as they scanned the area. Many enemies are approaching. In a situation where there were few of them, he could hunt them down one by one, but once he was surrounded, he could only passively take a beating. The slightest carelessness could lead to complete defeat. Fortunately, I expected this. Next is the second plan. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was extremely calm as he left in different directions with his 3 clones. On the other side, the Heaven's Legacy race was fiercely battling with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's 3 clones. The Heaven's Legacy race was passively defending while the 3 clones tried to break through and kill one Heaven's Legacy race member after another. At present, the Heaven's Legacy race only had 50-some people left. But the remaining ones were all elites and would not be quickly defeated. Reinforcements are here. The Patriarch sensed something and said. Whoosh! 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 3 figures rapidly approached from the distance. They were God-fiend god descendants, and their cultivations were between the first and second heavens. If these 3 reinforcements encountered the 3 clones on their own, they would only be slaughtered. But if they met up with the Heaven's Legacy race, the situation would be different and they would be able to suppress the 3 clones. Retreat! One of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's clones decisively retreated. The other 2 clones also stopped their attacks and transformed into dark beams of light that flew into the distance. Humph, cowardly as mice. You fled so quickly. The God-fiend god descendant that came as reinforcements laughed disdainfully. He had forgotten that he could not catch up to the fleeing Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's clones. Something's wrong. The Heaven's Legacy race Patriarch sank into deep thought. The 3 God-fiend god descendants looked at each other. One of them said, Lord Patriarch is being too paranoid. Choosing to flee in the face of a powerful enemy was all too normal. No, they are deliberately splitting up and fleeing. The Patriarch thought of a crucial point. Logically speaking, fleeing together was safer, or perhaps they should have met up with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. But the 3 clones deliberately scattered to escape. Clan leader, let's put this doubt aside for now. For now, we should gather forces with the other races to prevent the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor from coming back and attacking us. The second elder was a little worried. She was afraid that the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor would suddenly attack. The Heaven's Legacy race has suffered such a calamity, and we feel very sympathetic. Why don't you join our race? When a Godfiend descendant saw that the Heaven's Legacy race only had a few dozen people left, he planned on recruiting them. The Patriarch shook his head in refusal, and the group regrouped with the other reinforcements. The Heaven's Legacy race could not be allowed to encounter any more danger, or else it would be exterminated. All the factions garrisoned in the winged race had already moved out in full force. A few moments later, quite a few Heaven-merging realm experts or teams met up with the Heaven's Legacy race. Seeing the miserable state of the Heaven's Legacy race, the other factions were all shocked by the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's strength. Is there anyone else? Half a day later, the Heaven's Legacy Patriarch frowned. According to the intelligence of the Heaven's Legacy race, this was not the only group of experts who had responded to the alliance. The speed at which the others arrived was a little too slow. Several dozen streaks of blue light streaked through the air. Mermaids could be seen within them, and the mermaid leading them was a peak second heaven mermaid. The mermaid race was also a faction that had responded to the alliance. They were garrisoned in a lake in the winged race's territory, and when they received the Heaven's Legacy race's call for help, they immediately moved. Quick, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor is suddenly attacking. We need to hurry over and join forces with the other factions to kill him. The middle-aged mermaid race leader coldly shouted. But all of a sudden, a dark beam of light shot past from a short distance away. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's clone. The middle-aged mermaid race leader's divine sense saw the other party's true appearance. Don't let him escape. Kill this clone first. The middle-aged mermaid race leader immediately ordered. Comparatively speaking, he did not want the mermaid race to risk themselves to deal with the even more dangerous Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. This clone's strength was infinitely close to peak second heaven mermaids, and with so many people on their side, they would definitely be able to kill it. Thus, the mermaid race changed their target and chased after this clone. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's clone's cultivation was slightly lower than the middle-aged mermaid race leaders, but its speed was slightly faster. Attack! Under the middle-aged mermaid race leader's command, the entire mermaid race launched an attack. Waves of water and ice covered a vast area. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's clone had nowhere to hide and was struck by the mermaid race's attack. It suffered light injuries and its speed was also affected. The mermaids and the others immediately surrounded the clone. The middle-aged mermaid race leader smiled and said, "Killing one Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's clone is enough credit." "Is that so?" The clone suddenly spoke, a playful smile on his face. An extremely dangerous aura suddenly spread out. Your cultivation," the middle-aged mermaid race leader's expression changed as he exclaimed. Just now, he discovered that the clone's cultivation had suddenly become that of a higher deity. Die. The power that belonged to a higher deity erupted. Dark, cold light surged out like a whirlwind, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The mermaids died tragically on the spot. The middle-aged mermaid race leader was cut into two, but he did not die. He fled into the distance in extreme fear. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor pointed his finger at the void, and a straight, pitch-black light beam shot out, piercing the middle-aged mermaid race leader's forehead and taking his life. On the other side, a fish has taken the bait. He muttered softly. The true Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor instantly left the clone's body, and the clone's cultivation returned to level 2. The ground was covered in cracks, and blood, broken limbs, and bones were everywhere. In the sky, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's eyes shone with excitement. This is the second fish. His demonic sky undying clone was a powerful secret art of the demonic sky god race. The Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor could instantly switch between several clones, catching the enemy off guard. Be it offense or defense, it was extremely useful. Of course, this secret art also had a distance limit. When the distance between the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor and his avatar exceeded a certain range, he would not be able to switch. Right now, he was separated from his 6 clones. However, they maintained a certain distance from each other, allowing the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor to switch back and forth between the 6 clones. At this time, others will probably think that my clone and I are running for our lives in all directions. Kakik. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor laughed as he flew across the world. Before he attacked, he had naturally made a thorough plan. The first plan was to ambush the Heaven's Legacy race and then kill all the reinforcements. The second plan was to pretend to flee in panic when there were too many enemy reinforcements. In reality, he would act as bait and look for the fish. Then, he would rely on the special ability of the demonic sky undying clone to kill the target when it was caught off guard. So far, everything was going well. The Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor followed his own plan and proceeded step by step. As he killed more and more people, his strength gradually recovered and became stronger. 3 days later. As more and more teams were slaughtered, the Heaven's Legacy race finally discovered the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's plan. Inside a warship. What a deep scheme. They pretended to flee in all directions, but it was actually another layer of conspiracy. The second elder gnashed his teeth. In the past few days, many powerhouses of the origin world had been sacrificed. What should we do now? A high-ranking member of the Winged clan asked. We discovered it a little too late. The Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor has already restrained himself a lot. Moreover, his strength is much stronger than before. If an ordinary high god were to encounter the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor, I'm afraid they would be completely crushed. The chances of them escaping would be less than 10%. The Heaven's Legacy clan leader sighed. The Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor had long since planned this. He had launched a sudden attack, and they had hurriedly responded and panicked. As a result, they were at a disadvantage and were led by the nose by the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor. If we attack rashly now, the chances of us killing him are too low. But if we ignore him, the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor will only grow stronger and stronger. No one will be able to stop him. The Great Elder said in a low voice. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had 6 clones. Basically, it would be safer to kill all his clones before killing his main body. With their current strength, they could divide into 6 teams and hunt down the doppelgangers one by one. However, no one could be sure that the doppelganger would suddenly turn into the Chaos Extermination Demon ancestor, and the prey would turn into the hunter. If they did not split up and move together, the process of killing the 6 clones would be prolonged indefinitely. What a difficult problem. Seal this place and make the situation public. Send a joint response to the entire origin world. Encircle and annihilate the chaos. Extermination Demon Ancestor and his 6 clones. After a long while, the Heaven's Legacy Patriarch suddenly spoke. The upper echelons of the other factions nodded in agreement. Exposing the terror of the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor to the world might cause great panic, but it would also attract everyone's attention, and they would receive even more powerful reinforcements. Currently, only half of the forces in the origin world had responded to the alliance. If all the forces were to move out, they would definitely be able to kill the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor with their advantage in numbers. At the same time, spread other information about the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor as well, especially the demonic Sky Undying clone. The Heaven's Legacy Patriarch added. The announcement shook the origin world. The Heaven's Legacy race had been heavily injured, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch had been killed, and the winged race had lost a higher god. Such a powerful move attracted everyone's attention. Just who is this Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor? He's so powerful as to directly attack the Heaven's Legacy race and kill the heaven-merging experts of the Crimson Dragon race and winged race. If this continues, this person will probably become the strongest person in the origin world. The Heaven's Legacy race said that if this person recovers to his peak, he will possess the strength of a supreme god. At that time, all the factions in the origin world will bow at his feet. For a moment, everyone in the origin world was panicking. But even more major factions responded and rushed to the battlefield. All the super races moved out. The ancient god race, a race descended from gods and devils, had their patriarch personally lead his people out of their territory. The Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor was also aware of this news. It will still be some time before the God Realm experts of these powerful races arrive. I can use this chance to kill a few more. The Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor was completely immersed in the slaughter. Every time he killed, he could feel his injuries recovering bit by bit, and his strength increasing bit by bit. He had staked everything on this one gamble. He had become enemies with the entire origin world. There was no way out. This war continued intermittently for 3 months. It affected the entire origin world, and almost all the major powers took part in it. The fact that the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor was able to survive for 3 months meant that his strength had greatly increased. He had truly reached the level of an invincible higher god. In a one-on-one situation, no higher god in the origin world was a match for him. In these 3 months, 3 more higher gods of the origin world had fallen. Of course, when the experts of the origin world joined forces and attacked seriously, the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor had paid a price. 2 of his clones had been killed. Right now, the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor was being pursued by the super races of the origin world. Among them were the Black Demon Race Patriarch, the Ancient God Race Patriarch, the Insect Race, the Stone Race, and other famous higher gods. The Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor had the strength of an invincible higher god, but when faced with so many veteran higher gods, he could only flee. On this day, Xianxia and the Sorcerer God finally arrived at the Winged Race's territory. According to the information we've gathered along the way, the situation seems to be fine. The Sorcerer God calmly said. At his current level, even if he lost the God King's eyes, he would quickly grow new ones. It was not a big deal. Indeed. Currently, the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor is being pursued by the veteran higher gods of the origin world. Xianxia let out a slight sigh of relief. As for the news of the God King's torso, he did not hear anything. This proved that the torso was fine. Everything was fine. Perhaps the higher gods of the origin world would kill the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor, and the war would end. Wait. Xianxia suddenly called for a halt. What did you see? The Sorcerer God stopped and asked. He was once the owner of the God King's eyes. He knew that Xianyu must have seen something. Let's go. Xianyu's eyes suddenly turned cold and fierce, emitting a faint killing intent. The sorcerer god immediately followed, and the two quickly disappeared into the horizon. In the air above a desolate forest, a series of violent explosions could be heard. Waves of divine power surged in all directions. There was a great battle taking place here. On one side of the battle was a 10-member demon race team. The leader was a middle god, and there were 3 lower gods in the team. However, this team was currently in a dangerous situation. Chi, a pitch-black and cold arrow suddenly streaked across the sky, tearing a crack in the void. With a poof, a burly tiger raceman's forehead was pierced through. His divine soul also suffered a destructive blow, and he died completely. Stop. An angry shout was heard. A fox race woman waved her lily-white hands, and 9 light purple ribbons of light shot out in all directions. The 9 light purple ribbons of light were swift and agile, spinning and dancing. It was as though thousands of light ribbons of light were attacking a black-robed man. The black-robed man's aura was terrifying, and he emitted a monstrous murderous aura. It was obvious that he had killed many living beings. Insignificant tricks. The black-robed man had a disdainful expression. He waved his hand, and a cold and domineering wave of dark light rushed out. The 9 light purple ribbons of light instantly shattered and dissipated. All of you, leave quickly and seek reinforcements. The fox race woman hurriedly said. Her team was one of the factions of the demon race. Previously, when news of the Chaos Destruction evil ancestor spread throughout the origin world, she felt that her faction was insignificant, so she went into hiding. Now that she knew that the various super factions were taking action and that the Chaos Destruction evil ancestor was being hunted, she led the members of her faction and rushed over. However, she did not expect that they would encounter the Chaos Destruction evil ancestor's clone the moment they entered the wing race's territory. In just a short moment, a few of their 15 people had been slaughtered. All of you can forget about leaving. The black-robed man shouted coldly, and his killing intent burst forth, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. 9 pitch-black arrows appeared around him, all of them covered in sinister barbs. At this moment, the demon race's side felt the threat of death. Even the leading fox race woman felt her skin turn cold, and her hair stood on end. This is his true strength. The fox race woman's heart fell to the bottom, and her face was filled with despair. There were just 9 people left on her side, and it seemed like the black-robed man planned to kill them all in one move. The black-robed man's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd heaven, but his true strength was close to the 3rd heaven. Facing such a small team, he was not interested in killing them casually. However, he suddenly felt uneasy. This was a sign of danger. Therefore, the black-robed man planned to use his full strength to kill all the demon race in one move. Swoosh, the sharp sound of something tearing through the air carried the threat of death as it rapidly shot toward the 9 demon race members. The black-robed man turned around and prepared to leave. If he used his full strength, the fox race woman would definitely die. However, he suddenly frowned. Why was there no scream? There was also no sound of the arrow piercing through flesh. He turned around and saw that the 9 demon race members were frozen in place, their mouths agape. In front of them, the 9 arrows were frozen in the void. Not good. The black-robed man felt a strong sense of danger. Who had interfered to actually freeze his attack in the void? The black-robed man could sense that the surroundings of the 9 arrows were filled with space and time laws. Swoosh! The black-robed man's face was pale as he immediately fled. However, he suddenly discovered that 2 figures had appeared in front of him. The other party had cleverly intercepted his escape route. Xianyu, sorcerer god. The black-robed man also immediately recognized the 2 people. The god-fiend king's eyes have also fallen into his hands. When the black-robed man saw Xianyu's eyes, his heart trembled. I just returned and I already encountered an avatar. It seems like our luck is not bad. Xianyu smiled. According to the news he heard, this battle had lasted for 3 months, and only 2 avatars of the Chaos Destruction Fiend ancestor had died. It was indeed unexpected for him to encounter one as soon as he returned. However, on second thought, it was not because of good luck, but because of the God-fiend king's eyes. The abilities of these eyes were too powerful. Not only could they see extremely far, but they also possessed special sensing abilities. Just now, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly had a strange reaction. He pushed the vision of the God Fiend King's eyes to the limit and discovered the Chaos Destruction Fiend Ancestor's avatar. Sorcerer God, Qin Yu? The fox woman looked at the two. She had long heard of the Sorcerer God's fame, and after Qin Yu's cooperation with the Heaven's Legacy race, his reputation had gradually spread throughout the origin world. She was extremely grateful. Just now, all 9 of them had nearly lost their lives here. The Sorcerer God's God Demon King's eyes have also fallen into Qin Yu's hands. The fox woman was secretly alarmed when she saw this. How many God Demon parts did Qin Yu have? You actually returned so quickly? The black-robed man had a panicked expression, his eyes revealing intense fear. Logically speaking, Qin Yu had been lured so far away that it would take him at least half a year to return. But in just 3 months, Qin Yu had returned. This speed was too fast. Moreover, Qin Yu had obtained the God Demon King's eyes. His strength must have increased, and he was chasing after the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. But the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor had been taking huge risks in the past 3 months, constantly killing in exchange for increasing his strength. Die. Qin Yu could not be bothered to waste words with the black-robed man. He killed him to prevent any accidents. Buzz, the 9 pitch-black arrows in front of the demon flickered with silver light, and their heads and tails suddenly switched positions. The next moment, the 9 sharp arrows streaked through the void like 9 bolts of lightning, piercing through the black-robed man's body. Qin Yu, master, will never let you off. You will definitely die a horrible death. The black-robed man's expression was ferocious as he spat out blood and roared. As soon as he finished speaking, his body collapsed and turned to dust. He was killed so easily. The fox woman stared at this scene in a daze. Although there was a huge gap between a higher god and an intermediate god, it was still very difficult to kill in one move. God demon parts could indeed make one stronger, but there was a limit. At lower levels, god demon parts could greatly increase one's strength, but at the intermediate god and higher god level, the increase in strength was not as great. You are becoming more and more adept at using the God Demon King's eyes, said the Sorcerer God with a smile. Qin Yu's fusion with the God Fiend King's eyes was very hasty, and the degree of fusion was extremely low. However, during the 3 months of travel, he had been constantly fumbling. When he obtained the God Fiend King's head, Qin Yu's perception doubled. As for the God Fiend Monarch's eyes, they gave Qin Yu talent in time and space. This allowed Qin Yu to comprehend the law of time in less than half a month, and the law of space became even more refined, approaching perfection. Thank you for saving my life. The 9 demons were all grateful. Another clone of the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor has fallen. He's not far from death. The main world will soon return to peace. The lady of the fox race sighed. Just as Qin Yu was about to reply, a strange glint suddenly flashed across his eyes. Everything in front of him disappeared, replaced by another image. To outsiders, Qin Yu seemed to be in a daze. However, the Sorcerer God's gaze suddenly froze. What did the God Fiend King's eyes sense? This is, Qin Yu was stunned as he muttered. The demon race and the others in front of him had disappeared, and in their place was a magnificent scene. There were countless figures, and many of them were legendary existences in the origin world. Qin Yu felt that this scene was familiar. On the other side stood a pitch-black figure with a pair of strange vertical eyes on his solemn and stern face. He emitted a terrifying aura that looked down on all things, as if he was unstoppable and ruled over everything. The image suddenly disappeared, and the fox woman and the others appeared in front of Qin Yu. Lord Chen, what's wrong? The fox woman asked curiously. Is that foreseeing the future? Qin Yu murmured. After all, it was his first time seeing it, so he only reacted now. Let's go. He shouted to the Sorcerer God, and the two instantly disappeared into the horizon. The demons looked at each other, completely unaware of what was going on. What did you see? The Sorcerer God asked. The God Fiend King's eyes must have foreseen something incredible. Otherwise, Qin Yu would not be so anxious. I saw the rise of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor, invincible. Qin Yu did not know how to describe it. He only saw a simple and blurry image without much content. That was the feeling he got from everything in the picture. And the current situation was that the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor was being chased everywhere. This gave Xianxia a completely different feeling. In the void. Swoosh, an extremely black figure flashed. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor occasionally used his special ability to sense the God Realm mighty figures of the main world, and he was chasing closely behind. They're chasing so closely. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor did not dare to slack off and flew at full speed. He was already an invincible higher god in this universe, and his speed was also top-notch. The possibility of him being caught was not high. Unless there was also an invincible higher god who specialized in speed. Damn it, Xianxia is back, and he even obtained the God-fiend King's eyes. Another one of my avatars died. Suddenly, the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor cursed. Unfortunately, he was too far away from the dead avatar and could not instantly switch over. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill Xianxia. Even though Xianxia had 8 God-fiend parts and was close to a primal Chaos God King, the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor could suddenly switch over and launch a surprise attack. However, the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor had suddenly switched sides and launched a surprise attack. If he used all his trump cards, he was confident that he could kill Xianxia. Forget it, the third plan is about to succeed. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor's eyes flashed with intense anticipation and excitement. When the origin world was shaken and experts arrived from all directions, and danger was everywhere, his second plan would no longer work. Thus, he carried out the third plan. He would lure the higher gods of the origin world to pursue him while staying away from his avatar. The Heaven's Legacy race knew of the demon Sky Undying clone and could calculate that once the distance between the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor and his avatar reached a certain value, they would no longer be able to switch. This was an excellent opportunity for the experts of the origin world. Thus, they shifted their focus to the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor. This pursuit continued. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor did his best to stay as far away from his 3 avatars as possible to attract more powerful enemies. This was the most terrifying pursuit in history. Under the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor's orders, the remaining 3 avatars left the center of the origin world and headed for the edge. The strength of the 3 avatars was infinitely close to that of a higher god. They spread out and began a bloody massacre. At the edge of the origin world, in the territory of the stone race, one of the avatars of the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor descended and immediately began an attack. With strength close to that of a higher god, a large-scale attack could instantly destroy all living beings within tens of thousands of li rumble. A giant black hand descended upon the land in the distance, carrying with it a powerful killing intent. The world immediately darkened, and the earth cracked. The stone race below the heavenly fusion realm might not even know what was going on before they were slaughtered. After a while, the heavenly fusion realm experts were finally alarmed. 2 first heaven stone race experts rushed over, but the moment they approached the avatar, they felt an unparalleled divine power aura. Run! The 2 first heaven progenitors were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. Die! The avatar's expression was cold. His divine soul rushed out and executed a soul Dao attack. It immediately crushed the divine souls of the 2 stone race experts. Not enough. Too slow. The avatar quickly left. Everywhere he passed, the sounds of slaughter were accompanied by wails. The stone race sent out a distress signal, but the peak immortal realm experts of the origin world were chasing after the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor. They could not provide assistance in a short time. 10 days later, the avatar slaughtered 5 races and successfully broke through to the higher god realm. Luckily, Master attracted the peak immortal realm experts of the origin world. I have been slaughtering for 10 days and have not met a decent opponent. However, these ants dare to chase after Master. It's time to make them regret it. The avatar sneered. Whoosh, his body suddenly dissipated. The enormous energy belonging to a higher god crossed the distance of time and space and surged toward the wing race's territory in the center of the origin world. At the same time, the other 2 clones also disappeared at the same time. The insect race's territory in the center of the origin world. An old man wearing a gray robe flew across the sky. His speed was extremely fast. Ordinary higher gods could not compare to him. I hope my divination is correct. I can stop the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor here. The old man murmured. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was too fast. The pursuit had been going on for so long without any results. The Diablo Precantator race and the Heaven's Legacy race, who were experts in the Tao of Life, had already deduced the escape route of the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor came from the Demon Sky God race. In terms of talent, potential, bloodline, and abilities, he surpassed all the races of the origin world. He should be at the level of the Primordial God race. Coupled with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's cultivation, the divination was extremely difficult. Until now, they had barely obtained a clue. They did not know how accurate it was. Suddenly, a turbulent divine power aura approached from afar. He's here? The old man's face shook. A deep black light shot out of his eyes. His aura suddenly changed. His robe flew up and his hood fell off, revealing his wrinkled gray skin. An ancient and mysterious feeling rose. Whoosh, the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor arrived. He looked at the old man and said, "If I remember correctly, you are from the Diablo Precantator race." He was an enemy of the world. Naturally, he had some understanding of the origin world. The old man's expression was solemn. He chanted a mysterious incantation, and a mysterious and powerful aura spread. He did not waste words with the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. What he needed to do now was to stop the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor for a moment. When the pursuing team arrived, everything would be over. Buzz buzz, ancient, pitch-black characters floated around the old man. Each character seemed to be filled with mysterious power as they danced around. Heaven and earth sealing. The old man shouted and used the forbidden secret art of the Diablo Precantator race. The pitch-black ancient characters around him suddenly lined up neatly and spread in all directions. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with pitch-black, ancient, mysterious characters. They covered a radius of 300,000 feet and completely sealed the space. Given the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's strength as a higher god, he would not be able to break it in a short time. Furthermore, the heaven and earth sealing did not just seal the void. It also sealed all energy. It would be good if the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor could use 60% of his strength here. Of course, the old man's power was also sealed. After doing all this, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was about to end. However, he suddenly realized that the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was calmly standing where he was. He was simply looking around and did not do anything else. How can he be so calm? Does he not know the current situation? The old man was shocked. Soon, the pursuing team will arrive. There are so many God realm mighty figures of the origin world, including 3 invincible higher gods. He will die without a doubt. Is he not afraid of death? It's coming. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor suddenly said. He opened his arms slightly, and the mysterious patterns on the surface of his skin shone brightly. It was as if a mysterious and huge power was seeping in. At the same time, 3 powerful higher god powers in 3 different locations in the origin world suddenly collapsed and were destroyed. The 3 destructive power sources surged into the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's body. The god source in his body suddenly shone. The vast and boundless sea of stars was instantly filled with pitch-black starlight. His divine power sublimated and transformed. It was endless. Eh? The old man realized that the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's cultivation aura had actually increased. Impossible. This is the most ancient forbidden secret technique of the Diablo Precantator race. It can seal the void and all powers. The old man was shocked. But it was true. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's cultivation aura was gradually increasing. In the heaven and earth prohibition, he was actually gradually revealing the aura of an invincible higher god. How is this possible? The old man could not contain the shock in his heart and blurted out. Kakik, the 3rd plan is finally completed. The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor stood on the Chaos Destruction Demon Lotus, and raised his head slightly. A towering aura burst forth, rumble, the void around him trembled, as if unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of the divine might. In the end, a few cracks actually appeared. Several cracks also appeared on the black character barrier around the world. No. The old man was shocked. He hurriedly used a secret technique but could not repair it. Cracking sounds came from all directions. Then, with a loud bang, the heaven and earth prohibition was completely destroyed. An aura that could intimidate all things in the world suddenly erupted. In front of this aura, the higher god-robed old man felt a sense of insignificance. He felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He seemed to want to submit to the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. It was as if the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor was the supreme being of the world, above everything. Could this be a supreme god? The old man's face was pale as he spoke with difficulty. A supreme god was an unreachable legend even for the superior gods of the origin world. The last confirmed supreme god was the chaotic divine fiend king, who made thousands of forces in the origin world feel threatened. But now, the Diablo Precantator tribe elder had witnessed the birth of a supreme god. There was only fear in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis struck every inch of his body. My power has finally returned. The Chaos Evil Ancestor looked up and sighed. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he looked extremely excited. The long-lost power had finally reappeared. How could he not be excited? He had been sneaking around, and then he was chased by the experts of the origin world for several months. All this humiliation was finally over. Supreme God. The elder's face turned pale. According to the universe, my power is indeed that of a supreme god. The Chaos Evil Ancestor looked at the elder. He stood on the Chaos Demon Lotus with his hands behind his back, and there was a calm smile on his face. He was not in a hurry to make a move. The long-robed old man, who was being stared at, trembled slightly. He felt a boundless pressure and danger. It's over, the superior god who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years was at a loss. He felt his vision darken, and he could not help but feel despair. The Chaos Evil Ancestor was already so difficult to deal with when he was an invincible superior god. Now that he was a supreme god, how could he deal with him? The elder had already seen the power of a supreme god. The Diablo Precantator tribe's secret technique, Heaven and Earth Seal, could not trap him. It was directly shattered by the power of a supreme god. I'm afraid I can't last more than a few moves against him. The elder speculated. He was the Diablo Precantator Patriarch, a superior god who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. For the first time, he felt that he was too weak. Whoosh, the old man in the long robe suddenly turned into a cloud of black mist and flew backward. He was like a dark and transparent ray of light that flashed across the sky and disappeared. In the face of a supreme god, the elder was powerless to resist. His life was more important. At this moment, there was a tremendous wave of divine power coming from the direction he was retreating. The main force is coming. The elder was pleasantly surprised. The Chaos Evil Ancestor had just become a supreme god, and the gods of the origin world had joined forces. Of course, the most pressing matter at this moment was to survive. Once the pursuing troops arrived, there was no way he would be killed by the Chaos Extermination Demon Lord. You want to leave? The Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor revealed a disdainful smile. Boom, a heaven-shaking divine aura descended from the sky. The old man in the long robe who was running away felt as if he was struck by lightning. His figure sank 100 feet into the ground and his mind was in chaos. Come back. The Chaos Destruction Demon Lord stretched out his palm, and a deep black hole appeared in the center of his palm, rotating slowly. An incomparably powerful suction force burst forth from the black hole. By the time the long-robed old man, whose soul had suffered a heavy blow, reacted, he found himself flying backward uncontrollably. The long-robed old man's god power erupted to resist the suction force. However, the suction force of the black hole in the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor's palm was also increasing at the same time. The long-robed elder's body was still slowly moving towards the Chaos Destruction Demon Ancestor. No! The long-robed elder exclaimed. From the techniques of the Chaos Extermination Demon Ancestor, he could sense spatial and wind nomological laws that were close to the Great Perfection realm. Other than that, he could also sense the power of time nomological laws. He just became a high god. How could he be so powerful? The long-robed elder couldn't believe it. In reality, that wasn't the case. The Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor's original strength had reached the level of a supreme god. However, due to his heavy injuries, his cultivation had fallen. He didn't break through to the supreme god realm, but recovered to the supreme god realm. He was no stranger to this power. In the pursuit team, 2 high gods were flying at the fastest speed and were at the very front. One of them was a winged race's high god who had lived for 600,000 years. The second was the ancient god clan leader, a descendant of the first devil god. It's the Chaos Destruction Demon ancestor. The Diablo Precantator race's forefather Su has stopped him. The patriarch of the ancient god clan stared at the 2 figures in the distance with his white crystal eyes. Great, forefather Su has stopped him. Let's hurry over. This time, we can't let him escape again. The other winged race's member said. He had white hair and a white robe. On his back were 4 pairs of holy wings, and his body was enveloped in layers of white radiance. He came from the most powerful winged race's 8-winged god race. He was also an extremely ancient peak high god of the origin world, and his name was Messenger God. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ancient god clan leader and messenger god instantly burst forth with a speed that surpassed high gods. Something's wrong. Forefather Su's life is in danger. The ancient god clan leader said in a low voice after the 2 high god divine senses sensed the situation. The Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's aura is so strong. What's going on? It made the messenger god feel uneasy. Save me. The long-robed elder saw the ancient god clan leader and messenger god arrive and was delighted. He immediately called for help. The person I want to kill has no chance of escaping. The Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor smiled faintly. The black hole in his palm suddenly surged and churned, and then he struck with his palm. Rumble, the world in front of him instantly fell into darkness. A destructive power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came crashing down, filling every inch of the world. No, the long-robed elder's face was as pale as paper, and he let out an unwilling roar. The powerful suction instantly turned into a destructive palm light, making it impossible for him to dodge or block it. He finally understood that the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor hadn't really made a move. He had been deliberately playing with him, waiting for reinforcements to come, seeing hope, and then killing him. Rumble, the void shattered inch by inch, and the long-robed elder exploded with his strongest power to block, but he was instantly obliterated and turned to dust. The power of this palm shook the surrounding 10,000 miles, and all living beings below the heaven-combining realm suffered an invisible impact and died tragically. What? The ancient god clan leader was extremely shocked. How can his power be so strong? Old ancestor Su of the Diablo Precantator race was instantly killed. He also clearly felt the power of that palm. Even someone as proud as him was shocked, and he had a feeling that he was no match for it. Quickly retreat. The messenger god's expression was solemn, and a pure white light barrier formed around his body. The aftermath of the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's attack rushed over, and the messenger god and the ancient god clan leader immediately used their divine power to defend. When everything dissipated, the 2 of them floated in place, looking at the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor in the distance, not daring to go forward. This power, this aura, could he have already become a supreme god? The messenger god's heart shook. Now, it's my turn to be the hunter, Kakik. The Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor laughed excitedly, and pure killing intent was released. Now that he had become a supreme god, he was going to start a massacre. Boom, divine power rushed out of the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor's body, and instantly condensed into 1,000 pitch-black arrows. They shone with a cold light, and with a bone-chilling killing intent, they instantly flew out. It was like a rain of arrows, but it was a destructive rain of arrows that could destroy all things. The ancient god clan leader and the messenger god immediately felt danger. The 2 of them were sure that the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor had truly become a supreme god. Both of them were peak higher gods of the origin world, but at this moment, they did not have the courage to fight against the Chaos Destruction Evil Ancestor. The ancient god clan leader activated the power of his bloodline, and his body grew dozens of feet tall. His body emitted a simple and ancient aura, overbearing and majestic, suppressing all living things. The 4 pairs of pure white wings on the messenger god's back suddenly extended to hundreds of feet long, and holy white light shone out. The 2 peak higher gods used their full strength to fight against the chaos destruction evil ancestor, who had broken through to the supreme god level. 10,000 miles behind them, a few heaven combining realm experts chased over, and they could feel the earth-shattering sounds of battle from afar. It seems that old ancestor Su has successfully intercepted the chaos destruction evil ancestor, and the ancient god clan leader and the messenger god are fighting with him. Let's go and reinforce them. Don't let that demon escape again. A few higher gods and intermediate gods were excited. The pursuit that had lasted for several months was finally coming to an end. But when they got closer, they were instantly dumbfounded. They saw that there were 3 rotten black holes on the ancient god clan leader's tall body, and black blood was flowing out. One of the messenger god's wings had been torn off, and there were dark red bloodstains on his pure white robe. The prey has come to us. The chaos destruction evil ancestor smiled faintly. Whoosh, the chaos destruction demon lotus under his feet suddenly released pitch-black demonic flames, and the flames soared into the sky, incinerating everything. The black lotus spun, and a vast black demonic flame tornado was set off. It expanded continuously and devoured everything. Not good, it's the demonic sky divine flame, run. The reinforcements who had just arrived were all panicking. Even the messenger god looked frightened. I'm afraid he was just playing with us. He did not use his full strength at all. Because just now, the chaos destruction evil ancestor did not even use the peerless divine artifact, the chaos destruction demon lotus, to put the 2 of them in such a sorry state. Now that the demonic sky divine flame was out, who could stop it? He and the ancient god clan leader had to retreat. Kikik! The chaos destruction demon ancestor laughed amidst the monstrous demonic flames. The chaos destruction demon lotus moved rapidly, and the destructive demonic flame storm became even more violent and unpredictable. Swish, the chaos destruction demon ancestor stood on the chaos destruction demon lotus and looked around indifferently. Suddenly, he stretched out a finger and flicked. A death arrow, fused with the power of the demonic sky divine flame, instantly shot out. A middle god did not even have time to react, and a hole was pierced through his head. Then, he was burned to death by the flames. After recovering my strength, it doesn't seem interesting anymore. The chaos destruction demon ancestor looked bored. Ah, screams rang out incessantly. The demonic sky divine flame was ranked first on the True Fire spiritual flame list, and it was terrifying because of its destructive power. Retreat! The ancient god clan leader ordered. Although they had many people, they could not even take care of themselves in this boundless demonic flame hell. How could they attack the chaos destruction demon ancestor? If they continued, they would only die. Retreat! Many experts of the origin world burst out with their fastest speed and retreated in panic. Next, it's my time to hunt. The chaos destruction demon ancestor smiled faintly. Comparatively, hunting was more interesting. Xianxia and the sorcerer god had just returned to the winged race's territory, but the chaos destruction demon ancestor had already escaped. The 2 continued to chase after him based on some information. But on this day, Xianxia suddenly heard a piece of news. A supreme god has appeared, and the chaos destruction demon ancestor is on a killing spree. The Diablo Precantator race died tragically, and the higher gods of the ancient god race and the winged race are being hunted. A supreme god was still one step too late. The sorcerer god's body trembled slightly, his face blank. What the god demon king's eyes predicted has indeed happened. Xianxia froze in place. The fiend god parts on his body felt a sense of danger. End of chapter 1441. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.